Time, Labor, and Social Domination. Moishe Postone. Acknowledgements. This book had its origins some years ago, when, as a graduate student, I first came across Marx's Grundrisse. At the time, I was struck by its far-reaching implications, which suggested to me a fundamental reinterpretation of Marx's mature critical social theory, one that broke with some central assumptions of traditional Marxism. I also thought such a reinterpretation could provide the point of departure for a powerful and sophisticated analysis of modern society. In my attempt to reappropriate Marx's theory, I have had the good fortune to receive considerable intellectual and moral support from many people. I was strongly encouraged to begin this project by two of my teachers at the University of Chicago, Gerhard Meyer and Leonard Krieger. I further developed my ideas during an extended stay in Frankfurt am Main, where I benefited greatly from the general theoretical atmosphere as well as from many intensive discussions with friends there. I owe special thanks to Barbara Brick, Dan Diner, and Wolfram Wolfer-Mellier, who provided me with important personal and intellectual support and helped me refine my approach to many of the issues raised in this book. I would also like to thank Klaus Bergman, Helmut Reinecke, and Peter Schmidt-Egner for many illuminating conversations. I completed an earlier version of this work as a dissertation for Fachbereichsgesellschaftswissenschaften at the J.W. Goethe Universität in Frankfurt, having received valuable guidance and encouragement from Eyring Fitzscher, and very useful and extensive critical comments from Heinz Steinert, Albrecht Wellmer, and Jeremy Gaines, as well as Gerhard Brandt and Jürgen Ritzert. Through the Canada Council, I received generous financial assistance from the Deutsche Akademie für Ostostdienst during my stay in Frankfurt. The Center for Psychosocial Studies in Chicago subsequently provided me with a postdoctoral fellowship, as well as a lively and supportive intellectual environment, which enabled me to begin reworking my dissertation into this volume. I was afforded the rare opportunity of presenting my work in a series of seminars to a group of intellectually and academically diverse fellows. Their reactions were very stimulating. I am grateful to Ed LaPuma, John Lucy, Beth Mertz, Lee Schlesinger, Barney Weisbord, and Jim Vertzk, whose comments and criticisms helped me clarify my ideas further. I am especially thankful to Craig Calhoun and Ben Lee, who took the time to read carefully both the original manuscript and the revised version, and whose critical suggestions have been very helpful. I completed this manuscript at the University of Chicago, and continue to benefit from the exciting, open, and intellectually rigorous climate created by my colleagues and students. I owe a great deal to the following friends for their engagement with my work and, more generally, for their intellectual and moral support: Andrew Arato, Leora Oslander, Ike Balbus, Sila Ben Habib, Fernando Coronil, Norma Field, Harry Harutunian, Martin J., Bob Jessup, Tom McCarthy, Jair G. Marcus Rafael Sanchez, George Steinmetz, Sharon Stevens, as well as John Boyer, Gene Cohen, Bert Collar, Gene Komaroff, John Komaroff, Michael Geyer, Gail Kliegman, Terry Stab, and Betsy Traub. I also thank Fred Block, Cornelius Castoriadis, Jeff Ely, Don Levine, Bertel Ullman, and Terry Turner for their helpful comments. Special thanks are due to my brother, Norman Postone, who accompanied and supported this project since its inception. I am particularly grateful to Patrick Murray, who read more versions of the manuscript than I care to remember and whose comments have been both very helpful and generous. I have learned a great deal from our ongoing conversations. Emily Luce, formerly of Cambridge University Press, responded very positively to this work and has been extremely helpful in preparing it for publication. Her many astute comments and recommendations contributed greatly to the finished manuscript. I thank Elvia Alvarez, Diane New, and Kitty Pucci for typing the various stages of the manuscript, as well as for their general helpfulness, and Ted Byfield for editing this volume. And I would also like to thank Anjali Fetson, Bronwyn McFarland, and Mike Ray for their help in proofreading and in preparing the index. Finally, I wish to express my very deep gratitude to my wife, Margaret Nichols. She has, for many years and in many ways, been intellectually and emotionally central to this project. Part I, a critique of traditional Marxism. 1. Rethinking Marx's Critique of Capitalism. Introduction. In this work I shall undertake a fundamental reinterpretation of Marx's mature critical theory in order to reconceptualize the nature of capitalist society. Marx's analysis of the social relations and forms of domination that characterize capitalist society can be most fruitfully reinterpreted by rethinking the central categories of his critique of political economy. Toward that end, I shall seek to develop concepts that fulfill two criteria. First, they should grasp the essential character and historical development of modern society, and second, they should overcome the familiar theoretical dichotomies of structure and action, meaning and material life. On the basis of this approach, I shall try to reformulate the relation of Marxian theory to the current discourses of social and political theory in a way that has theoretical significance today, and provides a basic critique of traditional Marxist theories and of what was called actually existing socialism. In doing so, I hope to lay the foundation for a different, more powerful critical analysis of the capitalist social formation, one adequate to the late 20th century. I shall attempt to develop such an understanding of capitalism by separating conceptually, on the basis of Marx's analysis, the fundamental core of capitalism from its 19th century forms. Doing so, however, calls into question many basic presuppositions of traditional Marxist interpretations. For example, I do not analyze capitalism primarily in terms of private ownership of the means of production, or in terms of the market. Rather, as will become clear, I conceptualize capitalism in terms of a historically specific form of social interdependence with an impersonal and seemingly objective character. This form of interdependence is affected by historically unique forms of social relations that are constituted by determinate forms of social practice and, yet, become quasi-independent of the people engaged in these practices. The result is a new, increasingly abstract form of social domination, one that subjects people to impersonal structural imperatives and constraints that cannot be adequately grasped in terms of concrete domination, example personal or group domination, and that generates an ongoing historical dynamic. In reconceptualizing the social relations and forms of domination that characterize capitalism, I shall attempt to provide the basis for a theory of practice capable of analyzing the systemic characteristics of modern society, such as its historically dynamic character, its processes of rationalization, its particular form of economic growth, and its determinate mode of producing. This reinterpretation treats Marx's theory of capitalism less as a theory of forms of exploitation and domination within modern society, and more as a critical social theory of the nature of modernity itself. Modernity is not an evolutionary stage toward which all societies evolve, but a specific form of social life that originated in Western Europe and has developed into a complex global system. Although modernity has taken different forms in different countries and areas, my concern is not to examine those differences but to explore theoretically the nature of modernity per se. Within the framework of a non-evolutionary approach, such an exploration must explain modernity's characteristic features with reference to historically specific social forms. I argue that Marx's analysis of the putative fundamental social forms that structure capitalism, the commodity and capital, provides an excellent point of departure for an attempt to ground socially the systemic characteristics of modernity and indicate that modern society can be fundamentally transformed. Moreover, such an approach, incapable of systematically elucidating those features of modern society that within the framework of theories of linear progress or evolutionary historical development, can seem anomalous. Notable are the ongoing production of poverty in the midst of plenty, and the degree to which important aspects of modern life have been shaped by, and become subject to the imperatives of, abstract impersonal forces, even as the possibility for collective control over the circumstances of social life has increased greatly. My reading of Marx's critical theory focuses on his conception of the centrality of labor to social life, which is generally considered to lie at the core of his theory. I argue that the meaning of the category of labor in his mature works is different from what traditionally has been assumed. It is historically specific rather than transhistorical. In Marx's mature critique, the notion that labor constitutes the social world and is the source of all wealth does not refer to society in general, but to capitalist, or modern, society alone. Moreover, and this is crucial, Marx's analysis does not refer to labor as it is generally and transhistorically conceived, a goal-directed social activity that mediates between humans and nature, creating specific products in order to satisfy determinate human needs, but to a peculiar role that labor plays in capitalist society alone. As I shall elaborate, the historically specific character of this labor is intrinsically related to the form of social interdependence characteristic of capitalist society. It constitutes a historically specific, quasi-objective form of social mediation that, within the framework of Marx's analysis, serves as the ultimate social ground of modernity's basic features. It is this reconsideration of the significance of Marx's concept of labor that provides the basis of my reinterpretation of his analysis of capitalism. It places considerations of temporality and a critique of production at the center of Marx's analysis, and lays the foundation for an analysis of modern capitalist society as a directionally dynamic society structured by a historically unique form of social mediation that, though socially constituted, has an abstract, impersonal, quasi-objective character. This form of mediation is structured by a historically determinate form of social practice, labor in capitalism, and structures, in turn, people's actions, worldviews, and dispositions. Such an approach recasts the question of the relation between culture and material life into one of the relation between a historically specific form of social mediation and forms of social objectivity and subjectivity. As a theory of social mediation, it is an effort to overcome the classical theoretical dichotomy of subject and object, while explaining that dichotomy historically. In general, then, I am suggesting that the Marxian theory should be understood not as a universally applicable theory but as a critical theory specific to capitalist society. It analyzes the historical specificity of capitalism and the possibility of its overcoming by means of categories that grasp its specific forms of labor, wealth, and time. Moreover, the Marxian theory, according to this approach, is self-reflexive and, hence, is itself historically specific. Its analysis of the relation of theory and society is such that it can, in an epistemologically consistent manner, locate itself historically by means of the same categories with which it analyzes its social context. This approach to Marx's mature critical theory has important implications which I shall attempt to unfold in the course of this work. I shall begin to do so by distinguishing between two fundamentally different modes of critical analysis: a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor, on the one hand, and a critique of labor in capitalism, on the other. The first, which is based upon a transhistorical understanding of labor, presupposes that a structural tension exists between the aspects of social life that characterize capitalism, for example, the market and private property, and the social sphere constituted by labor. Labor, therefore, forms the basis of the critique of capitalism, the standpoint from which that critique is undertaken. According to the second mode of analysis, labor in capitalism is historically specific and constitutes the essential structures of that society. Thus labor is the object of the critique of capitalist society. From the standpoint of the second mode of analysis, it is clear that diverse interpretations of Marx hold several basic presuppositions of the first mode of analysis in common. Consequently, I characterize these interpretations as traditional. I shall investigate their presuppositions from the standpoint of my interpretation of Marx's theory as a critique of labor in capitalism in order to elucidate the limitations of the traditional analysis and to do so in a way that will imply another, more adequate critical theory of capitalist society. Interpreting Marx's analysis as a historically specific critique of labor in capitalism leads to an understanding of capitalist society which is very different from that of traditional Marxist interpretations. It suggests, for example, that the social relations and forms of domination that characterize capitalism, in Marx's analysis, cannot be understood sufficiently in terms of class relations rooted in property relations and mediated by the market. Rather, his analysis of the commodity and capital, that is, the quasi-objective forms of social mediation constituted by labor in capitalism, should be understood as an analysis of this society's fundamental social relations. These impersonal and abstract social forms do not simply veil what traditionally has been deemed the real social relations of capitalism, that is, class relations. They are the real relations of capitalist society, structuring its dynamic trajectory and its form of production. Far from considering labor to be the principle of social constitution and the source of wealth in all societies, Marx's theory proposes that what uniquely characterizes capitalism is precisely that its basic social relations are constituted by labor and, hence, ultimately are of a fundamentally different sort than those that characterize non-capitalist societies. Though his critical analysis of capitalism does include a critique of exploitation, social inequality, and class domination, it goes beyond this. It seeks to elucidate the very fabric of social relations in modern society, and the abstract form of social domination intrinsic to them by means of a theory that grounds their social constitution in determinate, structured forms of practice. This reinterpretation of Marx's mature critical theory shifts the primary focus of his critique away from considerations of property and the market. Unlike traditional Marxist approaches, it provides the basis for a critique of the nature of production, work, and growth in capitalist society by arguing that they are socially, rather than technically, constituted. Having thus shifted the focus of the critique of capitalism to the sphere of labor, the interpretation presented here leads to a critique of the industrial process of production, hence, to our conceptualization of the basic determinations of socialism and a re-evaluation of the political and social role traditionally accorded the proletariat in the possible historical overcoming of capitalism. Inasmuch as this reinterpretation implies a critique of capitalism that is not bound to the conditions of 19th-century liberal capitalism, and entails a critique of industrial production as capitalist, it can provide the basis for a critical theory capable of illuminating the nature and dynamic of contemporary capitalist society. Such a critical theory could also serve as the point of departure for an analysis of actually existing socialism as an alternative, and failed, form of capital accumulation rather than as a form of society that represented, however imperfectly, the historical negation of capitalism. The crisis of traditional Marxism. This reconsideration has been developed against the background of the crisis of traditional Marxism and the emergence of what appears to be a new phase in the development of advanced industrial capitalism. In this work, the term traditional Marxism refers not to a specific historical tendency in Marxism but generally to all theoretical approaches that analyze capitalism from the standpoint of labor and characterize that society essentially in terms of class relations structured by private ownership of the means of production and a market-regulated economy. Relations of domination are understood primarily in terms of class domination and exploitation. As is well known, Marx argued that in the course of capitalist development a structural tension, or contradiction emerges between the social relations that characterize capitalism and the forces of production. This contradiction has generally been interpreted in terms of an opposition between private property and the market, on the one hand, and the industrial mode of producing, on the other, whereby private property and the market are treated as the hallmarks of capitalism, and industrial production is posited as the basis of a future socialist society. Socialism is understood implicitly in terms of collective ownership of the means of production and economic planning in an industrialized context. That is, the historical negation of capitalism is seen primarily as a society in which the domination and exploitation of one class by another are overcome. This broad and preliminary characterization of traditional Marxism is useful inasmuch as it delineates a general interpretive framework shared by a wide range of theories that, on other levels, may differ considerably from one another. My intention in this work is to critically analyze the basic presuppositions of that general theoretical framework itself, rather than to trace the history of various theoretical directions and schools of thought within the Marxist tradition. At the core of all forms of traditional Marxism is a trans-historical conception of labor. Marx's category of labor is understood in terms of a goal-directed social activity that mediates between humans and nature, creating specific products in order to satisfy determinate human needs. Labor, so understood, is considered to lie at the heart of all social life. It constitutes the social world and is the source of all social wealth. This approach attributes to social labor transhistorically what Marx analyzed as historically specific features of labor in capitalism. Such a transhistorical conception of labor is tied to a determinate understanding of the basic categories of Marx's critique of political economy and, hence, of his analysis of capitalism. Marx's theory of value, for example, has generally been interpreted as an attempt to show that social wealth is always and everywhere created by human labor, and that, in capitalism, labor underlies the non-conscious, automatic, market-mediated mode of distribution. His theory of surplus value, according to such views, seeks to demonstrate that, despite appearances, the surplus product in capitalism is created by labor alone and is appropriated by the capitalist class. Within this general framework, then, Marx's critical analysis of capitalism is primarily a critique of exploitation from the standpoint of labor. It demystifies capitalist society, first, by revealing labor to be the true source of social wealth, and second, by demonstrating that society rests upon a system of exploitation. Marx's critical theory, of course, also delineates a historical development that points to the emergent possibility of a free society. His analysis of the course of capitalist development, according to traditional interpretations, can be outlined as follows. The structure of free market capitalism gave rise to industrial production, which vastly increased the amount of social wealth created. In capitalism, however, that wealth continues to be extracted by a process of exploitation and is distributed in a highly inequitable fashion. Nevertheless, a growing contradiction develops between industrial production and the existing relations of production. As a result of the ongoing process of capital accumulation, characterized by competition and crises, the mode of social distribution based on the market and private property becomes less and less adequate to developed industrial production. The historical dynamic of capitalism, however, not only renders the older social relations of production anachronistic but also gives rise to the possibility of a newer set of social relations. It generates the technical, social, and organizational preconditions for the abolition of private property and for centralized planning, for example, the centralization and concentration of the means of production, the separation of ownership and management, and the constitution and concentration of an industrial proletariat. These developments give rise to the historical possibility that exploitation and class domination could be abolished and that a new, just, and rationally regulated mode of distribution could be created. The focus of Marx's historical critique, according to this interpretation, is the mode of distribution. This statement may seem paradoxical, because Marxism is generally considered to be a theory of production. Let us, therefore, briefly consider the role of production in the traditional interpretation. If the forces of production, which according to Marx, come into contradiction with capitalist relations of production, are identified with the industrial mode of producing, then that mode is implicitly understood as a purely technical process, intrinsically independent of capitalism. Capitalism is treated as a set of extrinsic factors impinging on the process of production, private ownership and exogenous conditions of the valorization of capital within a market economy. Relatedly, social domination in capitalism is understood essentially as class domination, which remains external to the process of production. This analysis implies that industrial production, once historically constituted, is independent of capitalism and not intrinsically related to it. The Marxian contradiction between the forces and relations of production, when understood as a structural tension between industrial production, on the one hand, and private property and the market, on the other, is grasped as a contradiction between the mode of producing and the mode of distribution. Hence, the transition from capitalism to socialism is seen as a transformation of the mode of distribution, private property, the market, but not of production. On the contrary, the development of large-scale industrial production is treated as the historical mediation linking the capitalist mode of distribution to the possibility of another social organization of distribution. Once developed, though, the industrial mode of production based upon proletarian labor is considered historically final. This interpretation of the trajectory of capitalist development clearly expresses an affirmative attitude toward industrial production as a mode of producing which generates the conditions for the abolition of capitalism and constitutes the foundation of socialism. Socialism is seen as a new mode of politically administering and economically regulating the same industrial mode of producing to which capitalism gave rise. It is thought to be a social form of distribution that is not only more just, but also more adequate to industrial production. This adequacy is thus considered to be a central historical precondition for a just society. Such a social critique is essentially a historical critique of the mode of distribution. As a theory of production, traditional Marxism does not entail critique of production. Quite the opposite, the mode of producing provides the standpoint of the critique and the criterion against which the historical adequacy of the mode of distribution is judged. Another way of conceptualizing socialism, implied by such a critique of capitalism, is a society in which labor, unhindered by capitalist relations, structures social life openly, and the wealth it creates is distributed more justly. Within the traditional framework, the historical realization of labor, its full historical development and its emergence as the basis of social life and wealth is the fundamental condition of general social emancipation. This vision of socialism as the historical realization of labor is also evident in the notion that the proletariat, the laboring class intrinsically related to industrial production, will come into its own as the universal class in socialism. That is, the structural contradiction of capitalism is seen, on another level, as a class opposition between the capitalists, who own and control production, and the proletarians, who with their labor create the wealth of society, and of the capitalists, yet must sell their labor power to survive. This class opposition, because it is grounded in the structural contradiction of capitalism, has a historical dimension, whereas the capitalist class is the dominant class of the present order, the working class is rooted in industrial production and, hence, in the historical foundations of a new, socialist order. The opposition between these two classes is seen at once as an opposition between exploited and exploiters and as one between universal and particularistic interests. The general social wealth produced by the workers does not benefit all members of society under capitalism, but is appropriated by the capitalists for their particularistic ends. The critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor is a critique in which the dominant social relations, private property, are criticized as particularistic from a universalistic position. What is universal and truly social is constituted by labor, but is hindered by particularistic capitalist relations from becoming fully realized. The vision of emancipation implied by this understanding of capitalism is, as we shall see, a totalizing one. Within this basic framework, which I have termed traditional Marxism, there have been extremely important theoretical and political differences, for example, deterministic theories as opposed to attempts to treat social subjectivity and class struggle as integral aspects of the history of capitalism, council communists versus party communists, scientific theories versus those seeking in various ways to synthesize Marxism and psychoanalysis, or to develop a critical theory of culture or of everyday life. Nevertheless, to the extent they all have rested on the basic assumptions regarding labor and the essential characteristics of capitalism and of socialism outlined above, they remain bound within the framework of traditional Marxism. And however incisive the diverse social, political, historical, cultural, and economic analyses this theoretical framework has generated, its limitations have become increasingly evident in light of various 20th century developments. For example, the theory has been able to analyze the historical trajectory of liberal capitalism leading to a stage characterized by the partial or total supersession of the market by the interventionist state as the primary agent of distribution. But because the traditional critique's focus is the mode of distribution, the rise of state interventionist capitalism has posed serious problems for this theoretical approach. If the categories of the critique of political economy apply only to a self-regulating market-mediated economy and the private appropriation of the surplus, the growth of the interventionist state implies that these categories have become less suited to a contemporary social critique. They no longer grasp social reality adequately. Consequently, traditional Marxist theory has become less and less capable of providing a historical critique of post-liberal capitalism and is left with two options. It can bracket the qualitative transformations of capitalism in the 20th century and concentrate on those aspects of the market form that continue to exist and thereby implicitly concede that it has become a partial critique, or it can limit the applicability of the Marxian categories to 19th century capitalism and try to develop a new critique, one presumably more adequate to contemporary conditions. In the course of this work, I shall discuss the theoretical difficulties involved in some attempts of the latter sort. Traditional Marxism's weaknesses in dealing with post-liberal society are particularly apparent in attempts to analyze systematically actually existing socialism. Not all forms of traditional Marxism affirmed actually existing socialist societies, such as the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, this theoretical approach does not allow for an adequate critical analysis of that form of society. The Marxian categories, as traditionally interpreted, are of little use in formulating a social critique of a society that is regulated and dominated by the state. Thus the Soviet Union was often considered socialist because private property and the market had been abolished. Continued unfreedom was attributed to repressive bureaucratic institutions. This position suggests, however, that there is no relation between the nature of the socio-economic sphere and the character of the political sphere. It indicates that the categories of Marx's social critique, such as value, when understood in terms of the market and private property, cannot grasp the grounds for increased unfreedom in actually existing socialism, and cannot, therefore, provide the basis for a historical critique of such societies. Within such a framework, the relationship of socialism to freedom has become contingent. This, however, implies that a historical critique of capitalism undertaken from the standpoint of socialism can no longer be considered a critique of the grounds of unfreedom and alienation from the standpoint of general human emancipation. These fundamental problems indicate the limits of the traditional interpretation. They show that an analysis of capitalism that focuses exclusively on the market and private property can no longer serve as an adequate basis for an emancipatory critical theory. As this fundamental weakness has become more evident, traditional Marxism increasingly has been called into question. Moreover, the theoretical basis of its social critique of capitalism, the claim that human labor is the social source of all wealth, has been criticized in light of the growing importance of scientific knowledge and advanced technology in the process of production. Not only does traditional Marxism fail to provide the basis for an adequate historical analysis of actually existing socialism, or of its collapse, but its critical analysis of capitalism and its emancipatory ideals have become increasingly remote from the themes and sources of current social dissatisfaction in advanced industrialized countries. This is particularly true of its exclusive and positive focus on class, and its affirmation of industrial proletarian labor and the specific forms of production and technological progress that mark capitalism. At a time of growing criticism of such progress and growth, heightened awareness of ecological problems, widespread discontent with existing forms of labor, increased concern with political freedom, and the growing importance of non-class-based social identities, gender or ethnicity, for example, traditional Marxism seems increasingly anachronistic. In both the East and the West, it has been revealed as historically inadequate by the developments of the 20th century. The crisis of traditional Marxism, however, in no way obviates the need for a social critique that is adequate to contemporary capitalism. On the contrary, it draws attention to the need for such a critique. Our historical situation can be understood in terms of a transformation of modern, capitalist society that is as far-reaching socially, politically, economically, and culturally as the earlier transformation of liberal to state interventionist capitalism. We seem to be entering yet another historical phase of developed capitalism. The contours of this new phase are not yet clear, but the past 2 decades have witnessed the relative decline in importance of the institutions and centers of power that had been at the heart of state interventionist capitalism, a form characterized by centralized production, large industrial labor unions, ongoing government intervention in the economy, and a vastly expanded welfare state. Two apparently opposed historical tendencies have contributed to this weakening of the central institutions of the state interventionist phase of capitalism. On the one hand, a partial decentralization of production and politics, and with it the emergence of a plurality of social groupings, organizations, movements, parties, subcultures, and on the other, a process of the globalization and concentration of capital that has taken place on a new, very abstract level, far removed from immediate experience and apparently, for now, beyond the effective control of the state. These tendencies should not, however, be understood in terms of a linear historical process. They include developments that highlight the anachronistic and inadequate character of the traditional theory, for example, the rise of new social movements such as mass ecology movements, women's movements, minority emancipation movements, as well as growing disaffection with, and polarization regarding, existing forms of labor and traditional value systems and institutions. Yet our historical situation since the early 1970s has also been characterized by the re-emergence of classical manifestations of industrial capitalism, such as worldwide economic dislocations and intensifying inter-capitalist rivalry on a global scale. Taken together, these developments suggest that a critical analysis adequate to contemporary capitalist society must be able to grasp its significant new dimensions and its underlying continuity as capitalism. Such an analysis, in other words, must avoid the theoretical one-sidedness of more orthodox versions of traditional Marxism. These are frequently able to indicate that crises and inter-capitalist rivalry are continuing characteristics of capitalism, despite the emergence of the interventionist state, but they do not address qualitative historical changes in the identity and nature of the social groupings expressing discontent and opposition, or in the character of their needs, dissatisfactions, aspirations, and forms of consciousness. Yet an adequate analysis must also avoid the equally one-sided tendency to address only the latter changes, either by ignoring the economic sphere or by simply assuming that, with the rise of the interventionist state, economic considerations have become less important. Finally, no adequate critique can be formulated by simply bringing together analyses that have continued to focus on economic issues with those that have addressed qualitative social and cultural changes, so long as the basic theoretical presuppositions of such a critique remain those of the traditional Marxist theory. The increasingly anachronistic character of traditional Marxism and its grave weaknesses as an emancipatory critical theory are intrinsic to it. Ultimately, they are rooted in its failure to grasp capitalism adequately. That failure has become clearer in light of the current transformation of modern capitalist society. Just as the Great Depression revealed the limits of market-mediated economic self-regulation and demonstrated the deficiencies of conceptions that equated capitalism with liberal capitalism, the crisis-ridden period which ended the post-war era of prosperity and economic expansion highlighted the limits of the interventionist state's ability to regulate the economy. This has cast into doubt linear conceptions of the development of capitalism from a liberal phase to a state-centered one. The expansion of the welfare state after World War II was made possible by a long-term upswing of the capitalist world economy, which has since proved to have been a phase of capitalist development. It was not an effect of the political spheres having successfully and permanently gained control of the economic sphere. Indeed, the development of capitalism in the past 2 decades has reversed the previous period's overt trends by weakening and imposing limits on state interventionism. This became manifest in the crisis of the welfare state in the West, which heralded the demise of Keynesianism and manifestly reaffirmed the contradictory dynamic of capitalism, as well as in the crisis and collapse of most communist states and parties in the East. It is noteworthy that, compared to the situation after the collapse of liberal capitalism in the late 1920s, the worldwide crises and dislocations associated with this newest transformation of capitalism have precipitated little critical analysis undertaken from a position that points to the possible overcoming of capitalism. This can be interpreted as an expression of theoretical uncertainty. The crisis of state interventionist capitalism indicates that capitalism continues to develop with a quasi-autonomous dynamic. This development therefore demands a critical reconsideration of those theories which had interpreted the displacement of the market by the state as signifying the effective end of economic crises. However, the underlying nature of capitalism, of the dynamic process that, once again, manifestly has asserted itself, is not clear. It no longer is convincing to claim that socialism represents the answer to the problems of capitalism, when what is meant is simply the introduction of central planning and state, or even public, ownership. The frequently invoked crisis of Marxism does not, then, express only disillusioned rejection of actually existing socialism, disappointment in the proletariat, and uncertainty regarding any other possible social agents of fundamental social transformation. More fundamentally, it is an expression of a deep uncertainty regarding the essential nature of capitalism and what overcoming it could mean. A variety of theoretical positions from the past decades, the dogmatism of many new left groups in the late 1960s and early 1970s, the purely political critiques that re-emerged subsequently, and many contemporary postmodern positions can be seen as expressions of such uncertainty about the nature of capitalist society and even of a turning away from the very attempt to grasp it. This uncertainty can be understood, in part, as an expression of a basic failure of the traditional Marxist approach. Its weaknesses not only have been revealed by its difficulties with actually existing socialism and with the needs and dissatisfactions expressed by new social movements, more fundamentally, it has become clear that that theoretical paradigm does not provide a satisfactory conception of the nature of capitalism itself, one that grounds an adequate analysis of the changing conditions of capitalism, and grasps its fundamental structures in a way that points to the possibility of their historical transformation. The transformation implied by traditional Marxism is no longer plausible as a solution to the ills of modern society. The historical relation between the two implicitly indicates that actually existing socialism as well as the welfare systems in the West should be conceived not as fundamentally different social formations but as importantly different variations of the general state interventionist form of 20th century world capitalism. Far from demonstrating the victory of capitalism over socialism, the recent collapse of actually existing socialism could be understood as signifying the collapse of the most rigid, vulnerable, and oppressive form of state interventionist capitalism. If modern society is to be analyzed as capitalist and, hence, as transformable on a fundamental level, then, the fundamental core of capitalism must be reconceptualized. On that basis, a different critical theory of the nature and trajectory of modern society could be formulated, one that attempts to grasp socially and historically the grounds of unfreedom and alienation in modern society. Such an analysis would also contribute to democratic political theory. The history of traditional Marxism has shown only too clearly that the question of political freedom must be central to any critical position. Nevertheless, it is still the case that an adequate democratic theory requires a historical analysis of the social conditions of freedom, and cannot be undertaken from an abstractly normative position, or from one that hypostatizes the realm of politics. Reconstructing a critical theory of modern society. My reconceptualization of the nature of Marx's critical theory is a response to the historical transformation of capitalism and to the weaknesses of traditional Marxism outlined above. My reading of Marx's Grundrisse, a preliminary version of his fully developed critique of political economy, has led me to re-evaluate the critical theory he developed in his mature writings, particularly in Capital. That theory, in my judgment, is different from and more powerful than traditional Marxism. It also has more contemporary significance. The reinterpretation of Marx's conception of the basic structuring relations of capitalist society presented in this work could, in my view, serve as the starting point for a critical theory of capitalism that could overcome many of the shortcomings of the traditional interpretation, and address in a more satisfactory way many recent problems and developments. This reinterpretation both has been influenced by, and is intended as a critique of, the approaches developed by George Lukács, especially in history and class consciousness, and members of the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Those approaches, based on sophisticated understandings of Marx's critique, responded theoretically to the historical transformation of capitalism from a liberal market-centered form to an organized, bureaucratic, state-centered form, by reconceptualizing capitalism. Within this interpretive tradition, Marx's theory is not considered to be one of material production and class structure alone, much less one of economics. Instead, it is understood as a theory of the historical constitution of determinate, reified forms of social objectivity and subjectivity. His critique of political economy is taken to be an attempt to analyze critically the cultural forms and social structures of capitalist civilization. Additionally, Marx's theory is thought to grasp the relationship of theory to society self-reflexively, by seeking to analyze its context capitalist society in a way that locates itself historically and accounts for the possibility of its own standpoint. This attempt to ground socially the possibility of a theoretical critique is seen as a necessary aspect of any attempt to ground the possibility of oppositional and transformative social action. I sympathize with their general project of developing a broad and coherent social, political, and cultural critique adequate to contemporary capitalist society by means of a self-reflexive social theory with emancipatory intent. Nevertheless, as I shall elaborate, some of their basic theoretical assumptions prevented Lukács as well as members of the Frankfurt School, in different ways, from fully realizing their theoretical aims. On the one hand, they recognized the inadequacies of a critical theory of modernity that defined capitalism solely in 19th century terms, that is, in terms of the market and private property. On the other, though they remained bound to some presuppositions of that very sort of theory, in particular, to its trans-historical conception of labor. Their programmatic aim of developing a conception of capitalism adequate to the 20th century could not be realized on the basis of such an understanding of labor. I intend to appropriate the critical thrust of this interpretive tradition by reinterpreting Marx's analysis of the nature and significance of labor in capitalism. Although the Marxian analysis of capitalism does entail a critique of exploitation and the bourgeois mode of distribution, the market, private property, it is not undertaken from the standpoint of labor, according to my reinterpretation. Rather, it is based upon a critique of labor in capitalism. Marx's critical theory tries to show that labor in capitalism plays a historically unique role in mediating social relations, and to elucidate the consequences of that form of mediation. His focus on labor in capitalism does not imply that the material process of production is necessarily more important than other spheres of social life. Rather, his analysis of labor's specificity in capitalism indicates that production in capitalism is not a purely technical process. It is inextricably related to, and molded by, the basic social relations of that society. The latter, then, cannot be understood with reference to the market and private property alone. This interpretation of Marx's theory provides the basis for a critique of the form of production and the form of wealth, that is, value, that characterize capitalism, rather than simply calling into question their private appropriation. It characterizes capitalism in terms of an abstract form of domination associated with the peculiar nature of labor in that society and locates in that form of domination the ultimate social ground for runaway growth, and for the increasingly fragmented character of work and even of individual existence in that society. It also suggests that the working class is integral to capitalism rather than the embodiment of its negation. As we shall see, such an approach reinterprets Marx's conception of alienation in light of his mature critique of labor in capitalism and places this reinterpreted conception of alienation at the center of his critique of that society. Clearly, such a critique of capitalist society differs entirely from the sort of productivist critique, characteristic of many traditional Marxist interpretations, which affirms proletarian labor, industrial production, and unfettered industrial growth. Indeed, from the standpoint of the reconsideration presented here, the productivist position does not represent a fundamental critique. Not only does it fail to point beyond capitalism to a possible future society, but it affirms some central aspects of capitalism itself. In this regard, the reconstruction of Marx's mature critical theory undertaken in this work provides the standpoint for a critique of the productivist paradigm in the Marxist tradition. I shall indicate that what the Marxist tradition has generally treated affirmatively is precisely the object of critique in Marx's later works. I intend not merely to indicate this difference in order to point out that Marx's theory was not productivist and therefore to call into question a theoretical tradition that purports to rely on Marx's texts, but also to show how Marx's theory itself provides a powerful critique of the productivist paradigm, which does not merely reject that paradigm as false, but seeks to render it understandable in social and historical terms. It does so by theoretically grounding the possibility of such thought in the structuring social forms of capitalist society. In this way, Marx's categorical analysis of capitalism lays the basis for a critique of the paradigm of production as a position that does indeed express a moment of the historical reality of capitalist society, but does so in a trans-historical and, hence, uncritical and affirmative way. I shall present a similar interpretation of Marx's theory of history. His notion of an immanent logic of historical development is also not trans-historical and affirmative in his mature works, but is critical and refers specifically to capitalist society. Marx locates the ground of a particular form of historical logic in the specific social forms of capitalist society. His position neither affirms the existence of a trans-historical logic of history nor denies the existence of any sort of historical logic. Instead, it treats such a logic as a characteristic of capitalist society which can be, and has been, projected onto all of human history. Marx's theory, in seeking to render forms of thought socially and historically plausible in this manner, reflexively attempts to render plausible its own categories. Theory, then, is treated as part of the social reality in which it exists. The approach I propose is an attempt to formulate a critique of the paradigm of production on the basis of the social categories of the Marxian critique of production, and thereby to tie the critique of theory to a possible social critique. This approach provides the basis for a critical theory of modern society that entails neither an abstractly universalistic, rationalist affirmation of modernity nor an anti-rationalist and anti-modern critique. Rather, it seeks to surpass both of these positions by treating their opposition as historically determinate and rooted in the nature of capitalist social relations. The reinterpretation of Marx's critical theory presented here is based upon a reconsideration of the fundamental categories of his critique of political economy, such as value, abstract labor, the commodity, and capital. These categories, according to Marx, express the forms of being Daseins for men, the determinations of Existensbestimmungen, of this specific society. They are, as it were, categories of a critical ethnography of capitalist society undertaken from within categories that purportedly express the basic forms of social objectivity and subjectivity that structure the social, economic, historical, and cultural dimensions of life in that society, and are themselves constituted by determinate forms of social practice. Very frequently, however, the categories of Marx's critique have been taken to be purely economic categories. Marx's labor theory of value, for example, has been understood as an attempt to explain, first, relative prices and the rate of profit in equilibrium, secondly, the condition of possibility of exchange value and profit, and lastly, the rational allocation of goods in a planned economy. Such a narrow approach to the categories, if it deals with the social, historical, and cultural epistemological dimensions of Marx's critical theory at all, understands them only with reference to passages explicitly dealing with those dimensions, taken out of their context in his categorical analysis. The breadth and systematic nature of Marx's critical theory, however, can only be fully grasped through an analysis of its categories, understood as determinations of social being in capitalism. Only when Marx's explicit statements are understood with reference to the unfolding of his categories can the inner logic of his critique be reconstructed adequately. I shall, therefore, devote considerable attention to reconsidering the determinations and implications of the basic categories of Marx's critical theory. In reinterpreting the Marxian critique, I shall try to reconstruct its systematic nature and recover its internal logic. I shall not examine the possibility of divergent or contradictory tendencies in Marx's mature works, nor trace the development of his thought. Methodologically, my intention is to interpret the fundamental categories of Marx's critique of political economy in as logically coherent and systematically powerful a way as possible, In order to work out the theory of the core of capitalism, that which defines capitalism as such throughout its various stages implied by those categories. My critique of traditional Marxism is one part of this reconceptualization of the Marxian theory at its most coherent level. This approach could also serve as the point of departure for an effort to locate Marx's own works historically. Such a reflexive attempt could examine possible internal tensions and traditional elements in those works from the standpoint of the theory, implied by his fundamental categories, of the underlying nature and trajectory of capitalism. Some of those internal tensions could then be understood in terms of a tension between, on the one hand, the logic of Marx's categorical analysis of capitalism as a whole, and on the other, his more immediate critique of liberal capitalism, that is, in terms of a tension between two different levels of historical locatedness. In this work, however, I shall write as though Marx's self-understanding were that implied by the logic of his theory of the core of the capitalist social formation. Since I hope here to contribute to the reconstitution of a systematic critical social theory of capitalism, the question of whether Marx's actual self-understanding was indeed adequate to that logic is, for present purposes, of secondary importance. This work is conceived of as the initial stage of my reinterpretation of the Marxian critique. It is intended primarily as a work of fundamental theoretical clarification, rather than as a fully elaborated exposition of that critique, much less as a developed theory of contemporary capitalism. I shall not, therefore, directly address the newest phase of developed capitalist society in this work. Instead, I shall try to interpret Marx's conception of the fundamental structuring relations of modern society, as expressed by his categories of the commodity and capital, so as not to limit them to any of the major phases of developed capitalism, and perhaps thereby permit them to illuminate the underlying nature of the social formation as a whole. This could provide the basis for an analysis of 20th-century modern society in terms of a growing separation of capitalism from its earlier bourgeois form. I shall begin with a general outline of my reinterpretation, based upon an analysis of several sections of Marx's Grundrisse. On that basis, in Chapter 2 I shall proceed to examine more closely the fundamental assumptions of traditional Marxism. In order further to clarify my approach and to indicate its relevance to a contemporary critical theory, I shall in Chapter 3 examine attempts by members of the Frankfurt School Circle, in particular, Friedrich Pollock and Max Horkheimer, to develop a critical social theory adequate to important changes in 20th-century capitalist society. I shall examine, with reference to my interpretations of traditional Marxism and of Marx, the theoretical dilemmas and weaknesses involved in their attempts. These, I argue, indicate the limits of a theory attempting to come to grips with post-liberal capitalism while retaining certain fundamental presuppositions of Marxism. My analysis of those limits is intended as a critical response to the theoretical dilemmas of critical theory. Jürgen Habermas's work, of course, can be understood as another such response, but he too retains what I regard as a traditional understanding of labor. My critique of that understanding, then, seeks also to point to the possibility of a reconstituted critical social theory that differs from Habermas's. Such a theory would seek to dispense with evolutionary conceptions of history and with the notion that human social life is based upon an ontological principle that comes into its own in the course of historical development, for example, labor in traditional Marxism, or communicative action in Habermas's recent work. In the second half of this work, I shall begin with my reconstruction of the Marxian critique, which will clarify, if retrospectively, the basis for my critique of traditional Marxism. In Capital, Marx attempts to elucidate capitalist society by locating its fundamental social forms and, on that basis, carefully developing a set of interrelated categories with which to explain its underlying workings. Beginning with categories that he presumes grasp the core structures of the social formation, such as commodity, value, and abstract labor, Marx then unfolds them systematically to encompass ever more concrete and complex levels of social reality. My intention here is to clarify the fundamental categories with which Marx begins his analysis, that is, the most abstract and basic level of that analysis. Many interpreters, in my opinion, have proceeded too quickly to the analytic level of immediate concrete social reality and, consequently, have overlooked some crucial aspects of the fundamental structuring categories themselves. I examine the category of abstract labor in Chapter 4, and that of abstract time in Chapter 5. I critically examine Habermas's critique of Marx in Chapter 6, and then, in Chapters 7, 8, and 9, reconstruct the initial determinations of Marx's concept of capital and his notions of contradiction and historical dynamic. In these chapters I attempt to clarify the most basic categories of the Marxian theory so as to ground my critique of traditional Marxism, and to justify my contention that the logic of the categorical unfolding in capital points in a direction consonant with the Grundriss's presentation of capitalism's contradiction and the nature of socialism. In establishing the foundation for the further development of my reconstruction, I also shall sometimes extrapolate from my arguments to indicate their implications for an analysis of contemporary society. Such extrapolations are abstract and initial determinations of aspects of modern capitalism, based on my reconstruction of the most fundamental level of Marx's critical theory. They do not represent an attempt to analyze directly, without any mediations, a more concrete level of social reality on the basis of the most abstract categories. On the basis of what I have developed here, I intend to pursue my project of reconstruction in a future work. In my view, this work demonstrates the plausibility of my reinterpretation of Marx's critique of political economy and of the critique of traditional Marxism associated with it. It indicates the theoretical power of the Marxian theory and its possible relevance to the reconstruction of a critical theory of modern society. Nevertheless, the approach must be more fully developed before the question of its viability as a critical theory of contemporary society can be addressed adequately. The Grundriss, Rethinking Marx's Conception of Capitalism and Its Overcoming. My reinterpretation of Marx's mature critical theory proceeds from a consideration of the Grundriss der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, a manuscript written by Marx in 1857–58. The Grundriss is well suited to serve as the point of departure for such a reinterpretation. It is easier to decipher than Capital, which is subject to misunderstanding inasmuch as it is structured in a tightly logical manner as an immanent critique, that is, one undertaken from a standpoint that is immanent to, rather than outside, its object of investigation. Because the Grundriss is not structured as rigorously, the general strategic intent of Marx's categorical analysis is more accessible, particularly in those sections where he presents his conception of the primary contradiction of capitalist society. His analysis there of the essential core of capitalism and of the nature of its historical overcoming has contemporary significance. It casts doubt on interpretations of his theory that center on considerations of the market and class domination and exploitation. I shall try to show how these sections of the Grundriss indicate that the categories of Marx's theory are historically specific, that his critique of capitalism is directed at both its mode of producing and its mode of distribution, and that his notion of the basic contradiction of capitalism cannot be conceived of simply as one between the market and private property, on the one hand, and industrial production, on the other. In other words, my discussion of Marx's treatment of the contradiction of capitalism in the Grundriss points to the need for a far-reaching reconsideration of the nature of his mature critical theory. In particular, it will suggest that his analysis of labor in capitalism is historically specific, and his mature critical theory is a critique of labor in capitalism, not a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor. Having established this, I shall be able to address the problem of why, in Marx's critique, the fundamental categories of social life in capitalism are categories of labor. This is by no means self-evident, and it cannot be justified merely by pointing to the obvious importance of labor to human social life in general. In the Grundriss, Marx's analysis of the contradiction between the relations of production and the forces of production in capitalism differs from that of traditional Marxist theories, which focus on the mode of distribution and understand the contradiction as one between the spheres of distribution and production. He explicitly criticizes those theoretical approaches that conceptualize historical transformation in terms of the mode of distribution without considering the possibility that the mode of producing could be transformed. Marx takes as an example of such approaches John Stuart Mill's statement that the laws and conditions of the production of wealth partake of the character of physical truths. It is not so with the distribution of wealth. That is a matter of human institutions solely. This separation, according to Marx, is illegitimate. The laws and conditions of the production of wealth and the laws of the distribution of wealth are the same laws under different forms, and both change, undergo the same historic process, are as such only moments of a historic process. Marx's notion of the mode of distribution, however, does not refer only to the way in which goods and labor are socially distributed, for example, by means of the market. He goes on to describe the worker's propertylessness, and the appropriation of alien labor by capital, that is, capitalist property relations as modes of distribution that are the relations of production themselves, but subspecie distributiones. These passages indicate that Marx's notion of the mode of distribution encompasses capitalist property relations. They also imply that his notion of the relations of production cannot be understood in terms of the mode of distribution alone, but must also be considered subspecie productiones. In other words, that the relations of production should not be understood as they traditionally have been. If Marx considers property relations to be relations of distribution, it follows that his concept of the relations of production cannot be fully grasped in terms of capitalist class relations, rooted in the private ownership of the means of production and expressed in the unequal social distribution of power and wealth. Rather, that concept must also be understood with reference to the mode of producing in capitalism. If the process of production and the fundamental social relations of capitalism are interrelated, however, then the mode of producing cannot be equated with the forces of production, which eventually come into contradiction with the capitalist relations of production. Instead, the mode of producing itself should be seen as intrinsically related to capitalism. These passages suggest, in other words, that the Marxian contradiction should not be conceived as one between industrial production, on the one hand, and the market and capitalist private property, on the other. His understanding of the forces and relations of production must, therefore, be rethought fundamentally. Marx's notion of the overcoming of capitalism apparently involves a transformation not merely of the existing mode of distribution but also of the mode of production. It is precisely in this regard that he approvingly points to the significance of Charles Fourier's thought: labor cannot become play, as Fourier would like, although it remains his great contribution to have expressed the suspension not of distribution but of the mode of production itself, in a higher form, as the ultimate object. Assuming that the ultimate object is the suspension or overcoming of the mode of production itself, this mode must embody capitalist relations. And, indeed, Marx's critique of those relations points later to the possibility of a historical transformation of production. It requires no great penetration to grasp that, where e.g. free labor or wage labor arising out of the dissolution of bondage is the point of departure, their machines can only arise in antithesis to living labor, as property alien to it, and as power hostile to it, i.e., that they must confront it as capital. But it is just as easy to perceive that machines will not cease to be agencies of social production when they become e.g. property of the associated workers. In the first case, however, their distribution, i.e., that they do not belong to the worker, is just as much a condition of the mode of production founded on wage labor. In the second case, the changed distribution would start from a changed foundation of production, a new foundation first created by the process of history. In order to understand more clearly the nature of Marx's analysis, and to grasp what he means by a transformation of the mode of production, we must examine his conception of the foundation of capitalist production. That is, we must analyze his notion of the mode of production founded on wage labor and consider what a changed foundation of production could mean. The fundamental core of capitalism. My investigation of Marx's analysis of capitalism begins with a crucially important section of the Grundriss entitled Contradiction between the Foundation of Bourgeois Production, Value as Measure, and its Development. Marx begins this section as follows: the exchange of living labor for objectified labor, i.e., the positing of social labor in the form of the contradiction of capital and wage labor is the ultimate development of the value relation and of production resting on value. The title and initial sentence of this section of the Grundriss indicate that, for Marx, the category of value expresses the basic relations of production of capitalism, those social relations that specifically characterize capitalism as a mode of social life, as well as that production in capitalism is based on value. In other words, value, in Marx's analysis, constitutes the foundation of bourgeois production. A peculiarity of the category of value is that it purportedly expresses both a determinate form of social relations and a particular form of wealth. Any examination of value, then, must elucidate both of these aspects. We have seen that value, as a category of wealth, generally has been conceived of as a category of the market. Yet when Marx refers to exchange in the course of considering the value relation in the passages quoted, he does so with regard to the capitalist process of production itself. The exchange to which he refers is not that of circulation, but of production, the exchange of living labor for objectified labor. This implies that value should not be understood merely as a category of the mode of distribution of commodities, that is, as an attempt to ground the automatism of the self-regulating market. Rather, it should be understood as a category of capitalist production itself. It seems, then, that the Marxian notion of the contradiction between the forces and relations of production must be reinterpreted as referring to differentiable moments of the production process. Production resting on value and the mode of production founded on wage labor seem closely related. This requires further examination. When Marx discusses production resting on value, he describes it as a mode of production whose presupposition is and remains the mass of direct labor time, the quantity of labor employed, as the determinant factor in the production of wealth. What characterizes value as a form of wealth, according to Marx, is that it is constituted by the expenditure of direct human labor in the process of production. It remains bound to such expenditure as the determining factor in the production of wealth, and it possesses a temporal dimension. Value is a social form that expresses, and is based on, the expenditure of direct labor time. This form, for Marx, is at the very heart of capitalist society. As a category of the fundamental social relations that constitute capitalism, value expresses that which is, and remains, the basic foundation of capitalist production. Yet a growing tension arises between this foundation of the capitalist mode of production and the results of its own historical development. But to the degree that large industry develops, the creation of real wealth comes to depend less on labor time and on the amount of labor employed than on the power of the agencies set in motion during labor time, whose powerful effectiveness is itself, out of all proportion to the direct labor time spent on their production, but depends rather on the general state of science and on the progress of technology. Real wealth manifests itself, rather, in the monstrous disproportion between the labor time applied, and its product, as well as in the qualitative imbalance between labor, reduced to a pure abstraction, and the power of the production process it superintends. The contrast between value and real wealth, that is, the contrast between a form of wealth that depends on labor time and on the amount of labor employed and one that does not, is crucial to these passages and to understanding Marx's theory of value and his notion of the basic contradiction of capitalist society. It clearly indicates that value does not refer to wealth in general, but is a historically specific and transitory category that purportedly grasps the foundation of capitalist society. Moreover, it is not merely a category of the market, one that grasps a historically particular mode of the social distribution of wealth. Such a market-centered interpretation which relates to Mill's position that the mode of distribution is changeable historically but the mode of production is not, implies the existence of a trans-historical form of wealth that is distributed differently in different societies. According to Marx, however, value is a historically specific form of social wealth and is intrinsically related to a historically specific mode of production. That forms of wealth can be historically specific implies, obviously, that social wealth is not the same in all societies. Marx's discussion of these aspects of value suggests, as we shall see that the form of labor and the very fabric of social relations differ in various social formations. In the course of this work, I shall investigate the historical character of value and try to clarify the relationship Marx posits between value and labor time. To jump ahead for a moment, many arguments regarding Marx's analysis of the uniqueness of labor as the source of value do not acknowledge his distinction between real wealth, or material wealth, and value. Marx's labor theory of value, however, is not a theory of the unique properties of labor in general but is an analysis of the historical specificity of value as a form of wealth, and of the labor that supposedly constitutes it. Consequently, it is irrelevant to Marx's endeavor to argue for or against his theory of value as if it were intended to be a labor theory of trans-historical wealth, that is, as if Marx had written a political economy rather than a critique of political economy. This is not to say, of course, that the interpretation of Marx's category of value as a historically specific category proves his analysis of modern society to be correct, but it does require that Marx's analysis be considered in its own historically determinate terms and not as if it were a trans-historical theory of political economy of the sort he severely criticized. Value, within the framework of Marx's analysis, is a critical category that reveals the historical specificity of the forms of wealth and production characteristic of capitalism. The paragraph quoted above shows that, according to Marx, the form of production based on value develops in a way that points to the possible historical negation of value itself. In an analysis that seems quite relevant to contemporary conditions, Marx argues that, in the course of the development of capitalist industrial production, value becomes less and less adequate as a measure of the real wealth produced. He contrasts value, a form of wealth bound to human labor time expenditure, to the gigantic wealth-producing potential of modern science and technology. Value becomes anachronistic in terms of the potential of the system of production to which it gives rise. The realization of that potential would entail the abolition of value. This historical possibility does not, however, mean merely that ever greater masses of goods could be turned out on the basis of the existing industrial mode of production, and that they could be distributed more equitably. The logic of the growing contradiction between real wealth and value, which points to the possibility of the former superseding the latter as the determining form of social wealth, also implies the possibility of a different process of production, one based upon a newer, emancipatory structure of social labor. Labor no longer appears so much to be included within the production process, rather the human being comes to relate more as watchman and regulator to the production process itself. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, his understanding of nature and his mastery over it by virtue of his presence as a social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. The theft of alien labor time, on which the present wealth is based, appears a miserable foundation in face of this new one, created by large-scale industry itself. The section of the Grundrisse we have been considering makes abundantly clear that, for Marx, overcoming capitalism involves the abolition of value as the social form of wealth, which, in turn, entails overcoming the determinate mode of producing developed under capitalism. He explicitly asserts that the abolition of value would signify that labor time no longer would serve as the measure of wealth, and that the production of wealth no longer would be effected primarily by direct human labor in the process of production. As soon as labor in the direct form has ceased to be the great wellspring of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and hence exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. With his theory of value, in other words, Marx analyzes the basic social relations of capitalism, its form of wealth, and its material form of production as interrelated. Because production resting on value, the mode of production founded on wage labor, and industrial production based on proletarian labor are intrinsically related, according to Marx's analysis, his conception of the increasingly anachronistic character of value is also one of the increasingly anachronistic character of the industrial process of production developed under capitalism. Overcoming capitalism, according to Marx, entails a fundamental transformation of the material form of production, of the way people work. Clearly, this position differs fundamentally from traditional Marxism. The latter, as noted, focuses its critique on the transformation of the mode of distribution alone and treats the industrial mode of production as a technical development that becomes incompatible with capitalism. Here, however, it is obvious that Marx did not see the contradiction of capitalism as one between industrial production and value, that is, between industrial production and capitalist social relations. Rather, he saw the former as molded by the latter. Industrial production is the mode of production based on value. It in the sense that, in his later writings, Marx refers explicitly to the industrial mode of production as a specifically capitalist form of production. At the technological level too, and in doing so implies that it is to be transformed with the overcoming of capitalism. Obviously, the meaning of Marx's basic categories cannot be summed up in a few sentences. The second half of this book will be concerned with elaborating his analysis of value and its role in shaping the process of production. At this point, I should simply note that Marx's critical theory, as expressed in these passages in the Grundriss, is not a form of technological determinism, but treats technology and the process of production as socially constituted, in the sense that they are shaped by value. They should not, therefore, be simply identified with his notion of the forces of production that come into contradiction with capitalist social relations. They do nevertheless embody a contradiction. Marx's analysis distinguishes between the actuality of the form of production constituted by value, and its potential, a potential that grounds the possibility of a new form of production. It is clear from the passages cited that when, in the Grundriss, Marx describes the overcoming of capitalism's contradiction and states that the mass of workers must themselves appropriate their own surplus labor, he is referring not only to the expropriation of private property and the use of the surplus product in a more rational, humane, and efficient way. The appropriation of which he speaks goes far beyond this, for it also involves the reflexive application of the forces of production developed under capitalism to the process of production itself. That is, he envisages that the potential embedded in advanced capitalist production could become the means by which the industrial process of production itself could be transformed, the system of social production in which wealth is created through the appropriation of direct labor time and workers' labor as cogs of a productive apparatus could be abolished. These two aspects of the industrial capitalist mode of production are related, according to Marx. Hence, overcoming capitalism, as presented in the Grundriss, implicitly involves overcoming both the formal and material aspects of the mode of production founded on wage labor. It entails the abolition of a system of distribution based upon the exchange of labor power as a commodity for a wage with which means of consumption are acquired. It also entails the abolition of a system of production based upon proletarian labor, that is, upon the one-sided and fragmented labor characteristic of capitalist industrial production. Overcoming capitalism, in other words, also involves overcoming the concrete labor done by the proletariat. This interpretation, by providing the basis for a historical critique of the concrete form of production in capitalism, sheds light on Marx's well-known assertion that the capitalist social formation marks the conclusion of the prehistory of human society. The notion of overcoming proletarian labor implies that prehistory should be understood as referring to those social formations in which ongoing surplus production exists and is based primarily on direct human labor. This characteristic is shared by societies in which the surplus is created by slave, serf, or wage labor. Yet the formation based upon wage labor, according to Marx, is uniquely characterized by a dynamic from which arises the historical possibility that surplus production based on human labor as an internal element of the process of production can be overcome. A new social formation can be created in which the surplus labor of the mass has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few, for the development of the general powers of the human head. For Marx, then, the end of prehistory signifies the overcoming of the separation and opposition between manual and intellectual labor. Within the framework of his historical critique, however, that opposition cannot be overcome merely by fusing existing manual and intellectual labor together, as was promulgated, for example, in the People's Republic of China in the 1960s. His treatment of production in the Grundriss implies that not only the separation of these modes of labor, but also the determining characteristics of each, are rooted in the existing form of production. Their separation could be overcome only by transforming existing modes of both manual and intellectual labor, that is, by the historical constitution of a new structure and social organization of labor. Such a new structure becomes possible, according to Marx's analysis, when surplus production no longer is necessarily based primarily on direct human labor. Capitalism, labor, and domination. Marx's social theory as opposed to a traditional Marxist position thus entails a critical analysis of the form of production developed under capitalism, and of the possibility of its radical transformation. It clearly does not involve the productivist glorification of that form. That Marx treats value as a historically determinate category of a specific mode of production, and not as one of distribution alone, suggests, and this is crucial, that the labor which constitutes value should not be identified with labor as it may exist transhistorically. Rather, it is a historically specific form that would be abolished, not realized, with the overcoming of capitalism. Marx's conception of the historical specificity of labor in capitalism requires a fundamental reinterpretation of his understanding of the social relations that characterize that society. Those relations are, according to Marx, constituted by labor itself and consequently have a peculiar, quasi-objective character. They cannot be grasped fully in terms of class relations. The differences between the categorical and the class-centered interpretations of the fundamental social relations of capitalism are considerable. The former is a critique of labor in capitalism, the latter a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor. These imply very different conceptions of the determining mode of domination in capitalism and, hence, of the nature of its overcoming. The consequences of these differences will become clearer as I analyze more closely Marx's discussion of how the specific character of labor in capitalism constitutes its basic social relations, and how it underlies both the specificity of value as a form of wealth and the nature of the industrial mode of producing. The specific character of labor also, to jump ahead for a moment, constitutes the basis for a historically specific, abstract, and impersonal form of social domination. In Marx's analysis, social domination in capitalism does not, on its most fundamental level, consist in the domination of people by other people, but in the domination of people by abstract social structures that people themselves constitute. Marx sought to grasp this form of abstract, structural domination which encompasses, and extends beyond, class domination with his categories of the commodity and capital. This abstract domination not only determines the goal of production in capitalism, according to Marx, but its material form as well. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, the form of social domination that characterizes capitalism is not ultimately a function of private property, of the ownership by the capitalists of the surplus product and the means of production. Rather, it is grounded in the value form of wealth itself, a form of social wealth that confronts living labor, the workers, as a structurally alien and dominant power. I shall try to show how, for Marx, this opposition between social wealth and people is based on the unique character of labor in capitalist society. According to Marx, the process by which labor in capitalism constitutes abstract social structures that dominate people is what induces a rapid historical development in the productive power and knowledge of humanity. Yet it does so by fragmenting social labor, that is, at the expense of narrowing and emptying the particular individual. Marx argues that value-based production creates enormous possibilities of wealth, but only by positing an individual's entire time as labor time, which results in his degradation therefore to mere worker. Under capitalism the power and knowledge of humanity is increased greatly, but in an alienated form that oppresses people and tends to destroy nature. A central hallmark of capitalism, then, is that people do not really control their own productive activity or what they produce, but ultimately are dominated by the results of that activity. This form of domination is expressed as an opposition between individuals and society, which is constituted as an abstract structure. Marx's analysis of this form of domination is an attempt to ground and explain what, in his early writings, he referred to as alienation. Without entering into an extensive discussion of the relationship of Marx's early writings to his later critical theory, I shall attempt to show that he did not later abandon all central themes of those early works, but that some, for example, alienation remained central to his theory. Indeed, it is only in the later works that Marx rigorously grounds the position he presents in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, namely, that private property is not the social cause but the consequence of alienated labor, and that, therefore, overcoming capitalism should not be conceived in terms of the abolition of private property alone, but must entail the overcoming of such labor. He grounds this position in his later works with his analysis of the specific character of labor in capitalism. Nevertheless, that analysis also entails a modification of his earlier notion of alienation. The theory of alienation implied by Marx's mature critical theory does not refer to the estrangement of what had previously existed as a property of the workers, and should, therefore, be reclaimed by them. Rather, it refers to a process of the historical constitution of social powers and knowledge that cannot be understood with reference to the immediate powers and skills of the proletariat. With his category of capital, Marx analyzed how these social powers and knowledge are constituted in objectified forms that become quasi-independent of, and exert a form of abstract social domination over the individuals who constitute them. This process of self-generated structural domination cannot be fully grasped in terms of class exploitation and domination, nor can it be understood in static non-directional, synchronic terms. The fundamental form of social domination characterizing modern society, that which Marx analyzed in terms of value and capital, is one that generates a historical dynamic beyond the control of the individuals constituting it. A central thrust of Marx's analysis of the specificity of labor in capitalist society is to explain this historical dynamic, not simply a theory of exploitation, or of the workings of the economy. Narrowly understood, Marx's critical theory of capital is a theory of the nature of the history of modern society. It treats that history as being socially constituted and, yet, as possessing a quasi-autonomous developmental logic. This preliminary discussion implies an understanding of the overcoming of alienation very different from that posited by traditional Marxism. It suggests that Marx regarded the industrial mode of production developed under capitalism and the intrinsic historical dynamic of that society as characteristic of the capitalist social formation. The historical negation of that social formation would then entail the abolition of both the historically dynamic system of abstract domination and the industrial capitalist mode of production. In the same vein, the developed theory of alienation implies that Marx saw the negation of the structural core of capitalism as allowing for the appropriation by people of the powers and knowledge that had been historically constituted in alienated form. Such appropriation would entail the material transcendence of the earlier split between the narrowed and impoverished individual and the alienated general productive knowledge of society by an incorporation of the latter into the former. This would allow the mere worker to become the social individual, one who incorporates the human knowledge and potential first developed historically in alienated form. The notion of the social individual expresses Marx's idea that overcoming capitalism entails overcoming the opposition between individual and society. According to his analysis, both the bourgeois individual and society as an abstract whole confronting the individuals were constituted as capitalism superseded earlier forms of social life. For Marx, though, overcoming this opposition entails neither the subsumption of the individual under society nor their unmediated unity. The Marxian critique of the relation of individual and society in capitalism is not, as has been commonly assumed, limited to a critique of the isolated and fragmented bourgeois individual. Just as Marx did not criticize capitalism from the standpoint of industrial production, he did not positively evaluate the collectivity, in which all persons are parts, as the standpoint from which to criticize the atomized individual. In addition to relating the historical constitution of the monadic individual to the sphere of commodity circulation, Marx also analyzes the meta-apparatus in which persons are mere cogs as characteristic of the sphere of capital-determined production. Such a collectivity does not at all represent the overcoming of capitalism. The opposition of the atomized individual to the collectivity, as a sort of supersubject, then, does not represent the opposition between the mode of social life in capitalism and that in a post-capitalist society. Rather, it is the opposition of two one-sided determinations of the relationship of individual to society which, together, constitute yet another antinomy of the capitalist social formation. For Marx, the social individual represents the overcoming of this opposition. This notion does not simply refer to a person who labors communally and altruistically with other people, rather, it expresses the possibility of every person existing as a full and richly developed being. A necessary condition for the realization of this possibility is that the labor of each person is full and positively self-constituting in ways that correspond to the general richness, variegatedness, power, and knowledge of society as a whole. Individual labor would no longer be the fragmented basis for the richness of society. Overcoming alienation, then, entails not the reappropriation of an essence that had previously existed but the appropriation of what had been constituted in alienated form. Thus far, this discussion implies that Marx saw proletarian labor itself as a materialized expression of alienated labor. Such a position suggests that it would be ideological at best to claim that the emancipation of labor is realized when private property is abolished and people have a collective, socially responsible attitude toward their labor if the concrete labor of each remains the same as under capitalism. On the contrary, the emancipation of labor presupposes a new structure of social labor. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, labor can be constitutive of the social individual only when the productive force's potential is used in a way that completely revolutionizes the organization of the labor process itself. People must be able to step outside of the direct labor process in which they had previously labored as parts, and control it from above. The control of the process of nature, transformed into an industrial process, must be available not only to society as a whole, but to all of its members. A necessary material condition for the full development of all individuals is that labor in which a human being does what a thing could do has ceased. Marx's notion of the appropriation by the mass of workers, of their own surplus labor, then, entails a process of self-abolition as a process of material self-transformation. Far from entailing the realization of the proletariat overcoming capitalism involves the material abolition of proletarian labor. The emancipation of labor requires the emancipation from alienated labor. In the course of our investigations we shall see that capitalism in Marx's analysis is a social formation in which social production is for the sake of production, whereas the individual labors in order to consume. My discussion thus far implies that Marx envisaged its negation as a social formation in which social production is for consumption, whereas the labor of the individual is sufficiently satisfying to be pursued for its own sake. The contradiction of capitalism. Socialist society, according to Marx, does not emerge as the result of a linear, evolutionary historical development. The radical transformation of the process of production outlined above is not an automatic consequence of the rapid increase in scientific and technical knowledge or its application. It is, rather, a possibility that arises from a growing intrinsic social contradiction. What is the nature of that contradiction? It is clear that for Marx, in the course of capitalist development the possibility emerges for a new emancipatory structure of social labor, but that its general realization is impossible under capitalism. Capital itself is the moving contradiction, in that it presses to reduce labor time to a minimum, while it posits labor time, on the other side, as sole measure and source of wealth. Hence it diminishes labor time in the necessary form so as to increase it in the superfluous form, hence posits the superfluous in growing measure as a condition question of life or death for the necessary. I shall consider the question of necessary and superfluous labor time in more detail below. Here it suffices to note that, according to Marx, although capitalism tends to develop powerful forces of production whose potential increasingly renders obsolete an organization of production based upon direct labor time expenditure, it cannot allow the full realization of these forces. The only form of wealth that constitutes capital is one based upon direct labor time expenditure. Hence, value, despite its growing inadequacy as a measure of the material wealth produced, is not simply superseded by a new form of wealth. Instead, according to Marx, it remains the necessary structural precondition of capitalist society, although, as he argues in Volume 3 of Capital, this is not manifestly the case. So, although capitalism is characterized by an intrinsic developmental dynamic, that dynamic remains bound to capitalism, it is not self-overcoming. What becomes superfluous on one level remains necessary on another. In other words, capitalism does give rise to the possibility of its own negation, but it does not automatically evolve into something else. That the expenditure of direct human labor time remains central and indispensable for capitalism, despite being rendered anachronistic by the development of capitalism, gives rise to an internal tension. As I shall elaborate, Marx analyzes the nature of industrial production and its developmental trajectory with reference to this tension. This important dimension of the fundamental contradiction of capitalism, as understood by Marx, indicates that it should not be identified immediately with concrete social relations of antagonism or conflict, such as those of class struggle. A fundamental contradiction is intrinsic to the structuring elements of capitalist society. It imparts a contradictory dynamic to the whole and gives rise to the imminent possibility of a new social order. The passages quoted indicate further, that Marx's notion of the structural contradiction between the forces and relations of production should not be interpreted in the traditional way, wherein relations of production are understood only in terms of the mode of distribution, and the forces of production are identified with the industrial mode of production, seen as a purely technical process. Within such an interpretation, the results of liberating those forces from their relational fetters would presumably be an acceleration of the dynamic of production, based on the same concrete form of the process of production and of the structure of labor. Yet the passages of the Grundrisse discussed above suggest that Marx treats the industrial mode of production and the historical dynamic of capitalism as characteristic features of capitalist society, and not as historical developments pointing beyond, but inhibited by, capitalist relations. His understanding of the contradiction of capitalism seems not to refer most essentially to a contradiction between private appropriation and socialized production, but to a contradiction within the sphere of production itself, whereby that sphere includes the immediate process of production and the structure of social relations constituted by labor in capitalism. With regard to the structure of social labor, then, the Marxian contradiction should be understood as a growing contradiction between the sort of labor people perform under capitalism and the sort of labor they could perform if value were abolished. The productive potential developed under capitalism were reflexively used to liberate people from the sway of the alienated structures constituted by their own labor. In the course of this work, I shall show how Marx grounds this contradiction in the fundamental structuring and social form of capitalism, that is, the commodity, and shall elaborate as well how, for Marx, freeing the forces of production from the fetters of the relations of production requires the abolition of both value and the specific character of labor in capitalism. This would entail the negation of the intrinsic historical logic, as well as of the industrial mode of production characteristic of the capitalist social formation. This preliminary exposition of Marx's notion of alienation and of the contradiction of capitalism indicates that his analysis seeks to grasp the course of capitalist development as a double-sided development of enrichment and impoverishment. It implies that this development cannot be understood adequately in a one-dimensional fashion, either as the progress of knowledge and happiness or as the progress of domination and destruction. According to his analysis, although the historical possibility that the mode of social labor could be enriching for everyone emerges, social labor has actually become impoverishing for the many. The rapid increase in scientific and technical knowledge under capitalism does not, therefore, signify linear progress toward emancipation. According to Marx's analysis of the commodity and capital, Such increased knowledge itself socially constituted has led to the fragmentation and emptying of individual labor and to the increasing control of humanity by the results of its objectifying activity, yet it has also increased the possibility that labor could be individually enriching and that humanity could exert greater control over its fate. This double-sided development is rooted in the alienated structures of capitalist society and can be overcome. Marx's dialectical analysis, then, should not in any way be identified with the positivist faith in linear scientific progress and in social progress, or in the correlation of the two. Marx's analysis thus implies a notion of overcoming capitalism that entails neither uncritically affirming industrial production as the condition of human progress nor romantically rejecting technological progress per se. By indicating that the potential of the system of production developed under capitalism could be used to transform that system itself, Marx's analysis overcomes the opposition of these stances and shows that each takes one moment of a more complex historical development to be the whole. That is, Marx's approach grasps the opposition of the faith in linear progress and its romantic rejection as expressing a historical antinomy which, in both of its terms, is characteristic of the capitalist epoch. More generally, his critical theory argues for neither simply retaining nor for abolishing what was constituted historically in capitalism. Rather, his theory points to the possibility that what was constituted in alienated form be appropriated and, thereby, fundamentally transformed. Social movements, subjectivity, and historical analysis. This interpretation of Marx's analysis of capitalism and of the nature of its fundamental contradiction recasts the problem of the relation of social class social movements and the possibility of overcoming capitalism. By contravening analyses in which the industrial mode of production is seen as fundamentally in tension with capitalism, this approach rejects the idea that the proletariat represents a social counter-principle to capitalism. According to Marx, manifestations of class struggle between the representatives of capital and the workers over working time issues or the relationship of wages and profits, for example, are structurally intrinsic to capitalism, hence an important constitutive element of the dynamic of that system. Nevertheless, his analysis of value necessarily implies that the basis of capital is and remains proletarian labor. That labor, then, is not the basis of the potential negation of the capitalist social formation. The contradiction of capitalism presented in the Grundriss is not between proletarian labor and capitalism, but between proletarian labor, that is, the existent structure of labor, and the possibility of another mode of production. The critique presented in this work of socialism conceived as a more efficient, humane, and just way of administering the industrial mode of production that arose under capitalism is thus a critique as well of the notion of the proletariat as the revolutionary subject, in the sense of a social agent that both constitutes history and realizes itself in socialism. This implies that there is no linear continuum between the demands and conceptions of the working class historically constituting and asserting itself, and the needs, demands, and conceptions that point beyond capitalism. The latter, which might include a need for self-fulfilling activity, for example, would not be limited to the sphere of consumption and to issues of distributive justice, but would call into question the nature of work and the structure of objective constraints that characterize capitalism. This suggests that a critical theory of capitalism and of its possible overcoming must entail a theory of the social constitution of such needs and forms of consciousness, one able to address qualitative historical transformations in subjectivity and to understand social movements in those terms. Such an approach could shed new light on Marx's notion of the self-abolition of the proletariat, and could be useful in analyzing the new social movements of the past 2 decades. The categories of Marx's critical theory, when interpreted as categories of structured forms of practice that are determinations of both social objectivity and subjectivity, rather than as categories of social objectivity alone, much less as economic categories, can provide the basis for such a historical theory of subjectivity. In such a reading, the analysis of the dynamic character of capitalism is also, potentially, an analysis of the historical transformations of subjectivity. If, moreover, the social forms that structure capitalist society can be shown to be contradictory, it becomes possible to treat critical and oppositional consciousness as being socially constituted. This interpretation of the Marxian contradiction as being both objective and subjective should not, however, be taken as implying that oppositional consciousness will necessarily emerge, much less that emancipation will automatically be achieved. My concern here is not with the theoretical level of probability, for example, the probability that such consciousness will emerge, rather, I am considering the level of possibility, that is to say, the more fundamental formulation of an approach to the problem of the social constitution of subjectivity, including the possibility of critical or oppositional consciousness. The notion of contradiction allows for a theory that grounds the possibility of such consciousness socially. If capitalist society is not thought of as a unitary whole and its social forms are not considered one-dimensional, one can analyze critical and oppositional forms of consciousness as socially constituted possibilities. Such a theory of the social constitution of subjectivity, including subjectivity critical of its own context, stands opposed to the implicitly functionalist notion that only consciousness which affirms or perpetuates the existent order is socially formed. It opposes as well the notion, covertly related to the first, that the possibility of critical, oppositional, or revolutionary consciousness must be rooted ontologically or transcendentally or, at the very least, in elements of social life that purportedly are non-capitalist. The approach I shall outline does not deny the existence or importance of residual, non-capitalist tendencies which may introduce some heterogeneity into the dominant order and promote critical distance to it, but it does provide the basis for a critique of those theoretical attempts that focus exclusively on such tendencies because they consider capitalism to be a unitary whole. Whereas such approaches to the problem of resistance and opposition conceive of capitalist society only as reified and deforming, and treat critical thought and practices as historically indeterminate, the analysis of capitalism as a contradictory society seeks to indicate that the possibilities for critical distance and heterogeneity are generated socially from within the framework of capitalism itself. It lays the groundwork for a historical theory of subjectivity, including oppositional forms of subjectivity, that, in my judgment, is much more powerful than theoretical efforts that presuppose a simple antagonism between the existing social order and critical forms of subjectivity and practices. Such an approach allows one to investigate the relation of various critical conceptions and practices to their historical context in terms of the constitution of such conceptions and practices, as well as in terms of their possible historical effects, and thereby allows one to consider the role such oppositional subjectivity and practices might play in relation to the possible determinate negation of capitalism. In short, such an approach allows one to analyze the possibility that the existing order might be transformed. Seeing capitalism as contradictory in these terms allows for a social critique that is self-reflexively consistent and understands itself with reference to its context. This approach allows one to analyze the intrinsic relation, however mediated, between critical theory and the emergence of capital negating needs and oppositional forms of consciousness on a popular level. Such a reflexive social theory of subjectivity contrasts sharply with those critiques that cannot ground the possibility of fundamentally oppositional consciousness in the existing order, or do so only objectivistically, implicitly positing a privileged position for critical thinkers whose knowledge inexplicably has escaped social deformation. Such approaches fall back into the antinomies of Enlightenment materialism, already criticized by Marx in his theses on Feuerbach, whereby a population is divided into the many, who are socially determined, and the critical few who, for some reason, are not. They implicitly represent an epistemologically inconsistent mode of social critique that cannot account for its own existence and must present itself in the form of tragic stance or avant-garde pedagogy. Some present-day implications. At this point I would like briefly to indicate some further implications of the interpretation of Marx's critical theory based on the Grundrisse that I have begun to outline. Focusing on the historically specific form of labor in capitalism lays the groundwork for a concept of capital and an understanding of the dynamic of the capitalist social formation that do not depend essentially on the market-mediated mode of distribution. In other words, it allows for an analysis of capitalism that is not bound to its 19th-century forms. Such an approach could provide the basis for analyzing as capitalist the nature and dynamic of modern society in a period when state institutions and other large bureaucratic organizations have become significant, sometimes primary agents of social regulation and distribution. It could also serve as the point of departure for understanding current global social and economic transformations as transformations of capitalism. Focusing on the critique of production, moreover, allows one to recover Marx's notion of socialism as a post-capitalist form of social life. I have argued that the historical relationship of socialism to capitalism, for Marx, is not simply a question of the historical preconditions for the abolition of private ownership of the means of production, and the replacement of the market by planning. This relationship should also be conceived in terms of the growing possibility that the historically specific role of labor in capitalism could be superseded by another form of social mediation. This possibility, according to Marx, is grounded in an increasing tension generated by capitalist development between value and real wealth. This tension points to the possible systemic abolition of value and, hence, of abstract domination, of the abstract necessity of a particular form of growth, and of direct human labor as an internal element of production. The material foundation of a classless society, according to Marx's exposition in the Grundriss, is a form of production in which the surplus product no longer is created primarily by direct human labor. According to this approach, the crucial question of socialism is not whether a capitalist class exists but whether a proletariat still exists. Critical theories of capitalism that deal only with overcoming the bourgeois mode of distribution cannot fully grasp this dimension of capitalism and, worse, can veil the fact that overcoming class society entails overcoming the foundation of the mode of production. Thus, one variant of traditional Marxism became an ideology of legitimation for those social forms the actually existing socialist. Countries in which the liberal bourgeois mode of distribution was abolished but the capital-determined mode of production was not, and the abolition of the former served ideologically to veil the existence of the latter. Marx's notion of a post-capitalist society, then, must be distinguished from state-directed modes of capital accumulation. The interpretation outlined above, with its emphasis on the specific form of labor as constituting capital, is consonant with a historical analysis of the rise of the actually existing socialist countries in terms of the interrelation between the development of industrial capitalism in the metropolitan centers of the world economy and the increasing role of the state in peripheral countries. It could be argued that, for a phase of global capitalist development, the state served to effect the creation of total capital nationally. In such a situation, the suspension of the free circulation of commodities, money, and capital did not imply socialism. Rather, it was one of the few, if not the only, means by which a capital revolution was able to succeed in the periphery of a world market context, where the original historical connection of bourgeois revolution and the consolidation of total national capital no longer existed. The result, however, was not, and could not have been, post-capitalist society. Capital-determined society is not simply a function of the market and private property, it cannot be reduced sociologically to the domination of the bourgeoisie. Clearly, considering statist organizations of modern society in terms of the development of the capitalist social formation, rather than as the negation of capitalism, also recasts the problem of post-capitalist democracy. This analysis grounds a mode of abstract compulsions and constraints, historically specific to capitalism, in the social forms of value and capital. That the social relations expressed by these categories are not fully identical with the market and private property implies that those compulsions could continue to exist in the absence of bourgeois relations of distribution. If this is so, the question of post-capitalist democracy cannot be posed adequately in terms of an opposition between statist and non-statist conceptions of politics alone. Rather, one must consider a further critical dimension, the nature of the constraints imposed upon political decisions by the forms of value and capital. That is to say, the approach I shall begin to develop in this work suggests that post-capitalist democracy entails more than democratic political forms in the absence of private ownership of the means of production. it would require as well the abolition of the abstract social compulsions rooted in the social forms grasped by the Marxian categories. Such a reconstruction of the Marxian theory renders it more fruitful today as a way of critically analyzing modern society. It is intended both as a critique of traditional Marxism and as an attempt to lay the groundwork for a critical social theory able to respond to the pessimistic analyses of such great social thinkers as George Simmel, Emile Durkheim, and Max Weber, each of whom identified and analyzed elements of the negative aspects of the development of modern society. For example, Simmel's examination of the growing gap between the richness of objective culture and the relative narrowness of individual, subjective culture, Durkheim's investigation of the increase in anomie with the supersession of mechanical by organic solidarity, and Weber's analysis of the rationalization of all spheres of social life. Writing during the transition from a more liberal form of capitalism to a more organized form, each maintained in his own way that a critical theory of capitalism understood as a critique of private property and the market cannot adequately grasp essential features of modern society, and each recognized that centrally important aspects of modern industrial social life are left untouched when only the mode of distribution and the relations of class power are transformed. For these thinkers, the supersession of capitalism by socialism, as envisioned by traditional Marxism, involved a non-essential transformation of the social formation if not a heightening of its negative aspects. The reinterpretation of Marx's critical theory I present here is an attempt to meet the challenge posed by their various critiques of modern society by developing a broader and deeper theory of capitalism, one capable of encompassing those critiques. Such an approach, instead of considering various processes such as the growth of a gap between objective and subjective culture, or the increasing instrumental rationalization of modern life as necessary and irreversible results of a fate-like development, would allow one to ground such processes socially in historically determinate forms of social practice, and to grasp their developmental trajectory as nonlinear, and transformable. This reinterpretation of Marx also entails, as noted, a socio-historical theory of subjectivity, on the basis of which one could develop a powerful approach to the Weberian problematic of modernity and rationalization. While according importance to the forms of thought that were crucial to the development of capitalism, and to the ongoing processes of differentiation and rationalization, such an approach could also address that thought and those processes themselves in terms of the forms of social life expressed by the Marxian categories. Finally, we shall also see that Marx's theory of the constitution of the social structures and historical dynamic of modern society by historically determinate forms of practice can be read as a sophisticated theory of the sort proposed recently by Pierre Bourdieu, that is, as a theory of the mutually constituting relationship between social structure and everyday forms of practice and thought. Such a theory would be able to overcome the currently widespread antinomy of functionalism and methodological individualism, neither of which is capable of relating intrinsically the objective and subjective dimensions of social life. Most important, though, a theory of the socially constituted character of the structures and the historical processes of capitalism is also a theory of their possible overcoming. This overcoming can be conceived in terms of the dialectical reversal outlined above, as the subjective appropriation of objective culture and its transformation, made possible by the overcoming of the structure of abstract social compulsion which is rooted ultimately in alienated labor. The difference between capitalism, defined thus, and its possible historical negation could then, justifiably be treated as that between one social formation and another. 2. Presuppositions of traditional Marxism. Value and labor. The approach I have begun to outline represents a fundamentally different sort of critical theory than the traditional Marxist critique of capitalism. It calls into question the traditional understanding of the nature of capitalism and its basic contradiction between the forces and the relations of production, as well as the traditional conception of socialism and the historical role of the working class. This approach does not merely supplement the traditional view of capitalism, that is, the primary emphasis on the market and private property, with a critique of the form of production. Rather, it reconceptualizes the nature of capitalist society itself on the basis of an interpretation of Marx's theory as a historically specific critical theory of modern, capitalist society, one that rests upon a critique of labor, of the form of mediation and of the mode of producing in that society. Such an approach, suggested by the reading of the Grundrisse outlined above, entails a critique of the basic assumptions of traditional Marxist interpretations, and implies the need for a fundamental reinterpretation of the central categories of Marx's mature critical theory. In order to elucidate the various dimensions of such a categorical reinterpretation, I shall begin by analyzing more closely the presuppositions of the traditional Marxist critique. As noted above, this work is not a survey of Marxist thought but, in part, an explication of the assumptions underlying all forms of traditional Marxism, however those forms may differ in other respects. This investigation will make clear that the approach presented in this work and that of traditional Marxism are fundamentally different forms of social critique, the latter a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor, and the former a critique of the historically determinate character of labor in capitalism as constituting that society. In the course of this examination, I will necessarily refer to Marxian categories, such as value, whose full meaning can only be developed in the second half of this work. The social relations that characterize capitalism, which Marx terms the capitalist relations of production, purportedly are grasped by the basic categories of his mature critique of political economy. Marx begins his critical analysis of modern, capitalist society with the category of the commodity. Within the framework of his analysis, this category refers not only to a product but also to the most fundamental structuring social form of capitalist society, a form constituted by a historically determinate mode of social practice. Marx then goes on to unfold a series of categories, such as money and capital, with which he attempts to explain the nature and developmental dynamic of capitalism. He analyzes the category of the commodity itself in terms of an opposition between what he terms value and use value. I shall examine these categories more extensively below, but here it suffices to recall that, in the Grundrisse, Marx treats value as a category expressing both the determinate form of social relations and the particular form of wealth that characterize capitalism. It is the initial and logically most abstract determination of capitalist social relations in Marx's analysis. We have also seen that Marx's category of value and, hence, his conception of capitalist relations of production, cannot be understood adequately in terms of the mode of distribution alone, but must be grasped in relation to the mode of production as well. This being said, we can proceed to examine the categorical presuppositions of traditional Marxism by analyzing several well-known interpretations of Marx's category of value, the law of value and the character of value constituting labor. In the theory of capitalist development, Paul Sweezy emphasizes that value should not be understood as an economic category in the narrower sense, but as an outward form of the social relation between the commodity owners. The basic nature of this social relation, according to Sweezy, is that individual producers, each working in isolation, are in fact working for each other. In other words, although social interdependence does exist, it is not expressed overtly in the organization of society but functions indirectly. Value is the outward form of that non-overt interdependence. It expresses an indirect mode of the social distribution of labor and its products. Sweezy, then, interprets the category of value solely in terms of the market. Consequently, he describes the Marxian law of value as follows. What Marx called the law of value summarizes those forces at work in a commodity-producing society which regulate, a. the exchange ratios among commodities, b. the quantity of each produced, and c. the allocation of the labor force to the various branches of production. According to this interpretation, the law of value is essentially a theory of general equilibrium. One of its primary functions is to make clear that in a commodity-producing society, in spite of the absence of centralized and coordinated decision-making, there is order and not simply chaos. The law of value, according to Sweezy, then, is an attempt to explain the workings of the self-regulating market, which implies that value is a category of distribution alone, an expression of the non-conscious, automatic, market-mediated mode of distribution in capitalism. It is not surprising, therefore, that Sweezy abstractly opposes value, as the principle of capitalism, to planning, as the principle of socialism. The mode by which distribution is effected is the essential critical focus of such an interpretation. It is undeniable that overcoming capitalism, for Marx, does involve overcoming an automatic mode of distribution. Nevertheless, the category of value cannot be adequately understood in terms of the mode of distribution alone. Marx analyzes not only how distribution is effected, but what is distributed as well. As we have seen, he treats value as a historically specific form of wealth, opposing it to real wealth in the Grundriss. However, when value is regarded essentially as a category of market-mediated distribution, it is treated as a historically specific mode of the distribution of wealth, but not as a specific form of wealth itself. We shall see that the emergence of value as a form of wealth may have been related historically to the rise of a particular mode of distribution, according to Marx, but it does not remain bound to that mode. Once fully established socially, it can be distributed in various ways. Indeed, I shall argue that, contrary to the assumptions of Sweezy, Ernest Mondale, and others, there is not even a necessary logical opposition between value and planning. The existence of the latter need not signify the absence of the former. Value can be distributed by means of planning as well. Because the traditional interpretation of value as a category of the distribution of wealth overlooks Marx's opposition of value to what he variously calls material wealth or real wealth, it cannot analyze the historical specificity of the form of labor that constitutes value. If value is a historically specific form of wealth, the labor that creates it also must be historically determinate. An analysis of that specificity would allow for an analysis of how the value form structures the sphere of production as well as that of distribution. If, however, value were simply a category of the distribution of wealth, the labor that creates that wealth would not differ intrinsically from labor in non-capitalist formations. The difference between them would be extrinsic, merely a matter of how they are coordinated socially. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that traditional attempts to specify the character of labor in capitalism do so in terms of this extrinsic difference. Vitaly Vygotsky, for example, who, like Sweezy, interprets value as a category of market distribution, describes the specificity of labor in capitalism as follows: although social like all labor, under the conditions of private ownership of the means of production, it does not have a directly social character. Before analyzing what Vygotsky means by social, it should be noted that his characterization implies that labor in capitalism is intrinsically similar to labor in all societies. It differs only inasmuch as its social character is not expressed directly. Ernest Mondale presents a similar interpretation. Although he differs from Vygotsky over the centrality of private property to capitalism, he too characterized the specificity of labor in capitalism in terms of its indirectly social character. When individual labor is directly recognized as social labor, and this is one of the fundamental features of socialist society, it is obviously absurd to take the roundabout route through the market in order to rediscover the social quality of this labor. The purpose of Marx's theory of value, according to Mondale, is to express the indirect manner by which the social quality of labor is established in capitalism. Such interpretations, which characterize labor in capitalism as being indirectly social, are very common. Note, however, that what they present as the specific social character or quality of labor in capitalism is actually the mode of its distribution. Such a determination remains extrinsic to labor itself. Marx's characterization of labor in capitalism as simultaneously private and social can help to clarify the distinction between an extrinsic and an intrinsic determination of the specificity of that labor. The various passages cited above suggest that when value is interpreted as a market category, the description of labor in capitalism as both private and social is taken to mean that labor is social because people actually are working for each other as members of a larger social organism, but that in a society structured by the market and private property it appears to be private, because people work directly for themselves and only indirectly for others. Inasmuch as labor is mediated by capitalist relations of production, its social character cannot appear as such. Social in such a scheme, however, is simply that which is not private, that which purportedly pertains to the collectivity rather than to the individual. The specific nature of the social relations involved is not interrogated, nor is the opposition of social and private entailed by such a generic conception of the social. Such interpretations imply that overcoming capitalism would involve the supersession of a mediated form of social relations by a direct unmediated form. Labor could then realize its social character directly. This sort of critical analysis is a critique of the individuated, indirectly social character of labor in capitalism from the standpoint of its true, directly social, and totalizing character. It is, more generally, a critique of mediated social relations from the standpoint of unmediated, direct, social relations. Contrary to such interpretations, however, Marx's characterization of labor in capitalism as both private and social is not a critique of its private dimension from the standpoint of its social dimension. It refers not to the difference between the true, trans-historical essence of labor and its form of appearance in capitalism, but, rather, to two moments of labor in capitalism itself. The labor which expresses itself in exchange value is presupposed as the labor of the isolated individual. It becomes social by assuming the form of its immediate opposite, the form of abstract generality. Marx's characterization here is part of his analysis of what he called the twofold or double character of commodity-determined labor. It is the labor of the isolated individual and it assumes the form of abstract generality. As we shall see, Marx defines the latter form as directly or immediately social. Note that Marx's description of the dual character of labor in capitalism implies an approach very different from that based upon the undifferentiated notion of the social outlined above. His concern is to grasp the specificity of a particular form of social life. Far from treating the opposition of the social and the private as one between what is potentially non-capitalist and what is specific to capitalist society, he treats the opposition itself, and both of its terms, as peculiarly characteristic of labor in capitalism and of capitalist society itself. In other words, the opposition of private and directly social labor is of one-sided terms that complement and depend on each other. This suggests that it is precisely labor in capitalism that has a directly social dimension, and that directly social labor exists only within a social framework marked by the existence of private labor as well. Contrary to the interpretation outlined above, Marx explicitly asserts that the immediately social character of labor in capitalist society is at the core of that society. He considers this directly social character of labor to be central to the historical processes that characterize capitalism, processes in which socially general powers and wealth are developed, but at the cost of the individuals. We have begun to uncover a remarkable opposition. According to interpretations of value as a market category, labor is directly social in all societies except in capitalism, yet, according to Marx, it is only in capitalism that labor also has a directly social dimension. That which would be realized in overcoming capitalism, according to the traditional approach, is precisely that which should be abolished, according to Marx. A central concern of this work will be to elaborate this basic difference by analyzing Marx's conception of the directly social dimension of labor in capitalism. I shall anticipate that analysis by summarizing it here. Within the framework of Marx's mature critical theory, labor in capitalism is directly social because it acts as a socially mediating activity. This social quality, which is historically unique, distinguishes labor in capitalism from labor in other societies and determines the character of social relations in the capitalist formation. Far from signifying the absence of social mediation, that is, the existence of unmediated social relations, the directly social character of labor constitutes a determinate form of social mediation specific to capitalism. Marx's critique of capitalist society, as noted, should not be understood as a critique of the atomized mode of individual social existence in that society from the standpoint of the collectivity in which people are component parts. Instead, it analyzes capitalist society in terms of an opposition between the isolated individuals and the social collectivity. The critique is of both terms. It maintains that they are structurally related and that they form an opposition specific to capitalism. Marx's critical analysis of this opposition is undertaken from the standpoint of the historical possibility of its overcoming, a standpoint represented by Marx's notion of the social individual. By the same token, we now see that the Marxian critique of labor in capitalism is not one of the private character of labor from the standpoint of directly social labor, rather, it is a critique of private labor and immediately social labor as complementary, as one-sided terms of an elemental opposition that characterizes capitalist society. This interpretation of Marx suggests that it is inadequate to conceive of social relations, that is, forms of social interdependence, as being either direct or indirect. Marx's critique is of the nature of social mediation in capitalism, not of the mere circumstance that social relations are mediated. Social interdependence is always mediated, non-mediated interdependence is a contradiction in terms. What characterizes a society is the specific character of that mediation of its social relations. Marx's analysis is a critique of labor-mediated social relations from the standpoint of the historically emergent possibility of other social and political mediations. As such, it is a critical theory of forms of social mediation, not a critique of mediation from the standpoint of immediacy. Construing it thus avoids the possible pitfalls of the latter position. A vision of a possible post-capitalist society in terms of overcoming mediation per se can lead to a vision of socialism that is essentially apolitical, whether of a statist or of a utopian communitarian variety. Moreover, the Marxian critique, seen as one of a specific form of mediation rather than of mediation per se, is consonant with a concern with the possible forms of social and political mediation in a post-capitalist society. Indeed, by grounding such a concern socially and historically, this theory renders it able to assess the historical viability and social consequences of possible post-capitalist forms. I have outlined, then, a theory whose essential object of critical investigation is the historically specific form of labor, and one for which the form of labor remains an unexamined point of departure for a critical examination of forms of distribution. These differences are related to the divergence between the vision of socialism presented in the Grundrisse, wherein the forms of wealth and labor specific to capitalism would be abolished with the overcoming of that formation, and that implied by an interpretation of value as a category of the market, according to which the same forms of wealth and of labor that are distributed mediately in capitalism would be coordinated directly in socialism. The extent of this divergence requires that I further investigate the assumptions of critical theories of the mode of distribution. I shall do so by comparing Marx's critique with that of classical political economy. Ricardo and Marx. In Political Economy and Capitalism, Maurice Dobb provides a definition of the law of value similar to that given by Sweezy. The law of value was a principle of exchange relations between commodities, including labor power. It was simultaneously a determinant of the mode in which labor was allocated between different industries in the general social division of labor and of the distribution of the products among classes. By interpreting value as a market category, Dobb characterizes capitalism essentially as a system of non-conscious social regulation. The law of value, according to Dobb, indicates that a system of commodity production and exchange can operate of itself without collective regulation or single design. He describes the workings of this automatic mode of distribution with reference to the theories of classical political economy. The law of value shows that this disposition of the social labor force was not arbitrary but followed a determinate law of cost by virtue of Adam Smith's unseen hand of competitive forces. Dobb's formulation makes explicit what is implicit in such interpretations of Marx's law of value, that this law is basically similar to the invisible hand of Adam Smith. The question, however, is whether the two indeed can be equated. Put more generally, what is the difference between classical political economy and Marx's critique of political economy? The classical economists, according to Dobb, had, in demonstrating the laws of laissez-faire, provided a critique of previous orders of society, but they had not provided a historical critique of capitalism itself. The latter task was Marx's contribution. As it stands, there is little to object to in Dobb's statement. Nevertheless, it is necessary to specify what Dobb means by social critique in general and the critique of capitalism in particular. According to Dobb, the critical thrust of political economy was to indicate that regulation of society by the state, though considered essential under mercantilism, was unnecessary. Furthermore, by showing that the relationships controlling the behavior of exchange values are relationships among people as producers, political economy became primarily a theory of production. It implied that a consuming class, which bore no active relation to the production of commodities, played no positive economic role in society. Thus the Ricardians, for example, could use the theory to attack the landed interests since, in their view, the only active factors in production are labor and capital but not land rent. Dobbs' notion of social critique, in other words, is a critique of non-productive social groupings from the standpoint of productiveness. Marx's historical critique of capitalism, according to Dobbs, involved taking the classical theory of value and, by refining it, turning it against the bourgeoisie. Marx, he argues, went beyond the Ricardians by showing that profit could not be explained with reference to any inherent property of capital, and that only labor was productive. At the crux of Marx's argument is the concept of surplus value. He proceeded from an analysis of the class structure of capitalist society in which the members of one major class have no property and are thus compelled to sell their labor power in order to survive, and then showed that the value of labor power as a commodity, the amount necessary for its reproduction, is less than the value that labor in action produces. The difference between the two constitutes the surplus value that is appropriated by the capitalists. In locating the difference between Marx's analysis and classical political economy in the theory of surplus value, Dobbs assumes that they share substantially identical theories of value and of the law of value. Thus, he claims that Marx took over the theory of value from classical political economy and developed it further by showing profit to be a function of labor alone. Consequently, the essential difference between Marx and classical political economy lay in the theory of surplus value. According to this very common interpretation, Marx's theory of value is essentially a refined and more consistent version of Ricardo's labor theory of value. His law of value, therefore, also has a similar function to explain the workings of the laissez-faire mode of distribution in terms of labor. However, Dobbs himself points out that although the category of value and the law of value developed by classical political economy provide a critique of earlier orders of society, they do not, in and of themselves, provide the basis for a historical critique of capitalism. The implication of such a position, then, is that Marx's critique of capitalism is not yet expressed by the categories with which he began his critique of political economy, categories such as the commodity, abstract labor, and value, that are developed on the initial logical level of his analysis. Rather, this level of his analysis is implicitly taken to be a prolegomenon to a critique. It presumably only prepares the ground for the real critique, which begins with the introduction of the category of surplus value. The question of whether the initial categories of the Marxian analysis express a critique of capitalism is related to the question of whether they ground theoretically the historical dynamic characteristic of that society. According to Oscar Lang, for example, the real superiority of Marxian economics is in the field of explaining and anticipating a process of economic evolution. Yet, proceeding from an interpretation of the law of value similar to that of Dobbs and Sweezy, Lang argues that the economic meaning of the labor theory of value is nothing but a static theory of economic equilibrium. As such, it is really applicable only to a pre-capitalist exchange economy of small independent producers and is incapable of explaining capitalist development. The real basis of Marx's analysis of the dynamic of capitalism, according to Lang, is an institutional datum, the division of the population into a class that owns the means of production and one that owns only its labor power. It is for this reason that capitalist profit can exist only in a progressive economy. Technical progress results from the needs of capitalists to prevent wages from rising so as to swallow profits. In other words, proceeding from the common interpretation of Marx's theory of value as being essentially similar to that of classical political economy, Lang argues that a gap exists between the static specific economic concepts used by Marx and his definite specification of the institutional framework in which the economic process goes on in capitalist society. Only the latter can explain the historical dynamic of the social formation. The law of value, according to Lang, is a theory of equilibrium. As such, it has nothing to do with the developmental dynamics of capitalism. We have thus seen that if the Marxian theory of value is basically the same as that of classical political economy, it does not and cannot directly provide the basis for a historical critique of capitalism or for an explanation of its dynamic character. By implication, then, my reinterpretation must show that the basic Marxian categories developed on the initial logical level of his analysis are indeed critical of capitalism and do imply an imminent historical dynamic. According to the interpretations outlined above, Marx's labor theory of value demystifies, or defetishizes, capitalist society by revealing labor to be the true source of social wealth. That wealth is distributed automatically by the market and is appropriated by the capitalist class in a non-overt manner. The essential thrust of Marx's critique is, accordingly, to reveal beneath the appearance of the exchange of equivalents the existence of class exploitation. The market and private ownership of the means of production are considered to be the essential capitalist relations of production, which are expressed by the categories of value and surplus value. Social domination is treated as a function of class domination which, in turn, is rooted in private property in land and capital. Within this general framework, the categories of value and surplus value express how labor and its products are distributed in a market-based class society. They are not, however, interpreted as categories of particular forms of wealth and labor. What is the basis of such a critique of the bourgeois mode of distribution and appropriation? It is, in Dobbs' terms, a theory of production. As we have seen, Dobbs considers such a theory to be one that, by identifying those classes which truly contribute productively to economic society, provides a basis for calling into question the role of non-productive classes. Classical political economy, at least in the Ricardian form, showed that the class of large landowners was not productive. Marx, in developing the theory of surplus value, did the same with the bourgeoisie. It should be noted, and this is crucial, that such a position implies that the character of Marx's critique of capitalism is basically identical to that of the bourgeois critique of previous orders of society. The critique in both cases is of social relations from the standpoint of labor. But if labor is the standpoint of the critique, it is not and cannot be its object. What Dobbs calls a theory of production entails a critique not of production but of the mode of distribution, and does so based upon an analysis of the true productive source of wealth, labor. At this point, one can ask whether the Marxian critique is indeed fundamentally similar in structure to that of classical political economy. As we have seen, this understanding presupposes that Marx's theory of value is the same as that of political economy, hence, his critique of capitalism is not yet expressed by the initial logical level of his analysis. Marx's critique, seen thus, begins later in the exposition of his theory in Capital, namely, with his distinction between the categories of labor and labor power and, relatedly, his argument that labor is the sole source of surplus value. In other words, his critique is taken to be one primarily concerned with demonstrating that exploitation is structurally intrinsic to capitalism. The presupposition that Marx's category of value is basically the same as Ricardo's implies further that their conceptions of the labor that constitutes value must also be basically identical. The idea that labor is both the source of all wealth and the standpoint of a social critique is, as noted, typical of bourgeois social critique. It dates at least as far back as John Locke's writings and found its most consistent expression in Ricardo's Political Economy. The traditional reading of Marx, which interprets his categories as those of distribution, the market and private property, and identifies the forces of production in capitalism with the industrial process of production, depends ultimately on the identification of Ricardo's notion of labor as the source of value with that of Marx. This identification, however, is specious. The essential difference between Marx's critique of political economy and classical political economy is precisely the treatment of labor. It is true that, in examining Ricardo's analysis, Marx praises him as follows. The basis, the starting point for the physiology of the bourgeois system, is the determination of value by labor time. Ricardo starts with this and forces science to examine how matters stand with the contradiction between the apparent and actual movements of the system. This then is Ricardo's great historical significance for science. This homage, however, in no way implies that Marx adopts Ricardo's labor theory of value. Neither should the differences between the two be understood in terms of their different methods of analytic presentation alone. It is true that, as far as Marx is concerned, Ricardo's exposition moved too quickly and directly from the determination of the magnitude of value by labor time to a consideration of whether other economic relations and categories contradict or modify that determination. Marx himself proceeds differently. At the end of the first chapter of A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, he lists the most common objections to the labor theory of value and states that those objections will be met by his theories of wage labor, capital, competition, and rent. These theories are then unfolded categorially in the course of the 3 volumes of Capital. It would, nevertheless, be misleading to maintain, as Mondale does, that they represent Marx's own contribution to the development of economic theory, as if Marx had merely ironed out Ricardo's theory and had not developed a fundamental critique of it. The main difference between Ricardo and Marx is far more fundamental. Marx does not merely render the determination of exchange value by labor time more consistent. For from having adopted and refined Ricardo's labor theory of value, Marx criticizes Ricardo for having posited an undifferentiated notion of labor as the source of value without having further examined the specificity of commodity-producing labor. Ricardo starts out from the determination of the relative values, or exchangeable values, of commodities by the quantity of labor. But Ricardo does not examine the peculiar characteristic of labor that creates exchange value or manifests itself in exchange values, the nature of this labor. Ricardo did not recognize the historical determinateness of the form of labor associated with the commodity form of social relations, but, rather, transhistoricized it. The bourgeois form of labor is regarded by Ricardo as the eternal natural form of social labor 55, and it is precisely such a transhistorical conception of value constituting labor that hinders an adequate analysis of the capitalist social formation. The value form of the product of labor is the most abstract, but also the most general form of the bourgeois mode of production. This mode is thereby characterized as a particular sort of social production and, therefore, as historically specific. If one then makes the mistake of treating it as the eternal natural form of social production, one necessarily overlooks the specificity of the value form, and consequently of the commodity form together with its further developments, the money form, the capital form, etc. An adequate analysis of capitalism is possible, according to Marx, only if it proceeds from an analysis of the historically specific character of labor in capitalism. The initial and basic determination of that specificity is what Marx calls the double character of commodity-determined labor. What is best about my book is 1. All understanding of the facts depends upon this, the double character of labor, depending on whether it expresses itself in use value or exchange value, as is already emphasized in the first chapter. 2. The treatment of surplus value independent of its particular forms as profit, interest, rent, etc. I shall undertake an extensive discussion of Marx's notion of the double character of labor in capitalism in the second part of this book. At this point I shall only note that, according to Marx's own account, his critique of capitalism does not commence with the introduction of the category of surplus value. It begins in the very first chapter of Capital with his analysis of the specificity of commodity-determined labor. This marks the fundamental distinction between Marx's critique and classical political economy, one upon which all understanding of the facts depends. Smith and Ricardo, according to Marx, analyzed the commodity in terms of an undifferentiated notion of labor, as Arbeitsen's phrase. If its historical specificity is not recognized, labor in capitalism is considered in a transhistorical, ultimately non-critical fashion as the labor, that is, as the productive activity of human beings in general, by which they mediate their material metabolism with nature, divested, of every social form and determinate character. According to Marx, though, social labor per se, the productive activity of human beings in general, is a mere phantom, an abstraction that, taken by itself, does not exist at all. Contrary to common interpretation, then, Marx does not take over Ricardo's labor theory of value, render it more consistent, and use it to prove that profit is created by labor alone. He writes a critique of political economy, an imminent critique of the classical labor theory of value itself. Marx takes the categories of classical political economy and uncovers their unexamined, historically specific social basis. He thereby transforms them from trans-historical categories of the constitution of wealth into critical categories of the specificity of the forms of wealth and social relations in capitalism. By analyzing value as a historically determinate form of wealth and uncovering the twofold nature of the labor that constitutes it, Marx argues that value-creating labor cannot be grasped adequately as labor as it is commonly understood, that is, as an intentional activity that changes the form of matter in a determinate fashion. Rather, labor in capitalism possesses an additional social dimension. The problem, according to Marx, is that although commodity-determined labor is socially and historically specific, it appears in trans-historical form as an activity mediating humans and nature, as labor. Classical political economy, then, based itself on the trans-historical form of appearance of a historically determinate social form. The difference between an analysis based on the notion of labor, as in classical political economy, and one based on the concept of the double character of concrete and abstract labor in capitalism is crucial. It is, in Marx's phrase, the whole secret of the critical conception. It delineates the difference between a social critique that proceeds from the standpoint of labor, a standpoint that itself remains unexamined, and one in which the form of labor itself is the object of critical investigation. The former remains confined within the bounds of the capitalist social formation, whereas the latter points beyond it. If classical political economy provides the basis for a critique of society from the standpoint of labor, the critique of political economy entails a critique of that standpoint. Hence, Marx does not accept Ricardo's formulation of the aim of political economic investigation, namely, to determine the laws which regulate this distribution of social wealth among the various classes of society, for such an investigation takes the form of labor and of wealth for granted. Instead, in his critique, Marx redetermines the object of investigation. The center of his concern becomes the forms of wealth, labor, and production in capitalism, rather than the form of distribution alone. Marx's fundamental redetermination of the object of critical investigation also implies an important analytic reconceptualization of the structure of the capitalist social order. Classical political economy expressed the growing historical differentiation between the state and civil society, and concerned itself with the latter sphere. It has been argued that Marx's analysis was a continuation of this undertaking, and that he identified civil society as the social sphere governed by the structuring forms of capitalism. As I shall later elaborate, however, the differences between Marx's approach and that of classical political economy suggest that he tries to move beyond conceiving of capitalist society in terms of the opposition between the state and civil society. Marx's critique of political economy, written after the rise of large-scale industrial production, implicitly argues that what is central to capitalist society is its directionally dynamic character, a dimension of modern social life that cannot be grounded adequately in either of those differentiated spheres of modern society. Rather, he attempts to grasp this dynamic by delineating another social dimension of capitalist society. This is the fundamental significance of his analysis of production. Marx does investigate the sphere of civil society, but in terms of bourgeois relations of distribution. His analysis of the specificity of labor in capitalism and of the capitalist relations of production has another theoretical goal. It is an attempt to ground and explain the historical dynamic of capitalist society. Hence, Marx's analysis of the sphere of production should neither be understood in terms of labor nor taken to privilege the point of production over other spheres of social life. Indeed, he indicates that production in capitalism is not a purely technical process which is regulated by social relations but a process that incorporates such relations, it determines and is determined by them. As an attempt to elucidate the historically dynamic social dimension of capitalist society, Marx's analysis of production implicitly argues that this dimension cannot be grasped in terms of the state or civil society. On the contrary, the historical dynamic of developed capitalism increasingly embeds and transforms both of those spheres. At issue, therefore, is not the relative importance of the economy and the state, but the nature of social mediation in capitalism, and the relation of that mediation to the directional dynamic characteristic of that society. Labor, wealth, and social constitution. Interpreting value as primarily a category of the market-mediated mode of distribution as traditional Marxism does implies that Marx's category of value and his understanding of value-creating labor are identical to those of classical political economy. We have seen, however, that Marx distinguishes his analysis from that of political economy precisely with regard to the question of value constituting labor, and criticizes political economy for conceptualizing labor in capitalism as trans-historical labor. This distinction is fundamental, for it underlies the differences between two basically different forms of social critique. The significance of these differences will become clearer as I elaborate the role that labor plays in the traditional critique and outline some theoretical implications of that role. I have argued that if labor is the standpoint of a critical theory, the focus of the critique necessarily becomes the mode of the distribution and appropriation of labor and its products. On the one hand, the social relations that characterize capitalism are seen as extrinsic to labor itself, for example, property relations. On the other hand, what is represented as the specificity of labor in capitalism is actually the specificity of the way in which it is distributed. Marx's theory, however, entails a very different conception of the basic social relations of capitalism. Moreover, as we shall see, what he analyzes as specific to labor in capitalism is what traditional Marxism attributes to labor understood trans-historically, as an activity that mediates the interactions of humans with nature. Consequently, the traditional critique invests labor per se with enormous significance for human society and for history, and does so in a way that, from the standpoint of the interpretation developed in this work, is essentially metaphysical and obscures the specific social role that labor plays in capitalism. In the first place, the traditional interpretation takes labor to be the trans-historical source of social wealth. This presupposition underlies interpretations like that of Joan Robinson, who maintains that, according to Marx, the labor theory of value will come into its own under socialism. It also, however, is characteristic of positions such as that of Dobb, who does not ascribe trans-historical validity to the category of value but does interpret it solely in terms of the market. Such a position, which considers the category of value to be a historically determinate form of the distribution of wealth rather than a historically specific form of wealth, is trans-historical, in another way, for it implicitly posits a trans-historical correlation between human labor and social wealth. It implies that although the value form the market-mediated form of distribution, in this interpretation would be overcome in socialism, direct human labor in the process of production necessarily would continue to be the source of social wealth. Unlike Marx's approach in the Grundriss, this sort of analysis does not question historically the necessary connection between direct human labor and social wealth, nor does it address categorially the problem of the wealth-creating potential of science and technology. Hence, the Marxian critique of capitalist production lies outside of its purview. This position has led to considerable confusion over why labor alone should be seen as constituting value, and how science and technology should be taken into account theoretically. In this view, labor is considered to be not only the trans-historical source of wealth but also that which primarily structures social life. The relationship between the two is evident, for example, in Rudolf Hilferding's reply to Eugen Bembacher's critique of Marx. Hilferding writes, Marx proceeds from a consideration of labor in its significance as that element which constitutes human society and determines, in the final analysis, the development of society. In so doing, he grasps, with his principle of value, that factor whose quality and quantity, causally controls social life. Labor here has become the ontological ground of society, that which constitutes, determines, and causally controls social life. If, as traditional interpretations maintain, labor is the only source of wealth and the essential constituting element of social life in all societies, the difference among various societies could only be a function of the different ways in which this regulating element prevails, whether in a veiled and indirect form or, preferably, in an open and direct form. As Hilferding puts it, the purview of economic analysis is restricted to that particular epoch of social development where the good becomes a commodity, that is, where labor and the power of disposition over it have not been consciously raised to the regulating principle of social metabolism and social predominance, but where this principle prevails unconsciously and automatically as a material attribute of things. This passage makes explicit a central implication of positions that characterize labor in capitalism in terms of its indirect social character and consider value to be a category of distribution. Labor is taken to be the trans-historical regulating principle of social metabolism and the distribution of social power. The difference between socialism and capitalism, then, aside from whether private ownership of the means of production exists, is understood essentially as a matter of whether labor is recognized as that which constitutes and regulates society and is consciously dealt with as such, or whether social regulation occurs non-consciously. In socialism, then, the ontological principle of society appears openly, whereas in capitalism it is hidden. Such a critique from the standpoint of labor has implications for the question of the relation of form and content. To say that the category of value expresses the non-conscious, automatic fashion in which labor prevails in capitalism, is to say that a trans-historical, ontological content takes on various historical forms in various societies. An example of this interpretation is afforded by Helmut Reichelt, who writes, where, however, the content of value and of the magnitude of value is consciously raised to the principle of the economy, the Marxian theory will have lost its object of investigation, which can only be presented and grasped as a historical object when that content is conceived as the content of other forms and therefore can be described separate from its historical form of appearance. Like Hilferding, Reichelt argues that the content of value in capitalism will be consciously raised to the principle of the economy in socialism. The form, value, is thus completely separable from the content, labor. It follows that the form is a determination not of labor but of the mode of its social distribution. There is no intrinsic relation, according to this interpretation, between form and content, nor could there be, given the presumably trans-historical character of the latter. This interpretation of the relation between form and content is, at the same time, one of the relation of appearance and essence. Value, in Marx's analysis, both expresses and veils a social essence. In other words, as a form of appearance, it is mystifying. Within the framework of interpretations based upon the notion of labor, the function of critique is to demystify, or defetishize, theoretically, that is, to reveal that, despite appearances, labor is actually the trans-historical source of social wealth and the regulatory principle of society. Socialism, then, is the practical demystification of capitalism. As Paul Matic remarks, such a position maintains that, it is only the mystification of the social organization of production as a law of value which comes to an end with the end of capitalism. Its demystified results reappear in a consciously regulated economy. In other words, when labor is taken to be the trans-historical essence of social life, mystification necessarily is understood as follows: the historically transitory form that mystifies and is to be abolished, value, is independent of the trans-historical essence it veils, labor. Demystification, then, is understood as a process whereby the essence openly and directly appears. As I shall attempt to show, however, the features I have outlined of a social critique from the standpoint of labor differ fundamentally from those of Marx's mature critique of political economy. We shall see that labor is indeed socially constituting and determining, according to Marx, but only in capitalism. This is so because of its historically specific character and not simply because it is an activity that mediates the material interactions of humans and nature. What theorists such as Hilferding attribute to labor is, in Marx's approach, a trans-historical hypostatization of the specificity of labor in capitalism. Indeed, inasmuch as Marx's analysis of labor's specificity indicates that what appears to be a trans-historical, ontological ground of social life is actually historically determinate, that analysis entails a critique of the sort of social ontology that characterizes traditional Marxism. Marx's analysis of the specificity of labor in capitalism also entails an approach to the relation of social form and content in capitalism diametrically opposed to the approach associated with a critique from the standpoint of labor. We have seen that the notion of labor implies a conception of mystification according to which no intrinsic relationship exists between the social content and its mystified form. In Marx's analysis, however, forms of mystification, of what he termed the fetish, most definitely are related intrinsically to their content. They are treated as necessary forms of appearance of an essence. They both express and veil commodity-determined social relations, for example, necessarily are expressed in fetishized form. According to Marx, social relations appear as what they are, i.e., as objective sac-like relations between persons and social relations between objects. In other words, the quasi-objective, impersonal social forms expressed by categories such as the commodity and value do not simply disguise the real social relations of capitalism, that is, class relations. Rather, the abstract structures expressed by those categories are those real social relations. The relationship between form and content in Marx's critique, then, is necessary, not contingent. The historical specificity of the form of appearance implies the historical specificity of what it expresses, for that which is historically determinate cannot be the necessary form of appearance of a trans-historical content. At the core of this approach is Marx's analysis of the specificity of labor in capitalism. The social content, or essence, in Marx's analysis is not labor but a historically specific form of labor. Marx charges political economy with having been unable to address the question of the intrinsic, necessary relationship of social form and content in capitalism, but it has never once even asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form, that is to say, why labor is expressed in value and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. His analysis of the specificity of the historically determinate content of labor in capitalism provides the point of departure for his answer to that question. As we shall discuss below, the character of labor in capitalism, according to Marx, is such that it must exist in the form of value, which, in turn, appears in still other forms. Labor in capitalism necessarily appears in a form that both expresses and veils it. Interpretations based upon an undifferentiated, trans-historicized notion of labor, however, imply a contingent relationship between that content and the value form. Consequently, they are no more able to deal with the question of the relationship of social content and form, of labor and value, than was classical political economy. The necessary relationship between social form and content in Marx's critique indicates that it is contrary to his analysis to conceive of overcoming capitalism, its real demystification, in a manner that does not involve a transformation of the content that necessarily appears in mystified form. It implies that overcoming value and the abstract social relations associated with it are inseparable from overcoming value-creating labor. The essence grasped by Marx's analysis is not that of human society but that of capitalism. It is to be abolished, not realized, in overcoming that society. As we have seen, however, when labor in capitalism is hypostatized as labor, overcoming capitalism is considered in terms of the liberation of the content of value from its mystified form, which thereby allows that content to be consciously raised to the principle of economy. This is merely a somewhat sophisticated expression of the abstract opposition of planning, as the principle of socialism, to the market as the principle of capitalism, which I criticized above. It addresses neither what is to be planned nor the degree to which planning is truly conscious and free of the imperatives of structural domination. The one-sided critique of the mode of distribution and the trans-historical social ontology of labor are related. By formulating a critique of labor in capitalism on the basis of his analysis of its historical specificity, Marx transformed the nature of the social critique based upon the labor theory of value from a positive to a negative critique. The critique of capitalism, which retains the starting point of classical political economy, a trans-historical, undifferentiated notion of labor, and uses it to prove the structural existence of exploitation, is, in terms of its form, a positive critique. Such a critique of existing social conditions, exploitation, and structures, the market and private property, is undertaken on the basis of what also already exists, labor in the form of industrial production. It purports to reveal that, despite appearances, labor actually is social and not private, and that profit actually is a function of labor alone. This is bound to an understanding of social mystification according to which there is no intrinsic relation between what really underlies capitalist society, labor, and the social forms of appearance that veil it. A positive critique which criticizes what exists on the basis of what also exists points ultimately to another variation of the existent capitalist social formation. We shall see how the Marxian critique of labor in capitalism provides the basis for a negative critique, one that criticizes what is on the basis of what could be, which points to the possibility of another social formation. In this sense, and only in this non-sociologically reductive sense, the difference between the two forms of social critique is that between a bourgeois critique of society, and a critique of bourgeois society. From the viewpoint of the critique of the specificity of labor in capitalism, the critique from the standpoint of labor implies a vision of socialism which entails the realization of the essence of capitalist society. The critique of society from the standpoint of labor. These two forms of social critique also differ in their normative and historical dimensions. As we have seen, the argument that Marx adopted the classical labor theory of value, refined it, and thereby proved surplus value, and, hence profit, to be a function of labor alone, is based upon a historically undifferentiated notion of labor. His critique is taken to be one of the mode and the relations of distribution and non-conscious, anarchic mode of distribution, and the non-manifest, private appropriation of the surplus by the capitalist class. Social domination is conceived essentially in terms of class domination. Overcoming value is thus understood in terms of the abolition of a mediated non-conscious form of distribution, thereby allowing for a mode of social life that is consciously and rationally regulated. Overcoming surplus value is conceived in terms of the abolition of private property and, hence, of the expropriation by a non-productive class of the general social surplus, which is created by labor alone. The productive working class could then reappropriate the results of its own collective labor. In socialism, then, labor would emerge openly as the regulatory principle of social life, which would provide the basis for the realization of a rational and just society, based on general principles. We have seen that the character of such a critique is essentially identical to that of the early bourgeois critique of the landed aristocracy and of earlier forms of society. It is a normative critique of non-productive social groupings from the standpoint of those groupings that are truly productive. It makes productiveness the criterion of social worth. Moreover, because it presupposes that society is constituted as a whole by labor, it identifies labor, hence, the working classes, with the general interests of society and regards the interests of the capitalist class as particular and opposed to those general interests. As a result, the theoretical attack on a social order characterized as a class society, in which non-productive groupings play an important or dominant role, has the character of a critique of the particular in the name of the general. Finally, because labor, in this view, constitutes the relationship between humanity and nature, it serves as the standpoint from which the social relations among people can be judged. Relations that are in harmony with labor and reflect its fundamental significance are considered socially natural. The social critique from the standpoint of labor is, therefore, a critique from a quasi-natural point of view, that of a social ontology. It is a critique of what is artificial in the name of the true nature of society. The category of labor in traditional Marxism, then provides a normative standpoint for a social critique in the name of justice, reason, universality, and nature. The standpoint of labor also implies a historical critique. This critique does not merely condemn existing relations but seeks to show that they become increasingly anachronistic and that the realization of the good society becomes a real possibility with the development of capitalism. When labor is the standpoint of the critique, the historical level of the development of production is taken to determine the relative adequacy of those existing relations, which are interpreted in terms of the existing mode of distribution. Industrial production is not the object of the historical critique, but is posited as the progressive social dimension that, increasingly fettered by private property and the market, will serve as the basis of socialist society. The contradiction of capitalism is seen as one between labor and the mode of distribution purportedly grasped by the categories of value and surplus value. Within this framework, the course of capitalist development leads to the growing anachronism of the market and private property. They become less and less adequate to conditions of industrial production and gives rise to the possibility of their abolition. Socialism, then, entails the establishment of a mode of distribution, public planning in the absence of private property that is adequate to industrial production. When socialism is seen as a transformation of the mode of distribution which renders it adequate to the industrial mode of production, this historical adequacy implicitly is considered to be the condition of general human freedom. The latter is thus grounded in the industrial mode of production, once freed from the fetters of value, that is, the market, and private property. Emancipation, in this view, is grounded in labor. It is realized in a social formation in which labor has realized its directly social character and has emerged openly as the essential element of society. This understanding, of course, is tied inseparably to that of socialist revolution as the coming to itself of the proletariat. As the productive element of society, the working class realizes itself as the universal class in socialism. The normative and historical critique based on labor is thus positive in character. Its standpoint is an already existing structure of labor and the class that performs it. Emancipation is realized when a structure of labor already in existence no longer is held back by capitalist relations and used to satisfy particularistic interests but is subject to conscious control in the interests of all. Hence, the capitalist class is to be abolished in socialism, but not the working class. The private appropriation of the surplus and the market mode of distribution are to be negated historically, but not the structure of production. From the viewpoint of a critique of the specific character of labor in capitalism, however, the critique of one dimension of the existing social formation from the standpoint of another of its existing dimensions, that is, the critique of the mode of distribution from the standpoint of industrial production, has serious weaknesses and consequences. Rather than pointing beyond the capitalist social formation, the traditional positive critique, made from the standpoint of labor, hypostatizes and projects onto all histories and societies the forms of wealth and labor that are historically specific to capitalism. Such a projection hinders consideration of the specificity of a society in which labor plays a unique constituting role and renders unclear the nature of the possible overcoming of that society. The difference between the two modes of social critique is that between a critical analysis of capitalism as a form of class exploitation and domination within modern society, and a critical analysis of the form of modern society itself. These different understandings of capitalism imply different approaches to the normative dimension of the critique. For example, my assertion that a critique based upon labor entails a trans-historical projection of what is specific to capitalism implies, on another level, a historical rethinking of the conceptions of reason, universality, and justice, which serve as the normative standpoint of that critique. Within the framework of the positive critique of capitalism, those conceptions, which were expressed historically as the ideals of the bourgeois revolutions, represent a non-capitalist moment of modern society. They have not been realized in capitalist society because of the particularistic interests of the capitalist class, but presumably would be realized in socialism. Socialism, then, is thought to entail the general social realization of the ideals of modern society and, in that sense, represents the full realization of modern society itself. In the second part of this work I shall argue that the ideals of reason, universality, and justice, as understood by both the traditional Marxist social critique and earlier bourgeois social critiques, do not represent a non-capitalist moment of modern society. Rather, they should be understood in terms of the sort of social constitution affected by labor in capitalism. Indeed, the very opposition, which characterizes the traditional critique between abstract universality and concrete particularity, is not one between ideals that point beyond capitalism and the reality of that society. Rather, as an opposition, it is a feature of that society and is rooted in its labor-mediated mode of social constitution itself. To argue that such normative conceptions can be related to the form of social constitution characteristic of capitalist society, and that they do not truly point beyond the bounds of the capitalist social formation, does not mean that they are shams that disguise ideologically the interests of the capitalist class, or that the gap between such ideals and the reality of capitalist existence has no emancipatory significance. It does mean, however, that that gap and the form of emancipation implicitly associated with it remain within the bounds of capitalism. At issue is the level at which the critique engages capitalism, whether capitalism is understood as a form of society or merely as a form of class domination, and whether social values and conceptions are treated in terms of a theory of social constitution rather than in functionalist, or idealist, terms. Both the notion that these normative conceptions represent a non-capitalist moment of modern society and the idea that they are mere shams share a common understanding of capitalism as a mode of class exploitation and domination within modern society. Unlike the traditional critique, the social critique of the specific character of labor in capitalism is a theory of the determinate structuring and structured forms of social practice that constitute modern society itself. It is an attempt to understand the specificity of modern society by grounding both the ideals and the reality of modern society in those social forms, and to avoid the unhistorical position that the ideals of bourgeois society will be realized in socialism, as well as its antinomic opposite, the notion that the ideals of bourgeois society are shams. This theory of social constitution is the basis of the negative critique that I shall outline. I shall try to locate the possibility of theoretical and practical critique not in the gap between the ideals and the reality of modern capitalist society, but in the contradictory nature of the form of social mediation that constitutes that society. The normative aspect of the traditional critique is intrinsically related to its historical dimension. The notion that the ideals of modern society represent a non-capitalist moment of that society parallels the idea that there is a structural contradiction between the proletarian-based industrial mode of producing, as a non-capitalist moment of modern society, and the market and private property. This adopts labor, as the standpoint of its critique, and lacks a conception of the historical specificity of wealth and of labor in capitalism. It therefore implies that the same form of wealth, which under capitalism is expropriated by a class of private owners, would be appropriated collectively and regulated consciously in socialism. By the same token, it suggests that the mode of producing in socialism will be essentially the same as in capitalism. The proletariat and its labor will come into their own in socialism. The idea that the mode of producing is intrinsically independent of capitalism implies a one-dimensional, linear understanding of technical progress, labor's progress, which, in turn, frequently is equated with social progress. This understanding differs considerably from Marx's position that the capital-determined industrial mode of producing greatly increased humanity's productive power, but in an alienated form. Hence this increased power also dominates the laboring individuals and is destructive of nature. The difference between the two forms of critique is also evident in the ways they conceive of the fundamental form of social domination characteristic of capitalism. The social critique from the standpoint of labor understands that form of domination essentially in terms of class domination, rooted in private ownership of the means of production. The social critique of labor in capitalism, however, characterizes the most fundamental form of domination in that society as an abstract, impersonal, structural form of domination underlying the historical dynamic of capitalism. This approach grounds that abstract form of domination in the historically specific social forms of value and value-producing labor. The latter reading of Marx's critical theory of capitalism provides the basis for a far-reaching critique of abstract domination of the domination of people by their labor and, relatedly, for a theory of the social constitution of a form of social life characterized by an intrinsic directional dynamic. In the hands of traditional Marxism, however, the critique is flattened out and reduced to a critique of the market and private property that projects forward into socialism the form of labor and the mode of production characteristic of capitalism. Labor's development, according to traditional theory, has reached its historical endpoint with industrial production. Once the industrial mode of production is freed from the shackles of the market and private property, labor will come to itself as the quasi-natural constitutive principle of society. As noted, traditional Marxism and early bourgeois critiques share a notion of historical progress that, paradoxically, is a movement toward the naturally human, toward the possibility that the ontologically human, for example, reason, labor, will come into its own and prevail over existing artificiality. In this regard, then, the social critique based on labor is open to the criticism Marx leveled at aspects of Enlightenment thought in general and of classical political economy in particular. The economists have a singular way of proceeding. For them, there are only two kinds of institutions, artificial and natural. The institutions of feudalism are artificial institutions, those of the bourgeoisie are natural institutions. Thus there has been history, but there is no longer any. What is seen as a natural institution, of course, is not the same for the economists and traditional Marxist theory. The form of thought, however, is the same. Both naturalize what is socially constituted and historically specific and see history as a movement toward the realization of what they regard as the naturally human. As we have seen, interpretations of the determining relations of capitalism in terms of the self-regulating market and private ownership of the means of production are based upon an understanding of the Marxian category of value that remains bound within the framework of classical political economy. Consequently, that form of critical social theory itself, the social critique from the standpoint of labor, remains bound within that framework. It does differ in some respects from political economy, of course. For example, it does not accept the bourgeois mode of distribution as final, and calls it into question historically. Nevertheless, the sphere of distribution remains the focus of its critical concern. Whereas the form of labor, hence, of production, is the object of Marx's critique, and unexamined labor is, for traditional Marxism, the transhistorical source of wealth and the basis of social constitution. The result is not a critique of political economy but a critical political economy, that is, a critique solely of the mode of distribution. It is a critique which, in terms of its treatment of labor, merits the name Ricardian Marxism. Traditional Marxism replaces Marx's critique of the mode of production and distribution with a critique of the mode of distribution alone, and his theory of the self-abolition of the proletariat with a theory of the self-realization of the proletariat. The difference between the two forms of critique is profound. What in Marx's analysis is the central object of the critique of capitalism becomes the social basis of freedom for traditional Marxism. This reversal cannot be explained adequately with reference to exegetical method. For example, the claim that Marx's writings were not properly interpreted in the Marxist tradition. It requires a social and historical explanation which should proceed on two levels. First, it should seek to theoretically ground the possibility of the traditional critique of capitalism. For example, it could, following Marx's procedure, attempt to ground the possibility of that theory in the ways in which the social relations of capitalism are manifest. I shall take a step in this direction below, by showing how the historically specific character of labor in capitalism is such, according to Marx, that it appears to be transhistorical labor. A further step which I shall only touch upon in this work would show how the relations of distribution could become the exclusive focus of a social critique. It would do so by unfolding the implications of the relation between volumes 1 and 3 of Capital. Marx's analysis in the former of the categories of value and capital addresses the underlying social relations of capitalism, its fundamental relations of production, his analysis in the latter of the categories of prices of production and profit addresses the relations of distribution. The relations of production and of distribution are related but are not identical. Marx indicates that the relations of distribution are categories of immediate everyday experience, manifest forms of the relations of production that both express and veil those relations in a way that can lead the former to be taken for the latter. When the Marxian concept of the relations of production is interpreted only in terms of the mode of distribution, as in traditional Marxism the manifest forms are taken to be the whole. This sort of systematic misrecognition, which is rooted in the determinate forms of appearance of capitalist social relations, is what Marx attempts to grasp with his notion of the fetish. Second, having established the possibility of such a critical political economy in the forms of appearance of the social relations themselves, instead of attributing it to muddled thinking, one could then try to elucidate the historical conditions for the emergence of such a form of thought. An important element of such an attempt most likely would involve an analysis of the formulation and appropriation of social theory in the late 19th and early 20th centuries by working class movements in their struggle to constitute themselves, achieve recognition, and effect social and political changes. It is clear that the position outlined above seeks to assert the dignity of labor and contribute to the realization of a society in which labor's essential importance is recognized in material and moral terms. It posits direct human labor in the process of production as the trans-historical source of wealth, and therefore conceives of overcoming value not in terms of overcoming direct human labor in production, but in terms of direct human labor's non-mystified social assertion. The result is a critique of the unequal distribution of wealth and power, and the lack of social recognition given to the unique significance of direct human labor as an element of production rather than a critique of that labor and an analysis of the historical possibility that it be abolished. This, however, is understandable. In the process of formation and consolidation of the working classes and their organizations, the question of their self-abolition and the labor they perform could hardly have been a central issue. The notion of the self-realization of the proletariat, based upon an affirmation of labor as the source of social wealth, was adequate to the immediacy of that historical context, as was the related critique of the free market and private ownership. This notion, however, was projected into the future as a determination of socialism. It implies the developed existence of capital, however, rather than its abolition. For Marx, the abolition of capital is the necessary precondition for the dignity of labor, for only then could another structure of social labor, another relation of work and recreation, and other forms of individual labor become socially general. The traditional position accords dignity to labor that is fragmented and alienated. It may very well be the case that such dignity, which is at the heart of classical working class movements, has been important for workers' self-esteem and a powerful factor in the democratization and humanization of industrialized capitalist societies. The irony of such a position, though, is that it implicitly posits the perpetuation of such labor and the form of growth intrinsically related to it as necessary to human existence. Whereas Marx saw the historical overcoming of the mere worker as a precondition for the realization of the full human being, the implication of the traditional position is that the full human being is to be realized as the mere worker. The interpretation that I present in this work must also be understood historically. The critique of capitalism based upon an analysis of the specificity of the forms of labor and wealth in that society should be seen in the context of the historical developments outlined in Chapter 1 above, which have revealed the inadequacies of traditional interpretations. As I have tried to make clear, my critique of traditional Marxism is not merely retrospective. It seeks to validate itself by developing an approach that would avoid the shortcomings and pitfalls of traditional Marxism and ground the traditional interpretation of the categories in its own categorical interpretation. It would thereby begin to ground its own possibility socially. Labor and totality, Hegel and Marx. I must now, once again, jump ahead in order to round out this brief examination of traditional Marxism's fundamental assumptions. There has been a great deal of critical discussion recently about the proletariat as the subject of history and the concept of totality in Marxism, that is, the politically problematic consequences of positing that concept affirmatively, as the standpoint of a social critique. The meaning and importance of both conceptions in Marx's analysis are bound intrinsically to the question of the relationship of his mature critique to Hegel's philosophy. An extensive discussion of this problematic would far exceed the boundaries of this work, but a cursory outline of that relationship reinterpreted in light of the preceding discussion, is necessary. I shall describe briefly Marx's notion of the subject and his concept of totality as they are implied by his analysis of the specificity of labor in capitalism, and contrast these concepts to those implied by the traditional critique based on labor. Hegel attempts to overcome the classical theoretical dichotomy of subject and object with his theory that all of reality, natural as well as social, subjective as well as objective, is constituted by practice, more specifically, by the objectifying practice of the Geist, the world historical subject. The Geist constitutes objective reality by means of a process of externalization or self-objectification and, in the process, reflexively constitutes itself. Because both objectivity and subjectivity are constituted by the Geist as it unfolds dialectically, they are of the same substance, rather than necessarily disparate. Both are moments of a general whole that is substantially homogeneous, a totality. For Hegel, then, the Geist is simultaneously subjective and objective. It is the identical subject-object, the substance that is at the same time subject: the living substance is, further, that being which is in truth subject, or, what is the same thing, which is in truth actual only insofar as it is the movement of positing itself, or the mediation of the process of becoming different from itself with itself. The process by which the self-moving substance/subject, the Geist, constitutes objectivity and subjectivity as it unfolds dialectically is a historical process which is grounded in the internal contradictions of the totality. That historical process of self-objectification, according to Hegel, is one of self-alienation, and leads ultimately to the reappropriation by the Geist of that which had been alienated in the course of its unfolding. That is, historical development has an end point, the realization by the Geist of itself as a totalizing and totalized subject. In his brilliant essay, Reification and the Consciousness of the Proletariat, George Lukács attempts to appropriate Hegel's theory in a materialist fashion, restricting its validity to social reality. He does so in order to place the category of practice at the center of a dialectical social theory. Lukács's appropriation of Hegel is central to his general theoretical attempt to formulate critique of capitalism that would be adequate to 20th-century capitalism. In this context, Lukács adopts Max Weber's characterization of modern society in terms of a historical process of rationalization, and attempts to embed that analysis within the framework of Marx's analysis of capitalism. He does so by grounding the process of rationalization in Marx's analysis of the commodity form as the basic structuring principle of capitalist society. In this way, Lukács seeks to show that the process of rationalization is socially constituted, that it develops in a nonlinear fashion, and that what Weber described as the iron cage of modern life is not a necessary concomitant of any form of post-traditional society but a function of capitalism and, hence, could be transformed. Thus, Lukács responds to Weber's argument that property relations are not the most fundamental structuring feature of modern society by incorporating it into the framework of a broader conception of capitalism. Some aspects of Lukács's arguments are very rich and promising. By characterizing capitalist society in terms of the rationalization of all spheres of life and grounding those processes in the commodity form of social relations, he implicitly points to a conception of capitalism that is deeper and broader than that of a system of exploitation based on private property. Moreover, by means of his materialist appropriation of Hegel, Lukács makes explicit the idea that Marx's categories represent a powerful attempt to overcome the classical subject-object dualism. They refer to structured forms of practice that are simultaneously forms of objectivity and subjectivity. This approach permits an analysis of the ways in which historically specific social structures both constitute and are constituted by practice. It also, as I shall elaborate later in this work, points toward a theory of forms of thought and their transformation in capitalism which avoids the materialist reductionism entailed by the base superstructure model as well as the idealism of many culturalist models. On the basis of this approach, Lukács critically analyzes the thought and institutions of bourgeois society, as well as the deterministic Marxism of the Second International. Yet, for all its brilliance, Lukács's attempt to reconceptualize capitalism is deeply inconsistent. Although his approach points beyond traditional Marxism, it remains bound to some of its basic theoretical presuppositions. His materialist appropriation of Hegel is such that he analyzes society as a totality, constituted by labor, traditionally understood. This totality, according to Lukács, is veiled by the fragmented and particularistic character of bourgeois social relations, and will be realized openly in socialism. The totality, then, provides the standpoint of his critical analysis of capitalist society. Relatedly, Lukács identifies the proletariat in materialized Hegelian terms as the identical subject-object of the historical process, as the historical subject, constituting the social world and itself through its labor. By overthrowing the capitalist order, this historical subject would realize itself. The idea that the proletariat embodies a possible post-capitalist form of social life only makes sense, however, if capitalism is defined essentially in terms of private ownership of the means of production, and if labor is considered the standpoint of the critique. In other words, although Lukács's analysis implies that capitalism cannot be defined in traditional terms if its critique is to be adequate as a critical theory of modernity, he undermines his implicit insight by continuing to regard the standpoint of the critique in precisely those traditional terms. A more complete discussion of Lukács's approach would show in greater detail how the nature of his materialist appropriation of Hegel undercuts his attempt to analyze historical processes of rationalization in terms of the commodity form. Rather than undertake such a discussion directly, however, I wish only to indicate an important difference between Lukács's approach and that of Marx. Lukács's reading, in particular his identification of the proletariat with the identical subject-object, has very frequently been identified with Marx's position. 8 Nevertheless, his understanding of the identical subject-object is as distant from Marx's theoretical approach as is Ricardo's labor theory of value. Marx's critique of political economy is based upon a very different set of presuppositions than those underlying Lukács's reading. In Capital, Marx does indeed attempt to explain socially and historically that which Hegel seeks to grasp with his concept of Geist. His approach, however, differs fundamentally from Lukács's, that is, from one that views totality affirmatively, as the standpoint of critique, and identifies Hegel's identical subject-object with the proletariat. The differences between Marx's historical critique of Hegel and Lukács's materialist appropriation of him relate directly to the differences between the two forms of social critique we investigated. It has far-reaching ramifications regarding the concepts of totality and the proletariat, and more generally for an understanding of the basic character of capitalism and of its historical negation. The nature of Marx's critique of Hegel is very different in his mature theory than it had been in his early works. He no longer proceeds in the Feuerbachian manner of inverting subject and object as he had in the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, 1843, nor does he treat labor transhistorically as in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, where he argues that Hegel metaphysicized labor as the labor of the concept. In Capital, 1847, Marx does not simply invert Hegel's concepts in a materialist fashion. Rather, in an effort to grasp the peculiar nature of social relations in capitalism, Marx analyzes the social validity for capitalist society of precisely those idealist Hegelian concepts which he earlier had condemned as mystified inversions. So, whereas in the Holy Family, 1845, Marx criticizes the philosophical concept of substance and, in particular, Hegel's understanding of the substance as subject. At the beginning of Capital he himself makes use of the category of substance. He refers to value as having a substance, which he identifies as abstract human labor. Marx, then, no longer considers substance to be simply a theoretical hypostatization, but now conceives of it as an attribute of labor-mediated social relations, as expressing a determinate sort of social reality. He investigates the nature of that social reality in capital by unfolding logically the commodity and money forms from his categories of use value, and its substance. On that basis, Marx begins to analyze the complex structure of social relations expressed by his category of capital. He initially determines capital in terms of value. He describes it in categorical terms as self-valorizing value. At this point in his exposition, Marx describes his concept of capital in terms that clearly related to Hegel's concept of Geist. Its value is constantly changing from one form into the other without becoming lost in this movement. It thus transforms itself into an automatic subject. In truth, however, value is here the subject of a process in which, while constantly assuming the form in turn of money and of commodities, it changes its own magnitude, and thus valorizes itself. For the movement in the course of which it adds surplus value is its own movement, its valorization is therefore self-valorization. Value suddenly presents itself as a self-moving substance which passes through a process of its own and for which the commodity and money are both mere forms. Marx, then, explicitly characterizes capital as the self-moving substance which is subject. In so doing, Marx suggests that a historical subject in the Hegelian sense does indeed exist in capitalism, yet he does not identify it with any social grouping, such as the proletariat, or with humanity. Rather, Marx analyzes it in terms of the structure of social relations constituted by forms of objectifying practice and grasped by the category of capital, and, hence, value. His analysis suggests that the social relations that characterize capitalism are of a very peculiar sort. They possess the attributes that Hegel accorded the Geist. It is in this sense, then, that a historical subject as conceived by Hegel exists in capitalism. It should be clear from the preliminary determinations of Marx's concept of capital that it cannot be understood adequately in physical, material terms, that is, in terms of the stock of buildings, materials, machines, and money owned by the capitalists. Rather, it refers to a form of social relations. Yet, even understood in social terms, the passage cited above indicates that the Marxian category of capital cannot be apprehended fully in terms of private property, of the exploitation and domination of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie. Marx, by suggesting that what Hegel sought to conceptualize with his concept of Geist should be understood in terms of the social relations expressed by the category of capital, implies that the social relations that characterize capitalism have a peculiar, dialectical, and historical character, which cannot be conceptualized adequately in terms of class alone. He also suggests that these relations constitute the social basis for Hegel's conception itself. Both moments indicate a shift in the nature of Marx's critical theory, hence, in the nature of his materialist critique of Hegel, as well, with important implications for his treatment of the epistemological problem of the relation of subject and object, the question of the historical subject, and the notion of totality. Marx's interpretation of the historical subject with reference to the category of capital indicates a shift from a theory of social relations understood essentially in terms of class relations to a theory of forms of social mediation expressed by categories such as value and capital. This difference is related to that between the two forms of social critique I have discussed in this chapter, that is, to the difference between understanding capitalism as a system of class exploitation and domination within modern society, on the one hand, and as constituting the very fabric of modern society, on the other. The subject, for Marx, is a conceptual determination of that fabric. As we have seen, the difference between Hegel's idealist concept of the subject and what Marx presents as the materialist rational core of that concept is not that the former is abstract and suprahuman whereas the latter is concrete and human. Indeed, to the degree that Hegel's notion of the subject does have historical and social validity, according to Marx that subject is not a concrete human social agent, collective, or individual. Rather, the historical subject analyzed by Marx consists of objectified relations, the subjective objective categorial forms characteristic of capitalism, whose substance is abstract labor, that is, the specific character of labor as a socially mediating activity in capitalism. Marx's subject, like Hegel's, then, is abstract and cannot be identified with any social actors. Moreover, both unfold in time in a way that is independent of individual will. In Capital, Marx tries to analyze capitalism in terms of a dialectic of development that is indeed independent of individual will and, therefore, presents itself as a logic. He investigates the unfolding of that dialectical logic as a real expression of alienated social relations which are constituted by practice and yet, exist quasi-independently. He does not treat that logic as an illusion or simply as a consequence of insufficient knowledge on the part of people. As he points out, knowledge alone does not change the character of such relations. We shall see that such a logic of development, within the framework of his analysis, is ultimately a function of the social forms of capitalism and is not characteristic of human history as such. As the subject, capital is a remarkable subject. Whereas Hegel's subject is transhistorical and knowing, in Marx's analysis it is historically determinate and blind. Capital, as a structure constituted by determinate forms of practice, may in turn be constitutive of forms of social practice and subjectivity, yet, as the subject, it has no ego. It is self-reflexive and, as a social form, may induce self-consciousness, but unlike Hegel's Geist it does not possess self-consciousness. Subjectivity and the socio-historical subject must, in other words, be distinguished in Marx's analysis. The identification of the identical subject-object with determinate structures of social relations has important implications for a theory of subjectivity. It indicates that Marx has moved away from the subject-object paradigm and epistemology to a social theory of consciousness. That is, inasmuch as he does not simply identify the concept of the identical subject-object, Hegel's attempt to overcome the subject-object dichotomy of classical epistemology, with a social agent, Marx changes the terms of the epistemological problem. He shifts the focus of the problem of knowledge from the knowing individual, or supra-individual, subject and its relation to an external, or externalized, world to the forms of social relations, seen as determinations of social subjectivity as well as objectivity. The problem of knowledge now becomes a question of the relation between forms of social mediations and forms of thought. Indeed, as I shall touch upon below, the Marxian analysis of the capitalist social formation implies the possibility of analyzing socially and historically the classical epistemological question itself, predicated as it is on the notion of an autonomous subject in sharp contradiction to an objective universe. This sort of critique of the classical subject-object dichotomy is characteristic of the approach Marx implicitly develops in his mature critical theory. It differs from other sorts of critiques, for example, those rooted in the phenomenological tradition that refute the classical notion of the disembodied and contextualized subject by arguing that in reality, people are always embedded in determinate contexts. Rather than simply dismissing positions such as the classical subject-object dualism as results of mistaken thinking, which leaves unanswered the source of the superior insight of the refuting position, the Marxian approach seeks to explain them historically, by rendering them plausible with reference to the nature of their context, that is, by analyzing them as forms of thought related to the structured and structuring social forms that are constitutive of capitalist society. Marx's critique of Hegel, then, is quite different from Lukács's materialist appropriation of Hegel, for it does not identify a concrete, conscious, social subject, for example, the proletariat, that unfolds itself historically, achieving full self-consciousness through a process of self-reflexive objectification. Doing so would implicitly posit labor as the constituting substance of a subject which is prevented by capitalist relations from realizing itself. As I implied in my discussion of Ricardian Marxism, the historical subject in that case would be a collective version of the bourgeois subject, constituting itself and the world through labor. The concepts of labor and the bourgeois subject, whether interpreted as the individual, or as a class, are intrinsically related, they express a historically specific social reality in ontological form. Marx's critique of Hegel breaks with the presuppositions of such a position, which, nevertheless, became dominant within the socialist tradition. Rather than viewing capitalist relations as extrinsic to the subject, as that which hinder its full realization, Marx analyzes those very relations as constituting the subject. This fundamental difference is related to the one outlined earlier. The quasi-objective structures grasped by the categories of Marx's critique of political economy do not veil either the real social relations of capitalism, class relations, or the real historical subject, the proletariat. Rather, those structures are the fundamental relations of capitalist society that, because of their peculiar properties, constitute what Hegel grasps as a historical subject. This theoretical turn means that the Marxian theory neither posits nor is bound to the notion of a historical meta-subject, such as the proletariat, which will realize itself in a future society. Indeed, the move from a theory of the collective, bourgeois, subject to a theory of alienated social relations implies a critique of such a notion. It is one aspect of a major shift in critical perspective from a social critique on the basis of labor to a social critique of the peculiar nature of labor in capitalism, whereby the former's standpoint becomes the latter's object of critique. This shift becomes clearer still in considering the concept of totality. This should not simply be thought of indeterminately, as referring to the whole in general. For Hegel, the Geist constitutes a general, substantially homogeneous totality which not only is the being of the beginning of the historical process but, unfolded, is the result of its own development. The full unfolding and coming to itself of the Geist is the endpoint of its development. We have seen that traditional assumptions regarding labor and social relations in capitalism lead the Hegelian concept of totality to be adopted and translated into materialist terms as follows: social totality is constituted by labor, but is veiled, apparently fragmented, and prevented from realizing itself by capitalist relations. It represents the standpoint of the critique of the capitalist present, and will be realized in socialism. Marx's categorical determination of capital as the historical subject, however, indicates that the totality has become the object of his critique. As shall be discussed below, social totality, in Marx's analysis, is an essential feature of the capitalist formation and an expression of alienation. The capitalist social formation, according to Marx, is unique inasmuch as it is constituted by a qualitatively homogeneous social substance, hence, it exists as a social totality. Other social formations are not so totalized, their fundamental social relations are not qualitatively homogeneous. They cannot be grasped by the concept of substance, cannot be unfolded from a single structuring principle, and do not display an immanent, necessary historical logic. Marx's assertion that capital, and not the proletariat or the species, is the total subject clearly implies that the historical negation of capitalism would not involve the realization, but the abolition, of the totality. It follows that the contradiction driving the unfolding of his totality also must be conceived very differently. It presumably drives the totality not toward its full realization but toward the possibility of its historical abolition. That is, the contradiction expresses the temporal finiteness of the totality by pointing beyond it. I shall discuss the differences between this understanding of contradiction and that of traditional Marxism below. Marx's conception of the historical negation of capitalism in terms of the abolition, rather than the realization, of the totality is related to his notion that socialism represents the beginning, rather than the end of human history, and to the idea that the negation of capitalism entails overcoming a determinate form of social mediation rather than overcoming social mediation per se. Considered on another level, it indicates that Marx's mature understanding of history cannot be grasped adequately as an essentially eschatological conception in secular form. Finally, the notion that capital constitutes the historical subject who suggests that the realm of politics in a post-capitalist society should not be seen in terms of a totality that is hindered in capitalism from emerging fully. Indeed, it implies the contrary, that an institutionally totalizing form of politics should be interpreted as an expression of the political coordination of capital as the totality, subject as its constraints and imperatives, rather than as the overcoming of capital. The abolition of the totality would, then, allow for the possible constitution of very different, non-totalizing, forms of the political coordination and regulation of society. At first glance, the determination of capital as the historical subject may seem to deny the history-making practices of humans. It is, however, consistent with an analysis that seeks to explain the directional dynamic of capitalist society with reference to alienated social relations, that is, social relations that are constituted by structured forms of practice yet acquire a quasi-independent existence and subject people to determinate quasi-objective constraints. This interpretation also possesses an emancipatory moment not available to interpretations that explicitly or implicitly identify the historical subject with the laboring class. Materialist interpretations of Hegel that posit the class or the species as the historical subject seem to enhance human dignity by emphasizing the role of practice in the creation of history, but they are only apparently emancipatory because the call for the full realization of the subject can only mean the full realization of an alienated social form. On the other hand, many currently popular positions that criticize the affirmation of totality in the name of emancipation do so by denying the existence of the totality. To the extent that such approaches deal with totality as a mere artifact of determinate theoretical positions and ignore the reality of alienated social structures, they can neither grasp the historical tendencies of capitalist society nor formulate an adequate critique of the existent order. From the perspective I am arguing for, those positions that assert the existence of a totality only to affirm it, on the one hand, and those that recognize that the realization of a social totality would be inimical to emancipation and therefore deny its very existence, on the other, are antinomically related. Both sorts of positions are one-sided, for both posit, in opposed ways, a trans-historical identity between what is and what should be. The Marxian critique of totality is a historically specific critique that does not conflate what is and what should be. It does not approach the issue of totality in ontological terms, that is, it neither affirms ontologically the trans-historical existence of totality nor denies that totality exists, which, given the existence of capital, could only be mystifying. Rather, it analyzes totality in terms of the structuring forms of capitalist society. In Hegel, totality unfolds as the realization of the subject. In traditional Marxism, this becomes the realization of the proletariat as the concrete subject. In Marx's critique, totality is grounded as historically specific, and unfolds in a manner that points to the possibility of its abolition. Marx's historical explanation of the subject as capital, and not as a class, attempts to ground Hegel's dialectic socially and thereby to provide its critique. The structure of the dialectical unfolding of Marx's argument in Capital should be read as a meta-commentary on Hegel. Marx did not apply Hegel to classical political economy but contextualized Hegel's concepts in terms of the social forms of capitalist society. That is, Marx's mature critique of Hegel is immanent to the unfolding of the categories in Capital which, by paralleling the way Hegel unfolds these concepts, implicitly suggests the determinate socio-historical context of which they are expressions. In terms of Marx's analysis, Hegel's concepts of dialectic, contradiction, and the identical subject-object express fundamental aspects of capitalist reality but do not adequately grasp them. Hegel's categories do not elucidate capital, as the subject of an alienated mode of production, nor do they analyze the historically specific dynamic of the forms, driven forward by their particular immanent contradictions. Instead, Hegel posits the Geist as the subject and the dialectic as the universal law of motion. In other words, Marx implicitly argues that Hegel did grasp the abstract contradictory social forms of capitalism but not in their historical specificity. Instead, he hypostatized and expressed them in an idealist way. Hegel's idealism nevertheless, does express those forms, even if inadequately. It presents them by means of categories that are the identity of subject and object, and appear to have their own life. This critical analysis is very different from the sort of materialism that would simply invert these idealist categories anthropologically. The latter approach does not permit an adequate analysis of those alienated social structures characteristic of capitalism which do dominate people and are indeed independent of their wills. Marx's mature critique, therefore, no longer entails a materialist, anthropological inversion of Hegel's idealistic dialectic but, in a sense, is its materialist justification. Marx implicitly attempts to show that the rational core of Hegel's dialectic is precisely its idealist character. It is an expression of a mode of social domination constituted by structures of social relations which, because they are alienated, acquire a quasi-independent existence vis-a-vis individuals, and which, because of their peculiar dualistic nature, are dialectical in character. The historical subject, according to Marx, is the alienated structure of social mediation that constitutes the capitalist formation. Capital, then, is a critique of Hegel as well as of Ricardo, two thinkers who, in Marx's opinion, represented the furthest development of thought that remains bound within the existent social formation. Marx did not simply radicalize Ricardo and materialize Hegel. His critique, proceeding from the historically specific double character of labor in capitalism, is essentially historical. He argues that, with their respective conception of labor and the Geist, Ricardo and Hegel posited as transhistorical, and therefore could not fully grasp the historically specific character of the objects of their investigations. The form of exposition of Marx's mature analysis, then, is no more an application of Hegel's dialectic to the problematic of capital than his critical investigation of the commodity indicates that he took over Ricardo's theory of value. On the contrary, his argument is an eminently critical exposition that seeks to ground and render plausible the theories of Hegel and Ricardo with reference to the peculiar character of the social forms of their context. Marx's own analysis, paradoxically, seeks to move beyond the limits of the present totality by limiting itself historically. As I shall argue below, his imminent critique of capitalism is such that the indication of the historical specificity of the object of thought reflexively implies the historical specificity of his theory, that is, the thought itself that grasps the object. In summary, what I have termed traditional Marxism can be considered a materialist, critical Ricardo-Hegel synthesis. An affirmation in social theory of the Hegelian concept of totality and of the dialectic, as undertaken by Lukács for example, may indeed provide an effective critique of one aspect of capitalist society as well as of the evolutionist, fatalistic, and deterministic tendencies of the Marxism of the Second International. Nevertheless, it by no means should be seen as delineating a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of its historical negation. The identification of the proletariat, or the species, with the historical subject rests ultimately on the same historically undifferentiated notion of labor as does Ricardian Marxism. Labor is posited as the transhistorical source of social wealth and, as the substance of the subject, is presumed to be that which constitutes society. The social relations of capitalism are understood as hindering the subject from realizing itself. The standpoint of the critique becomes the totality, as it is constituted by labor, and Marx's dialectic is transformed from the historically specific, self-driven movement of the alienated social forms of capitalist society into the expression of the history-making practice of humanity. Any theory that posits the proletariat or the species as subject implies that the activity constituting the subject is to be fulfilled rather than overcome. Hence, the activity itself cannot be seen as alienated. In the critique based on labor, alienation must be rooted outside of labor itself, in its control by a concrete other, the capitalist class. Socialism then involves the realization of itself by the subject and the reappropriation of the same wealth that, in capitalism, had been privately expropriated. It entails the coming to itself of labor. Within such a general interpretation, the character of the Marxian critique is essentially one of unmasking. It purportedly proves that, despite appearances, labor is the source of wealth and the proletariat represents the historical subject, that is, self-constituting humanity. Such a position is closely related to the notion that socialism entails the realization of the universalistic ideals of the bourgeois revolutions, ideals that were betrayed by the particularistic interests of the bourgeoisie. I shall endeavor below to show how the Marxian critique does include such unmasking, but as a moment of a more fundamental theory of the social and historical constitution of the ideals and reality of capitalist society. Marx analyzes the constitution by labor of social relations and of a historical dialectic as characteristic of the deep structure of capitalism and not as the ontological grounds of human society that shall be realized fully in socialism. Any critique, then, that transhistorically argues that labor uniquely generates wealth and constitutes society, that opposes positively the ideals of bourgeois society to its reality, and that formulates a critique of the mode of distribution from the standpoint of labor, necessarily remains within the bounds of the totality. The contradiction such a critique posits between the market and private property, on the one hand, and industrial, proletarian-based production, on the other, points to the abolition of the bourgeois class, but it does not point beyond the social totality. Rather, it points to the historical overcoming of earlier bourgeois relations of distribution by a form that may be more adequate on a national level to developed capitalist relations of production. That is, it delineates the supersession of an earlier, apparently more abstract form of the totality by an apparently more concrete form. If the totality itself is understood as capital, such a critique is revealed as one that, behind its own back, points to the full realization of capital as a quasi-concrete totality rather than to its abolition. 3. The limits of traditional Marxism and the pessimistic turn of critical theory. In the previous chapters I examined some fundamental assumptions underlying traditional Marxism's interpretation of the basic contradiction of capitalism as one between the market and private ownership, on the one hand, and industrial production, on the other. The limits and dilemmas of such an interpretation increasingly have become manifest in the course of the historical development of post-liberal capitalism. In this chapter, I shall investigate those limits more closely by critically examining some basic aspects of one of the richest and most powerful theoretical responses to that historical development, the approach that has come to be known as that of the Frankfurt School, or critical theory. Those who formulated the general framework of critical theory, Theodor W. Adorno, Max Horkheimer, Leo Lowenthal, Herbert Marcuse, Friedrich Pollock, and others who had been associated with the Institut für Sozialforschung in Frankfurt or its journal, the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, sought to develop a fundamental social critique that would be adequate to the transformed conditions of post-liberal capitalism. Influenced in part by George Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, though without adopting his identification of the proletariat as the identical subject-object of history, they proceeded from a sophisticated understanding of Marx's theory as a critical and self-reflexive analysis of the intrinsic interrelation of the social, economic, political, and cultural dimensions of life in capitalism. In the course of confronting and conceptualizing the significant transformations of capitalism in the 20th century, they developed and placed at the center of their concern a critique of instrumental reason and the domination of nature, a critique of culture and ideology, and a critique of political domination. These attempts considerably broadened and deepened the scope of social critique and called into question the adequacy of traditional Marxism as a critique of post-liberal modern society. Yet, in seeking to formulate a more adequate critique, critical theory ran into serious theoretical difficulties and dilemmas. These became manifest in a theoretical turn taken in the late 1930s, wherein post-liberal capitalism came to be conceived as a completely administered, integrated, one-dimensional society, one that no longer gives rise to any imminent possibility of social emancipation. I shall elucidate the problems entailed by that pessimistic turn and argue they indicate that although critical theory was based upon an awareness of the limitations of the traditional Marxist critique of capitalism, it was unable to move beyond the most fundamental assumptions of that critique. An analysis of that theoretical turn, therefore, will serve both to clarify the limits of traditional Marxism and to imply the conditions for a more adequate critical theory of modern society. In my examination of critical theory's pessimistic vision of post-liberal capitalism, I shall try to clarify its theoretical basis in terms of the distinction discussed earlier, between a social critique from the standpoint of labor and a critique of the historically specific nature of labor in capitalism. This approach, then, will not consider the pessimism of critical theory only with immediate reference to its larger historical context. That context: the failure of revolution in the West, the development of Stalinism, the victory of National Socialism and, later, the character of post-war capitalism certainly makes a pessimistic reaction understandable. Nevertheless, the specific character of the pessimistic analysis of critical theory cannot be fully understood in terms of historical events alone, not even World War II and the Holocaust. While these events did have a major effect on the theory, an understanding of that analysis also requires an understanding of the fundamental theoretical assumptions on the basis of which those major developments were interpreted. I shall show how critical theory's pessimistic theoretical response to those historical events and eruptions was rooted deeply in a number of traditional presuppositions regarding the nature and course of capitalist development. Those who formulated critical theory recognized the significance of the changed morphology of post-liberal capitalism very early on and analyzed some of its dimensions incisively. They interpreted this change, however, in terms of the constitution of a new form of social totality, one without an intrinsic structural contradiction, hence, without an intrinsic historical dynamic from which the possibility of a new social formation could arise. Consequently, the pessimism to which I refer was not contingent, it did not merely express doubt about the likelihood of significant political and social change. Rather, it was an integral moment of critical theory's analysis of the far-reaching changes in 20th-century capitalist society. That is, it was a necessary pessimism. It concerned the imminent historical possibility that capitalism could be superseded and not only the probability that this could occur. For this pessimistic analysis rendered problematic the basis of critical theory itself. I shall investigate the basic assumptions of this necessary pessimism by examining several articles written by Friedrich Pollock and Max Horkheimer in the 1930s and 1940s which were of central significance in the development of critical theory. In particular, I shall investigate the relationship between Pollock's analysis of the changed relation of state to civil society in post-liberal capitalism and the changes in Horkheimer's understanding of a critical theory of society between 1937 and 1941. Focusing on the issue of social contradiction, I shall show how Pollock's work in the 1930s provided the implicit political economic presuppositions of the pessimistic turn in Horkheimer's theory and the changes in his conception of social critique. More generally, on the basis of an examination of Pollock's investigations, I shall discuss the intrinsic relation of the political-economic dimension of critical theory to its social, political, and epistemological dimensions. As we shall see, Pollock's interpretation of post-liberal capitalism did cast doubt on the adequacy of traditional Marxism as a critical theory, and indicated its limits as a theory of emancipation, but his approach did not entail a sufficiently far-reaching reconsideration of the basic presuppositions of that theory and, hence, remained bound to some of those presuppositions. I shall then argue that, when Horkheimer adopted an analysis of post-liberal capitalism essentially similar to Pollock's, the character of his critical theory was transformed in a way that undermined the possibility of its epistemological self-reflection and resulted in its fundamental pessimism. In Horkheimer's pessimistic analysis we can find the limits, theoretically and historically, of approaches based upon traditional Marxist presuppositions. By examining the limits of the traditional Marxist understanding of capitalism and the extent to which critical theory remained bound to it, I intend to call into question the necessary pessimism of the latter theory. My analysis of the theoretical dilemmas of critical theory points in the direction of a reconstituted critical social theory that would appropriate important aspects of the approaches of Lukács and the Frankfurt School within the framework of a fundamentally different form of social critique. It differs from Jürgen Habermas's recent attempt to resuscitate theoretically the possibility of a critical social theory with emancipatory intent, which has also been formulated against the background of the theoretical dilemmas of critical theory, inasmuch as it rests on a different understanding of traditional Marxism and the limitations of critical theory. Indeed, on the basis of that analysis and the first stages of my reconstruction of Marx's theory, I shall argue that Habermas himself has adopted several of critical theory's traditional assumptions, and that this has weakened his effort to reconstitute a critical theory of modern society. Critique and contradiction. Before examining that fundamental pessimism, I must briefly elaborate on the notion of contradiction and its centrality to an immanent social critique. If a theory, such as Marx's, that is critical of society and assumes that people are socially constituted is to remain consistent, it cannot proceed from a standpoint that, implicitly or explicitly, purports to lie outside of its own social universe. Rather, it must view itself as embedded within its context. Such a theory is an immanent social critique. It cannot take a normative position extrinsic to that which it investigates, which is the context of the critique itself. Indeed, it must regard the very notion of a decontextualized, Archimedean standpoint as spurious. The concepts used by such a social theory, then, must be related to its context. When that context itself is the object of investigation, the nature of those concepts is intrinsically bound to the nature of their object. This means that an immanent critique does not judge critically what is from a conceptual position outside of its object, for example, a transcendent ought. Instead, it must be able to locate that ought as a dimension of its own context, as possibility immanent to the existent society. Such a critique must also be immanent in the sense that it must be able to reflexively grasp itself and ground the possibility of its own existence in the nature of its social context. That is, if it is to be internally consistent, it must be able to ground its own standpoint in the social categories with which it grasps its object, and not simply posit or assume that standpoint. The existent, in other words, must be grasped in its own terms in a way that encompasses the possibility of its critique. The critique must be able to show that the nature of its social context is such that this context generates the possibility of a critical stance toward itself. It follows, then, that an immanent social critique must show that its object, the social whole of which it is a part, is not a unitary whole. Furthermore, if such a critique is to ground historical development socially, and avoid hypostatizing history by positing a trans-historical evolutionary development, it must show the fundamental relational structures of the society to be such that they give rise to an ongoing directional dynamic. The notion that the structures, the underlying social relations, of modern society are contradictory provides the theoretical basis for such an immanent historical critique. It allows the immanent critique to elucidate a historical dynamic that is intrinsic to the social formation, a dialectical dynamic that points beyond itself to that realizable ought that is immanent to the is and serves as the standpoint of its critique. Social contradiction, according to such an approach, then, is the precondition of both an intrinsic historical dynamic and the existence of the social critique itself. The possibility of the latter is intrinsically related to the socially generated possibility of other forms of critical distance and opposition on the popular level as well. That is, the notion of social contradiction also allows for a theory of the historical constitution of popular oppositional forms that point beyond the existent order. The significance of the notion of social contradiction thus goes beyond its narrower economic interpretation as the basis of economic crises in capitalism. As I argued above, it should not be understood simply as the social antagonism between laboring and expropriating classes. Rather, social contradiction refers to the very fabric of a society, to a self-generating non-identity intrinsic to its structures of social relations which do not, therefore, constitute a stable unitary whole. The classical critical social theory based on the notion that an intrinsic social contradiction characterizes its social universe is, of course, Marx's. I shall discuss below how Marx attempts to analyze capitalist society as intrinsically contradictory and directionally dynamic, and to root those basic characteristics in the historically specific character of labor in capitalism. In so doing, Marx both grounds the possibility of his critique in a self-reflexive, epistemologically consistent manner, and breaks with all notions of the intrinsic developmental logic of human history as a whole. Marx's immanent critique of capitalism, as noted, does not consist simply in opposing the reality of that society to its ideals. Such an understanding of immanent critique assumes that the essential purpose of the critique is to unmask bourgeois ideologies, such as that of equal exchange, and reveal the sordid reality they disguise: exploitation, for example. This, obviously, is related to the critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor outlined above. The critique based upon the analysis of the specificity of labor in capitalism, however, has a different character. It does not seek merely to peer behind the level of appearances of bourgeois society in order to critically oppose that surface, as capitalist, to the underlying social totality constituted by labor. Rather, the immanent critique Marx unfolds in Capital analyzes that underlying totality itself, not merely the surface level of appearances as characteristic of capitalism. The theory seeks to grasp both surface and underlying reality in a way that points to the possible historical overcoming of the whole, which means, on another level, that it attempts to explain both the reality and the ideals of capitalist society, indicating the historically determinate character of both. Historically specifying the object of the theory in this way implies historically specifying the theory itself. Immanent social critique also has a practical moment. It can understand itself as contributing to social and political transformation. Immanent critique rejects positions that affirm the given order, the is, as well as utopian critiques of that order. Because the standpoint of the critique is not extraneous to its object but, rather, is a possibility immanent to it, the character of the critique is neither theoretically nor practically exhortative. The real consequences of social and political actions are always co-determined by the context within which they take place, regardless of the justifications and goals of such actions. Inasmuch as immanent critique, in analyzing its context, reveals its immanent possibilities, it contributes to their realization. Revealing the potential in the actual helps action to be socially transformative in a conscious way. The adequacy of an immanent social critique depends on the adequacy of its categories. If the fundamental categories of the critique, value, for example, are to be considered critical categories adequate to capitalist society, they must express the specificity of that society. Furthermore, as categories of a historical critique, the categories must be shown to grasp the grounds of an intrinsic dynamic of that society, leading to the possibility of its historical negation to the ought that emerges as a historical possibility immanent to the is. Relatedly, if one supposes the society to be contradictory, the categories one uses to express its basic forms of social relations must express this contradiction. As we saw in the previous chapter, this contradiction must be such that it points beyond the existence of the totality. Only if the categories themselves express such a contradiction can the critique avoid being positive, in other words, one that criticizes what is on the basis of what also is and, hence, does not really point beyond the existent totality. The adequate, negative critique is not undertaken on the basis of what is but of what could be, as a potential immanent to the existent society. Finally, categories of an immanent social critique with emancipatory intent must adequately grasp the determinate grounds of unfreedom in capitalism, so that the historical abolition of what they express would imply the possibility of social and historical freedom. These conditions of an adequate immanent critique are not fulfilled by the social critique from the standpoint of labor. Pollock's and Horkheimer's attempts to analyze the changed character of post-liberal capitalism reveal that the traditional critique's categories are not adequate expressions of the core of capitalism or of the grounds of unfreedom in that society, and that the contradiction they express does not point beyond the present totality to an emancipated society. Having shown these categories to be inadequate, though, Pollock and Horkheimer did not then call into question their traditional presuppositions. As a result, they were unable to reconstitute a more adequate social critique. It was the combination of these two elements of their approach that resulted in the pessimism of critical theory. Friedrich Pollock and the primacy of the political. I shall begin my discussion of the pessimistic turn of critical theory by examining the political economic presuppositions of Friedrich Pollock's analysis of the transformation of capitalism associated with the rise of the interventionist state. Pollock first develops this analysis in the early 1930s with Gerhard Meyer and Kurt Mandelbaum, and he extends it further in the course of the following decade. Faced with the Great Depression and the resultant increasingly active role of the state in the socio-economic sphere, as well as the Soviet experience with planning, Pollock concludes that the political sphere has superseded the economic sphere as the locus of both economic regulation and the articulation of social problems. He characterizes this shift as the primacy of the political over the economic. This notion, which has since become widespread, implies that the Marxian critique of political economy was valid for the period of laissez-faire capitalism but has since become anachronistic in the repoliticized society of post-liberal capitalism. Such a position may appear to be a self-evident consequence of the transformation of capitalism in the 20th century. As I shall show, though, it is based upon a set of questionable assumptions which give rise to serious problems in the analysis of post-liberal capitalism. My critique does not question Pollock's basic insight that the development of the interventionist state entailed far-reaching economic, social, and political consequences, but it does reveal the problematic implications of Pollock's theoretical framework for analyzing those changes, that is, his understanding of the economic sphere and of the basic contradiction between the forces and relations of production. Pollock develops his conception of the social order emerging from the Great Depression in two, increasingly pessimistic, phases. His point of departure in analyzing both the fundamental causes of the Great Depression and its possible historical results is the traditional interpretation of the contradictions of capitalism. In two essays written in 1932 to 1933, Die Gegenwärtige des Kapitalismus und die Aussichten einer planwirtschaftlichen Neuordnung and Bemerkungen zur Wirtschaftskrise, Pollock characterizes the course of capitalist development in the traditional terms of an increasing contradiction between the forces of production, interpreted as the industrial mode of production, and private appropriation mediated socially by the self-regulatory market. This growing contradiction underlies economic crises that, by violently diminishing the forces of production, for example, by the use of machinery at less than full capacity, the destruction of raw materials, and the unemployment of thousands of workers, are the means by which capitalism tries automatically to resolve the contradiction. In this sense, the World Depression represents nothing new. Yet the intensity of the depression and the crassness of the gap between the social wealth produced, which potentially could serve the satisfaction of general human needs, and the impoverishment of large segments of the population mark the end of the era of free market or liberal capitalism. They indicate that the present economic form is incapable of using the forces which it itself developed for the benefit of all members of society. Because this development is not historically contingent but results from the dynamic of liberal capitalism itself, any attempt to reconstitute a social organization based on liberal economic mechanisms would historically be doomed to failure. According to all indications, it would be a wasted effort to attempt to re-establish the technical, economic, and social psychological conditions for a free market economy. Although liberal capitalism cannot be reconstituted, according to Pollock, it has given rise to the possibility of a new social order that could resolve the difficulties of the older one. The dialectic of the forces and relations of production underlying the development of free market capitalism has given rise to the possibility of a centrally planned economy. Yet, and this is the decisive turning point, such an economy need not be socialist. Pollock maintains that laissez-faire and capitalism are not necessarily identical and that the economic situation can be stabilized within the framework of capitalism itself, through massive and ongoing intervention of the state in the economy. Instead of identifying socialism with planning, Pollock distinguishes two main types of planned economic systems: a capitalist planned economy on the basis of private ownership of the means of production and hence within the social framework of class society, and a socialist planned economy characterized by social ownership of the means of production within the social framework of a classless society. Pollock rejects any theory of the automatic breakdown of capitalism and emphasizes that socialism does not necessarily follow capitalism. Its historical realization depends not only on economic and technical factors but on the power of resistance of those who carry the burden of the existing order. And, for Pollock, Massive resistance on the part of the proletariat is unlikely in the near future as a result of the diminished weight of the working class in the economic process, changes in weapons technology, and the newly developed means for the psychic and cultural domination of the masses. Pollock considers a capitalist planned economy, rather than socialism, to be the most likely result of the Great Depression. What is coming to an end is not capitalism, but its liberal phase. At this stage of Pollock's thought, the difference between capitalism and socialism in an age of planning has been reduced to that between private and social ownership of the means of production. In both cases, the free market economy would be replaced by state regulation. Even the distinction based on forms of property, however, has become problematic. In describing the reaction of capitalism to the crisis, Pollock refers to the violent diminishing of the forces of production and a loosening of the fetters, a modification of the relations of production through state intervention. He claims, on the one hand, that it might be possible for both to occur without the basis of the capitalist system, private property and its valorization, being touched. On the other hand, he notes that continuous state intervention involves a more or less drastic limitation of the individual owner's power of disposal over his capital, and associates that with the tendency, already present before World War I, for ownership and effective management to become separated. The determination of capitalism in terms of private property has then become somewhat ambiguous. Pollock effectively dispenses with it in his essays of 1941, in which the theory of the primacy of the political is fully developed. In these essays, State Capitalism and Is National Socialism a New Order? Pollock analyzes the newly emergent social order as state capitalism. His method here is to construct ideal types, whereas in 1932 he opposes a socialist to a capitalist planned economy. In 1941 he opposes totalitarian and democratic state capitalism as the two primary ideal types of the new order. In 1941 Pollock describes the Soviet Union as a state capitalist society. In the totalitarian form, the state is in the hands of a new ruling stratum, an amalgamation of leading bureaucrats in business, state, and party. In the democratic form it is controlled by the people. Pollock's ideal typical analysis concentrates on the totalitarian state capitalist form. When stripped of those aspects specific to totalitarianism, his examination of the fundamental change in the relation of state to civil society can be seen as constituting the political-economic dimension of a general critical theory of post-liberal capitalism, which Horkheimer, Marcuse, and Adorno develop more fully. The central characteristic of the state capitalist order, according to Pollock, is the supersession of the economic sphere by the political realm. Balancing production and distribution has become a function of the state rather than of the market. Although a market, a price system, and wages may remain in existence, they no longer serve to regulate the economic process. Furthermore, even if the legal institution of private property is retained, its economic functions have been effectively abolished, inasmuch as the right of disposal over individual capital has been transferred in large measure from the individual capitalist to the state. The capitalist has been transformed into a mere rentier. The state formulates a general plan and compels its fulfillment. As a result, private property, the law of the market, or other economic laws such as the equalization of the rate of profit or its tendency to fall do not retain their previously essential functions. No autonomous, self-moving economic sphere exists in state capitalism. Problems of administration, therefore, have replaced those of the process of exchange. This transition, according to Pollock, has broad social implications. He maintains that all social relations under liberal capitalism are determined by the market. People and classes confront one another in the public sphere as quasi-autonomous agents. In spite of the inefficiencies and injustices of the system, the market relation implies that the rules governing the public sphere are mutually binding. Law is the doubled rationality, applying to rulers as well as to ruled. Such an impersonal legal realm contributes to the separation of the public and private spheres and, by implication, to the formation of the bourgeois individual. Social position is a function of the market and income. Employees are impelled to work by their fear of hunger and the wish for a better life. Under state capitalism, the state becomes the determinant of all spheres of social life. The hierarchy of bureaucratic political structures occupies the center of social existence. Market relations are replaced by those of a command hierarchy in which a one-sided technical rationality reigns in the place of law. The majority of the population becomes, in effect, paid employees of the political apparatus. They lack political rights, powers of self-organization, and the right to strike. The impetus to work is affected by political terror, on the one hand, and psychic manipulation, on the other. Individuals and groups, no longer autonomous, are subordinated to the whole. Because of their productivity, people are treated as means rather than as ends in themselves. This is veiled, however, for they are compensated for their loss of independence by the socially sanctioned transgression of some earlier social norms, especially sexual ones. By breaking down the wall separating the intimate sphere from society and the state, such compensation allows for further social manipulation. Both the market and private property, that is, the basic capitalist social relations, traditionally understood, have been effectively abolished in state capitalism, according to Pollock. The social, political, and cultural consequences, however, have not necessarily been emancipatory. Expressing this view in Marxian categories, Pollock claims that production in state capitalism no longer entails the production of commodities, but has become oriented toward use. The latter determination, however, does not guarantee that production serves the needs of free humans in an harmonious society. Given Pollock's analysis of the non-emancipatory character of state capitalism and his claim that a return to liberal capitalism is impossible, the problem now is whether state capitalism could be superseded by socialism. That possibility can no longer be considered imminent to the present society, that is, as emerging from the unfolding of an intrinsic contradiction underlying a self-moving economy because, according to Pollock, the economy has become totally manageable. He claims that the command economy, as opposed to free market capitalism, has at its disposal the means to check the economic causes of depressions. Pollock repeatedly emphasizes that there are no economic laws or functions that could hinder or set a limit to the functionings of state capitalism. If this is the case, is there no possibility that state capitalism can be overcome? In his tentative answer, Pollock sketches the beginnings of a theory of political crises in political legitimation. State capitalism, according to Pollock, arose historically as the solution to the economic ills of liberal capitalism. Hence the primary tasks of the new social order will be to maintain full employment and to enable the forces of production to develop unhindered, while maintaining the basis of the old social structure. The replacement of the market by the state means that mass unemployment immediately would entail a political crisis, one that would call the system into question. State capitalism necessarily requires full employment to legitimate itself. The totalitarian variant of state capitalism is confronted with additional problems. That order represents the worst form of an antagonistic society in which the power interests of the ruling class prevents the people from fully using the productive forces for their own welfare and from having control of the organization and activities of society. Because of the intensity of this antagonism, totalitarian state capitalism cannot allow the general standard of living to rise appreciably, because such a rise would free people to reflect on their situation critically, which could lead to the emergence of a revolutionary spirit, with its demands for freedom and justice. Totalitarian state capitalism is, therefore, faced with the problem of maintaining full employment, promoting further technical progress, yet not allowing the standard of living to rise appreciably. According to Pollock, only a permanent war economy could achieve these tasks simultaneously. The greatest threat to the totalitarian form is peace. In a peace economy, the system could not maintain itself, despite mass psychological manipulation and terror. It could not tolerate a high standard of living and could not survive mass unemployment. A high standard of living could be maintained by democratic state capitalism, but Pollock describes that form as unstable and transitory. Either class differences would assert themselves, in which case democratic state capitalism would develop in the direction of the totalitarian form, or democratic control of the state would result in the abolition of the last remnants of class society, thereby leading to socialism. The latter possibility, however, seems unlikely within the framework of Pollock's approach, that is, his thesis of the manageability of the economy and his awareness that a policy of military preparedness, which allows for a permanent war economy without war, is a hallmark of the state capitalist era. Pollock's analysis of state capitalism cannot ground his hope that democratic state capitalism can be established and developed further in the direction of socialism. His position is fundamentally pessimistic. The overcoming of the new order cannot be derived imminently from the system itself, but, rather, has become dependent on an unlikely extrinsic circumstance: world peace. Assumptions and dilemmas of Pollock's thesis. Several aspects of Pollock's analysis are problematic. His examination of liberal capitalism indicates its dynamic development and historicity. It shows how the imminent contradiction between its forces and relations of production gave rise to the possibility of an economically planned society as its historical negation. Pollock's analysis of state capitalism, however, lacks this historical dimension. Rather, it is static and merely describes various ideal types. Pollock's initial formulation of a political crisis theory did, to be sure, seek to uncover moments of instability and conflict, yet they are not related to any sort of imminent historical dynamic from which the contours and the possibility of another social formation could emerge. We must thus consider why, for Pollock, the stage of capitalism characterized by the primacy of the economic is contradictory and dynamic, while that characterized by the primacy of the political is not. This problem can be elucidated by considering Pollock's understanding of the economic. In postulating the primacy of politics over economics, he conceptualizes the latter in terms of the quasi-automatic market-mediated coordination of needs and resources, whereby price mechanisms direct production and distribution. Under liberal capitalism, profits and wages direct the flow of capital and the distribution of labor power within the economic process. The market is central to Pollock's understanding of the economic. His assertion that economic laws lose their essential function when the state supersedes the market indicates that, in his view, such laws are rooted only in the market mode of social regulation. The centrality of the market to Pollock's notion of the economic is also indicated on a categorical level, by his interpretation of the commodity. A good is a commodity only when circulated by the market, otherwise it is a use value. This approach, of course, implies an interpretation of the Marxian category of value, purportedly the fundamental category of the relations of production in capitalism, solely in terms of the market. In other words, Pollock understands the economic sphere and, implicitly, the Marxian categories only in terms of the mode of distribution. Pollock interprets the contradiction between the forces and relations of production accordingly, as one between industrial production and the bourgeois mode of distribution, the market, private property. Thus, he maintains that the growing concentration and centralization of production renders private ownership increasingly dysfunctional and anachronistic, whereas the periodic crises indicate that the automatic mode of regulation is not harmonious and that the anarchic operations of economic laws have become increasingly destructive. This contradiction, then, gives rise to a dynamic that both requires and makes possible the supersession of the bourgeois mode of distribution by a form characterized by planning and the effective absence of private property. It follows from this interpretation that when the state supplants the market as the agency of distribution, the economic sphere is essentially suspended. Hence, according to Pollock, economics as a social science loses the object of its investigation, whereas the economist formerly racked his brain to solve the puzzle of the exchange process, he meets, under state capitalism, with mere problems of administration. With state planning, in other words, a conscious mode of social regulation and distribution has replaced the non-conscious economic mode. Underlying Pollock's notion of the primacy of the political is an understanding of the economic which presupposes the primacy of the mode of distribution. It should now be clear why state capitalism, according to such an interpretation, possesses no imminent dynamic. An immanent dynamic implies a logic of development, above and beyond conscious control, which is based on a contradiction intrinsic to the system. In Pollack's analysis, the market is the source of all non-conscious social structures of necessity and regulation. As a result, it constitutes the basis of the laws of motion of the capitalist social formation. Pollack maintains, moreover, that planning alone implies full conscious control and, hence, is not limited by any economic laws. It follows, then, that the supersession of the market by state planning must signify the end of any blind logic of development. Historical development is now consciously regulated. Furthermore, an understanding of the contradiction between the forces and relations of production as one between distribution and production expressed by the growing inadequacy of the market and private property to conditions of developed industrial production implies that a mode based upon planning and the effective abolition of private property is adequate to those conditions. Within the framework of a theory which proceeds from the traditional, distribution-oriented interpretation of the relations of production, an intrinsic social contradiction no longer exists between these new relations of production and the industrial mode of production. Hence, the Marxian notion of the contradictory character of capitalism is relegated implicitly to the period of liberal capitalism. Pollack's notion of the primacy of the political thus refers to an antagonistic society possessing no immanent dynamic that points toward the possibility of socialism as its negation. The pessimism of his theory is rooted in its analysis of post-liberal capitalism as an unfree but non-contradictory society. Pollack's analysis indicates the problems with a critique of the social formation that assumes the primacy of the mode of distribution. According to Pollack's ideal typical analysis, with the development of state capitalism, value has been superseded and private property effectively has been abolished. Yet the abolition of these social relations does not necessarily lay the foundations of the good society. On the contrary, it can and does lead to forms of greater oppression and tyranny, forms that no longer can be criticized adequately by means of the category of value. Furthermore, according to his interpretation, overcoming the market means that the system of commodity production has been replaced by one of use-value production. Yet Pollack shows that to be an insufficient determination of emancipation, it does not necessarily mean that the needs of free humans in a harmonious society are being met. Value and the commodity, however, can be considered critical categories adequate to the capitalist social formation only when they ground an immanent dynamic of that social form leading to the possibility of its historical negation. They must sufficiently grasp the core of that contradictory society so that their abolition implies the social basis of freedom. Pollack's analysis indicates that the Marxian categories, understood in terms of the mode of distribution, do not grasp adequately the grounds of unfreedom in capitalism. He does not, however, reconsider the source of these limitations of the categories, namely, the one-sided emphasis on the mode of distribution. Instead, he retains that emphasis while implicitly limiting the validity of Marx's categories to liberal capitalism. Pollack's traditional assumption of the primacy of distribution, however, gives rise to serious theoretical difficulties in his treatment of state capitalism. As we have seen, capitalism as state capitalism can exist, according to Pollack, in the absence of the market and private property. These, however, are its two essential characteristics, as defined by traditional Marxist theory. What, in the absence of those relations of production, characterizes the new phase as capitalist? Pollack lists the following grounds for his characterization. State capitalism is the successor of private capitalism. The state assumes important functions of the private capitalist. Profit interests still play a significant role and, it is not socialism. It appears, at first glance, that the key to Pollack's specification of post-liberal class society as capitalist is his statement that profit interests continue to play an important role. Although, according to Pollack, such interests do become subordinate to a general plan, no state capitalist government can or will dispense with the profit motive. Its abolition would destroy the character of the entire system. It seems that the specific character of the entire system could be clarified by a consideration of profit. Such a clarification, however, is not offered by Pollack. Instead of undertaking an analysis of profit, which would help to determine the capitalist character of the new social form, Pollock treats that category in an indeterminate fashion. Another aspect of the changed situation under state capitalism is that the profit motive is superseded by the power motive. Obviously, the profit motive is a specific form of the power motive. The difference, however, is that the latter is essentially bound up with the power position of the ruling group while the former pertains to the individual only. Leaving aside considerations of the weaknesses of positions that implicitly derive relations of power from a motive for power, it is clear that this approach merely underlines the political character of state capitalism without further elucidating its capitalist dimension. That the economic sphere, according to Pollock, no longer plays an essential role is reflected in his basically empty treatment of profit. Economic categories, profit, have become subspecies of political categories, power. The ultimate ground for Pollock's characterization of post-liberal society as state capitalist is that it remains antagonistic, that is, a class society. The term capitalism, however, requires a more specific determination than that of social antagonism, for all developed historical forms of society have been antagonistic in the sense that the social surplus is expropriated from its immediate producers and not used for the benefit of all. Moreover, the term class also requires a more specific determination. It does not refer simply to social groups that exist in such antagonistic relations. Rather, as I shall show, the Marxian notions of class and class struggle acquire their full significance only as categories of an inherently contradictory and dynamic system. Social antagonism and social contradiction, in other words, are not identical. The concept of state capitalism necessarily implies that what is being politically regulated is capitalism. It demands, therefore, a concept of capital. Such considerations, however, are not to be found in Pollock's treatment. His strategic intention in using the term state capitalism seems clear to emphasize that the abolition of the market and private property does not suffice for the transformation of capitalism into socialism. Yet Pollock cannot ground adequately his characterization of post-liberal antagonistic society as capitalist. Pollock's position, moreover, cannot explain the source of continuing class antagonism in post-liberal capitalism. His understanding of the economic sphere renders opaque the material conditions underlying the differences between state capitalism and socialism. In the traditional Marxist analysis, the system based upon the market and private property necessarily implies a specific class system. Overcoming these relations of production is understood as the economic presupposition of a classless society. A fundamentally different social organization is bound to a fundamentally different economic organization. Whereas Pollock proceeds from the same assumptions regarding the structure of liberal capitalism, the intrinsic connectedness of the economic organization and the social structure is severed in his treatment of post-liberal societies. Although he characterizes state capitalism as a class system, he considers its basic economic organization, in the broader sense, to be the same as that of socialism, central planning and the effective abolition of private property under conditions of developed industrial production. This, however, implies that the difference between a class system and a classless society is not related to fundamental differences in their economic organization. Rather, it is simply a function of the mode and goal of its administration. The basic structure of society has thus presumably become independent of its economic form. Pollock's approach implies that there is no longer any relation between social structure and economic organization. This paradoxical result is latent in Pollock's theoretical point of departure. If the Marxian categories and the notion of the relations of production are understood in terms of the mode of distribution, the conclusion is inescapable that the dialectic of economic development has run its course when the market and private property are overcome. The politically mediated economic organization that emerges thus represents the historical endpoint of the mode of distribution. The further existence of class society in such a situation, therefore, cannot be grounded in this mode of distribution which, presumably, would underlie a classless society as well. Nor, for that matter, can class antagonism be rooted in the sphere of production. As we have seen, in the traditional interpretation of the Marxian categories, the transformation of the relations of production entails not a transformation of the industrial mode of production but an adjustment adequate to that mode of production which, supposedly, had already acquired its historically final form. Within this framework, then, the continued existence of class society cannot be grounded in either production or distribution. Economic organization, in other words, has become a historical invariable in Pollock's analysis, one that underlies various possible political forms and no longer is related to social structure. Given the absence of any relation between social structures and economic organization in his analysis of post-liberal society, Pollock has to posit a political sphere that not only maintains and reinforces class differences but is their source. Class relations are reduced to power relations, the source of which remain obscure. Given his point of departure, however, it seems that Pollock has little choice in so reductively analyzing the repoliticization of social life in post-liberal society. Finally, the limits of Pollock's underlying assumptions in adequately grasping the changed morphology of post-liberal capitalism become clear in his treatment of the capitalist relations of production. The notion itself refers to that which characterizes capitalism as capitalism, that is, to the essence of the social formation. The logic of Pollock's interpretation should have induced a fundamental reconsideration, if the market and private property are, indeed, to be considered the capitalist relations of production, the ideal typical post-liberal form should not be considered capitalist. On the other hand, characterizing the new form as capitalist, despite the presumed abolition of those relational structures, implicitly demands a different determination of the relations of production essential to capitalism. Such an approach, in other words, should call into question the identification of the market and private property with the essential relations of production of capitalist society even for the liberal phase of capitalism. Pollock, however, does not undertake such a reconsideration. Instead, he modifies the traditional determination of the relations of production by limiting its validity to the liberal phase of capitalism, and postulates its supersession by a political mode of distribution. The result is a new set of theoretical problems and weaknesses which points to the need for a more radical re-examination of the traditional theory. If one maintains, as Pollock does, that the capitalist social formation possesses successively different sets of relations of production, one necessarily posits a core of that formation that is not fully grasped by any of those sets of relations. This separation of the essence of the formation from all determinate relations of production indicates, however, that the latter have been inadequately determined. Moreover, what in Pollock's analysis remains the essence class antagonism is too historically indeterminate to be of use in specifying the capitalist social formation. Both weaknesses indicate the inadequacy and limits of Pollock's point of departure, that is, locating the relations of production only in the sphere of distribution. Pollock's analysis of the significant transformations of social life and the structure of domination associated with the development of post-liberal capitalism contains many important insights. His analysis, however, must be placed on a firmer theoretical basis. Such a basis, I shall argue, would also call into question the necessary character of Pollock's pessimism. It should, however, be clear that I regard as inadequate a critique of Pollock that proceeds from the presuppositions of traditional Marxism. Such an approach could reintroduce a dynamic to the analysis by pointing out that market competition and private property have by no means disappeared or lost their functions under state interventionist capitalism. This, of course, would not apply to the real existing socialist variants of state capitalism. One weakness of traditional Marxism is that it cannot provide the basis for an adequate critique of such societies. Indeed, on a less immediately empirical level, one could ask whether it would at all be possible for bourgeois capitalism to reach a stage in which all elements of market capitalism are overcome. Nevertheless, reintroducing a dynamic to the analysis of state interventionist capitalism on the basis of the continued significance of the market and private property does not get to the roots of Pollock's pessimism. It simply avoids the fundamental problems raised when that development is thought through to its endpoint, the abolition of these relations of production. The question must then be faced whether that abolition is indeed a sufficient condition for socialism. As I have sought to show, Pollock's approach, despite its frozen character and questionable theoretical foundations, does indicate that an interpretation of the relations of production and, hence, value, in terms of the sphere of distribution does not grasp sufficiently the core of unfreedom in capitalism. To criticize him from the standpoint of that interpretation would, therefore, be a step back from the level of the problem as it has emerged in the consideration of Pollock's analysis. In spite of the difficulties associated with Pollock's ideal typical approach, it has the unintended heuristic value of allowing a perception of the problematic character of the assumptions of traditional Marxism. Within the framework of a one-sided critique of the mode of distribution from the standpoint of labor, the Marxian categories cannot critically grasp the social totality. This, however, only becomes historically evident when the market loses its central role as the agency of distribution. Pollock's analysis shows that any attempt based on the traditional interpretation to characterize the resultant politically regulated social order as capitalist must remain indeterminate. It also renders clear that the abolition of the market and private property alone and, hence, the coming into its own of industrial production is an insufficient condition for human emancipation. Pollock's treatment of post-liberal capitalism thus inadvertently indicates that the market and private property are not adequate determinations of the most basic social categories of capitalism, hence, that the traditional Marxist categories are inadequate as critical categories of the capitalist social totality. The abolition of that which they express does not constitute the condition of general freedom. Pollock's analysis highlights precisely those limitations of the traditional Marxist interpretation, and shows as well that the Marxian notion of contradiction as a hallmark of the capitalist social formation is not identical with the notion of social antagonism. Whereas an antagonistic social form can be static, the notion of contradiction necessarily implies an intrinsic dynamic. By considering state capitalism to be an antagonistic form that does not possess such a dynamic, Pollock's approach draws attention to the problem of social contradiction as one that must be located structurally in a way that extends beyond considerations of class and ownership. Finally, Pollock's refusal to consider the new form in its most abstract contours merely as one that is not yet fully socialist enables him to uncover its new, more negative modes of political, social, and cultural domination. Pollock and the other members of the Frankfurt School do break with traditional Marxism in one decisive respect. One of Pollock's basic insights is that a system of central planning in the effective absence of private property is not in and of itself emancipatory, although such a form of distribution is adequate to industrial production. This implicitly calls into question the idea that labor, for example, in the form of the industrial mode of production or, on another level, the social totality constituted by labor is the basis of general human freedom. Yet Pollock's analysis remains too bound to some fundamental propositions of traditional Marxism to constitute its adequate critique. Because he adopts its one-sided emphasis on the mode of distribution, Pollock's break with the traditional theory does not really overcome its basic assumptions regarding the nature of labor in capitalism. Instead, he retains the notion of labor, but implicitly reverses his evaluation of its role. According to Pollock, the historical dialectic has run its course, labor has come into itself. The totality has been realized, yet the result is anything but emancipatory. His analysis suggests that that result must, therefore, be rooted in the character of labor. Whereas labor had been regarded as the locus of freedom, it now implicitly comes to be seen as a source of unfreedom. This reversal is expressed more explicitly in Horkheimer's works, as I shall demonstrate. Both the optimistic and the pessimistic positions I have been examining share an understanding of labor in capitalism as labor, an understanding that falls behind the level of Marx's mature critique of Ricardo and of Hegel. Pollock retains this notion and continues to envision the contradiction of capitalism as one between production and distribution. He therefore concludes that there is no imminent contradiction in state capitalism. His analysis results in a conception of an antagonistic and repressive social totality that has become essentially non-contradictory and no longer possesses an immanent dynamic. It is a conception that casts doubt on the emancipatory role attributed to labor and to the realization of the totality, but ultimately, it does not move beyond the horizons of the traditional Marxist critique of capitalism. Max Horkheimer's pessimistic turn. The qualitative transformation of capitalist society, hence, of the object of social critique implied by Pollock's analysis of post-liberal capitalism as a non-contradictory totality, entails a transformation of the nature of the critique itself. I shall investigate this transformation and its problematic aspects by considering the implications of Pollock's analysis for Max Horkheimer's conception of critical theory. This transformation of critical theory has been described in terms of the supersession of the critique of political economy by the critique of politics, the critique of ideology, and the critique of instrumental reason. 60. It frequently has been understood as a shift from a critical analysis of modern society whose focus is restricted to one sphere of social life, to a broader and deeper approach. Yet my discussion suggests that this evaluation must be modified. We have seen that the starting point of critical theory, as articulated by Pollock, was a traditional understanding of Marx's basic categories, coupled with the recognition that these traditional categories had been rendered inadequate by the development of 20th-century capitalism. Nevertheless, because this recognition did not lead to a fundamental reconceptualization of the Marxian categories themselves, critical theory's broadening of the social critique of capitalism involved a number of serious theoretical difficulties. It also weakened the ability of the theory to grasp aspects of capitalist society that were central concerns of Marx's critique of political economy. It is a mistake, in other words, to see the difference between the critique of political economy and the critique of instrumental reason, and so on, as simply a matter of the relative importance attributed to particular spheres of social life. Labor is central to Marx's analysis not because he assumes material production as such to be the most important aspect of social life or the essence of human society, but because he considers the peculiarly abstract and directionally dynamic character of capitalist society to be its central hallmark, and maintains that those basic features could be grasped and elucidated in terms of the historically specific nature of labor in that society. Through his analysis of that historically specific nature, Marx seeks to clarify and to ground socially an abstract form of social relations and of domination as characteristic of capitalism. His critique does so in a way that shows capitalism to be a totality that is intrinsically contradictory and, thus, immanently dynamic. In this regard, a critique of political institutions or instrumental reason could be seen as superseding, rather than extending or supplementing, Marx's critique of political economy, only if it were also capable of accounting for the historical dynamism of the social formation by indicating, for example, a contradiction intrinsic to the nature of its object of investigation. This is an exceedingly unlikely proposition, in my opinion. Furthermore, the shift in the focus of critical theory outlined above was related precisely to the assumption that because the post-liberal social totality had become non-contradictory, it was without any intrinsic historical dynamic. That analysis not only resulted in a fundamentally pessimistic position, but it also undermined the possibility that critical theory could be consistently self-reflexive as an immanent critique. Moreover, it has proven retrospectively to have been questionable historically. I shall elaborate these contentions and investigate the transformation of the nature of critique associated with an analysis of state capitalism as a non-contradictory society by examining two essays written by Horkheimer in 1937 and 1940. In his classical essay, Traditional and Critical Theory, Horkheimer still grounds critical theory in the contradictory character of capitalist society. He proceeds from the assumption that the relation of subject and object should be understood in terms of the social constitution of both. In fact, social practice always contains available and applied knowledge. The perceived fact is therefore co-determined by human ideas and concepts even prior to its conscious assimilation by the knowing individual. At the higher stages of civilization, Conscious human practice unconsciously determines not only the subjective side of perception but to an increasing degree, the object as well. Such an approach implies that thought is historically determinate, and it demands, therefore, that both traditional as well as critical theory be grounded socio-historically. Traditional theory, according to Horkheimer, is an expression of the fact that although subject and object are always intrinsically related within a historically constituted totality, this intrinsic relation is not manifest in capitalism. Because the form of social synthesis in that society is mediate and abstract, what is constituted by cooperative human activity is alienated and thus appears as quasi-natural facticity. This alienated form of appearance finds theoretical expression, for example, in the Cartesian assumption of the essential immutability of the relation of subject, object, and theory. Such a hypostatized dualism of thought and being does not, Horkheimer asserts, allow traditional theory to conceptualize the unity of theory and practice. The form of social synthesis characteristic of capitalism, moreover, is such that the various areas of productive activity do not appear related, constituting a whole but are fragmented and exist in a mediate, apparently contingent relation to one another. The result is an illusion of the independence of each sphere of productive activity, similar to that of the freedom of the individual as economic subject in bourgeois society. Consequently, in traditional theory, scientific and theoretical developments are seen as immanent functions of thought or of independent disciplines, and are not understood with reference to real social processes. Horkheimer asserts that the problem of the adequacy of thought and being must be dealt with in terms of a theory of their constitution by social activity. Kant began to develop such an approach, according to Horkheimer, but in an idealist fashion. Kant claimed that sensuous appearances have already been formed by the transcendental subject, that is, rational activity, when they are perceived and consciously evaluated. Horkheimer argues that the concepts Kant developed have a double character. They express unity and goal-directedness, on the one hand, and an opaque and non-conscious dimension, on the other. This duality is expressive of capitalist society, according to Horkheimer, but not self-consciously so. It corresponds to the contradictory form of human activity in the modern era. The cooperation of people in society is the mode of existence of their reason. At the same time, however, this process, along with its results, is alienated from them and appears, with all its waste of labor power and human life, to be an unalterable natural force, a fate beyond human control. Horkheimer grounds this contradiction in that between the forces and relations of production. Within the theoretical framework he presents, collective human production constitutes a social whole that potentially is rationally organized. Yet the market-mediated form of social interconnection and class domination based on private property impart a fragmented and irrational form to that social whole. Thus, capitalist society is characterized by blind, mechanical, developmental necessity, and by the utilization of the developed human powers of controlling nature for particular and conflicting interests rather than for the general interest. According to Horkheimer's account of the trajectory of capitalism, the economic system based upon the commodity form was characterized in its early stages by the notion of the congruence of individual and social happiness. As that system emerged and became consolidated, it entailed the unfolding of human powers, the emancipation of the individual, and an increasing control over nature. Its dynamic, however, has since given rise to a society that no longer furthers human development but increasingly checks it, and drives humanity in the direction of a new barbarism. Within this framework, production is socially totalizing, but is alienated, fragmented, and increasingly arrested in its development by the market and private property. Capitalist social relations hinder the totality from realizing itself. This contradiction, Horkheimer asserts, is the condition under which critical theory becomes possible. Critical theory does not accept the fragmented aspects of reality as necessary givens but seeks to grasp society as a whole. This necessarily entails a perception of its internal contradictions, of that which fragments the totality and hinders its realization as a rational whole. Grasping the whole thus implies an interest in superseding its present form with the rational human condition rather than merely modifying it. Critical theory, then, accepts neither the given social order nor the utopian critique of that order. Horkheimer describes critical theory as an immanent analysis of capitalism which, on the basis of the intrinsic contradictions of that society, uncovers the growing discrepancy between what is and what could be. Reason, social production, totality, and human emancipation are intertwined and provide the standpoint of a historical critique in Horkheimer's essay. For him, the idea of a rational social organization adequate to all of its members, a community of free persons, is a possibility immanent to human labor. If in the past, the misery of large segments of the producing population was in part conditioned by the low level of technical development, hence, was in a sense rational, this is no longer the case. Negative social conditions such as hunger, unemployment, crises, and militarization are now based only on relations, no longer adequate to the present, under which production occurs. Those relations now hinder the application of all intellectual and physical means for the mastery of nature. General social misery, caused by anachronistic, particularist relations, has become irrational in terms of the potential of the forces of production. Inasmuch as this potential gives rise to the possibility that rationally planned social regulation and development might supplant the blind, market-mediated form of regulation characteristic of capitalism, it reveals that this form is irrational as well. Finally, on another level, the historical possibility of a rational social organization based on labor also shows the dichotomous relation of subject and object in the present society to be irrational, the mysterious correspondence of thought and being, understanding and sensuousness, human needs and their satisfaction in the present, chaotic economy, a correspondence which appears to be accidental in the bourgeois epoch shall, in the future epoch, become the relation of rational intention and realization. The immanent dialectical critique outlined by Horkheimer is an epistemologically sophisticated version of traditional Marxism. The forces of production are identified with the social process of production, which is hindered from realizing its potential by the market and private property. Those relations, according to this approach, fragment and veil the wholeness and connectedness of the social universe constituted by labor. Labor is simply identified by Horkheimer with control over nature. He questions the mode of its organization and application but not its form. Thus, whereas for Marx, as we shall see, the constitution of the structure of social life in capitalism is a function of labor mediating the relations among people as well as the relations between people and nature, for Horkheimer it is a function of the latter mediation alone, of labor. The standpoint of his critique of the existing order in the name of reason and justice is provided by labor. Horkheimer grounds the possibility of emancipation and the realization of reason in labor coming to itself and openly emerging as that which constitutes the social totality. Hence, the object of critique is the structure of relations that hinders that open emergence. Such a position is closer to the sort of Ricardo Hegel synthesis outlined above than it is to Marx's critique. This positive view of labor and of the totality later gives way, in Horkheimer's thought, to a more negative evaluation of the effects of the domination of nature, once he comes to consider the relations of production as having become adequate to the forces of production. Throughout, however, he conceptualizes the process of production only in terms of the relation of humanity to nature. The later pessimistic turn in Horkheimer's thought should not be related too directly and exclusively to the failure of proletarian revolution and the defeat of working-class organizations by fascism, for Horkheimer writes traditional and critical theory long after National Socialism's seizure of power. He nevertheless continues to interpret the social formation as essentially contradictory, which is to say, he continues to develop an immanent critique. Although his evaluation of the political situation is certainly pessimistic, this pessimism has not yet acquired a necessary character. Horkheimer asserts that due to the setbacks, ideological narrowness, and corruption of the working class, critical theory is momentarily carried by a small group of persons. Yet the fact that he continues to ground the possibility of a critical theory in the contradictions of the present order implies that the integration or defeat of the working class does not, in and of itself, signify that the social formation no longer is contradictory. In other words, the notion of contradiction for Horkheimer refers to a deeper structural level of society than that of immediate class antagonism. Thus, he claims that critical theory, as an element of social change, exists as part of a dynamic unity with the dominated class but is not immediately identical with that class. Were critical theory merely to formulate passively the current feelings and visions of that class, it would be no different structurally than the disciplinary sciences. Critical theory deals with the present in terms of its immanent potential. It cannot, therefore, be based on the given alone. Horkheimer's pessimism at this point clearly has to do with the probability that a socialist transformation would occur in the foreseeable future, but the possibility of such a transformation remains, in his analysis, imminent to the contradictory capitalist present. He does argue that the changed character of capitalism demands changes in the elements of critical theory and proceeds to outline the new possibilities for conscious social domination available to the small circle of the very powerful as a result of the vastly increased concentration and centralization of capital. He then argues that this change is related to a historical tendency for the sphere of culture to lose its previous position of relative autonomy and become more directly embedded in the framework of social domination. Horkheimer lays the ground here for a critical focus on political domination, ideological manipulation, and the culture industry. Yet he insists that the basis of the theory remains unchanged inasmuch as the basic economic structure of society has not changed. At this point, Horkheimer does not propose that the society has changed so fundamentally that the economic sphere has been replaced by the political. On the contrary, he argues that private property and profit still play decisive roles and that people's lives are now even more immediately determined by the economic dimension of social life, whose unchained dynamic gives rise to new developments and misfortunes at an ever-increasing tempo. This proposed shift in critical theory's object of investigation, the increased emphasis on conscious domination and manipulation, is tied to the notion that the market, hence, the indirect and veiled form of domination associated with it, no longer plays the role it had in liberal capitalism. This shift is not yet bound, however, to the view that the immanent contradiction of the forces and relations of production has been overcome. Horkheimer's critique remains immanent. Its character, however, changes following the outbreak of World War II. This change is related to the change in theoretical evaluation expressed by Pollock's notion of the primacy of the political. In his essay, The Authoritarian State, written in 1940, Horkheimer describes the new social form as state capitalism, the authoritarian state of the present. The position developed here is basically similar to Pollock's, although Horkheimer more explicitly characterizes the Soviet Union as the most consistent form of state capitalism, and considers fascism to be a mixed form inasmuch as the surplus value won and distributed under state control is transmitted to industrial magnates and large landowners under the old title of profit. All forms of state capitalism are repressive, exploitative, and antagonistic. And although he predicts that state capitalism would not be subject to economic crises because the market had been overcome, he nevertheless claims that the form was ultimately transitory rather than stable. In discussing the possible transitory character of state capitalism, Horkheimer expresses a new, deeply ambiguous attitude toward the emancipatory potential of the forces of production. The essay does contain passages in which Horkheimer still describes the forces of production, traditionally interpreted as potentially emancipatory. He argues that they are held back consciously as a condition of domination. The increased rationalization and simplification of production, distribution, and administration have rendered the existing form of political domination anachronistic and, ultimately, irrational. To the extent that the state has become potentially anachronistic, it must become more authoritarian, that is, it must rely to a greater degree on force and the permanent threat of war in order to maintain itself. Horkheimer does foresee a possible collapse of the system, which he grounds in the restriction of productivity by the bureaucracies. He claims that the utilization of production in the interests of domination rather than to satisfy human needs would result in a crisis. The crisis would not, however, be economic, as was the case in market capitalism, but would be an international political crisis tied to the constant threat of war. Horkheimer does, then, allude to the fetters imposed on the forces of production. Yet the gap he describes between what is and what could be the case were it not for those fetters, only highlights the antagonistic and repressive nature of the system. It no longer has the form of an intrinsic contradiction. Horkheimer does not treat the international political crisis he outlines as an emergent moment of the possible determinate negation of the system, rather, he represents it as a dangerous result that demands such a negation. Horkheimer speaks of collapse but does not specify its preconditions. Instead, he seeks to elucidate those democratic, emancipatory possibilities that are not realized, or are crushed in state capitalism, in the hope that people would oppose the system out of their misery and the threat to their existence. The dominant tendency of the article, moreover, is to maintain that there is indeed no contradiction or even necessary disjuncture between the developed forces of production, traditionally understood, and authoritarian political domination. On the contrary, Horkheimer now skeptically writes that, although the development of productivity may have increased the possibility of emancipation, it certainly has led to greater repression. The forces of production, freed from the constraints of the market and private property, have not proved to be the source of freedom and a rational social order. With each bit of realized planning, a bit of repression was originally supposed to become superfluous. Instead, even more repression has emerged through the administration of the plans. The adequacy of a new mode of distribution to the developed forces of production had proved to be negative in its consequences. Horkheimer's statement that state capitalism at times appears almost as a parody of classless society implies that repressive state capitalism and emancipatory socialism possess the same material basis, thus indicating the dilemma of traditional Marxist theory upon reaching its limits. Faced with this dilemma, however, Horkheimer, like Pollock, does not reconsider the basic determinations of that theory. Instead, he continues to equate the forces of production with the industrial mode of production. As a result, he is compelled to re-evaluate production and to rethink the relationship of history and emancipation. Horkheimer now radically calls into question any social uprising based upon the development of the forces of production. The bourgeois upheavals did indeed depend on the ripeness of the situation. Their successes, from the Reformation to the legal revolution of fascism, were tied to the technical and economic achievements that marked the progress of capitalism. Here he evaluates the development of production negatively, as the basis for the development of domination within capitalist civilization. Horkheimer now begins to turn to a pessimistic theory of history. Because the laws of historical development, driven on by the contradiction between the forces and relations of production, have led only to state capitalism, a revolutionary theory based upon that historical development, a theory that demands that the first attempts at planning should be reinforced, and distribution made more rational, could only hasten the transition to the state capitalist form. Consequently, Horkheimer reconceptualizes the relation of emancipation and history by according social revolution two moments. Revolution brings about what would also happen without spontaneity, the societalization of the means of production, the planned management of production and the unlimited control of nature. And it also brings about what would never happen without active resistance and constantly renewed efforts to achieve freedom, the end of exploitation. That Horkheimer accords these two moments to revolution, however, indicates that he has fallen back to a position characterized by an antinomy of necessity and freedom. His view of history has become completely determinist. He now presents it as a fully automatic development in which labor comes to itself but not as the source of emancipation. Freedom is grounded in a purely voluntarist fashion, as an act of will against history. Horkheimer now assumes, as is clear from these passages, that the material conditions of life in which freedom for all could be fully achieved are identical to those in which freedom for all is negated, that those conditions are, therefore, essentially irrelevant to the question of freedom, and that they automatically emerge. One need not disagree with his proposition that freedom is never achieved automatically to question these assumptions. Bound by a traditional Marxist vision of the material conditions of capitalism and socialism, Horkheimer does not question the presupposition that a publicly planned mode of industrial production in the absence of private property is a sufficient material condition for socialism. Nor does he consider whether industrial production itself might not best be considered in social terms, as having been molded by the social form of capital. Were the latter the case, achieving another form of production would be no more automatic than achieving freedom. Having undertaken no such reconsideration, though, Horkheimer no longer considers freedom as a determinate historical possibility but one which is historically and therefore socially indeterminate. Critical theory confronts history with that possibility which is always visible within it. The improvement of the means of production may have improved not only the chances of oppression but also of its elimination. But the consequence that follows from historical materialism today as it did then from Rousseau or the Bible, that is, the insight that now or in 100 years the horror will come to an end, was always timely. This position emphasizes that a greater degree of freedom has always been possible, but its historically indeterminate character does not permit one to consider the relation among various socio-historical contexts, different conceptions of freedom, and the kind, rather than degree, of emancipation that can be achieved within a particular context. This position does not question, to use one of Horkheimer's examples, whether the sort of freedom that might have been obtained had Thomas Müntzer and not Martin Luther been successful, is comparable to that conceivable today. Horkheimer's notion of history has become indeterminate. It is unclear whether he is referring to the history of capitalism in the passage quoted above, or to history as such. This lack of specificity is related to the historically indeterminate notion of labor as the mastery of nature that underlies Horkheimer's earlier positive attitude toward the development of production, as well as its later negative complement. In conceiving of state capitalism as a form in which the contradictions of capitalism have been overcome, Horkheimer comes to realize the inadequacy of traditional Marxism as a historical theory of emancipation. Yet he remains too bound to its presuppositions to undertake a reconsideration of the Marxian critique of capitalism, which would allow for a more adequate historical theory. This dichotomous theoretical position is expressed by the antinomic opposition of emancipation and history, and by Horkheimer's departure from his earlier dialectically self-reflexive epistemology. If emancipation is no longer grounded in a determinate historical contradiction, a critical theory with emancipatory intent must also step outside of history. We have seen that Horkheimer's theory of knowledge had been based upon the assumption that social constitution is a function of labor, which in capitalism is fragmented and hindered from fully unfolding by the relations of production. He now begins to consider the contradictions of capitalism to have been no more than the motor of a repressive development, which he expresses categorically with his statement that the self-movement of the concept of the commodity leads to the concept of state capitalism, just as for Hegel the certainty of sense data leads to absolute knowledge. Horkheimer has thus come to the conclusion that a Hegelian dialectic, in which the contradictions of the categories lead to the self-unfolded realization of the subject as totality, rather than to the abolition of totality, could only result in the affirmation of the existing order. Yet he does not formulate his position in a way that would go beyond the limits of that order, for example, in terms of Marx's critique of Hegel and of Ricardo. Instead, Horkheimer reverses his earlier position, labor and the totality, which earlier had been the standpoint of the critique, now become the grounds of oppression and unfreedom. The result is a series of ruptures. Not only does Horkheimer locate emancipation outside of history but, to save its possibility, he now feels compelled to introduce a disjuncture between concept and object. The identity of the ideal and reality is universal exploitation. The difference between concept and reality, not the concept itself, is the foundation for the possibility of revolutionary practice. This step is made necessary by the conjunction of Horkheimer's continued passion for general human emancipation with his analysis of state capitalism as an order in which the intrinsic contradiction of capitalism has been overcome. Although, as we have seen, this analysis is not completely unequivocal in 1940. As outlined above, an immanent social critique presupposes that its object, the social universe that is its context, and the categories that grasp that object are not one-dimensional. The belief that the contradiction of capitalism has been overcome implies, however, that the social object has become one-dimensional. Within such a framework, the ought no longer is an immanent aspect of a contradictory is, hence, the result of an analysis that grasps what is would necessarily be affirmative. Now that Horkheimer no longer considers the whole to be intrinsically contradictory, he posits the difference between concept and actuality in order to make room for another possible actuality. This position converges in some respects with Adorno's notion of the totality as necessarily affirmative, rather than contradictory and pointing beyond itself even when fully unfolded. In taking this step, Horkheimer weakens the epistemological consistency of his own argument. As is indicated by his statements on the self-movement of the concept of the commodity and the identity of the ideal and reality, Horkheimer does not suddenly adopt a position that concepts are one thing, reality another. His statements imply, rather, that concepts are indeed adequate to their objects, but in an affirmative rather than critical way. Given the fundamental presuppositions of such a position, the concept that presumably no longer fully corresponds to its object cannot be considered an exhaustive determination of the concept, if the theory is to remain self-reflexive. Horkheimer's position that the critique is to be grounded outside the concept necessarily posits indeterminacy as the basis of the critique. Such a position essentially argues that because the totality does not subsume all of life, the possibility of emancipation, however dim, is not extinguished. Yet it cannot point to the possibility of a determinate possible negation of the existing social order, nor can it account for itself as a determinate possibility and, hence, as an adequate critical theory of its social universe. Horkheimer's critical theory could have maintained its self-reflexive character only if it would have embedded the affirmative relation it posited between the concept and its object within another, more encompassing set of concepts that would have continued to allow theoretically for the imminent possibility of critique and historical transformation. Horkheimer, however, did not proceed with such a reconsideration, which, on another level, would have entailed a critique of the traditional Marxist categories on the basis of a more essential, abstract, and complex set of categories. Instead, Horkheimer, by positing the non-identity of the concept and actuality in the interest of preserving the possibility of freedom within a presumed one-dimensional social universe, undercut the possible self-reflexive explanation of his own critique. The disjunction of concept and actuality he asserted rendered his own position similar to that of traditional theory, which he criticized in 1937 when he pointed out that theory is not understood as a part of the social universe in which it exists, but is accorded a spurious independent position. Horkheimer's understanding of the disjunction of concept and reality hovers mysteriously above its object. It cannot explain itself. The epistemological dilemma entailed in this pessimistic turn retrospectively highlights a weakness in Horkheimer's earlier epistemology, which had seemed consistent. In traditional and critical theory, the possibility of an all-encompassing social critique, as well as of the overcoming of the capitalist formation, was grounded in the contradictory character of that society. Yet that contradiction was interpreted as one between social labor and those relations that fragment its totalistic realization and inhibit its full development. In such an interpretation, the Marxian categories such as value and capital express those inhibiting social relations and are ultimately extrinsic to the concept of labor itself. This indicates, however, that, within such an interpretation, the categories of commodity and capital do not really grasp the social totality while expressing its contradictory character. Instead, they specify only one dimension of capitalist society, the relations of distribution, which eventually comes to oppose its other dimension, social labor. In other words, when the Marxian categories are understood only in terms of the market and private property, they are essentially one-dimensional from the outset. They do not grasp the contradiction but only one of its terms. This implies that even in Horkheimer's earlier essay the critique is external to, rather than grounded in, the categories. It is a critique from the standpoint of labor of the social forms expressed by the categories. in a sophisticated version of the traditional Marxist critique, one that treats the Marxian categories as determinate forms of social being and of social consciousness. The implicit understanding of those categories as one-sided is reflected by the term reification as used by Lukács. Although it lies beyond the bounds of this work to elaborate on this, I should note that the term represents a convergence of the traditional Marxist interpretation and Weber's notion of rationalization, two strands that have one-dimensionality in common. The ambiguous legacy of Weber in Strains of Western Marxism, as mediated by Lukács, involves the horizontal broadening of the scope of the Marxian categories to include dimensions of social life ignored in more narrowly orthodox interpretations and, at the same time, their vertical flattening. In Capital, the categories are expressions of a contradictory social totality, they are two-dimensional. The notion of reification in Western Marxism, however, implies one-dimensionality, hence, the possible determinate negation of the existent order cannot be rooted in the categories that purportedly grasp it. In spite of its apparently dialectical character, then, Horkheimer's earlier critical theory did not succeed in grounding itself as critique in the concept. That would have required recovering the contradictory character of the Marxian categories, an undertaking that would have required reconceptualizing those categories so as to incorporate the historically determinate form of labor as one of their dimensions. Such an effort, which would formulate more adequate categories of the commodity and capital, differs fundamentally from any view that treats labor in a trans-historical fashion as a quasi-natural social process, as simply a matter of the technical domination of nature by means of the cooperative effort of humans. Without such a reconsideration, the self-reflexive analysis of capitalism can be critical only if it grounds itself in the contradiction between the categorial forms and labor, rather than in the categorial forms of commodity and capital themselves. The former constitutes a positive critique, the latter is the categorial condition of a negative critique. Horkheimer's traditional Marxist point of departure meant from the very beginning, then, that the adequacy of concept to actuality was implicitly affirmative but of only one dimension of the totality. Critique was grounded outside of the categories, in the concept of labor. When labor no longer seemed to be the principle of emancipation, given the repressive results of the abolition of the market and private property, the previous weakness of the theory emerged manifestly as a dilemma. The dilemma, however, illuminates the inadequacy of the point of departure. In discussing Pollock, I argued that the weaknesses of his attempt to characterize post-liberal society as state capitalism reveals that the determination of the essential capitalist relations of production in terms of the market and private property had always been inadequate. By the same token, the weaknesses of Horkheimer's self-reflexive social theory indicate the inadequacy of a critical theory based upon a notion of labor. The weaknesses of each indicate that the Ricardian and Hegelian forms of Marxism I criticized in the previous chapter are conceptually related. The identification of the relations of production with those of distribution is based upon the Ricardian labor theory of value. Overcoming those bourgeois relations of distribution alone does not, however, signify overcoming capital, but the emergence of a more concrete mode of its total existence, mediated by gigantic bureaucratic organizations rather than by liberal forms. Similarly, a materialist dialectical theory based upon the notion of labor ultimately affirms the unfolded totality. Whereas Marx attempts to uncover the social relations that are mediated by labor in capitalism and, in turn, shape labor's concrete form, the concept of labor at the heart of Ricardian equals Hegelian Marxism implies that the mediating activity is grasped affirmatively, as that which stands opposed to the social relations of capitalism. The result is a critique adequate only to liberal capitalism, and only from the standpoint of a historical negation that does not overcome capital-state capitalism. Horkheimer became aware of the inadequacy of that theory without, however, reconsidering its assumptions. The result was a reversal of an earlier traditional Marxist position. In 1937, Horkheimer still positively regards labor as that which, in its contradiction to the social relations of capitalism, constitutes the ground for the possibility of critical thought, as well as of emancipation, In 1940 he had come to see if equivocally the development of production as the progress of domination. In Dialectic of Enlightenment, 1944, and in Eclipse of Reason, Zur Kritik der Instrumentellen Vernunft, 1946, Horkheimer's evaluation of the relationship between production and emancipation becomes more unequivocally negative. Advance in technical facilities for enlightenment is accompanied by a process of dehumanization. He claims that the nature of social domination has changed and increasingly has become a function of technocratic or instrumental reason, which he grounds in labor. Production has become the source of unfreedom. Horkheimer does assert that the contemporary decline of the individual, and the dominance of instrumental reason, should be attributed not to techniques or production as such but to the forms of social relations in which they occur. His notion of such forms, however, remains empty. He treats technological development in a historically and socially indeterminate way, as the domination of nature. Following Pollock, Horkheimer regards post-liberal capitalism as an antagonistic society in which usefulness for the power structure, rather than for the needs of all, is the measure of economic importance. He treats social form in post-liberal capitalism reductively, in terms of power relations and the particularistic political practices of the leaders of the economy. Such a notion of social form can be related to technology only extrinsically, in terms of the use to which it is applied. It cannot, however, be related intrinsically to the form of production. Yet a social, as opposed to a technical, explanation of the instrumentalization of the world can be made only on the basis of such an intrinsic relation. Hence, despite Horkheimer's disclaimer that the dominance of instrumental reason and the destruction of individuality should be explained in social terms and should not be attributed to production as such, I would argue that he does indeed associate instrumental reason and labor. The possibilities of emancipation in the post-liberal universe described by Horkheimer have become very meager. Elaborating an idea developed by Marcuse in 1941, Horkheimer suggests that perhaps just those economic and cultural processes that destroy individuality can lay the groundwork for a new, less ideological, and more humane age. He quickly adds, however, that the signs of such a possibility are very weak indeed. Deprived of the possibility of an imminent historical critique, the task of critical philosophy becomes reduced to uncovering those anti-instrumentalist values sediment in language, that is, to drawing attention to the gap between the reality and the ideals of the civilization in the hope of inducing greater popular self-awareness. The critical theory no longer can delineate the social foundations of an order in which a more humane existence would be possible. The attempt to attribute a determination to language that, if realized, would have emancipatory consequences is rather weak and cannot veil the fact that the theory has become exhortative. This exhortative character, though, is not an unfortunate but necessary consequence of the transformation of 20th-century industrial capitalism. It is a function of the assumptions with which that transformation was interpreted. Pollock and Horkheimer were aware of the negative social, political, and cultural consequences of the emergence of the new form of the totality as bureaucratic and state capitalist. The new phase of the social formation provided the practical refutation, as it were, of traditional Marxism as a theory of emancipation. Because Pollock and Horkheimer retained some basic assumptions of the traditional theory, however, they were unable to incorporate that refutation into a more fundamental and adequate critique of capitalism. Consequently, their resulting position was characterized by a number of theoretical weaknesses. The critique of reason developed by Horkheimer and Adorno in the mid-1940s, for example, reflexively confronted critical theory with a dilemma. Gerhard Brandt, among others, has noted that in Dialectic of Enlightenment, the reified character of bourgeois thought is no longer grounded in the production of commodities, as had been the case in the materialist critique of ideology from Marx to Lukács. Rather, it is now grounded in the interaction of humanity with nature, in its history as a species. The consequences of such a position weaken the very project of a critical theory. They undermine the possibility that such a theory could ground socially the conditions of its own existence and, relatedly, the conditions of a possible historical transformation. The analysis presented in this work provides a plausible interpretation of the presuppositions underlying this dilemma. As we have seen, in 1937 Horkheimer proceeded from the assumption that labor transhistorically constitutes society and that the commodity is a category of the mode of distribution. On that basis he grounded the difference between reified bourgeois thought and emancipatory reason in the opposition between the capitalist mode of distribution and labor. According to Pollock's state capitalism thesis, which Horkheimer subsequently adopted, this opposition no longer existed. Labor had come to itself, yet both oppression and the domination of reified reason had grown stronger. Because the source of this development, as I have shown, could now only be located in labor itself, it follows that the origins of reified reason, being grounded in labor, must be located prior to the spread and dominance of the commodity form. It must be located in the very process of human interaction with nature. Lacking a conception of the specific character of labor in capitalism, critical theory ascribed its consequences to labor per se. The frequently described shift of critical theory from the analysis of political economy to a critique of instrumental reason does not, then, signify that the theorists of the Frankfurt School simply abandoned the former in favor of the latter. Rather, that shift followed from, and was based upon, a particular analysis of political economy, more specifically, a traditional understanding of Marx's critique of political economy. Pollock's and Horkheimer's analysis of the social totality as both non-contradictory, that is, one-dimensional, and antagonistic and repressive, implies that history has come to a standstill. I have sought to argue that it indicates instead, the limits of any critical theory resting on the notion of labor. The critical pessimism, so strongly expressed in Dialectic of Enlightenment and Eclipse of Reason, cannot be understood only with reference to its historical context. It also must be seen as expressing an awareness of the limits of traditional Marxism in the absence of a fundamental reconstitution of the dialectical critique of what, despite significant transformations, remains a dialectical social totality. This view has been reinforced by the current historical transformation of capitalism, which has dramatically made manifest the limits of the welfare state in the West, and of the totalistic party state in the East, and can be seen, in turn, as a practical refutation of the thesis of the primacy of the political. It retrospectively shows that critical theory's quasi-Weberian analysis of the earlier major transformation of capitalism was too linear, and strongly suggests that the totality has indeed remained dialectical. I shall try, in the succeeding sections of this work, to outline a theoretical basis for the notion of a post-liberal dialectical totality which will ground my critique of traditional Marxism. In the course of my exposition, I shall distinguish my effort to move theoretically beyond the necessary pessimism of critical theory from Habermas's approach to this problem. The theoretical turn analyzed in this chapter, Horkheimer's pessimism, his critique of instrumental reason, and the suggested beginnings of a linguistic turn, was an important dimension of the theoretical context within which Jürgen Habermas began, in the 1960s, to call into question the socially synthetic and constitutive role attributed to labor. His strategic intent can be seen as an attempt to overcome the pessimism of critical theory by questioning the centrality of labor once it had presumably been shown to be an inadequate basis for freedom. His intent, in other words, has been to re-establish theoretically the possibility of emancipation. I shall deal with some aspects of Habermas's early critique of Marx below. At this point I should note that Habermas, in attempting to overcome critical theory's pessimism, retains the traditional understanding of labor shared by Pollock and Horkheimer, and then attempts to limit the scope of its social significance. He proceeds from precisely that notion of labor for which Marx criticized Ricardo. Marx's analysis of the double character of labor in capitalism, however, can serve as the foundation for a critique of late capitalism which, in my view, is more adequate than one that proceeds from the traditional interpretation of labor in capitalism, whether that labor is evaluated positively as emancipatory or, more negatively, as instrumental activity. Part 2, The Commodity. 4. Abstract labor. Requirements of a categorical reinterpretation. The exposition thus far has laid the groundwork for a reconstruction of Marx's critical theory. As we have seen, the passages of the Grundrisse presented in Chapter 1 suggest a critique of capitalism whose assumptions are very different from those of the traditional critique. These passages do not represent utopian visions that later were excluded from Marx's more sober analysis in Capital, but are a key to understanding that analysis. They provide the point of departure for a reinterpretation of the basic categories of Marx's mature critique that can overcome the limits of the traditional Marxist paradigm. My examination of the presuppositions of this paradigm has highlighted certain requirements such a reinterpretation must meet. I have examined approaches that, proceeding from a trans-historical notion of labor as the standpoint of the critique, conceptualize the social relations characterizing capitalism in terms of the mode of distribution alone, and locate the system's fundamental contradiction between the modes of distribution and production. Central to this examination was the argument that the Marxian category of value should not be understood merely as expressing the market-mediated form of the distribution of wealth. A categorical reinterpretation, therefore, must focus on Marx's distinction between value and material wealth. It must show that value is not essentially a market category in his analysis, and that the law of value is not simply one of general economic equilibrium. Marx's statement that in capitalism direct labor time is the decisive factor in the production of wealth, suggests that his category of value should be examined as a form of wealth whose specificity is related to its temporal determination. An adequate reinterpretation of value must demonstrate the significance of the temporal determination of value for Marx's critique and for the question of the historical dynamic of capitalism. Related to the problem of value is that of labor. As I have shown, so long as one assumes that the category of value, hence, the capitalist relations of production, are adequately understood in terms of the market and private property, the meaning of labor seems to be clear. These relations, so conceived, supposedly are the means by which labor and its products are socially organized and distributed. They are, in other words, extrinsic to labor itself. Consequently, labor in capitalism can be taken to be labor as it is commonly understood, a purposive social activity involving the transformation of material in a determinate fashion, which is an indispensable condition for the reproduction of human society. Labor is thus understood in a trans-historical fashion. What varies historically is the mode of its social distribution and administration. Accordingly, labor and, thus the process of production, are forces of production, embedded in varying sets of relations of production that purportedly remain extrinsic to labor and production. A different approach would reformulate value as a historically specific form of wealth, different from material wealth. This implies that value equals constituting labor cannot be understood in terms that are valid trans-historically for labor in all social formations. Rather, such labor must be seen as possessing a socially determinate character specific to the capitalist's social formation. I shall analyze that specific quality by elucidating Marx's conception of the double character of labor in capitalism, referred to above, which will allow me to distinguish such labor from the traditional conception of labor. On that basis I shall be able adequately to determine value as a historically specific form of wealth and of social relations, and to show that the process of production incorporates both the forces and relations of production, and does not merely embody the forces of production alone. I shall do so by demonstrating that, according to Marx's analysis, the mode of producing in capitalism is not simply a technical process, but is molded by the objectified forms of social relations, value, capital. From this it will become clear that the Marxian critique is a critique of labor in capitalism, rather than merely a critique of labor's exploitation and mode of social distribution, and that the fundamental contradiction of the capitalist totality should be seen as intrinsic to the realm of production itself, and not simply a contradiction between the spheres of production and distribution. In short, I intend to determine the Marxian categories in such a way that they do indeed grasp the core of the social totality as contradictory and do not refer just to one of its dimensions, which then is opposed to, or is subsumed by, that of labor. By reinterpreting the Marxian contradiction in this way, the approach based on a critique of the notion of labor could avoid the dilemmas of critical theory, and could show that post-liberal capitalism is not one-dimensional. The adequacy of concept to its object could thus remain critical, it would not have to be affirmative. Hence, social critique would not have to be grounded in the disjuncture between the concept and its object, as Horkheimer came to think, but could be grounded in the concept itself, in the categorial forms. This, in turn, could re-establish the self-reflexive epistemological consistency of the critique. The categories of the adequate critique, as I have argued, must grasp not only the contradictory character of the totality but also the basis of the sort of unfreedom that characterizes it. The historical abolition of the social forms expressed categorially must be shown to be a determinate possibility that implies the social basis of freedom. Capitalism's characteristic form of social domination, according to Marx, relates to the form of social labor. In the Grundriss he outlines three basic historical social forms. The first, in its many variations, is based on relations of personal dependence. It has been superseded historically by the second great form of society capitalism, the social formation based on the commodity form, which is characterized by personal independence in the framework of a system of objective sachlicher dependence. What constitutes that objective dependence is social. It is nothing more than social relations which have become independent and now enter into opposition to the seemingly independent individuals, i.e., the reciprocal relations of production separated from and autonomous of individuals. A characteristic of capitalism is that its essential social relations are social in a peculiar manner. They exist not as overt interpersonal relations but as a quasi-independent set of structures that are opposed to individuals, a sphere of impersonal objective necessity and objective dependence. Consequently, the form of social domination characteristic of capitalism is not overtly social and personal. These objective dependency relations also appear, in such a way that individuals are now ruled by abstractions, whereas earlier they depended on one another. Capitalism is a system of abstract, impersonal domination. Relative to earlier social forms, people appear to be independent, but they actually are subject to a system of social domination that seems not social but objective. The form of domination peculiar to capitalism is also described by Marx as the domination of people by production. Individuals are subsumed under social production, which exists, like a fate, outside of them, but social production is not subsumed under the individuals and is not managed by them as their common power and wealth. This passage is of central importance. To say that individuals are subsumed under production is to say that they are dominated by social labor. This suggests that social domination in capitalism cannot be apprehended sufficiently as the domination and control of the many and their labor by the few. In capitalism, social labor is not only the object of domination and exploitation but is itself the essential ground of domination. The non-personal, abstract, objective form of domination characteristic of capitalism apparently is related intrinsically to the domination of the individuals by their social labor. Abstract domination, the form of domination that characterizes capitalism, cannot simply be equated with the workings of the market. It does not refer simply to the market-mediated way in which class domination is effected in capitalism. Such a market-centered interpretation assumes that the invariable ground of social domination is class domination, and that what varies is only the form in which it prevails, directly or via the market. This interpretation is closely related to those positions which assume labor to be the source of wealth and to constitute society transhistorically, and which examine critically only the mode in which labor's distribution is effected. According to the interpretation presented here, the notion of abstract domination breaks with such conceptions. It refers to the domination of people by abstract, quasi-independent structures of social relations, mediated by commodity-determined labor, which Marx tries to grasp with his categories of value and capital. In his mature works, these forms of social relations represent the fully elaborated socio-historical concretization of alienation as self-generated domination. In analyzing Marx's category of capital, I shall try to show that these social forms underlie a dynamic logic of historical development that is constraining and compelling for the individuals. Such relational forms cannot be grasped adequately in terms of the market, nor, because they are quasi-independent forms that exist above and in opposition to individuals and classes, can they be understood fully in terms of overt social relations. For example, class relations. As we shall see, although capitalism is, of course, a class society, class domination is not the ultimate ground of social domination in that society, according to Marx, but itself becomes a function of a superordinate, abstract form of domination. In discussing the trajectory of critical theory, I have already touched upon the question of abstract domination. Pollock, in postulating the primacy of the political, maintained, in effect, that the system of abstract domination grasped by Marx's categories had been superseded by a new form of direct domination. Such a position assumes that every form of objective dependence and every non-conscious structure of abstract social necessity analyzed by Marx is rooted in the market. To question this is to question the assumption that, with the supersession of the market by the state, conscious control has not merely replaced non-conscious structures in particular spheres, but that it has overcome all such structures of abstract compulsion and, hence, the historical dialectic. How abstract domination is understood, in other words, is closely tied to how the category of value is interpreted. I shall try to show that value, as a form of wealth, is at the core of structures of abstract domination whose significance extends beyond the market and the sphere of circulation, into that of production, for example. Such an analysis implies that when value remains the form of wealth, planning itself is subject to the exigencies of abstract domination. That is, public planning does not, in and of itself, suffice to overcome the system of abstract domination, the impersonal, non-conscious, non-volitional, mediate form of necessity characteristic of capitalism. Public planning, then, should not be abstractly opposed to the market, as the principle of socialism to that of capitalism. This suggests that we should reconceptualize the fundamental social preconditions for the fullest possible realization of general human freedom. Such a realization would involve overcoming forms of overtly social, personal domination as well as structures of abstract domination. Analyzing the structures of abstract domination as the ultimate grounds of unfreedom in capitalism, and redetermining the Marxian categories as critical categories that grasp those structures, would be first steps in re-establishing the relationship between socialism and freedom, a relationship that has become problematic in traditional Marxism. In this part of this work, I shall begin to reconstruct the Marxian theory on the initial and most abstract logical level of his critical presentation in Capital, that of his analysis of the commodity form. As opposed to the traditional interpretations examined in Chapter 2, I shall try to show that the categories with which Marx begins his analysis are indeed critical and do imply a historical dynamic. The historically determinate character of the Marxian critique. Marx begins Capital with an analysis of the commodity as a good, a use value, that, at the same time, is a value. He then relates these two dimensions of the commodity to the double character of the labor it incorporates. As a particular use value, the commodity is the product of a particular concrete labor; as a value, it is the objectification of abstract human labor. Before proceeding with an investigation of these categories, especially that of the double character of commodity-producing labor, which Marx regards as the crucial point, upon which an understanding of political economy is based, it is important to emphasize their historical specificity. Marx's analysis of the commodity is not an examination of a product that happens to be exchanged regardless of the society in which that takes place. It is not an investigation of the commodity torn from its social context or as it contingently may exist in many societies. Instead, Marx's analysis is of the form of the commodity as the generally necessary social form of the product, and as the general elementary form of wealth. According to Marx, though the commodity is the general form of the product only in capitalism. Hence, Marx's analysis of the commodity is of the general form of the product and the most elementary form of wealth in capitalist society. If, in capitalism, the dominant and determining characteristic of its product is that it is a commodity, This necessarily implies that the worker himself exists only as a seller of commodities, and thus as a free wage laborer, that labor exists in general as wage labor. In other words, a commodity as examined by Marx in Capital presupposes wage labor and, hence, capital. Thus, commodity production in its universal, absolute form is capitalist commodity production. Roman Rostalski has pointed out that in Marx's critique of political economy the existence of capitalism is assumed from the very beginning of the unfolding of the categories. Each category presupposes those which follow. I shall discuss the significance of this mode of presentation below, but should note here that if Marx's analysis of the commodity presupposes the category of capital, his determinations of the former category do not pertain to the commodity per se but only to the commodity as a general social form, that is, as it exists in capitalism. Thus, the mere existence of exchange, for example, does not signify that the commodity exists as a structuring social category and that social labor has a double character. Only in capitalism does social labor have a twofold character and value exist as a specific social form of human activity. Marx's mode of presentation in the first chapters of Capital has frequently been seen as historical, for it begins with the category of the commodity and proceeds to consider money and, then, capital. This progression, however, should not be interpreted as an analysis of an imminently logical historical development leading from the first appearance of commodities to a fully developed capitalist system. Marx explicitly states that his categories express the social forms not as they first appear historically but as they exist, fully developed, in capitalism. As in the theory the concept of value precedes that of capital, but requires for its pure development a mode of production founded on capital, so the same thing takes place in practice. It would therefore be wrong to let the economic categories follow one another in the same sequence as that in which they were historically decisive. Their sequence is determined, rather, by their relation to one another in modern bourgeois society, which is precisely the opposite of that, which corresponds to historical development. To the extent that a logical historical development leading toward capitalism is presented as in the analysis of the value form in the first chapter of Capital, this logic must be understood as being retrospectively apparent rather than imminently necessary. The latter form of historical logic does exist, according to Marx, but, as we shall see, it is an attribute of the capitalist social formation alone. The categorially grasped social forms of Marx's critique of political economy are thus historically determinate and cannot simply be applied to other societies. They are also historically determining. At the outset of his categorical analysis, Marx states explicitly that it must be understood as an investigation of the specificity of capitalism. The value form of the product of labor is the most abstract, but also the most general form of the bourgeois mode of production. This mode is thereby characterized as a particular sort of social production and hence, as historically specific. The analysis of the commodity with which Marx begins his critique, in other words, is an analysis of a historically specific social form. He goes on to treat the commodity as a structured and structuring form of practice that is the initial and most general determination of the social relations of the capitalist social formation. If the commodity, as a general and totalizing form, is the elementary form of the capitalist formation, an investigation of it should reveal the essential determinations of Marx's analysis of capitalism and, in particular, the specific characteristics of the labor that underlies, and is determined by, the commodity form. Historical specificity, value and price. Marx, as we have seen, analyzes the commodity as a generalized social form at the core of capitalist society. It is not legitimate in terms of his self-understanding, then, to assume that the law of value and, hence, the generalization of the commodity form, pertain to a pre-capitalist situation. Yet Ronald Meek, for example, proceeds from the assumption that Marx's initial formulation of the theory of value entails postulating a model of a pre-capitalist society in which, although commodity production and free competition were assumed to reign more or less supreme, the laborers still owned the whole produce of their labor. Unlike Oscar Lang, whose position was outlined in Chapter 2, Meek does not simply relegate the validity of the law of value to such a society. Nor does he maintain, as Rudolf Schlesinger does, that such a point of departure is the source of a fundamental error inasmuch as Marx seeks to develop laws valid for capitalism on the basis of those that apply to a simpler and historically earlier society. Instead, Meek assumes that the pre-capitalist society that Marx presumably postulates was not intended to be an accurate representation of historical reality in anything more than the broadest sense. That model, which Meek sees as essentially similar to Adam Smith's early and rude society inhabited by deer and beaver hunters, is, rather, clearly part of a quite complex analytical device. By analyzing the way in which capitalism impinges on such a society, Marx believed one would be well on the way to reveal the real essence of the capitalist mode of production. In Volume I of Capital, according to Meek, Marx proceeds from the postulated pre-capitalist model, a system of simple commodity production. In Volume 3 he deals with commodity and value relations which have become capitalistically modified in the fullest sense. His historical starting point here is a fairly well-developed capitalist system. Marx's analysis of value, however, is much more historically specific than Meek's interpretation acknowledges. Marx seeks to grasp the core of capitalism with the categories of commodity and value. The very notion of a pre-capitalist stage of simple commodity circulation is spurious, within the framework of Marx's critique of political economy. As Hans-Georg Backhaus has pointed out, this notion stems not from Marx but from Engels. Marx explicitly and emphatically rejects the notion that the law of value was valid for, or derived from a pre-capitalist society of commodity owners. Although Meek identifies the law of value used by Adam Smith with that used by Marx, Marx criticizes Smith precisely for relegating the validity of the law of value to pre-capitalist society. Although Adam Smith determines the value of the commodity by the labor time it embodies, he then transfers the real validity of this determination of value to pre-Adamite times. In other words, what he regards as evident when considering the simple commodity becomes unclear to him as soon as he examines the higher and more complex forms of capital, wage labor, rent, etc. This is expressed by him in the following way: the value of commodities was measured by labor time in the paradise lost of the bourgeoisie, where people did not confront one another as capitalists, wage laborers, landowners, tenant farmers, usurers, and so on, but as simple producers and exchangers of commodities. According to Marx, however, a society composed of independent commodity producers has never existed. Original production is based on anciently arisen communal entities in which private exchange appears only as a completely superficial and secondary exception. With the historical dissolution of such communal entities, however, relations of domination and subjugation emerge at once. Such relations of violence stand in sharp contradiction to mild commodity circulation and its corresponding relations. Marx neither postulates such a society as a hypothetical construct from which to derive the law of value nor seeks to analyze capitalism by investigating how it impinges upon a social model in which the law of value is presumed to operate in pure form. Rather, as Marx's critique of Robert Torrens and Adam Smith clearly indicates, he regards the law of value to be valid only for capitalism. Torrens reverts to Adam Smith, according to whom the value of commodities was determined by the labor time embodied in them in that early period when people confronted one another only as owners and exchangers of commodities, but not when capital and property in land have been evolved. This would mean that the law which is valid for commodities qua commodities, no longer is valid for them once they are regarded as capital, or as products of capital. On the other hand, the product wholly assumes the form of the commodity, only with the development and on the basis of capital production. Thus the law of the commodity is supposed to be valid for a type of production which produces no commodities, or produces them only to a limited extent, and not to be valid for a type of production which is based on the existence of the product as a commodity. The commodity form and, hence, the law of value, are fully developed only in capitalism and are fundamental determinations of that social formation, according to Marx. When they are considered valid for other societies, the result is that, the truth of the law of appropriation of bourgeois society must be transposed to a time when this society itself did not yet exist. For Marx, then, the theory of value grasps the truth of the law of appropriation of the capitalist social formation and does not apply to other societies. It is thus clear that the initial categories of capital are intended as historically specific, they grasp the underlying social forms of capitalism. A complete discussion of the historical specificity of these basic categories should, of course, consider why they do not appear to be valid for the higher and more complex forms of capital, wage labor, rent, etc. I shall outline Marx's attempt to address this problem by analyzing the relation of his investigation of value in Volume I of Capital to his investigation of price and, hence, of these higher and more complex forms in Volume III. Although this problem cannot be fully analyzed in this work, a preliminary discussion of the issues involved is in order here. The debate on the relation of Volume III to Volume I was initiated by Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk in 1896. Bohm-Bawerk notes that, when analyzing capitalism in value-based terms in Volume I, Marx assumed that the organic composition of capital, the ratio of living labor, expressed as variable capital, to objectified labor, expressed as constant capital, is equal in the various branches of production. This, however, is not the case as Marx himself later recognized. This caused him, in Volume III, to concede a divergence of prices from values which, according to Bohm-Bawerk, directly contradicts the original labor theory of value and indicates its inadequacy. Since Bohm-Bawerk's critique, there has been considerable discussion of the transformation problem, of values into prices, in capital, much of which, in my opinion, has suffered from the assumption that Marx intended to write a critical political economy. As regards Bohm-Bawerk's argument, two initial points should be made. First, contrary to Bohm-Bawerk's assumption, Marx did not first complete Volume I of Capital and only later, while writing Volume III, come to realize that prices diverge from values, thus undermining his point of departure. Marx wrote the manuscripts for Volume III in 1863 to 1867, that is, before Volume I was published. Second, as noted in Chapter 2, far from being surprised or embarrassed by the divergence of prices from values, as early as 1859 Marx wrote in a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy that, at a later stage of his analysis, he would deal with objections to his labor theory of value which are based on the divergence of the market prices of commodities from their exchange values. Indeed, Marx not only recognized this divergence, but insisted on its centrality to an understanding of capitalism and its mystifications. As he wrote to Engels, as far as Herr Diering's modest objections to the determination of value are concerned, he will be very surprised to see, in Volume II, how little the determination of value is immediately valid in bourgeois society. A difficulty with much of the discussion on the transformation problem is that it is generally assumed that Marx intended to operationalize the law of value in order to explain the workings of the market. It seems clear, however, that Marx's intention was different. His treatment of the relation of value to price is not, as Dobb would have it, one of successive approximations to the reality of capitalism, rather, it is part of a very complex argumentative strategy to render plausible his analysis of the commodity and capital as constituting the fundamental core of capitalist society, while accounting for the fact that the category of value does not seem to be empirically valid for capitalism, which is why Adam Smith relegated its validity to pre-capitalist society. In Capital, Marx tries to solve this problem by showing that those phenomena, such as prices, profits, and rents, that contradict the validity of what he had postulated as the fundamental determinations of the social formation, value and capital, are actually expressions of these determinations to show, in other words, that the former both express and veil the latter. In this sense, the relation between what the categories of value and price grasp is presented by Marx as a relation between an essence and its form of appearance. One peculiarity of capitalist society, which makes its analysis so difficult, is that this society has an essence, objectified as value, which is veiled by its form of appearance. The vulgar economist does not have the slightest idea that the real, daily relations of exchange and the magnitudes of value cannot be immediately identical. The vulgar one then believes he has made a great discovery when he opposes the position which uncovers the inner nexus of connections by insisting that, on the manifest level, things appear differently. In fact, he insists on holding onto the appearances and taking them to be ultimate. The level of social reality expressed by prices represents, in Marx's analysis, a form of appearance of value which veils the underlying essence. The category of value is neither a rough, first approximation of capitalist reality nor a category valid for pre-capitalist societies, rather, it expresses the inner nexus of connections, inneren Zusammenhang, of the capitalist social formation. The movement of Marx's presentation from the first to the third volume of Capital should, therefore, be understood not as a movement approaching the reality of capitalism but as one approaching its manifold forms of surface appearances. Marx does not preface the third volume with a statement that he will now examine a fully developed capitalist system, nor does he assert that he will now introduce a new set of approximations in order to grasp more adequately capitalist reality. He states, rather, that the various forms of capital as evolved in this book, thus approach step by step the form which they assume on the surface of society, in the action of different capitals upon one another, in competition, and in the ordinary consciousness of the agents of production themselves. Whereas Marx's analysis of value in Volume I is the analysis of capitalism's essence, his analysis of price in Volume III is of how that essence appears on the surface of society. The divergence of prices from values should, then, be understood as integral to, rather than as a logical contradiction within, Marx's analysis. His intention is not to formulate a price theory but to show how value induces a level of appearance that disguises it. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx derives empirical categories such as cost, price and profit from the categories of value and surplus value, and shows how the former appear to contradict the latter. Thus, in Volume I, for example, he maintains that surplus value is created by labor alone. In Volume 3, however, he shows how the specificity of value as a form of wealth and the specificity of the labor that constitutes it, are veiled. Marx begins by noting that the profit accruing to an individual capital unit is not, in fact, identical to the surplus value generated by the labor it commands. He attempts to explain this by arguing that surplus value is a category of the social whole which is distributed among individual capitals according to their relative shares of total social capital. This means that on the level of immediate experience, however, the profit of an individual capital unit indeed is a function not of labor alone, variable capital, but of total capital forwarded. Hence, on an immediately empirical level, the unique features of value as a form of wealth and social mediation constituted by labor alone are hidden. Marx's argument has many dimensions. I have mentioned the first already, namely, that the categories he develops in Volume I of Capital, such as the commodity, value, capital, and surplus value, are categories of the deep structure of capitalist society. On the basis of these categories, he seeks to elucidate the fundamental nature of that society and its laws of motion, that is, the process of the constant transformation in capitalism of production and of all aspects of social life. Marx argues that this level of social reality cannot be elucidated by means of economic surface categories such as price and profit. He also unfolds his categories of the deep structure of capitalism in a way that show the phenomena that contradict these structural categories are actually forms of their appearance. In this way, Marx tries to validate his analysis of the deep structure and, at the same time, to show how the laws of motion of the social formation are veiled on the level of immediate empirical reality. The relation between what is grasped by the analytic level of value and that of price can be understood, moreover, as constituting a theory, never fully completed, of the mutual constitution of deep social structures and everyday action and thought. This process is mediated by the forms of appearance of these deep structures, which constitute the context of such action and thought. Everyday action and thought are grounded in the manifest forms of the deep structures and, in turn, reconstitute those deep structures. Such a theory attempts to explain how the laws of motion of capitalism are constituted by individuals and prevail, even though those individuals are unaware of their existence. In elaborating this, Marx also seeks to indicate that theories of political economy as well as everyday ordinary consciousness remain bound to the level of appearances, that the objects of investigation of political economy are the mystified forms of appearance of value and capital. It is in Volume 3, in other words, that Marx completes his critique of Smith and Ricardo, his critique of political economy in the narrower sense. Ricardo, for example, begins his political economy as follows. The produce of the earth, all that is derived from its surface by the united application of labor, machinery, and capital, is divided among three classes of the community, namely, the proprietor of the land, the owner of the stock or capital necessary for its cultivation, and the laborers by whose industry it is cultivated. In different stages of society, the proportion of the whole produce of the earth which will be allotted to each of these classes under the names of rent, profit, wages, will be different to determine the laws which regulate this distribution, is the principal problem in political economy. Ricardo's point of departure, with its one-sided emphasis on distribution and its implicit identification of wealth with value, presupposes the trans-historical nature of wealth and labor. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx seeks to explain that presupposition by showing how the socially and historically specific structuring forms of social relations in capitalism appear on the surface in a naturalized and trans-historical form. Thus, as noted, Marx argues that the historically unique social role of labor in capitalism is hidden by virtue of the fact that the profit gained by individual capital units does not depend only upon labor, but is a function of total capital forwarded, the various factors of production, in other words. That value is created by labor alone is, according to Marx, further veiled by the wage form. Wages seem to be compensation for the value of labor rather than for the value of labor power. This, in turn, renders opaque the category of surplus value as the difference between the amount of value created by labor and the value of labor power. Consequently, profit does not appear to be ultimately generated by labor. Marx then goes on to show how capital, in the form of interest, appears to be self-generating and independent of labor. Finally, he shows how rent, a form of revenue in which surplus value is distributed to landowners, appears to be related intrinsically to the land. In other words, the empirical categories upon which theories of political economy are based, profits, wages, interest, rents and so on, are forms of appearance of value and commodity producing labor that belie the historical and social specificity of what they represent. Toward the end of Volume 3, after a long and complicated analysis that begins in Volume I with an examination of the reified essence of capitalism and moves to increasingly mystified levels of appearance, Marx sums up that analysis by examining what he terms the Trinity formula. Capital profit, or better still capital interest, land ground rent, labor wages, this economic trinity as the connection between the components of value and wealth in general and its sources, completes the mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the reification of social relations, and the immediate coalescence of the material relations of production with their historical and social specificity. Marx's critique, then, ends with the derivation of Ricardo's point of departure. Consistent with his immanent approach, Marx's technique of criticizing theories such as Ricardo's no longer has the form of a refutation, rather, he embeds those theories within his own, by rendering them plausible in terms of his own analytic categories. Put another way, he grounds in his own categories the fundamental assumptions that Smith and Ricardo make regarding labor, society, and nature in a manner that explains the trans-historical character of these assumptions. And he shows, further, that those theories' more specific arguments are based upon data that are the misleading manifestations of a deeper, historically specific structure. By proceeding from the essence to the surface of capitalist society, Marx tries to show how his own categorical analysis can account for both the problem and Ricardo's formulation of it, thereby indicating the latter's inadequacy as an attempt to grasp the essence of the social totality. By elucidating as forms of appearance that which served as the basis of Ricardo's theory, Marx seeks to provide the adequate critique of Ricardo's political economy. According to Marx, then, the tendency of some political economists, such as Smith and Torrens, to transpose the validity of the law of value to models of pre-capitalist society is not merely a result of bad thinking. It is, rather, grounded in a peculiarity of the capitalist social formation. Its essence appears not to be valid for the higher and more complex forms of capital, wage labor, and rent. The failure to penetrate theoretically the level of appearance and to determine its relation to the historically specific social essence of the capitalist formation can lead to a trans-historical application of value to other societies, on the one hand, and to an analysis of capitalism only in terms of its illusory appearance, on the other. One consequence of Marx's turn to a reflexive and historically specific approach, then, is that the critique of theories that posit trans-historically what is historically determinate becomes central to his investigations. Once he claims to have discovered the historically specific core of the capitalist system, Marx has to explain why this historical determinateness is not evident. As we shall see, central to this epistemological dimension of his critique is the argument that social structures specific to capitalism appear in fetishized form, that is, they appear to be objective and trans-historical. To the degree that Marx shows that the historically specific structures he analyzes present themselves in trans-historical manifest forms, and that these manifest forms serve as the object of various theories, especially those of Hegel and Ricardo, he is able to account for and criticize such theories in social and historical terms, as forms of thought that express, but do not fully apprehend, the determinate social forms at the heart of their context, capitalist society. The historically specific character of Marx's immanent social critique implies that what is false is the temporarily valid form of thought that, lacking self-reflection, fails to perceive its own historically specific ground, and therefore considers itself to be true, that is trans-historically valid. The unfolding of Marx's argument in the 3 volumes of Capital should be understood, on one level, as presenting what he describes as the only fully adequate method of a critical materialist theory. It is, in reality, much easier to discover by analysis the earthly kernel of the misty creations of religion than to do the opposite, i.e. to develop from the actual, given relations of life the forms in which these have been apatheicized. The latter method is the only materialist, and therefore the only scientific one. An important aspect of Marx's method of presentation is that he develops from value and capital, that is, from the categories of the actual, given relations of life, the surface forms of appearance, cost, price, profit, wages, interest, rent, and so on, that have been apatheicized by political economists and social actors. He thereby tries to render his deep structural categories plausible while explaining the surface forms. By logically deriving the very phenomena that seem to contradict the categories with which he analyzes capitalism's essence from the unfolding of these same categories, and by demonstrating that other theories, and the consciousness of most social actors directly involved, are bound to the mystified forms of appearance of that essence, Marx provides a remarkable display of the rigor and power of his critical analysis. Historical specificity and immanent critique. The historical specificity of the categories, then, is central to Marx's mature theory and marks a very important distinction between it and his early works. This shift to historical determinateness has far-reaching implications for the nature of Marx's critical theory, implications that are inherent in the point of departure of his mature critique. In the introduction to his translation of the Grundrisse, Martin Nicholas draws attention to this shift by arguing that Marx's introduction to the manuscript proved to be a false start, for the categories used are simply direct translations of Hegelian categories into materialist terms. For example, where Hegel begins his logic with pure, indeterminate being, which immediately calls forth its opposite, nothing, Marx begins his introduction with material production, in general, which calls forth its opposite, consumption. In the course of the introduction, Marx indicates his dissatisfaction with this starting point and, after writing the manuscript, he begins anew, in the section entitled Value, which he added at the end. He does so with a different point of departure, one that he retains in a contribution to the critique of political economy and capital, the commodity. In the course of writing the Grundriss, Marx discovers the element with which he then structures his mode of presentation, the point of departure from which he unfolds the categories of the capitalist formation in Capital. From a trans-historical starting point, Marx moves to a historically determinate one. The category commodity, in Marx's analysis, does not simply refer to an object, but to a historically specific, objective form of social relations, a structuring and structured form of social practice that constitutes a radically new form of social interdependence. This form is characterized by a historically specific duality purportedly at the core of the social system: use value and value, concrete labor and abstract labor. Proceeding from the category of the commodity as this dualistic form, this non-identical unity, Marx seeks to unfold from it the overarching structure of capitalist society as a totality, the intrinsic logic of its historical development, as well as the elements of immediate social experience that veil the underlying structure of that society. That is, within the framework of Marx's critique of political economy, the commodity is the essential category at the heart of capital. He unfolds it in order to illuminate the nature of capital and its intrinsic dynamic. With this turn to historical specificity, Marx now historicizes his earlier, trans-historical conceptions of social contradiction and the existence of an intrinsic historical logic. He now treats them as specific to capitalism, and roots them in the unstable duality of material and social moments with which he characterizes its basic social forms, such as the commodity and capital. In my analysis of capital, I shall show how this duality, according to Marx, becomes externalized and gives rise to a peculiar historical dialectic. By describing his object of investigation in terms of a historically specific contradiction, and grounding the dialectic in the double character of the peculiar social forms underlying the capitalist social formation, labor, the commodity, the process of production, and so on, Marx now implicitly rejects the idea of an immanent logic of human history and any form of trans-historical dialectic, whether inclusive of nature or restricted to history. In Marx's mature works, the historical dialectic does not result from the interplay of subject, labor, and nature, from the reflexive workings of the material objectifications of the subject's labor upon itself, rather it is rooted in the contradictory character of capitalist social forms. A trans-historical dialectic must be grounded ontologically, either in being as such, Engels, or in social being, Lukács. In light of Marx's historically specific analysis, however, the idea that reality or social relations in general are essentially contradictory and dialectical is now revealed to be one that cannot be explained or grounded, it can only be assumed metaphysically. In other words, by analyzing the historical dialectic in terms of the peculiarities of the fundamental social structures of capitalism, Marx removes it from the realm of the philosophy of history and places it within the framework of a historically specific social theory. The move from a trans-historical to a historically specific point of departure implies that not only the categories but also the very form of the theory are historically specific. Given Marx's assumption that thought is socially embedded, his turn to an analysis of the historical specificity of the categories of capitalist society, his own social context, involves a turn to a notion of the historical specificity of his own theory. The historical relativization of the object of investigation is also reflexive for the theory itself. This implies the necessity for a new, self-reflexive sort of social critique. Its standpoint cannot be located trans-historically or transcendentally. In such a conceptual framework, no theory including Marx's has absolute, trans-historical validity. The impossibility of an extrinsic or privileged theoretical standpoint is also not to be contravened implicitly by the form of the theory itself. For that reason, Marx now feels compelled to construct his critical presentation of capitalist society in a rigorously immanent fashion, analyzing that society in its own terms, as it were. The standpoint of the critique is immanent to its social object, it is grounded in the contradictory character of capitalist society, which points to the possibility of its historical negation. Marx's mode of argumentation in Capital should, then, be understood as an attempt to develop a form of critical analysis that is consonant with the historical specificity both of its object of investigation, that is, its own context, and reflexively, of its concepts. As we shall see, Marx attempts to reconstruct the social totality of capitalist civilization by beginning with a single structuring principle, the commodity, and dialectically unfolding from it the categories of money and capital. This mode of presentation, viewed in terms of his new self-understanding, itself expresses the peculiarities of the social forms being investigated. Such a method itself expresses, for example, that a peculiar characteristic of capitalism is that it exists as a homogeneous totality that can be unfolded from a single structuring principle. The dialectical character of the presentation purportedly expresses that the social forms are uniquely constituted in a way that grounds a dialectic. Capital, in other words, is an attempt to construct an argument that does not have a logical form independent of the object being investigated, when that object is the context of the argument itself. Marx describes this method of presentation as follows. Of course, the mode of presentation must differ in form from that of inquiry. The latter has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development and to track down their interconnection. Only after this work has been done can the real movement be appropriately presented. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is now reflected in the ideas, then it may appear as if we have before us an a priori construction. What appears as an a priori construction is a mode of argument intended to be adequate to its own historical specificity. The nature of the Marxian argument, then, is not supposed to be that of a logical deduction. It does not begin with indubitable first principles from which everything else may be derived, for the very form of such a procedure implies a transhistorical standpoint. Rather, Marx's argument has a very peculiar, reflexive form. The point of departure, the commodity which is posited as the fundamental structuring core of the social formation, is validated retroactively by the argument as it unfolds, by its ability to explain the developmental tendencies of capitalism, and by its ability to account for the phenomena that apparently contradict the validity of the initial categories. That is, the category of the commodity presupposes that of capital and is validated by the power and rigor of the analysis of capitalism for which it serves as the point of departure. Marx briefly described this procedure as follows. If there were no chapter on value in my book, the analysis of the real relations that I provide contains the proof and the evidence of the real value relation. The blather about the necessity to prove the concept of value rests upon complete ignorance of the issues involved as well as of the methods of science. Science entails developing how the law of value prevails. If one wished to explain from the very beginning all the phenomena that apparently contradict the law, one would have to present the science prior to the science. In this light, Marx's actual argument regarding value as well as the nature and the historicity of capitalist society should be understood in terms of the full unfolding of the categories of capital. It follows that his explicit arguments deriving the existence of value in the first chapter of that work are not intended and should not be seen as proof of the concept of value. Rather, those arguments are presented by Marx as forms of thought characteristic of the society whose underlying social forms are being critically analyzed. As I shall show in the following section, those arguments, for example, the initial determinations of abstract labor, are transhistorical, that is, they already are presented in mystified form. The same holds true for the form of the arguments. It represents a mode of thinking, typified by Descartes, that proceeds in a decontextualized, logically deductive manner, discovering a true essence behind the changing world of appearances. I am suggesting, in other words, that Marx's arguments deducing value should be read as part of an ongoing meta-commentary on forms of thought characteristic of capitalist society, for example, of the tradition of modern philosophy, as well as of political economy. That commentary is imminent to the unfolding of the categories in his presentation, and thereby implicitly relates those forms of thought to the social forms of the society that is their context. Inasmuch as Marx's mode of presentation is intended to be immanent to its object, the categories are presented in their own terms in this case, as decontextualized. The analysis, then, purports to take no standpoint outside of its context. The critique only fully emerges in the course of the presentation itself, which, in unfolding the basic structuring social forms of its object of investigation, shows the historicity of that object. The drawback of such a presentation is that Marx's reflexive, immanent approach is easily subject to misinterpretation. If Capital is read as anything other than an immanent critique, the result is a reading that interprets Marx as affirming that which he attempts to criticize, for example, the historically determinate function of labor as socially constitutive. This dialectical mode of presentation, then, is intended to be the mode of presentation adequate to, and expressive of, its object. As an immanent critique, the Marxian analysis claims to be dialectical because it shows its object to be so. This presumed adequacy of the concept to its object implies a rejection of both a trans-historical dialectic of history and any notion of the dialectic as a universally valid method applicable to various particular problems. Indeed, as we have seen, Capital is an attempt to provide a critique of such conceptions of intellectualized, non-reflexive methods, whether dialectical, Hegel, or not, classical political economy. Marx's turn to historical specificity also changes the character of the critical consciousness expressed by the dialectical critique. The point of departure of a dialectical critique presupposes its result. As mentioned, for Hegel, the being of the beginning of the dialectical process is the absolute, which, unfolded, is the result of its own development. Consequently, the critical consciousness that is obtained when the theory becomes aware of its own standpoint necessarily must be absolute knowledge. The commodity, as the point of departure of the Marxian critique, also presupposes the full unfolding of the whole, yet its historically determinate character implies the finitude of the unfolding totality. The indication of the historicity of the object, the essential social forms of capitalism, implies the historicity of the critical consciousness that grasps it. The historical overcoming of capitalism would also entail the negation of its dialectical critique. The turn to the historical specificity of the basic structuring social forms of capitalism thus signifies the self-reflexive historical specificity of Marx's critical theory, and thereby both frees the immanent critique from the last vestiges of the claim to absolute knowledge and allows for its critical self-reflection. By specifying the contradictory character of his own social universe, Marx is able to develop an epistemologically consistent critique and finally to move beyond the dilemma of earlier forms of materialism he outlined in the third thesis on Feuerbach, a theory that is critical of society and assumes humans and, therefore, their modes of consciousness to be socially formed must be able to account for the very possibility of its own existence. The Marxian critique grounds this possibility in the contradictory character of its categories, which purport to express the essential relational structures of its social universe and, simultaneously, to grasp forms of social being and of consciousness. The critique is thus immanent in another sense, showing the non-unitary character of its own context allows the critique to account for itself as a possibility immanent to that which it analyzes. One of the most powerful aspects of Marx's critique of political economy is the way it locates itself as a historically determinate aspect of that which it examines rather than as a trans-historically valid positive science that constitutes a historically unique, hence, spurious, exception standing above the interaction of social forms and forms of consciousness it analyzes. This critique does not adopt a standpoint outside of its object and is, therefore, self-reflexive and epistemologically consistent. Abstract labor. My contention that Marx's analysis of the historically specific character of labor in capitalism lies at the heart of his critical theory is central to the interpretation presented in this work. I have shown that the Marxian critique proceeds from an examination of the commodity as a dualistic social form, and that he grounds the dualism of the fundamental structuring social form of capitalist society in the double character of commodity-producing labor. At this point, that double character, especially the dimension Marx terms abstract labor, must be analyzed. The distinction Marx makes between concrete, useful labor, which produces use values, and abstract human labor, which constitutes value, does not refer to two different sorts of labor, but to two aspects of the same labor in commodity-determined society. It follows from the above that the commodity does not contain two different sorts of labor. The same labor, however, is determined as different and as opposed to itself, depending on whether it is related to the use value of the commodity as its product, or to the commodity value as its mere objectified expression. Marx's imminent mode of presentation in discussing this dual character of commodity-producing labor, however, makes it difficult to understand the importance he explicitly attributes to this distinction for his critical analysis of capitalism. Moreover, the definitions he provides of abstract human labor in Capital, Chapter 1, are very problematic. They seem to indicate that it is a biological residue, that it is to be interpreted as the expenditure of human physiological energy. For example, on the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal, or abstract, human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being concrete useful labor that it produces use values. If we leave aside the determinate quality of productive activity, and therefore the useful character of the labor, what remains is its quality of being an expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving, although they are qualitatively different productive activities, are both a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands etc., and in this sense both human labor. They are merely two different forms of the expenditure of human labor power. Yet, at the same time, Marx clearly states that we are dealing with a social category. He refers to abstract human labor, which constitutes the value dimension of commodities, as their social substance, which is common to them all. Consequently, although commodities as use values are material, as values they are purely social objects. Not an atom of matter enters into the objectness of commodities as values. In this it is the direct opposite of the coarsely sensuous objectness of commodities as physical objects. However, let us remember that commodities possess value objectness only insofar as they are all expressions of the same social unity, human labor. Their objectness as values is therefore purely social. Furthermore, Marx explicitly emphasizes that this social category is to be understood as historically determinate, as the following passage, cited before, indicates. The value form of the product of labor is the most abstract, but also the most general form of the bourgeois mode of production. This mode is thereby characterized as a particular sort of social production and, hence, as historically specific. If, however, the category of abstract human labor is a social determination, it cannot be a physiological category. Furthermore, as my interpretation of the Grundriss in Chapter 1 indicated and this passage confirms, it is central to Marx's analysis that value be understood as a historically specific form of social wealth. That being the case, its social substance could not be a trans-historical natural residue, common to human labor in all social formations. As Isaac I. Rubin argues, one of two things is possible: if abstract labor is an expenditure of human energy in physiological form, then value also has a reified material character. Or value is a social phenomenon, and then abstract labor must also be understood as a social phenomenon connected with a determined social form of production. It is not possible to reconcile a physiological concept of abstract labor with the historical character of the value which it creates. The problem, then, is to move beyond the physiological definition of abstract human labor provided by Marx and analyze its underlying social and historical meaning. An adequate analysis, moreover, must not only show that abstract human labor has a social character, it must also investigate the historically specific social relations that underlie value in order to explain why those relations appear and, therefore, are presented by Marx, as being physiological as trans-historical natural and thus historically empty. Such an approach, in other words, would examine the category of abstract human labor as the initial and primary determination underlying the commodity fetish in Marx's analysis that social relations in capitalism appear in the form of the relations among objects and hence, seem to be transhistorical. Such an analysis would show that, for Marx, even categories of the essence of the capitalist social formation such as value and abstract human labor are reified, and not only their categorial forms of appearance such as exchange value and, on a more manifest level, price and profit. This is extremely crucial, for it would demonstrate that the categories of Marx's analysis of the essential forms underlying the various categorial forms of appearance are intended not as ontological, transhistorically valid categories but purportedly grasp social forms that themselves are historically specific. Because of their peculiar character, however, these social forms appear to be ontological. The task confronting us, then, is to uncover a historically specific form of social reality behind abstract human labor as a category of essence. We must then explain why this specific reality exists in this particular form, which appears to be ontologically grounded and, hence, historically non-specific. The centrality of the category of abstract labor to an understanding of Marx's critique also has been argued by Lucio Colletti in his essay, Bernstein and the Marxism of the Second International. Colletti claims that contemporary conditions have revealed the inadequacies of the interpretation of the labor theory of value first developed by the Marxist theorists of the Second International. That interpretation, according to Colletti, is still prevalent. It reduces Marx's theory of value to that of Ricardo and leads to a narrow understanding of the economic sphere. Like Rubin, Colletti maintains that what has rarely been understood is that Marx's theory of value is identical to his theory of the fetish. What must be explained is why the product of labor assumes the form of the commodity and why, therefore, human labor appears as a value of things. The concept of abstract labor is central to such an explanation, yet, according to Colletti, most Marxists including Karl Koski, Rosa Luxemburg, Rudolf Hilferting, and Paul Sweezy have never really elucidated this category. Abstract labor has been treated implicitly as a mental generalization of various sorts of concrete labor rather than as an expression of something real. If such were the case, however, value would also be a purely mental construction, and Bohm-Bawerk would have been right in arguing that value is use value in general and not, as Marx had argued, a qualitatively distinct category. To show that abstract labor does indeed express something real, Colletti examines the source and significance of the abstraction of labor. In so doing, he concentrates on the process of exchange. He argues that, in order to exchange their products, people must equalize them, which, in turn, entails an abstraction from the physical natural differences among the various products and, therefore from the differences among the various labors. This process, which constitutes abstract labor, is one of alienation. Such labor becomes a force in itself, separated from the individuals. Value, according to Colletti, is not only independent of people, but also dominates them. Colletti's argument parallels some aspects of that developed in this work. Like George Lukács, Isaac Rubin, Bertel Oilman, and Derek Sayer, he considers value and abstract labor to be historically specific categories and regards Marx's analysis as concerned with the forms of social relations and of domination that characterize capitalism. Nevertheless, he does not really ground his description of alienated labor and does not pursue the implications of his own interpretation. Colletti does not proceed from an examination of abstract labor to a more fundamental critique of the traditional Marxist interpretation, and thereby develop a critique of the form of production and of the centrality of labor in capitalism. This would have required rethinking the traditional Marxist conception of labor and seeing that Marx's analysis of labor in capitalism is one of a historically specific form of social mediation. Only by developing a critique centered on the historically unique role of labor in capitalism could Colletti and other theorists who have argued for the historical specificity of value and abstract labor have effected a basic theoretical break with traditional Marxism. Instead, Colletti remains well within the limits of a social critique from the standpoint of labor. The function of social critique, he says, is to defetishize the world of commodities and thereby to aid wage labor to recognize that the essence of value and capital is an objectification of itself. It is telling that, although Coletti begins this section of his essay with a critique of Sweezy's notion of abstract labor, he nevertheless concludes the section by approvingly citing Sweezy's absolute and historically abstract opposition of value as the principle of capitalism to planning as the principle of socialism. That is, Coletti's reconsideration of the problem of abstract labor does not significantly alter the conclusions at which he arrives. The problem of abstract labor is effectively reduced to one of interpretative detail. Despite his assertion that most Marxist interpretations of the labor theory of value have been Ricardian, and his insistence on the centrality of abstract labor as alienated labor in Marx's analysis, Coletti ends up reproducing, in a more sophisticated fashion, the position he had criticized. His critique remains one of the mode of distribution. The theoretical problem facing us, then, is to reconsider the category of abstract labor so as to provide the basis for a critique of the mode of production, a critique, in other words, that does differ fundamentally from the Marxism of the Second International, whether in historically specific or trans-historical form. Abstract labor and social mediation. We can begin to understand Marx's interrelated categories of the commodity value and abstract labor by approaching them as categories of a determinate form of social interdependence. By not beginning with certain common questions, for example, whether market exchange is regulated by relative quantities of objectified labor, by considerations of utility, or by other factors, this approach avoids treating Marx's categories too narrowly as political economic categories that presuppose what he is actually attempting to explain. A society in which the commodity is the general form of the product, and hence value is the general form of wealth, is characterized by a unique form of social interdependence. People do not consume what they produce but produce and exchange commodities in order to acquire other commodities. In order to become a commodity, the product must cease to be produced as the immediate means of subsistence of the producer himself. Had we gone further, and inquired under what circumstances all, or even the majority of products take the form of commodities, we would have found that this only happens on the basis of one particular mode of production, the capitalist one. We are dealing with a new sort of interdependence, one that emerged historically in a slow, spontaneous, and contingent way. Once the social formation based upon this new form of interdependence became fully developed, however, which occurred when labor power itself became a commodity, it acquired a necessary and systematic character. It has increasingly undermined, incorporated, and superseded other social forms, while becoming global in scale. My concern is to analyze the nature of this interdependence and its constituting principle. In examining this peculiar form of interdependence and the specific role played by labor in its constitution, I shall elucidate Marx's most abstract determinations of capitalist society. On the basis of Marx's initial determinations of the form of wealth, the form of labor, and the form of social relations that characterize capitalism, I shall then be able to clarify his notion of abstract social domination by analyzing how these forms confront the individuals in a quasi-objective fashion, and how they give rise to a particular mode of production and an intrinsic historical dynamic. In commodity-determined society, the objectifications of one's labor are means by which goods produced by others are acquired. One labors in order to acquire other products. One's product, then, serves someone else as a good, a use value. It serves the producer as a means of acquiring the labor products of others. It is in this sense that a product is a commodity. It is simultaneously a use value for the other, and a means of exchange for the producer. This signifies that one's labor has a dual function. On the one hand, it is a specific sort of labor that produces particular goods for others, yet, on the other hand, labor independent of its specific content, serves the producer as the means by which the products of others are acquired. Labor, in other words, becomes a peculiar means of acquiring goods in commodity-determined society. The specificity of the producer's labor is abstracted from the products they acquire with their labor. There is no intrinsic relation between the specific nature of the labor expended and the specific nature of the product acquired by means of that labor. This is quite different from social formations in which commodity production and exchange do not predominate, where the social distribution of labor and its products is affected by a wide variety of customs, traditional ties, overt relations of power, or, conceivably, conscious decisions. Labor is distributed by manifest social relations in non-capitalist societies. In a society characterized by the universality of the commodity form, however, an individual does not acquire goods produced by others through the medium of overt social relations. Instead, labor itself, either directly or as expressed in its products, replaces those relations by serving as an objective means by which the products of others are acquired. Labor itself constitutes a social mediation in lieu of overt social relations. That is, a new form of interdependence comes into being. No one consumes what one produces, but one's own labor or labor products, nevertheless, function as the necessary means of obtaining the products of others. In serving as such a means, labor and its products in effect preempt that function on the part of manifest social relations. Hence, rather than being mediated by overtly or recognizably social relations, commodity-determined labor is mediated by a set of structures that, as we shall see, it itself constitutes. Labor and its products mediate themselves in capitalism, they are self-mediating socially. This form of social mediation is unique. Within the framework of Marx's approach, it sufficiently differentiates capitalist society from all other existent forms of social life, so that, relative to the former, the latter can be seen as having common features. They can be regarded as non-capitalist, however else they may differ from one another. In producing use values, labor in capitalism can be regarded as an intentional activity that transforms material in a determinate fashion, what Marx terms concrete labor. The function of labor as a socially mediating activity is what he terms abstract labor. Various sorts of what we would consider labor exist in all societies, even if not in the general secularized form implied by the category of concrete labor, but abstract labor is specific to capitalism and therefore warrants closer examination. It should already be clear that the category of abstract labor refers neither to a particular sort of labor, nor to concrete labor in general. Rather, it expresses a particular, unique social function of labor in capitalism in addition to its normal social function as a productive activity. Labor, of course, has a social character in all social formations, but as noted in Chapter 2, this social character cannot be grasped adequately only in terms of whether it is direct or indirect. In non-capitalist societies, laboring activities are social by virtue of the matrix of overt social relations in which they are embedded. That matrix is the constituting principle of such societies. Various labors gain their social character through these social relations. From the standpoint of capitalist society, relations in pre-capitalist formations can be described as personal, overtly social, and qualitatively particular, differentiated according to social grouping, social standing, and so on. Laboring activities, accordingly, are determined as overtly social and qualitatively particular. Various labors are imbued with meaning by the social relations that are their context. In capitalism, labor itself constitutes a social mediation in lieu of such a matrix of relations. This means that labor is not accorded a social character by overt social relations. Rather, because labor mediates itself, it both constitutes a social structure that replaces systems of overt social relations and accords its social character to itself. This reflexive moment determines the specific nature of labor's self-mediated social character as well as of the social relations structured by this social mediation. As I shall show, this self-grounding moment of labor in capitalism imparts an objective character to labor, its products, and the social relations it constitutes. The character of social relations and the social character of labor in capitalism come to be determined by a social function of labor which replaces that of overt social relations. In other words, labor grounds its own social character in capitalism by virtue of its historically specific function as a socially mediating activity. In that sense, labor in capitalism becomes its own social ground. In constituting a self-grounding social mediation, labor constitutes a determinate sort of social whole, a totality. The category of totality and the form of universality associated with it can be elucidated by considering the sort of generality related to the commodity form. Each producer produces commodities that are particular use values and, at the same time, function as social mediations. A commodity's function as a social mediation is independent of its particular material form and is true of all commodities. A pair of shoes is, in this sense, identical to a sack of potatoes. Thus, each commodity is both particular, as a use value, and general, as a social mediation. As the latter, the commodity is a value. Because labor and its products are not mediated and accorded their social character and meaning by direct social relations, they acquire two dimensions. They are qualitatively particular, yet they also possess an underlying general dimension. This duality corresponds to the circumstance that labor, or its product, is bought for its qualitative specificity but is sold as a general means. Consequently, commodity-producing labor is both particular as concrete labor, a determinate activity that creates specific use values, and socially general, as abstract labor, a means of acquiring the goods of others. This initial determination of the double character of labor in capitalism should not be understood out of context as implying simply that all the various forms of concrete labor are forms of labor in general. Such a statement is analytically useless inasmuch as it could be made of laboring activities in all societies, even those in which commodity production is only of marginal significance. After all forms of labor have in common that they are labor. But such an indeterminate interpretation does not and cannot contribute to an understanding of capitalism, precisely because abstract labor and value, according to Marx, are specific to that social formation. What makes labor general in capitalism is not simply the truism that it is the common denominator of all various specific sorts of labor, rather, it is the social function of labor which makes it general. As a socially mediating activity, labor is abstracted from the specificity of its product, hence, from the specificity of its own concrete form. In Marx's analysis, the category of abstract labor expresses this real social process of abstraction. It is not simply based on a conceptual process of abstraction. As a practice that constitutes a social mediation, labor is labor in general. We are dealing, moreover, with a society in which the commodity form is generalized and therefore socially determining. The labor of all producers serves as a means by which the products of others can be obtained. Consequently, labor in general serves in a socially general way as a mediating activity. Yet labor, as abstract labor, is not only socially general in the sense that it constitutes a mediation among all producers, the character of the mediation is socially general as well. This requires further elucidation. The labor of all commodity producers, taken together, is a collection of various concrete labors, each is the particular part of a whole. Likewise, their products appear as an immense collection of commodities in the form of use values. At the same time, all of their labors constitute social mediations, but because each individual labor functions in the same socially mediating way that all the others do, their abstract labors taken together do not constitute an immense collection of various abstract labors but a general social mediation, in other words, socially total abstract labor. Their products thus constitute a socially total mediation value. The mediation is general not only because it connects all producers, but also because its character is general, abstracted from all material specificity as well as any overtly social particularity. The mediation has, therefore, the same general quality on the individual level as on the level of society as a whole. Viewed from the perspective of society as a whole, the concrete labor of the individual is particular and is part of a qualitatively heterogeneous whole. As abstract labor, however, it is an individuated moment of a qualitatively homogeneous, general social mediation constituting a social totality. This duality of the concrete and the abstract characterizes the capitalist social formation. Having established the distinction between concrete labor and abstract labor, I can now modify what I said above about labor in general, and note that the constitution of the duality of the concrete and the abstract by the commodity form of social relations entails the constitution of two different sorts of generality. I have outlined the nature of the abstract general dimension, which is rooted in labor's function as a socially mediating activity. All forms of labor and labor products are rendered equivalent. This social function of labor, however, also establishes another form of commonality among the particular sorts of labor and labor products. It entails their de facto classification as labor and as labor products. Because any particular sort of labor can function as abstract labor and any labor product can serve as a commodity, activities and products that, in other societies, might not be classified as similar are classified in capitalism as similar, as varieties of concrete labor or as particular use values. In other words, the abstract generality historically constituted by abstract labor also establishes concrete labor and use value as general categories, but this generality is that of a heterogeneous whole, made up of particulars, rather than that of a homogeneous totality. This distinction between these two forms of generality, of the totality and the whole, must be kept in mind in considering the dialectic of historically constituted forms of generality and particularity in capitalist society. Society is not simply a collection of individuals, it is made up of social relations. Central to Marx's analysis is the argument that the relations that characterize capitalist society are very different from the forms of overt social relations such as kinship relations or relations of personal or direct domination that characterize non-capitalist societies. The latter sorts of relations are not only manifestly social, they are qualitatively particular. No single, abstract, homogeneous sort of relation underlies every aspect of social life. According to Marx, though, the case is different with capitalism. Overt and direct social relations do continue to exist, but capitalist society is ultimately structured by a new, underlying level of social interrelatedness which cannot be grasped adequately in terms of the overtly social relations among people or groups including classes. The Marxian theory does, of course, include an analysis of class exploitation and domination, but it goes beyond investigating the unequal distribution of wealth and power within capitalism to grasp the very nature of its social fabric, its peculiar form of wealth, and its intrinsic form of domination. What renders the fabric of that underlying social structure so peculiar, for Marx, is that it is constituted by labor, by the historically specific quality of labor in capitalism. Hence, the social relations specific to, and characteristic of capitalism exist only in the medium of labor. Since labor is an activity that necessarily objectifies itself in products, commodity-determined labor's function as a socially mediating activity is inextricably intertwined with the act of objectification, commodity-producing labor, in the process of objectifying itself as concrete labor in particular use values, also objectifies itself as abstract labor in social relations. According to Marx, then, one hallmark of modern, or capitalist society is that because the social relations that essentially characterize this society are constituted by labor, they exist only in objectified form. They have a peculiar objective and formal character, are not overtly social, and are characterized by the totalizing antinomic duality of the concrete and the abstract, the particular and the homogeneously general. The social relations constituted by commodity-determined labor do not bind people to one another in an overtly social fashion, rather, labor constitutes a sphere of objectified social relations which has an apparently non-social and objective character and, as we shall see, is separate from, and opposed to, the social aggregate of individuals and their immediate relations. Because the social sphere that characterizes the capitalist formation is objectified, it cannot be grasped adequately in terms of concrete social relations. Corresponding to the two forms of labor objectified in the commodity are two forms of social wealth, value and material wealth. Material wealth is a function of the products produced, of their quantity and quality. As a form of wealth, it expresses the objectification of various sorts of labor, the active relation of humanity to nature. Taken by itself, however, it neither constitutes relations among people nor determines its own distribution. The existence of material wealth as the dominant form of social wealth implies, therefore, the existence of overt forms of social relations that mediate it. Value, on the other hand, is the objectification of abstract labor. It is, in Marx's analysis, a self-distributing form of wealth. The distribution of commodities is affected by what seems to be inherent to them: value. Value is, then, a category of mediation. It is at once a historically determinate, self-distributing form of wealth and an objectified, self-mediating form of social relations. Its measure, as we shall see, is very different from that of material wealth. Moreover, as noted, value is a category of the social totality. The value of a commodity is an individuated moment of the objectified general social mediation. Because it exists in objectified form, this social mediation has an objective character, is not overtly social, is abstracted from all particularity, and is independent of directly personal relations. A social bond results from the function of labor as a social mediation, which, because of these qualities, does not depend on immediate social interactions but can function at a spatial and temporal distance. As the objectified form of abstract labor, value is an essential category of capitalist relations of production. The commodity, which Marx analyzed as both use value and value, is thus the material objectification of the double character of labor in capitalism as concrete labor and as a socially mediating activity. It is the fundamental structuring principle of capitalism, the objectified form of both the relations of people with nature as well as with each other. The commodity is both a product and a social mediation. It is not a use value that has value but, as the materialized objectification of concrete and abstract labor, it is a use value that is a value and, therefore, has exchange value. This simultaneity of substantial and abstract dimensions in the form of labor and its products is the basis of the various antinomic oppositions of capitalism and, as I shall show, underlies its dialectical and, ultimately, contradictory character. In its double-sidedness as concrete and abstract, qualitatively particular and qualitatively general homogeneous, the commodity is the most elementary expression of capitalism's fundamental character. As an object, the commodity has a material form; as a social mediation it is a social form. Having considered the very first determinations of Marx's critical categories, it should be noted here that his analysis in volume I of Capital of the commodity value, capital, and surplus value does not sharply distinguish micro and macro levels of investigation, but analyzes structured forms of practice on the level of society as a whole. This level of social analysis, of the fundamental forms of social mediation that characterize capitalism, also allows for a socio-historical theory of forms of subjectivity. This theory is non-functionalist and does not attempt to ground thought merely with reference to social position and social interests. Rather, it analyzes thought or, more broadly, subjectivity, in terms of historically specific forms of social mediation, that is, in terms of determinately structured forms of everyday practice that constitute the social world. Even a form of thought such as philosophy, which seems very far removed from immediate social life, can, within this framework, be analyzed as socially and culturally constituted, in the sense that this mode of thought itself can be understood with reference to historically determinate social forms. As I have suggested, Marx's unfolding of the categories of his critique can also be read as an immanent meta-commentary on the social constitution of philosophical thought in general, and Hegel's philosophy in particular. For Hegel, the absolute, the totality of the subjective-objective categories, grounds itself. As the self-moving substance that is subject, it is the true causa sui as well as the endpoint of its own development. In Capital, Marx presents the underlying forms of commodity-determined society as constituting the social context for notions such as the difference between essence and appearance, the philosophical concept of substance, the dichotomy of subject and object, the notion of totality, and, on the logical level of the category of capital, the unfolding dialectic of the identical subject-object. His analysis of the double character of labor in capitalism, as a productive activity and as a social mediation, allows him to conceive of this labor as a non-metaphysical, historically specific causasui. Because such labor mediates itself, it grounds itself, socially, and therefore has the attributes of substance in the philosophical sense. We have seen that Marx explicitly refers to the category of abstract human labor with the philosophical term substance, and that it expresses the constitution of a social totality by labor. The social form is a totality because it is not a collection of various particularities but, rather, is constituted by a general and homogeneous substance that is its own ground. Since the totality is self-grounding, self-mediating, and objectified, it exists quasi-independently. As I shall show, on the logical level of the category of capital this totality becomes concrete and self-moving. Capitalism, as analyzed by Marx, is a form of social life with metaphysical attributes, those of the absolute subject. This does not mean that Marx treats social categories in a philosophical manner, rather, he treats philosophical categories with reference to the peculiar attributes of the social forms he analyzes. According to his approach, the attributes of the social categories are expressed in hypostatized form as philosophical categories. His analysis of the double character of labor in capitalism, for example, implicitly treats self-groundedness as an attribute of a historically specific social form rather than as the attribute of an absolute. This suggests a historical interpretation of the tradition of philosophical thought that demands self-grounded first principles as its point of departure. The Marxian categories, like those of Hegel, grasp the constitution of subject and object with reference to the unfolding of an identical subject-object. In Marx's approach, however, the latter is determined in terms of the categorial forms of the social relations in capitalism, which are rooted in the duality of commodity-determined labor. What Hegel sought to grasp with his concept of the totality is, according to Marx, not absolute and eternal, but historically determinate. A causasui does indeed exist, but it is social, and it is not the true endpoint of its own development. That is, there is no final endpoint. Overcoming capitalism would entail the abolition, not the realization, of the substance, of labor's role in constituting a social mediation, and, hence, the abolition of the totality. To sum up, in Marx's mature works, the notion that labor is at the core of social life does not simply refer to the fact that material production is always a precondition of social life. Nor does it imply that production is the historically specific determining sphere of capitalist civilization if production is understood only as the production of goods. In general, the sphere of production in capitalism should not be understood only in terms of the material interactions of humans with nature. While it is obviously true that the metabolic interaction with nature effected by labor is a precondition of existence in any society, what determines a society is also the nature of its social relations. Capitalism, according to Marx, is characterized by the fact that its fundamental social relations are constituted by labor. Labor in capitalism objectifies itself not only in material products, which is the case in all social formations, but in objectified social relations as well. By virtue of its double character, it constitutes as a totality an objective, quasi-natural societal sphere that cannot be reduced to the sum of direct social relations and, as we shall see, stands opposed to the aggregate of individuals and groups as an abstract other. In other words, the double character of commodity-determined labor is such that the sphere of labor in capitalism mediates relations that, in other formations, exist as a sphere of overt social interaction. It thereby constitutes a quasi-objective social sphere. Its double character signifies that labor in capitalism has a socially synthetic character, which labor in other formations does not possess. Labor as such does not constitute society per se. Labor in capitalism, however, does constitute that society. We have seen that, according to Marx, the objective and general quality of capitalism's essential social relations are such that they constitute a totality. It can be unfolded from a single structuring form, the commodity. This argument is an important dimension of Marx's presentation in Capital, which attempts to reconstruct theoretically the central features of capitalist society from that basic form. Proceeding from the category of the commodity and the initial determination of labor as a social mediation, Marx then develops further determinations of the capitalist totality by unfolding the categories of money and capital. In the process, he shows that the labor-mediated form of social relations characteristic of capitalism does not simply constitute a social matrix within which individuals are located and related to one another, rather, the mediation, initially analyzed as a means of acquiring others' products, acquires a life of its own, independent, as it were, of the individuals that it mediates. It develops into a sort of objective system over and against the individuals, and it increasingly determines the goals and means of human activity. It is important to note that Marx's analysis does not ontologically presuppose the existence of this social system in a conceptually reified manner. Rather, as I have shown, it grounds the system-like quality of the fundamental structures of modern life in determinate forms of social practice. The social relations that fundamentally define capitalism are objective in character and constitute a system, because they are constituted by labor as a historically specific socially mediating activity, that is, by an abstract, homogeneous, and objectifying form of practice. Social action is conditioned, in turn, by the forms of appearance of these fundamental structures, by the way in which these social relations are manifest to and shape immediate experience. Marx's critical theory, in other words, entails a complex analysis of the reciprocal constitution of system and action in capitalist society, which does not posit the trans-historical existence of that very opposition between system and action, but grounds it and each of its terms in the determinate forms of modern social life. The system constituted by abstract labor embodies a new form of social domination. It exerts a form of social compulsion whose impersonal, abstract, and objective character is historically new. The initial determination of such abstract social compulsion is that individuals are compelled to produce and exchange commodities in order to survive. This compulsion exerted is not a function of direct social domination, as is the case, for example, with slave or serf labor. It is, rather, a function of abstract and objective social structures, and represents a form of abstract, impersonal domination. Ultimately, this form of domination is not grounded in any person, class, or institution. Its ultimate locus is the pervasive structuring social forms of capitalist society that are constituted by determinate forms of social practice. Society, as the quasi-independent abstract, universal other that stands opposed to the individuals and exerts an impersonal compulsion on them, is constituted as an alienated structure by the double character of labor in capitalism. The category of value, as the basic category of capitalist relations of production, is also the initial determination of alienated social structures. Capitalist social relations and alienated structures are identical. It is well known that, in his early writings, Marx maintains that labor objectifying itself in products need not be alienating, and criticizes Hegel for not having distinguished between alienation and objectification. Yet how one conceptualizes the relation of alienation and objectification depends on how one understands labor. If one proceeds from a trans-historical notion of labor, the difference between objectification and alienation necessarily must be grounded in factors extrinsic to the objectifying activity, for example, in property relations, that is, in whether the immediate producers are able to dispose of their own labor and its products, or whether the capitalist class appropriates them. Such a notion of alienated labor does not adequately grasp the sort of socially constituted abstract necessity I have begun to analyze. In Marx's later writings, however, alienation is rooted in the double character of commodity-determined labor, and as such, is intrinsic to the character of that labor itself. Its function as a socially mediating activity is externalized as an independent, abstract social sphere that exerts a form of impersonal compulsion on the people who constitute it. Labor in capitalism gives rise to a social structure that dominates it. This form of self-generated reflexive domination is alienation. Such an analysis of alienation implies another understanding of the difference between objectification and alienation. This difference, in Marx's mature works, is not a function of what occurs to concrete labor and its products. Rather, his analysis shows that objectification is indeed alienation if what labor objectifies are social relations. This identity, however, is historically determinate, it is a function of the specific nature of labor in capitalism. Hence, the possibility exists that it could be overcome. Thus, once again, it is clear that Marx's mature critique succeeds in grasping the rational core of Hegel's position in this case that objectification is alienation by analyzing the specificity of labor in capitalism. I noted earlier that a materialist transformation of Hegel's thought on the basis of an historically undifferentiated notion of labor can apprehend socially Hegel's conception of the historical subject only in terms of a social grouping, but not in terms of a suprahuman structure of social relations. We now see that it also fails to grasp the intrinsic, albeit historically determinate, relation between alienation and objectification. In both cases, Marx's analysis of the double character of labor in capitalism permits a more adequate social appropriation of Hegel's thought. Alienated labor, then, constitutes a social structure of abstract domination, but such labor should not necessarily be equated with toil, oppression, or exploitation. The labor of a serf, a portion of which belongs to the feudal lord, is, in and of itself, not alienated. The domination and exploitation of that labor is not intrinsic to the labor itself. It is precisely for this reason that expropriation in such a situation was and had to be based upon direct compulsion. Non-alienated labor in societies in which a surplus exists and is expropriated by non-laboring classes necessarily is bound to direct social domination. By contrast, exploitation and domination are integral moments of commodity-determined labor. Even the labor of an independent commodity producer is alienated, if not to the same degree as that of an industrial worker, because social compulsion is effected abstractly, as a result of the social relations objectified by labor when it functions as a socially mediating activity. The abstract domination and the exploitation of labor characteristic of capitalism are grounded, ultimately, not in the appropriation of the surplus by the non-laboring classes, but in the form of labor in capitalism. The structure of abstract domination constituted by labor acting as a socially mediating activity does not appear to be socially constituted, rather, it appears in naturalized form. Its social and historical specificity is veiled by several factors. The form of social necessity exerted, of which I have only discussed the first determination, exists in the absence of any direct, personal, social domination. Because the compulsion exerted is impersonal and objective, it seems not to be social at all but natural, and, as I shall explain later, conditions social conceptions of natural reality. This structure is such that one's own needs rather than the threat of force or other social sanctions, appear to be the source of such necessity. This naturalization of abstract domination is reinforced by the overlapping of two very different sorts of necessity associated with social labor. Labor in some form is a necessary precondition, a trans-historical or natural social necessity of human social existence as such. This necessity can veil the specificity of commodity-producing labor that, although one does not consume what one produces, one's labor is nevertheless the necessary social means of obtaining products to consume. The latter necessity is a historically determinate social necessity. The distinction between these two sorts of necessity is important for understanding Marx's conception of freedom in post-capitalist society, as will become clear. Because the specific social mediating role played by commodity-producing labor is veiled, and such labor appears as labor per se, these two sorts of necessity are conflated in the form of an apparently valid trans-historical necessity: one must labor to survive. Hence, a form of social necessity specific to capitalism appears as the natural order of things. This apparently trans-historical necessity that the individual's labor is the necessary means to their, or their families', consumption serves as the basis for a fundamental legitimating ideology of the capitalist social formation as a whole, throughout its various phases. As an affirmation of capitalism's most basic structure, such an ideology of legitimation is more fundamental than those that are more closely tied to specific phases of capitalism, for example, those related to the market-mediated exchange of equivalents. Marx's analysis of the specificity of labor in capitalism has further implications for his conception of alienation. The meaning of alienation varies considerably depending upon whether one considers it in the context of a theory based on the notion of labor or in the context of an analysis of the duality of labor in capitalism. In the former case, alienation becomes a concept of a philosophical anthropology. It refers to the externalization of a pre-existing human essence. On another level, it refers to a situation in which capitalists possess the power of disposal over the workers' labor and its products. Within the framework of such a critique, alienation is an unequivocally negative process, although it is grounded in circumstances that can be overcome. In the interpretation presented here, alienation is the process of the objectification of abstract labor. It does not entail the externalization of a pre-existing human essence, rather, it entails the coming into being of human powers in alienated form. In other words, alienation refers to a process of the historical constitution of human powers which is affected by labor objectifying itself as a socially mediating activity. Through this process, an abstract, objective social sphere emerges, which acquires a life of its own and exists as a structure of abstract domination over and against the individuals. Marx, in elucidating and grounding central aspects of capitalist society in terms of this process, evaluates its results as two-sided, rather than as unequivocally negative. So, for example, in Capital he analyzes the constitution by alienated labor of a universal social form that is both a structure in which human capacities are created historically and a structure of abstract domination. This alienated form induces a rapid accumulation of the social wealth and productive power of humanity, and it entails as well the increasing fragmentation of labor, the formal regimentation of time, and the destruction of nature. The structures of abstract domination constituted by determinate forms of social practice give rise to a social process that lies beyond human control, yet they also give rise, in Marx's analysis, to the historical possibility that people could control what they had constituted socially in alienated form. This two-sidedness of the process of alienation as a process of social constitution can also be seen in Marx's treatment of universality and equality. As noted, it has commonly been assumed that Marx's critique of capitalist society contrasts the values articulated in the bourgeois revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries with the particularistic and inequitable underlying reality of capitalist society, or that he criticizes the universalistic forms of bourgeois civil society as serving to mask the particularistic interests of the bourgeoisie. The Marxian theory, however, does not simply and affirmatively oppose the universal to the particular, nor does it dismiss the former as a mere sham. Rather, as a theory of social constitution, it examines critically and grounds socially the character of modern universality and equality. According to Marx's analysis, the universal is not a transcendent idea but is historically constituted with the development and consolidation of the commodity-determined form of social relations. What emerges historically is not, however, the universal per se but a specific universal form, one that is related to the social forms of which it is a part. Thus in Capital, for example, Marx describes the spread and generalization of capitalist relations as a process that abstracts from the concrete specificities of various labors and, at the same time, reduces them to their common denominator as human labor. This universalizing process, according to Marx, constitutes the socio-historical precondition for the emergence of a popular notion of human equality upon which, in turn, modern theories of political economy are based. In other words, the modern idea of equality is rooted in a social form of equality that has arisen historically concomitantly with the development of the commodity form, that is, with the process of alienation. This historically constituted form of equality has a double-sided character. On the one hand, it is universal, it establishes commonality among people. But it does so in a form abstracted from the qualitative specificity of particular individuals or groups. An opposition of the universal to the particular arises which is grounded in a historical process of alienation. The universality and equality constituted thus have had positive political and social consequences, but because they entail a negation of specificity, they also have had negative results. There are many examples of the ambiguous consequences of this opposition. For example, the history of the Jews in Europe following the French Revolution can, on one level, be seen as that of a group caught between an abstract form of universalism, which allows for the emancipation of people only qua abstract individuals, and its concrete, anti-universalistic antithesis, whereby people and groups are identified particularistically and judged, for example, in a hierarchical, exclusionary, or Manichaean manner. This opposition between the abstract universality of the Enlightenment and particularistic specificity should not be understood in a decontextualized fashion. It is a historically constituted opposition, rooted in the determinate social forms of capitalism. To regard abstract universality, in its opposition to concrete specificity, as an ideal that can only be realized in a post-capitalist society, is to remain bound within the framework of an opposition characteristic of that society. The form of domination related to this abstract form of the universal is not merely a class relation concealed by a universalistic facade. Rather, the domination Marx analyzes is that of a specific, historically constituted form of universalism itself, which he tries to grasp with his categories of value and capital. The social framework he analyzes thus is also characterized by the historically constituted opposition of the abstract social sphere and individuals. In commodity-determined society, the modern individual is historically constituted a person independent of personal relations of domination, obligation, and dependence, who no longer is embedded overtly in a quasi-natural fixed social position and so, in a sense, is self-determining. Yet this free individual is confronted by a social universe of abstract objective constraints that function in a law-like fashion. In Marx's terms, from a pre-capitalist context marked by relations of personal dependence, a new one emerged characterized by individual personal freedom within a social framework of objective dependence. The modern opposition between the free, self-determining individual and an extrinsic sphere of objective necessity is, according to Marx's analysis, a real opposition that is historically constituted with the rise and spread of the commodity-determined form of social relations, and is related to the more general constituted opposition between a world of subjects and a world of objects. This opposition, however, is not solely one between individuals and their alienated social context, it also can be seen as one within the individuals themselves, or, better, as one between different determinations of individuals in modern society. These individuals are not only self-determining subjects, acting on the basis of will, they are also subjected to a system of objective compulsions and constraints that operates independent of their will, and in this sense, are also objects. Like the commodity, the individual constituted in capitalist society has a dual character. The Marxian critique, then, does not simply expose the values and institutions of modern civil society as a facade that masks class relations, but grounds them with reference to the categorially grasped social forms. The critique calls for neither the implementation nor the abolition of the ideals of bourgeois society, and it points neither to the realization of the abstract homogeneous universality of the existent formation nor to the abolition of universality. Instead, it elucidates as socially grounded the opposition of abstract universalism and particularistic specificity in terms of determinate forms of social relations, and as we shall see, it is their development that points to the possibility of another form of universalism, one not based upon an abstraction from all concrete specificity. With the overcoming of capitalism, the unity of society already constituted in alienated form could then be effected differently, by forms of political practice, in a way that need not negate qualitative specificity. It would be possible, in light of this approach, to interpret some strains within recent social movements, notably, among women and various minorities, as efforts to move beyond the antinomy, associated with the social form of the commodity, of an abstract, homogeneous universalism and a form of particularism that excludes universality. An adequate analysis of such movements should, of course, be historical. It should be able to relate them to developments of the underlying social forms in a way that accounts for the historical emergence of such attempts to surpass this antinomy that characterizes capitalism. there is a conceptual parallel between Marx's implicit critique of historically constituted abstract universality and his analysis of industrial production as intrinsically capitalist. As I noted in discussing the Grundriss, overcoming capitalism, for Marx, would entail neither a new mode of distribution based on the same industrial mode of production nor the abolition of the productive potential developed in the course of the past centuries. Rather, the form as well as the goal of production in socialism would be different. In its analysis both of universality and of the process of production, then, the Marxian critique avoids hypostatizing the existent form and positing it as the sine qua non of a future free society, while also avoiding the notion that what was constituted in capitalism will be completely abolished in socialism. The two-sided quality of the process of alienation signifies, in other words, that its overcoming entails the appropriation by people rather than the simple abolition of what had been socially constituted in alienated form. The Marxian critique differs from both abstract rationalist and romantic critiques of capitalism in this regard. The process of alienation in Marx's later works, then, is integral to a process by which structured forms of practice historically constitute the basic social forms, forms of thought, and cultural values of capitalist society. The notion that values are historically constituted should not, of course, be taken as an argument that because they are not eternal, they are a sham or merely conventional and without validity. A self-reflexive theory of the ways in which forms of social life are constituted must move beyond such an opposition of abstract absolutist and abstract relativist approaches, both of which suggest that humans can somehow act and think outside of their social universes. According to Marx's theory of capitalist society, that the social relations constituted in alienated form by labor undermine and transform earlier social forms indicates that those earlier forms are also constituted. Nevertheless, one should differentiate between the sorts of social constitution involved. People in capitalism constitute their social relations and their history by means of labor. Although they also are controlled by what they have constituted, they make these relations and this history in a different and more emphatic sense than people make pre-capitalist relations, which Marx characterizes as spontaneously arisen and quasi-natural Naturweichsig. If one were to relate Marx's critical theory and Vico's dictum that people can know history, which they have made, better than they can know nature, which they have not, one should do so in a manner that distinguishes between making capitalist society and pre-capitalist societies. The alienated, labor-mediated mode of social constitution not only weakens traditional social forms, but does so in a way that introduces a new sort of social context characterized by a form of distance between individuals and society that allows for and perhaps induces social reflection on and analysis of society as a whole. Because of the intrinsic dynamic logic of capitalism, moreover, such reflection need not remain retrospective once the capital form is fully developed. By substituting an alienated, dynamic structure of made relations for traditional quasi-natural social forms, capitalism allows for the objective and subjective possibility that a still newer form of made relations be established, one no longer automatically constituted by labor. Abstract labor and the fetish. I can now turn to address the problem of why Marx presents abstract labor as physiological labor in his immanent analysis. We have seen that labor, in its historically determinate function as a socially mediating activity, is the substance of value, the determining essence of the social formation. It is by no means self-evident to speak of the essence of a social formation. The category of essence presupposes the category of form of appearance. It is not meaningful to speak of an essence where no difference exists between what is and the way it appears. What characterizes an essence, then, is that it does not and cannot directly appear, but must find expression in a distinct form of appearance. This implies a necessary relation between essence and appearance. The essence must be of such a quality that it necessarily appears in the manifest form that it does. Marx's analysis of the relation of value to price, for example, is one of how the former is expressed and veiled by the latter. My concern here is with the prior logical level, that of labor and value. We have seen that labor constitutes social relations in capitalism. Labor, however, is an objectifying social activity that mediates between humans and nature. It necessarily is as such an objectifying activity, then, that labor affects its function in capitalism as a socially mediating activity. Labor's specific social role in capitalism, therefore, must necessarily be expressed in forms of appearance that are the objectifications of labor as a productive activity. The historically specific social dimension of labor, however, is both expressed and veiled by labor's apparently trans-historical material dimension. Such manifest forms are necessary forms of appearance of labor's unique function in capitalism. In other societies, laboring activities are embedded within an overt social matrix and, hence, are neither essences nor forms of appearance. It is labor's unique role in capitalism that constitutes labor both as an essence and as a form of appearance. In other words, because the social relations characterizing capitalism are mediated by labor, it is a peculiarity of that social formation that it has an essence. Essence is an ontological determination. The essence I am considering here, however, is a historically specific social function of labor. Yet this historical specificity is not apparent. We have seen that the social relations mediated by labor are self-grounding, have an essence, and appear not to be social at all but objective and trans-historical. They appear, in other words, to be ontological. Marx's immanent analysis is not a critique from the standpoint of a social ontology, rather, it provides a critique of such a position by indicating that what seems to be ontological is actually historically specific to capitalism. Earlier in this work I examined critically those positions that interpret the specificity of labor in capitalism to be its indirect character and formulate a social critique from the standpoint of labor. It is clear now that such positions take the ontological appearance of the basic social forms of capitalism at face value, for labor is a social essence only in capitalism. That social order cannot be historically overcome without abolishing the essence itself, that is, the historically specific function and form of labor. A non-capitalist society is not constituted by labor alone. Positions that do not grasp the particular function of labor in capitalism, attribute to labor as such a socially synthetic character, they treat it as the trans-historical essence of social life. Why labor as labor should constitute social relations cannot, however, be explained. Moreover, the relationship we have just examined, between appearance and essence, cannot be elucidated by such critiques from the standpoint of labor. As we have seen, such interpretations postulate a separation between forms of appearance which are historically variable, value as a market category, and a historically invariable essence, labor. According to such positions, while all societies are constituted by labor, a non-capitalist society would presumably be directly and overtly so constituted. In Chapter 2, I argued that social relations can never be direct unmediated. At this point, I can supplement that criticism by noting that social relations constituted by labor can never be overtly social, but necessarily must exist in objectified form. By hypostatizing the essence of capitalism as the essence of human society, traditional positions cannot explain the intrinsic relation of the essence to its forms of appearance and, therefore, cannot consider that a hallmark of capitalism may be that it has an essence. The misinterpretation just outlined is certainly understandable, for it is a possibility immanent to the form under consideration. We have just seen that value is an objectification not of labor per se but of a historically specific function of labor. Labor does not play such a role in other social formations, or does so only marginally. It follows, then, that the function of labor in constituting a social mediation is not an intrinsic attribute of labor itself, it is not rooted in any characteristic of human labor as such. The problem, however, is that when the analysis proceeds from an examination of commodities in order to uncover what constitutes their value, it can come upon labor but not its mediating function. This specific function does not, and cannot, appear as an attribute of labor, nor can it be uncovered by examining labor as a productive activity because what we term labor is a productive activity in all social formations. Labor's unique social function in capitalism cannot appear directly as an attribute of labor, for labor, in and of itself, is not a socially mediating activity, only an overt social relation can appear as such. The historically specific function of labor can only appear objectified, as value in its various forms, commodity, money, capital. It is, therefore, impossible to uncover a manifest form of labor as a socially mediating activity by looking behind the form value in which it is necessarily objectified, a form that itself can only appear materialized as the commodity, money, and so on. Labor, of course, does appear, but the form of its appearance is not as a social mediation, but simply as labor itself. One cannot discover the function of labor as constituting a medium of social relations by examining labor itself, one must investigate its objectifications. This is why Marx began his presentation not with labor but with the commodity, the most basic objectification of capitalist social relations. However, even in the investigation of the commodity as a social mediation, appearances can deceive. As we have seen, a commodity is a good and an objectified social mediation. As a use value, or good, the commodity is particular, the objectification of a particular concrete labor; as a value, the commodity is general, the objectification of abstract labor. Commodities, however, cannot simultaneously fulfill both determinations, they cannot function as particular goods and a general mediation at once. This implies that the general character of each commodity as a social mediation must have a form of expression that is separate from the particular character of each commodity. This is the starting point for Marx's analysis of the value form, leading to his analysis of money. The existence of each commodity as a general mediation acquires an independent materialized form as an equivalent among commodities. The value dimension of all commodities becomes externalized in the form of one commodity, money, which acts as a universal equivalent among all other commodities. It appears as the universal mediation. Thus, the duality of the commodity as a use value and as a value becomes externalized and appears in the form of the commodity, on the one hand, and money, on the other. As a result of this externalization, however, the commodity does not appear to be a social mediation itself. Instead, it appears as a pure thingly object, a good, which is socially mediated by money. By the same token, money does not appear as a materialized externalization of the abstract, general dimension of the commodity, and of labor, that is, as an expression of a determinate form of social mediation, but as a universal mediation in and of itself, one that is external to social relations. The object-mediated character of social relations in capitalism, then, is expressed and veiled by its manifest form as an externalized mediation, money, among objects. The existence of that mediation can then be taken to be a result of convention. The appearance of the commodity simply as a good or a product conditions, in turn, conceptions of value and value-creating labor. That is, the commodity seems not to be a value, a social mediation, but rather a use value that has exchange value. It is no longer apparent that value is a particular form of wealth and objectified social mediation, which is materialized in the commodity. Just as the commodity appears to be a good that is mediated by money, value then appears to be transhistorical wealth that, in capitalism, is distributed by the market. This displaces the analytic problem from one of the nature of social mediation in capitalism to one of the determinations of exchange ratios. One can then argue whether the ratios of exchange are ultimately determined by factors extrinsic to the commodities, or whether they are intrinsically determined, for example, by the relative amount of labor that went into their production. In either case, however, the specificity of the social form that value is an objectified social mediation will have become blurred. If value is taken to be wealth mediated by the market, and it is assumed that that wealth is constituted by labor, then value constituting labor seems simply to be wealth creating labor in a situation where its products are exchanged. In other words, if, as a result of their manifest forms, the determinate nature of the basic social forms of capitalism is not grasped, then even if value is seen as a property of the commodity, it is not of the commodity as a social mediation but as a product. Consequently, value seems to be created by labor as productive activity, labor as it produces goods and material wealth, rather than by labor as a socially mediating activity. Since labor apparently creates value regardless of its concrete specificity, it then appears to do so simply by virtue of its capacity as productive activity in general. Value, then, seems to be constituted by the expenditure of labor per se. To the extent that value is considered to be historically specific, it is as a form of distribution of that which is constituted by the expenditure of labor. The peculiar social function of labor, which renders its indeterminate expenditure constitutive of value, cannot, then, be uncovered directly. As I have argued, this function cannot be revealed by seeking it behind the form in which it necessarily is objectified. What one discovers, instead, is that value appears to be constituted by the mere expenditure of labor, without reference to the function of labor that renders it value constituting. The difference between material wealth and value, which is rooted in the difference between labor mediated by social relations in non-capitalist societies, and labor mediated by labor itself in capitalism, becomes indistinct. In other words, when the commodity appears to be a good with exchange value and, therefore, value appears to be market-mediated wealth, value-creating labor appears not to be a socially mediating activity but wealth-creating labor in general. Hence, labor seems to create value merely by virtue of its expenditure. Abstract labor thus appears in Marx's immanent analysis as that which underlies all forms of human labor in all societies, the expenditure of muscle, nerve, and so on. I have shown how the social essence of capitalism is a historically specific function of labor as a medium of social relations. Yet, within the framework of Marx's mode of presentation, which is already immanent to the categorial forms and proceeds from the commodity to examine the source of its value, the category of abstract labor appears to be an expression of labor per se, of concrete labor in general. The historically specific essence of capitalism appears in the immanent analysis as a physiological, ontological essence, a form that is common to all societies, labor. The category of abstract labor presented by Marx is thus an initial determination of what he explicates with his notion of the fetish, because the underlying relations of capitalism are mediated by labor, hence are objectified. They appear not to be historically specific and social but trans-historically valid and ontologically grounded forms. The appearance of labor's mediational character in capitalism as physiological labor is the fundamental core of the fetish of capitalism. The fetishized appearance of labor's mediating role as labor in general, taken at face value, is the starting point for the various social critiques from the standpoint of labor I have termed traditional Marxism. The possibility that the object of Marx's critique can be transformed into what traditional Marxism affirms with its paradigm of production is rooted in the circumstance that the core of capitalism, according to Marx, has a necessary form of appearance that can be hypostatized as the essence of social life. In this way, the Marxian theory points to a critique of the paradigm of production which is able to grasp its historical rational core in the social forms specific to capitalism. This analysis of the category of abstract human labor is a specific elaboration of the immanent nature of Marx's critique. His physiological definition of this category is part of an analysis of capitalism in its own terms, that is, as the forms present themselves. The critique takes no standpoint outside of its object but rests, instead, on the full unfolding of the categories and their contradictions. In terms of the self-understanding of the Marxian critique, the categories that grasp the forms of social relations are at once categories of social objectivity and subjectivity, and are themselves expressions of this social reality. They are not descriptive, that is, external to their object, hence, they do not exist in a contingent relation to it. It is precisely because of this immanent character that the Marxian critique can be so easily misunderstood, and that quotes and concepts torn out of context can so easily be used to construct a positive science. The traditional interpretation of Marx and a fetishized understanding of capitalism are parallel and interrelated. The materia in Marx's materialist critique, then, is social, the forms of social relations. Mediated by labor, the characterizing social dimension in capitalism can appear only in objectified form. By uncovering the historical and social content of the reified forms, the Marxian analysis becomes as well a critique of those varieties of materialism which hypostatize these forms of labor and its objects. His analysis provides a critique of both idealism and materialism by grounding each in historically specific, reified and alienated social relations. Social relations, labor, and nature. The forms of social relations that characterize capitalism are not manifestly social and, thus, appear not to be social at all, but natural in a way that involves a very specific notion of nature. The forms of appearance of capitalist social relations not only condition understandings of the social world but, as the approach presented here suggests, of the natural world as well. In order to extend the discussion of the Marxian socio-historical theory of subjectivity introduced above and to suggest an approach to the problem of the relation of conceptions of nature to their social contexts which I shall only be able to touch upon here, I shall now examine further the quasi-objective character of capitalist relations by considering briefly the question of the meaning accorded labor and its objects. For heuristic purposes, I shall proceed from the highly simplified comparison of traditional and capitalist social relations with which I began. As noted, in traditional societies, laboring activities and their products are mediated by, and embedded in, overt social relations, whereas in capitalism labor and its products mediate themselves. In a society where labor and its products are embedded in a matrix of social relations, they are informed, and accorded their social character, by those relations, yet the social character accorded various labors seems to be intrinsic to them. In such a situation, productive activity does not exist as a pure means, nor do tools and products appear as mere objects. Instead, informed by social relations, they are imbued with meanings and significances whether manifestly social or quasi-sacred that seem to be intrinsic to them. This entails a remarkable inversion. An activity, implement, or object that is determined non-consciously by social relations appears, because of its resultant symbolic character, to possess a socially determining character. Within a rigidly traditional social framework, for example, the object or activity seems to embody and determine social position and gender definition. Laboring activities in traditional societies do not simply appear as labor, but each form of labor is socially imbued and appears as a particular determination of social existence. Such forms of labor are very different from labor in capitalism, they cannot be understood adequately as instrumental action. Moreover, the social character of such labor should not be confused with what I have described as the specific social character of labor in capitalism. Labor in non-capitalist societies does not constitute society, for it does not possess the peculiar synthetic character that marks commodity-determined labor. Although social, it does not constitute social relations but is constituted by them. The social character of labor in traditional societies is, of course, seen as natural. However, this notion of the natural, thus of nature as well, is very different from that in a society where the commodity form prevails. Nature in traditional societies is endowed with character that is as essentially variegated, personalized, and non-rational as the social relations characterizing the society. As we have seen, labor in capitalism is not mediated by social relations but rather, itself constitutes a social mediation. If, in traditional societies, social relations impart meaning and significance to labor, in capitalism labor imparts an objective character to itself and to social relations. This objective character is historically constituted when labor, which is accorded various specific meanings by overt social relations in other societies, mediates itself and thereby negates those meanings. In this sense, objectivity can be seen as the non-overtly social meaning that arises historically when objectifying social activity reflexively determines itself socially. Within the framework of this approach, then, social relations in traditional societies determine labors, implements, and objects that, inversely, appear to possess a socially determining character. In capitalism, labor and its products create a sphere of objective social relations, they are in fact socially determining but do not appear as such. Rather, they appear to be purely material. This latter inversion merits further examination. I have shown that the specific mediating role of labor in capitalism necessarily appears in objectified form and not directly as an attribute of labor. Instead, because labor in capitalism accords its social character to itself, it appears simply as labor in general, stripped of the aura of social meaning accorded various labors in more traditional societies. Paradoxically, precisely because the social dimension of labor in capitalism is reflexively constituted, and is not an attribute accorded it by overt social relations, such labor does not appear to be the mediating activity it actually is in this social formation. It appears, rather, only as one of its dimensions, as concrete labor, a technical activity that can be applied and regulated socially in an instrumental fashion. This process of the objectification of labor in capitalist society is also a process of the paradoxical secularization of the commodity as a social object. Although the commodity as an object does not acquire its social character as a result of social relations but, rather, is intrinsically a social object, in the sense of being a materialized social mediation, it appears to be a mere thing. As noted, although the commodity is simultaneously a use value and a value, the latter social dimension becomes externalized in the form of a universal equivalent, money. As a result of this doubling of the commodity into commodity and money, the latter appears as the objectification of the abstract dimension whereas the former appears to be merely a thing. In other words, the fact that the commodity is itself a materialized social mediation implies the absence of overt social relations that imbue objects with a superthingly, social or sacred, significance. As a mediation, the commodity is itself a superthingly thing. The externalization of its mediational dimension results, therefore, in the appearance of the commodity as a purely material object. This secularization of labor and its products is a moment of the historical process of the dissolution and transformation of traditional social bonds by a social mediation with a dual concrete material and abstract social character. The precipitation of the former dimension proceeds apace with the construction of the latter. Hence, as we have seen, it is only apparently the case that with the overcoming of the determinations and limits associated with overt social relations and forms of domination, humans now freely dispose of their labor. Because labor in capitalism is not really free of non-conscious social determination, but itself has become the medium of such determination, people are confronted with a new compulsion, one grounded in precisely that which overcame the compelling bonds of traditional social forms, the alienated, abstract social relations that are mediated by labor. These relations constitute a framework of objective, apparently non-social constraints within which self-determining individuals pursue their interests whereby individuals and interests seem to be ontologically given rather than socially constituted. That is, a new social context is constituted that appears neither to be social nor contextual. Put simply, the form of social contextualization characteristic of capitalism is one of apparent decontextualization. Overcoming non-conscious social compulsion in an emancipated society then, would entail freeing secularized labor from its role as a social mediation. People could then dispose of labor and its products in a manner free from both traditional social limits and alienated objective social compulsions. On the other hand, labor, although secular, could once again be imbued with significance not as a result of non-conscious tradition but because of its recognized social importance as well as the substantial satisfaction and meaning it could afford individuals. According to Marx's analysis of capitalism, then, the dual character of commodity-determined labor constitutes a social universe characterized by concrete and abstract dimensions. The former appears as the variegated surface of immediate sensuous experience, and the latter exists as general, homogeneous, and abstracted from all particularity but both dimensions are accorded an objective character by the self-mediating quality of labor in capitalism. The concrete dimension is constituted as objective in the sense of being object-like, material or thingly. The abstract dimension also has an objective quality, in the sense of being a qualitatively homogeneous general sphere of abstract necessity that functions in a lawful manner, independent of will. The structure of social relations that characterize capitalism has the form of a quasi-natural opposition between thingly nature and abstract, universal, objective natural laws, an opposition from which the social and historical have vanished. The relation of these two worlds of objectivity can then be construed as that of essence and appearance, or as that of an opposition, as has been expressed historically, for example, in the opposition between romantic and positive rational modes of thought. There are many similarities between the characteristics of these social forms, as analyzed thus far, and those of nature as conceptualized by 17th-century natural science, for example. They suggest that when the commodity as a structured form of social practice becomes widespread, it conditions the way in which the world natural as well as social is conceived. The world of commodities is one in which objects and actions are no longer imbued with sacred significance. It is a secular world of thingly objects bound together by, and revolving around, the glittering abstractum of money. It is, to use Weber's phrase, a disenchanted world. One could reasonably hypothesize that the practices that constitute and are constituted by such a social world could also generate a conception of nature as deanimated, secularized, and thingly, one whose further characteristics, moreover, can be related to the particular character of the commodity as a concrete object and an abstract mediation. Dealing with commodities on an everyday level establishes a social commonality among goods as thingly and involves as well a continuous act of abstraction. Each commodity has not only its specific concrete qualities, measured in concrete material quantities, but all commodities share in common value, a non-manifest abstract quality with, as we shall see, a temporally determined magnitude. The magnitude of their value is a function of abstract measure rather than of concrete material quantity. As a social form, the commodity is completely independent of its material content. This form is not, in other words, the form of qualitatively specific objects but is abstract and can be grasped mathematically. It possesses formal characteristics. Commodities are both particular, sensual objects, and are valued as such by the buyer, and values moments of an abstractly homogeneous substance that is mathematically divisible and measurable, for example, in terms of time and money. Similarly, in classical modern natural science, behind the concrete world of manifold qualitative appearances is a world consisting of a common substance in motion, which possesses formal qualities and can be grasped mathematically. Both levels are secularized. That of the underlying essence of reality is an objective realm in the sense that it is independent of subjectivity and operates according to laws that can be grasped by reason. Just as the value of the commodity is abstracted from its qualities as a use value, true nature, according to Descartes, for example, consists in its primary qualities, matter in motion, which can only be grasped by abstracting from the level of appearances of qualitative particularity, secondary qualities. The latter level is a function of the sense organs, the eye of the beholder. Objectivity and subjectivity, mind and matter, form and content, are constituted as substantially different and opposed. Their possible correspondence now becomes an issue. They now must be mediated. One could describe and analyze further the points of similarity between the commodity as a form of social relations and modern European conceptions of nature, such as its impersonal, law-like mode of functioning. On this basis, one could then hypothesize that not only the paradigms of classical physics but also the emergence of a specific form and concept of reason in the 17th and 18th centuries are related to the alienated structures of the commodity form. One could even try to relate changes in forms of thought in the 19th century to the dynamic character of the fully developed capital form. I do not, however, intend to pursue such an investigation at this point. This brief outline is intended merely to suggest that conceptions of nature and paradigms of natural science can be socially and historically grounded. Although, in discussing the problem of abstract time, I shall continue to examine certain epistemological implications of the categories, I cannot investigate more extensively in this work the relation of conceptions of nature to their social contexts. It should, however be clear that what I have outlined here has very little in common with attempts to examine social influences on science in which the social is understood in an immediate sense, group or class interests, priorities, and so on. Although such considerations are very important in examining the application of science, they cannot account for conceptions of nature or scientific paradigms themselves. The non-functionalist socio-historical theory of knowledge suggested by the Marxian critique maintains that the ways in which people perceive and conceive of the world in capitalist society is shaped by the forms of their social relations understood as structured forms of everyday social practice. It has little in common with the reflection theory of knowledge. The emphasis on the form of social relations as an epistemological category also distinguishes the approach suggested here from attempts at a materialist explanation of the natural sciences such as those of Franz Borkenau and Henrik Grossman. According to Borkenau, the rise of modern science, of mathematical mechanistic thought, was closely related to the emergence of the system of manufacture, the destruction of the artisanal system, and the concentration of labor under one roof. Borkenau does not attempt to explain the relationship he postulates between the natural sciences and manufacture in terms of utility. Rather, he notes that science played a negligible role in the process of production during the period of manufacture, that is, until the emergence of large-scale industrial production. The relationship between production and science, Borkenau postulates, was indirect. He claims that the labor process developed in manufacture at the beginning of the 17th century served as a model of reality for natural philosophers. That labor process was characterized by an extreme detailed division of labor into relatively unskilled activities, giving rise to an underlying substratum of homogeneous labor in general. This, in turn, allowed for the development of a conception of social labor and, hence, for the quantitative comparison of labor time units. Mechanistic thought, according to Borkenau, arose from the experience of a mechanistic organization of production. Leaving aside Borkenau's attempt to derive the category of abstract labor directly from the organization of concrete labor, it is by no means clear why people should have begun to conceive of the world in terms similar to the organization of production in manufacture. In describing the social conflicts of the 17th century, Borkenau does point out that the new worldview was of advantage to those groupings associated with, and struggling for, the new emerging social, economic, and political order. Its ideological function, however, can hardly explain the ground of such a form of thought. A consideration of the structure of concrete labor, supplemented by one of social conflict, does not suffice as the basis of a socio-historical epistemology. Henrik Grossman criticizes Borkenau's interpretation, but his criticisms are restricted to the empirical level. Grossman argues that the organization of production which Borkenau attributes to the period of manufacture actually came into being only with industrial production. In general, manufacture did not entail the breakdown and homogenization of labor, but brought together skilled artisans in one factory without appreciably changing their mode of labor. In addition, he claims that the emergence of mechanistic thought should not be sought in the 17th century, but earlier, with Leonardo da Vinci. Grossman then suggests another explanation for the origins of such thought. It emerged from the practical activity of skilled handicraftsmen in inventing and producing new mechanical devices. What Grossman's hypothesis has in common with that of Borkenau is that it attempts to derive a form of thought directly from a consideration of labor as productive activity. Yet, as Alfred Sohnrethel points out in Geistige und Körperliche Arbeit, Grossman's approach is inadequate because, in his essay, the devices that supposedly give rise to mechanistic thought are already understood and explained in terms of the logic of such thought. The origins of particular forms of thought must be sought on a deeper level, according to Sohnrethel. Like the interpretation outlined in this work, his approach is to analyze underlying structures of thought, for example, those which Kant posited ahistorically as transcendental a priori categories in terms of their constitution by forms of social synthesis. However, Sohnrethel's understanding of social constitution differs from that presented in this work. He does not analyze the specificity of labor in capitalism as being socially constituting but, rather, posits two forms of social synthesis, one effected by means of exchange, and one by means of labor. he argues that the sort of abstraction and form of social synthesis entailed in the value form is not a labor abstraction but an exchange abstraction. According to Soenrethel, there is a labor abstraction in capitalism, but it occurs in the process of production rather than in the exchange process. Soenrethel, however, does not relate the notion of labor abstraction to the creation of alienated social structures. Instead, he evaluates positively the mode of social synthesis purportedly affected by labor in industrial production as non-capitalist and opposes it to the mode of societalization affected by exchange, which he assesses negatively. The latter mode of social synthesis alone, according to Soenrethel, constitutes the essence of capitalism. This version of a traditional interpretation of the contradiction of capitalism leads Soenrethel to claim that a society is potentially classless when it acquires the form of its synthesis directly through the process of production and not through exchange-mediated appropriation. It also weakens his sophisticated attempt at an epistemological reading of Marx's categories. Within the framework of this work, the synthesis of societalization is never a function of labor but of the form of social relations in which production takes place. Labor affects that function only in capitalism, as a result of the historically specific quality we have uncovered in examining the commodity form. Soenrethel, however, interprets the commodity form as being extrinsic to commodity-determined labor, and then attributes to production as such a role in societalization which it does not possess. This prevents him from grasping adequately the character of these alienated social structures created by labor-mediated societalization and the specificity of the process of production in capitalism. In Chapter 5 I shall examine the social compulsion exerted by abstract time as a further basic determination of the alienated social structures grasped by the category of capital. It is precisely these structures, however, that Soenrethel evaluates positively as non-capitalist. The functional necessity of a unitary organization of time, which characterizes the modern continuous labor process, contains the elements of a new synthesis of societalization. Such an evaluation is consistent with an approach that understands abstraction as market phenomenon completely extrinsic to labor in capitalism, and, hence implicitly regards labor in capitalism as labor. The form of alienated social synthesis that is indeed affected by labor in capitalism is, thereby, assessed positively as a non-capitalist form of societalization, affected by labor per se. This position also hinders Soenrethel from dealing with 19th and 20th century forms of thought in which the form of capital-determined production itself takes on a fetishized form. His emphasis on exchange, which excludes any examination of the implications of the commodity form for labor, restricts his social epistemology to a consideration of forms of static, abstract mechanical thought. This necessarily excludes many forms of modern thought from the purview of his critical social epistemology. The failure to consider the mediating role of labor in capitalism indicates that Soenrethel's understanding of the form of synthesis differs from that of the form of social relations I have developed here. Although my interpretation parallels, in some respects, Soenrethel's attempt to relate the historical emergence of abstract thought, philosophy, and natural science to abstract social forms, it is based upon a different understanding of the character and constitution of those forms. Nevertheless, a theory of social forms is of central importance to a critical theory. A theory based on an analysis of the commodity form of social relations can, in my judgment, account at a high level of logical abstraction for the conditions under which scientific thought shifted, with the rise of capitalist civilization, from a concern with quality, use value, and questions addressing the substantive what and why to a concern with quantity, value, and questions dealing with the more instrumental how. Labor and instrumental action. I have argued that the forms of capitalist social relations have cultural significance. They condition understandings of nature as well as of the social world. A basic characteristic of modern natural science is its instrumental character, its preoccupation with questions of how nature functions to the exclusion of questions of meaning, its value-free character with regard to substantive goals. Although I shall not continue to pursue directly the question of the social grounding of such a natural science at this point, This question can be illuminated indirectly by examining the problem of whether labor should be considered instrumental activity, and by considering the relation between such activity and the form of social constitution that characterizes capitalism. In Eclipse of Reason, Max Horkheimer relates labor to instrumental reason, which he characterizes as that reduced form of reason which has become dominant with industrialization. Instrumental reason, according to Horkheimer, is concerned only with the question of the correct or most efficient means to a given end. It is related to Weber's notion of formal, as opposed to substantive, rationality. Goals themselves are not seen as ascertainable by means of reason. The idea that reason itself is meaningfully valid only in relation to instruments or is itself an instrument, is closely tied to the positivist deification of the natural sciences as the only model of knowledge. Such an idea results in complete relativism with regard to substantive goals and systems of morals, politics, and economics. Horkheimer relates this instrumentalization of reason to the development of increasingly complex methods of production. The complete transformation of the world into a world of means rather than of ends is itself the consequence of the historical development of the methods of production. As material production and social organization grow more complicated and reified, recognition of means as such becomes increasingly difficult, since they assume the appearance of autonomous entities. Horkheimer does state that this process of increasing instrumentalization is not a function of production per se, but of its social context. As I have argued, however, Horkheimer, despite some equivocations, identifies labor in and of itself with instrumental action. While I agree that there is a connection between instrumental action and instrumental reason, I take issue with his identification of the former with labor as such. Horkheimer's explanation for the increasing instrumental character of the world in terms of the growing complexity of production is less than convincing. Labor may always be a pragmatic technical means for achieving particular goals, in addition to whatever meaning it may be accorded, but this can hardly explain the growing instrumental character of the world, the growing domination of value-free means over substantive values and goals, the transformation of the world into one of means. Only at first glance does labor appear to be the example par excellence of instrumental action. Both Georgi Marcus and Cornelius Castoriadis, for example, have argued convincingly that social labor is never simply instrumental action. In terms of the argument I have developed here, that proposition can be modified. Social labor as such is not instrumental action. Labor in capitalism, however, is instrumental action. The transformation of the world into one of means rather than ends, a process that extends even to people, is related to the particular character of commodity-determined labor as a means. Although social labor is always a means to an end, this alone does not render it instrumental. As noted, in pre-capitalist societies, for example, labor is accorded significance by overt social relations and is shaped by tradition. Because commodity-producing labor is not mediated by such relations, it is, in a sense, designified, secularized. This development may be a necessary condition for the growing instrumentalization of the world, but it is not a sufficient condition for labor's instrumental character that it exists as a pure means. That character is a function of the sort of means labor in capitalism is. As we have seen, commodity-determined labor is, as concrete labor, a means for producing a particular product. Moreover and more essentially, as abstract labor, it is self-mediating. It is a social means of acquiring the products of others. Hence, for the producers, labor is abstracted from its concrete product. It serves them as a pure means, an instrument to acquire products that have no intrinsic relation to the substantive character of the productive activity by means of which they are acquired. The goal of production in capitalism is neither the material goods produced nor the reflexive effects of laboring activity on the producer, but value, or, more precisely, surplus value. Value, however, is a purely quantitative goal. There is no qualitative difference between the value of wheat and that of weapons. Value is purely quantitative because as a form of wealth it is an objectified means. It is the objectification of abstract labor as an objective means of acquiring goods it has not produced. Thus production for surplus value is production where the goal itself is a means. Hence, production in capitalism necessarily is quantitatively oriented, toward ever-increasing amounts of surplus value. This is the basis of Marx's analysis of production in capitalism as production for the sake of production. The instrumentalization of the world, within such a framework, is a function of the determination of production and social relations by this historically specific form of social mediation. It is not a function of the increasing complexity of material production as such. Production for the sake of production signifies that production is no longer a means to a substantive end but a means to an end that is itself a means, a moment in a never-ending chain of expansion. Production in capitalism becomes a means to a means. The emergence of a goal of social production which is actually a means underlies the increasing domination of means over ends, noted by Horkheimer. It is not rooted in the character of concrete labor as a determinate material means of creating a specific product, rather, it is rooted in the character of labor in capitalism as a social means that is quasi-objective and supersedes overtly social relations. Horkheimer, in effect, attributes a consequence of the specific character of labor in capitalism to labor in general. Although the process of instrumentalization is logically implied by the twofold character of labor in capitalism, this process is greatly intensified by the transformation of humans into means. As I shall elaborate, the first stage of this transformation is the commodification of labor itself as labor power, what Marx calls the formal subsumption of labor under capital, which does not necessarily transform the material form of production. The second stage is when the process of producing surplus value molds the labor process in its image, the real subsumption of labor under capital. With real subsumption, the goal of capitalist production which is actually a means molds the material means of its realization. The relation of the material form of production and its goal, value, are no longer contingent. Rather, abstract labor begins to quantify and shape concrete labor in its image. The abstract domination of value begins to be materialized in the labor process itself. A hallmark of real subsumption, according to Marx, is that, despite appearances, the actual raw materials of the process of production are not the physical materials that are transformed into material products, but the workers whose objectified labor time constitutes the lifeblood of the totality. With real subsumption, this determination of the valorization process is materialized. The person has, quite literally, become a means. The goal of production in capitalism exerts a form of necessity on the producers. The goals of labor, whether defined in terms of the products or the effects of labor on the producers, are neither given by social tradition nor decided upon consciously. Rather, the goal has escaped human control. People cannot decide on value, or surplus value, as a goal, for this goal confronts them as an external necessity. They can decide only which products are most likely to maximize the surplus value obtained. The choice of material products as goals is a function of neither their substantive qualities, nor the needs to be fulfilled. Yet the battle of the gods, to borrow Weber's term, that does actually reign among the substantive goals only appears to be pure relativism. The relativism that prevents one from judging on substantive grounds the merits of one goal of production relative to another stems from the fact that, in capital-determined society, all products embody the same underlying goal of production value. This actual goal, however, is itself not substantive, hence the appearance of pure relativism. The goal of production in capitalism is an absolute given that, paradoxically, is only a means but one that has no end other than itself. As the duality of concrete labor and labor-mediated interaction, labor in capitalism has a socially constituting character. This confronts us with the following, only apparently paradoxical, conclusion: it is precisely because of its socially mediating character that labor in capitalism is instrumental action. Because the mediating quality of labor in capitalism cannot appear directly, instrumentality then appears as an objective attribute of labor as such. The instrumental character of labor as self-mediating is, at the same time, the instrumental character of labor-mediated social relations. Labor in capitalism constitutes the social mediation that characterizes this society, as such it is a practical activity. We are now confronted with a further paradox: labor in capitalism is instrumental action precisely because of its historically determinate practical character. Conversely, the practical sphere, that of social interaction, is fused with that of labor and has an instrumental character. In capitalism, then, the instrumental character of both labor and social relations is rooted in labor's specific social role in that formation. Instrumentality is rooted in the labor-mediated form of social constitution in capitalism. This analysis, however, need not imply the necessary pessimism of critical theory discussed in Chapter 3. Because the instrumental character we have investigated is a function of the double character of labor in capitalism and not of labor per se, it can be analyzed as an attribute of an internally contradictory form. The growing instrumental character of the world need not be understood as a linear, endless process bound to the development of production. The social form can be seen as one that not only accords itself an instrumental character but, from the same duality, gives rise to the possibility of its fundamental critique and to the conditions of the possibility of its own abolition. The concept of the double character of labor, in other words, provides the starting point for a reconsideration of the meaning of the fundamental contradiction of capitalist society. Abstract and substantive totality. I have analyzed value as a category expressing the self-domination of labor, that is, the domination of the producers by the historically specific mediating dimension of their own labor. Except in the brief discussion of the subsumption of labor under capital in the previous section, my analysis up to this point has treated the alienated social totality constituted by labor in capitalism as formal rather than as substantive. It is the externalized social bond among individuals which results from the simultaneous determination of labor as a productive activity and as a socially mediating activity. If the investigation were to stop here, it might seem as though what I have analyzed as the alienated social bond in capitalism does not, given its formal character, differ fundamentally from the market. The analysis of alienation presented thus far could be appropriated and reinterpreted by a theory that would focus on money as the medium of exchange rather than on labor as a mediating activity. However, in continuing this investigation, and examining Marx's category of surplus value, hence, of capital as well, we shall see that the alienated social bond in capitalism does not remain formal and static, in his analysis. It has rather, a directionally dynamic character. That capitalism is characterized by an immanent historical dynamic is due, in the Marxian analysis, to the form of abstract domination intrinsic to the value form of wealth and of social mediation. As noted, an essential characteristic of that dynamic is an ever-accelerating process of production for the sake of production. What characterizes capitalism is that, on a deep systemic level, production is not for the sake of consumption. Rather, it is driven, ultimately, by a system of abstract compulsions constituted by the double character of labor in capitalism, which posit production as its own goal. In other words, the culture that ultimately mediates production in capitalism is radically different than in other societies inasmuch as it itself is constituted by labor. What distinguishes the critical theory based on the notion of labor as a socially mediating activity from approaches that focus on the market or on money is the former's analysis of capital, its ability to grasp the directional dynamic and trajectory of production of modern society. As I investigate Marx's category of capital, it will become clear that the social totality acquires its dynamic character by incorporating a substantive social dimension of labor. Up to this point, I have considered a specific, abstract, social dimension of labor in capitalism as a socially mediating activity. This dimension should not be confused with the social character of labor as a productive activity. The latter, according to Marx, includes the social organization of the process of production, the average skill of the working population, the level of the development, and the application of science, among other factors. This dimension, the social character of concrete labor as productive activity, has remained outside of my considerations until now. I have treated the function of labor as a socially mediating activity independently of the specific concrete labor performed. However, these two social dimensions of labor in capitalism do not simply exist alongside one another. In order to analyze how they determine each other, I shall first examine the quantitative and temporal dimension of value. This will allow me to show in elucidating the dialectic of labor and time that, with the capital form, the social dimension of concrete labor is incorporated into the alienated social dimension constituted by abstract labor. The totality, which I have treated only as abstract thus far, acquires a substantive character by virtue of its appropriation of the social character of productive activity. I shall undertake this analysis in the third part of this work in order to provide the basis for an understanding of Marx's category of capital. In the course of this investigation, I shall show that the social totality expressed by the category of capital also possesses a double character, abstract and substantive, rooted in the two dimensions of the commodity form. The difference is that with capital, both social dimensions of labor are alienated and, together, confront individuals as a compelling force. This duality is the reason that the totality is not static but possesses an intrinsically contradictory character that underlies an immanent, historically directional dynamic. This analysis of the alienated social forms as at once formal and substantive yet contradictory differs from approaches, such as that of Sohn-Rethel, that seek to locate capitalism's contradiction between its abstract formal dimension and substantive dimension, the proletarian-based industrial process of production, and presume the latter not to be capital determined. At the same time, my approach implies that any fundamentally pessimistic notion of the totality as a one-dimensional structure of domination, one without intrinsic contradiction, is not fully adequate to the Marxian analysis. Rooted in the double character of commodity-determined labor, the alienated social totality is not, as Adorno for example would have it, the identity that incorporates the socially non-identical in itself so as to make the whole a non-contradictory unity, leading to the universalization of domination. To establish that the totality is intrinsically contradictory is to show that it remains an essentially contradictory identity of identity and non-identity, and has not become a unitary identity that has totally assimilated the non-identical. 5. Abstract time. The magnitude of value. In examining Marx's analysis of the essential structuring social forms of capitalist society, I have focused thus far on his category of abstract labor and on some basic implications of his argument that the social relations characteristic of capitalism are constituted by labor. What also characterizes these social forms, according to Marx, is their temporal dimension and quantifiability. Marx introduces these aspects of the commodity form early in his discussion, when he considers the problem of the magnitude of value. In discussing his treatment of that problem, I shall show its central significance in Marx's analysis of the nature of capitalist society. On this basis, I will consider more closely the differences between value and material wealth, and begin examining the issue of capitalism and temporality, which will lay the groundwork for my consideration, in the last part of this book, of Marx's conception of the trajectory of capitalist development. In the process, I shall also develop further aspects of the socio-historical theory of knowledge and subjectivity outlined above. This will set the stage for a critical examination of Jürgen Habermas's critique of Marx, which will conclude my discussion of the trajectory of critical theory as an attempt to formulate a social critique adequate to the 20th century. At that point I will be in a position to begin reconstructing Marx's category of capital. The problem of the magnitude of value appears, at first glance, to be far simpler and more direct than that of the categories of value and abstract human labor. It has been treated by Franz Petri, Isaac Illich Rubin, and Paul Sweezy, for example, as the quantitative theory of value in contradistinction to the qualitative theory of value. They draw this distinction to emphasize that Marx's theory of value is not merely an economic theory in the narrower sense, but an attempt to elucidate the basic structure of social relations in capitalism. Leaving aside critical considerations of their specific analyses of these social relations, though, such theories do not go far enough. They undertake a qualitative analysis of the social content of value but treat the magnitude of value only in quantitative terms. The analysis of value as a historically specific social form should, however, change the terms with which the magnitude of value is considered. Marx not only writes, as has frequently been cited, that political economy has never once even asks the question why labor is expressed in value, but he also asks why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. The second question implies that it is not enough to undertake a qualitative examination of the form of value alone, and thereby to exclude the problem of the magnitude of value, for the latter problem also entails a qualitative social analysis. The above-mentioned interpretations of Marx do not, to be sure, treat the problem of the magnitude of value in a narrow quantitative sense, that is, in terms of the problem of relative exchange values alone, as does political economy. They do, however, treat it only as the quantification of the qualitative dimension of value, rather than as a further qualitative determination of the social formation. Sweezy, for example, writes, beyond the mere determination of exchange ratios, the quantitative value problem is nothing more or less than the investigation of the laws which govern the allocation of the labor force to different spheres of production in a society of commodity producers. If for Sweezy, the task of qualitative value theory is to analyze these laws in terms of the nature of social relations and modes of consciousness, that of quantitative value theory is to consider their nature in purely quantitative terms. In a similar fashion, Rubin states, the basic error of the majority of Marx's critics consists of, 1. Their complete failure to grasp the qualitative sociological side of Marx's theory of value, and 2. Their confining the quantitative side to the examination of exchange ratios. They ignore the quantitative interrelations among the quantities of social labor distributed among the different branches of production and different enterprises. The magnitude of value is a regulator of the quantitative distribution of social labor. Petrie, on the other hand, sees the quantitative value problem in terms of the distribution of the total value produced by the proletariat among the various classes of society in the form of revenue. These interpretations of the quantitative value problem emphasize exclusively the non-conscious regulation of the social distribution of commodities and labor, or of revenue. Such approaches, which interpret the categories of value and the magnitude of value solely in terms of the lack of conscious social regulation of distribution in capitalism, implicitly conceive of the historical negation of capitalism only in terms of public planning in the absence of private property. They do not provide an adequate basis for a categorical critique of the capital-determined form of production. The Marxian analysis of the magnitude of value is, however, an integral element of precisely such a critique. It entails a qualitative determination of the relation of labor, time, and social necessity in the capitalist social formation. By investigating the temporal dimension of Marx's categories, I shall be able to demonstrate my earlier assertion that the law of value, far from being a theory of equilibrium market mechanisms, implies both a historical dynamic and a particular material form of production. The measure of value, according to Marx, is of a very different sort than that of material wealth. The latter form of wealth, created by the action of various sorts of concrete labor on raw materials, can be measured in terms of the objectifications of those labors, that is, by the quantities and qualities of the particular goods produced. This mode of measurement is a function of the qualitative specificity of the product, the activity that produces it, the needs it may satisfy, as well as custom. In other words, the mode of measurement of material wealth is particular and not general. For it to be the dominant measure of wealth, it therefore must be mediated by various sorts of social relations. Material wealth does not mediate itself socially. Where it is the dominant social form of wealth, it is evaluated and distributed by overt social relations, traditional social ties, relations of power, conscious decisions, considerations of needs, and so forth. The dominance of material wealth as the social form of wealth is related to an overtly social mode of mediation. Value, as we have seen, is a peculiar form of wealth inasmuch as it is not mediated by overt social relations but, rather, is itself a mediation. It is the self-mediating dimension of commodities. This is expressed by its measure, which is not a direct function of the amount of goods produced. Such a material measure, as noted, would imply a manifestly social mode of mediation. Although value, like material wealth, is an objectification of labor, it is an objectification of abstract labor. As that which constitutes a general, objective social mediation, abstract labor is neither expressed in terms of the objectifications of particular concrete labors nor measured by their quantity. Its objectification is value, a form separable from that of objectified concrete labor, that is, particular products. Similarly, the magnitude of value, the quantitative measure of the objectification of abstract labor, differs from the various physical quantities of the various commodities produced and exchanged: 50 yards of cloth, 450 tons of steel, 900 barrels of oil, and so on. Yet that measure can be translated into such physical quantities. The consequent qualitative and quantitative commensurability of the commodities is an expression of the objective social mediation. It constitutes and is constituted by this mediation. Value, then, is measured not in terms of the particular objectifications of various labors, but in terms of what they all have in common, regardless of their specificity: the expenditure of labor. The measure of the expenditure of human labor that is not a function of the quantity and nature of its products is, in Marx's analysis, time. How, then, is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, which it contains. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days, etc. Thus, when labor itself acts as the general quasi-objective means of mediating products, this constitutes a general quasi-objective measure of wealth which is independent of the particularity of the products and, hence, of overt social ties and contexts. This measure, according to Marx, is the socially necessary expenditure of human labor time. This time, as we shall see, is a determinate, abstract form of time. Because of the mediating character of labor in capitalism, its measure has a socially mediating character as well. The form of wealth, value, and its measure, abstract time, are constituted by labor in capitalism as objective social mediations. The category of abstract human labor refers to a social process that entails an abstraction from the specific qualities of the various concrete labors involved, as well as a reduction to their common denominator as human labor. Similarly, the category of the magnitude of value refers to an abstraction from the physical quantities of the products exchanged, as well as a reduction to a non-manifest common denominator, the labor time involved in their production. In Chapter 4, I touched upon some social epistemological implications of Marx's analysis of the commodity form, understood as an analysis of structured forms of everyday practice that involve an ongoing process of abstraction from the concrete specificity of objects, activities, and persons, and their reduction to a general essential common denominator. I indicated that the emergence of the modern opposition between abstract universalism and concrete particularism could be understood in terms of that analysis. This social process of abstraction to which the commodity form refers also entails a determinate process of quantification. I shall address this dimension of the commodity form of social relations in the course of investigating time itself as measure. It is important to note at this point that Marx's assertion, in Chapter 1 of Capital, that socially necessary labor time expenditure is the measure of value is not his full demonstration of that position. As I pointed out in Chapter 4, Marx's argument in Capital is immanent to his mode of presentation, to the full unfolding of the categories, wherein what is unfolded is intended to justify retroactively that which preceded it, and from which it logically was developed. We shall see that Marx seeks to support retroactively his assertion that the magnitude of value is determined in terms of socially necessary labor time by analyzing, on the basis of his initial determinations of value and its measure, the process of production in capitalism and its trajectory of development. His argument thereby seeks to justify the temporal determination of the magnitude of value as a categorical determination of both production and the dynamic of the whole, and not, as it might seem at first, simply as one of the regulation of exchange. Abstract time and social necessity. Because abstract human labor constitutes a general social mediation, in Marx's analysis, the labor time that serves as the measure of value is not individual and contingent, but social and necessary. The total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power. Each of these individual labor powers is the same as the others, to the extent that it has the character of socially average labor power, i.e., only needs, in order to produce a commodity, the labor time which is necessary on an average, or in other words is socially necessary. Marx defines socially necessary labor time as follows: socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the prevailing socially normal conditions of production and with the prevalent socially average degree of skill and intensity of labor. The value of a single commodity is a function not of the labor time expended on that individual object but of the amount of labor time that is socially necessary for its production. What exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. The determination of a commodity's magnitude of value in terms of socially necessary, or average, labor time indicates that the reference point is society as a whole. I shall not, at this point, address the problem of how this average is constituted, that it is the result of a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, and that these proportions therefore appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition, other than to note that this social process involves a socially general mediation of individual action. It entails the constitution by individual action of a general external norm that acts reflexively on each individual. The sort of necessity expressed by the term socially necessary labor time is a function of this reflexive, general mediation. Only at first glance does it seem to be simply a descriptive statement of the average amount of time required to produce a particular commodity. Closer consideration, however, reveals that the category is a further determination of the form of social domination constituted by commodity-determined labor, what I have termed historically determinate social necessity, over and against trans-historical, natural social necessity. The time expended in producing a particular commodity is mediated in a socially general manner and transformed into an average that determines the magnitude of the value of the product. The category of socially necessary labor time, then, expresses a general temporal norm resulting from the action of the producers, to which they must conform. Not only is one compelled to produce and exchange commodities in order to survive, but if one is to obtain the full value of one's labor time, that time must equal the temporal norm expressed by socially necessary labor time. As a category of the totality, socially necessary labor time expresses a quasi-objective social necessity with which the producers are confronted. It is the temporal dimension of the abstract domination that characterizes the structures of alienated social relations in capitalism. The social totality constituted by labor as an objective general mediation has a temporal character, wherein time becomes necessity. I noted above that the level of logical abstraction of Marx's categories in Volume I of Capital is very high. It deals with the essence of capitalism as a whole. One strategic intention of his categorical analysis in that volume is to ground historically, in terms of the forms of social relations in capitalism, the modern opposition between the free, self-determining individual and society as an extrinsic sphere of objective necessity. This opposition is intrinsic to the value form of wealth and of social relations. Although value is constituted by the production of particular commodities, the magnitude of value of a particular commodity is, reflexively, a function of a constituted general social norm. The value of a commodity, in other words, is an individuated moment of a general social mediation. Its magnitude is a function not of the labor time actually required to produce that particular commodity but of the general social mediation expressed by the category of socially necessary labor time. Unlike the measure of material wealth, which is a function of the quantity and quality of particular goods, then the measure of value expresses a determinate relation, namely, a relation between the particular and the abstract general that has the form of a relation between moment and totality. Both terms of this relation are constituted by labor functioning as a productive activity and as a socially mediating activity. This double character of labor underlies the quasi-objective, abstract temporal measure of social wealth in capitalism, and it also gives rise to an opposition between the range of particular products or labors and an abstract general dimension that constitutes and is constituted by those particular labors. On another level, the commodity as a dominant social form necessarily implies a tension and opposition between individual and society, which points to a tendency toward the subsumption of the former by the latter. When labor mediates and constitutes social relations, it becomes the central element of a totality that dominates individuals who, nevertheless, are free from relations of personal domination. Labor, which is thus measured by time, does not seem indeed to be the labor of different subjects, but on the contrary the different working individuals seem to be mere organs of the labor. Capitalist society is constituted as a totality that not only stands opposed to the individuals but also tends to subsume them. They become mere organs of the whole. This initial determination of the subsumption of individuals by the totality in Marx's analysis of the commodity form foreshadows his later critical investigation of the process of production in capitalism as the concrete materialization of this subsumption. Far from criticizing the atomized character of individual existence in capitalism from the standpoint of the totality, as traditional interpretations imply, Marx analyzes the subsumption of individuals under abstract objective structures as a feature of the social form grasped by the category of capital. He sees this subsumption as the antinomic complement of individual atomization and argues that both moments, as well as their opposition, are characteristic of the capitalist formation. Such an analysis reveals the dangerous one-sidedness of any notion of socialism that, equating capitalism with the bourgeois mode of distribution, posits socialist society as the totality openly constituted by labor, under which individuals are subsumed. This discussion of the temporal determination of value has been preliminary. I shall develop it more fully when I consider Marx's category of capital. Nevertheless, I can at this point consider more adequately the significance of the difference between value and material wealth in Marx's analysis. I shall then return to examining capitalism and temporality by investigating the sort of time expressed by the category of socially necessary labor time, and the more general implications of this category for a theory of social constitution. Value and material wealth. In distinguishing value from material wealth, I have analyzed the former as a form of wealth that is also an objectified social relation, which is to say, it mediates itself socially. On the other hand, the existence of material wealth as the dominant form of wealth implies the existence of overt social relations that mediate it. As we have seen, these two forms of social wealth have different measures. The magnitude of value is a function of the expenditure of abstract labor time, whereas material wealth is measured in terms of the quantity and quality of products created. This difference has significant implications for the relationship between value and the productivity of labor, and, ultimately, for the nature of the fundamental contradiction of capitalism. The magnitude of the value of an individual commodity is, as noted, a function of the socially necessary labor time required for its production. An increase in average productivity increases the average number of commodities produced per unit of time. It thereby decreases the amount of socially necessary labor time required for the production of a single commodity and, hence, the value of each commodity. In general, the magnitude of value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly with the quantity, and inversely with the productivity, of the labor which is realized within the commodity. Increased productivity leads to a decrease in the value of each commodity produced because less socially necessary labor time is expended. This indicates that the total value yielded in a particular period of time, for example, an hour, remains constant. The inversely proportional relationship between average productivity and the magnitude of value of a single commodity is a function of the fact that the magnitude of total value produced depends only on the amount of abstract human labor time expended. Changes in average productivity do not change the total value created in equal periods of time. Thus, if average productivity doubles, twice as many commodities are produced in a given time period, each with half the previous value, because the total value in that time period remains the same. The only determinant of total value is the amount of abstract labor time expended, measured in constant temporal units. It is, therefore, independent of changes in productivity. The same labor, therefore, performed for the same length of time, always yields the same amount of value, independently of any changes in productivity. But it provides different quantities of use values during equal periods of time, more, if productivity rises, fewer, if it falls. We shall see that the question of the relationship between productivity and abstract time is more complicated than indicated by this initial determination. It has, nevertheless, become clear that the Marxian category of value is not merely material wealth that, in capitalism, is mediated by the market. Qualitatively and quantitatively, value and material wealth are two very different forms of wealth which can even be opposed. In itself, an increase in the quantity of use values constitutes an increase in material wealth. Two coats will clothe two men, one coat will only clothe one man, etc. Nevertheless, an increase in the amount of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. This examination of the category of value has shown that the dominant form of social wealth in capitalism is non-material, although it must be expressed in the commodity as its materialized carrier. It is an immediate function not of the use-value dimension of the material mass or quality of goods but of the expenditure of labor time. Thus, Marx has shown that the statement with which capital begins, the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails, appears as an immense collection of commodities is only apparently valid. In capitalism, abstract temporal measure rather than concrete material quantity is the measure of social wealth. This difference is the first determination of the possibility in capitalism that, not only for the poor but for society as a whole, poverty, in terms of value, can exist in the midst of plenty, in terms of material wealth. Material wealth in capitalism is, ultimately only apparent wealth. The difference between material wealth and value is central to the Marxian critique of capitalism. It is rooted, according to Marx, in the double character of labor in that social formation. Material wealth is created by concrete labor, but labor is not the sole source of material wealth. Rather, this form of wealth results from the transformation of matter by people with the aid of natural forces. Material wealth, then, arises from the interactions of humans and nature, as mediated by useful labor. As we have seen, its measure is a function of the quantity and quality of what is objectified by concrete labor, rather than of the temporal expenditure of direct human labor. Consequently, the creation of material wealth is not bound necessarily to such labor time expenditure. Increased productivity results in increased material wealth, whether or not the amount of labor time expended is increased. It is important to note that the concrete or useful dimension of labor in capitalism has a social character different from that of the historically specific dimension of labor as socially constituting activity, that is, of abstract labor. Marx analyzes productivity, the force of production of labor, Produktivkraft der Arbeit, as the productivity of useful, concrete labor. It is determined by the social organization of production, the level of the development and application of science, and the acquired skills of the working population, among other factors. In other words, the concrete dimension of labor, as conceived by Marx, has a social character that is informed by, and encompasses aspects of, social organization and social knowledge, what I have termed the social character of labor as productive activity, and is not restricted to the expenditure of direct labor. Productivity, in Marx's analysis, is an expression of that social character, of the acquired productive abilities of humanity. It is a function of the concrete dimension of labor, and not of labor as it constitutes a historically specific social mediation. The determinations of value, the dominant form of wealth in capitalism, are very different from those of material wealth. Value is peculiar in that, though a form of wealth, it does not express directly the relation of humans to nature but the relations among people as mediated by labor. Hence, according to Marx, nature does not enter directly into value's constitution at all. As a social mediation, value is constituted by abstract labor alone, it is an objectification of the historically specific social dimension of labor in capitalism as a socially mediating activity, as the substance of alienated relations. Its magnitude is then, not a direct expression of the quantity of products created or of the power of natural forces harnessed, it is, rather, a function only of abstract labor time. In other words, although increased productivity does result in more material wealth, it does not result in more value per unit of time. As a form of wealth that is also a form of social relations, value does not express directly the acquired productive abilities of humanity. Later, in discussing Marx's conception of the category of capital, I shall examine how these productive abilities, which are determinations of the use-value dimension of labor, become attributes of capital. If value is constituted by labor alone, and the only measure of value is direct labor time, it follows that the production of value, unlike that of material wealth, necessarily is bound to the expenditure of direct human labor. This distinction between value and material wealth is, as we shall see, crucial to Marx's analysis of capitalism. However, before proceeding, I should note that Marx also argues that, on the level of immediate experience, this distinction is not evident. We have seen that one of Marx's intentions in the manuscript, posthumously published and edited as Volume 3 of Capital, is to show, on the basis of his theory of value itself, that this theory does not seem to be valid, in particular, that labor alone appears not to constitute value. One aim of Marx's discussion in Volume 3 of Ground Rent, for example, is to show how nature can seem to be a factor in the creation of value. As a result, the distinction between the specific character of labor in capitalism and labor in general becomes unclear, as does the difference between value and material wealth. A full exposition of Marx's analysis of the nature and development of capitalism's contradictory character should, therefore, elucidate how a categorical distinction such as that between value and material wealth is indeed operative socially, although the actors may be unaware of it. One would need to show how people, acting on the basis of forms of appearance that disguise the underlying essential structures of capitalism, reconstitute these underlying structures. Such an exposition would also show how these structures, as mediated by their forms of appearance, not only constitute practices that are socially constituting, but do so in a way that imparts a determinate dynamic and particular constraints to the society as a whole. However, because I seek only to clarify the nature of Marx's critical analysis of capitalist society in terms of his basic categories, I cannot address these questions fully in this work. The differences between value and material wealth, as expressions of the two dimensions of labor, bear on the problem of the relation between value and technology and the question of the basic contradiction of capitalism. Marx's treatment of machines should be seen in the context of his analysis of value as a historically specific form of wealth, different from material wealth. Although machines do yield increased material wealth, according to Marx, they do not create new value. Rather, they only transmit the amount of value, direct labor time, that went into their production, or they indirectly decrease the value of labor power, by decreasing the value of workers' means of consumption, and thereby increase the amount of value appropriable as surplus by the capitalists. That machines create no new value is neither a paradox nor an indication of a reductionist insistence on Marx's part to posit the primacy of direct human labor as the essential social constituent of wealth, regardless of technological developments. Rather, it is based upon the difference between material wealth and value, a difference that lays the basis for what Marx analyzes as a growing contradiction between the two social dimensions expressed by the commodity form. Indeed, as we shall see, the potential of machine production plays an important role in Marx's understanding of that contradiction. In Chapter 1, I examined passages in the Grundrisse which indicate that capitalism's basic contradiction is not between industrial production and bourgeois relations of distribution, according to Marx, but lies within the sphere of production itself. On that basis, I argued that his analysis is a critique of labor and of production in capitalism, not a critique from the standpoint of labor. The distinction Marx makes at the beginning of Capital between value and material wealth is completely consonant with, and reinforces, this interpretation. Indeed, one can infer the basic contradiction presented in the Grundriss from his distinction between these two forms of wealth, as well as from the complex relationship entailed between value, productivity, and material wealth. On the one hand, as I shall elucidate more thoroughly later, Marx's analysis indicates that the system of production grounded in value gives rise to ever-increasing levels of productivity based on changes in the organization of labor, technological developments, and the increased application of science to production. With advanced technological production, material wealth becomes a function of a high level of productivity, which depends on the wealth-creating potential of science and technology. The expenditure of direct human labor time no longer stands in any meaningful relationship to the production of such wealth. Nevertheless, according to Marx, the greater mass of material wealth produced does not, in and of itself, mean that a greater amount of the determining form of social wealth in capitalism, that is, value, has been created. Indeed, the difference between the two is crucial to Marx's argument regarding the fundamental contradiction of capitalism. Increased productivity does not, as noted, yield greater amounts of value per unit of time. For this reason, all means of increasing productivity, such as applied science and technology, do not increase the amount of value yielded per unit of time, but they do increase greatly the amount of material wealth produced. What underlies the central contradiction of capitalism, according to Marx, is that value remains the determining form of wealth and of social relations in capitalism, regardless of developments in productivity. However, value also becomes increasingly anachronistic in terms of the material wealth-producing potential of the productive forces to which it gives rise. A central moment of this contradiction is the role that direct human labor plays in the process of production. On the one hand, by inducing an enormous increase in productivity, the social forms of value and capital give rise to the possibility of a new social formation in which direct human labor would no longer be the primary social source of wealth. On the other hand, these social forms are such that direct human labor remains necessary to the mode of production and becomes increasingly fragmented and atomized. I shall discuss the structural grounds for that persisting necessity, together with its implications for an analysis of the material form of the process of production, in Part 3 of this work. According to this interpretation, Marx does not posit a necessary connection between direct human labor and social wealth, regardless of technological developments. Rather, his imminent critique claims that it is capitalism itself that does so. The contradiction of capitalism Marx outlines in the Grundriss can thus be understood in terms of a growing contradiction between value and material wealth. One, however, that does not appear to be such, inasmuch as the difference between these two forms of wealth is blurred on the surface of society, the level of immediate experience. Ultimately, one can grasp Marx's analysis of this contradiction as should now be clear only if one understands value as a historically specific form of wealth, measured by the expenditure of human labor time. The distinction Marx draws between value and material wealth supports my contention that his category of value is not intended to show that social wealth is always and everywhere a function of direct human labor, nor that, in capitalism, this trans-historical truth is veiled by various forms of mystification, nor that, in socialism, this truth of human existence will emerge openly. Marx does seek to show that, beneath the surface of appearances, the dominant social form of wealth in capitalism is indeed constituted by abstract labor alone, but this essential form itself, and not simply the surface forms that veil it, is the object of his critique. By drawing attention to the distinction between value and material wealth, I have begun to show that the critical function of Marx's labor theory of value is not simply to prove that the social surplus in capitalism is created by means of the exploitation of the working class. Rather, it provides a historical critique of the socially synthetic role played by labor in capitalism so as to point to the possibility of its abolition. By now it should be clear that much of the discussion on how applicable Marx's categories are to the analysis of contemporary developments has been limited by the failure to distinguish between value and material wealth. This is particularly true regarding the question of the relationship between technology and value. Because the category of value has frequently been equated with that of social wealth in general, prevailing tendencies have tended to argue either that labor always is the sole social source of wealth, thereby subsuming material wealth under value, or that value is not a function of labor alone, but can be created directly by the application of science and technological knowledge, thereby subsuming value under material wealth. Paul Walton and Andrew Gamble, for example, have defended Marx's approach by emphasizing labor's unique value-creating ability. However, rather than taking into account the particularity of this form of wealth, they argue as if labor, by virtue of its special qualities, were transhistorically a unique source of social wealth. Why machines do not produce value understood simply as wealth cannot, however, be explained convincingly. Conversely, in an attempt to account for the obvious wealth-creating possibilities of science and technology today, Joan Robinson criticizes Marx for maintaining that only human labor produces surplus value. Robinson, however, also interprets the Marxian categories of value and capital in terms of wealth in general, rather than as specific forms of wealth and of social relations. Hence she does not distinguish between what produces material wealth and what produces value. Instead, she reifies capital as wealth per se. It is more cogent to say that capital, and the application of science to industry, are immensely productive, and that the institutions of private property, developing into monopoly, are deleterious precisely because they prevent us from having as much capital, and the kind of capital, that we need. By equating value and capital with material wealth, Robinson's approach necessarily identifies the social relations of capitalism in a traditional manner, with private property. Interpretations that posit the Marxian category of value as a transhistorically valid category of wealth or, conversely, interpret its increasingly anachronistic character as an indication of the theoretical inadequacy of the category, conf late value and material wealth. Such approaches empty Marx's category of value of its historical specificity and cannot grasp his conception of the contradictory character of the basic social forms underlying capitalist society. They tend to view the mode of production as an essentially technical process impinged upon by social forces and institutions, and they tend to see the historical development of production as a linear technological development that may be restrained by extrinsic social factors such as private property, rather than as an intrinsically technical social process whose development is contradictory. Such interpretations, in short, fundamentally misunderstand the nature of Marx's critical analysis. Marx's analysis of the differences between value and material wealth is central to his conception of the contradictory character of capitalist society. He argues that value indeed is not adequate to the wealth-producing potential of science and technology and, yet, that it remains the basic determination of wealth and social relations in capitalism. This contradiction is ultimately rooted in the duality of labor in capitalism. It structures a growing internal tension that gives form to a broad range of historical developments and social phenomena in capitalist society. In Part 3 of this work, I shall address the questions of the intrinsic dynamic of capitalist society, and of the concrete configuration of capitalism's process of production in terms of this internal tension. I shall argue that the mode of production in capitalism should be understood not in terms of technical forces of production separate from social relations of production but in terms of the contradiction between value and material wealth, that is, as a materialized expression of both dimensions of labor in capitalism and, hence of both the forces and the relations of production. I shall also suggest that that contradiction provides a point of departure for analyzing, on a very abstract level, the problem of the historical transformation of needs and consciousness as expressed, for example, by different social movements. I shall interpret the dynamic of capitalism in terms of a dialectic of labor and time which is rooted in the duality of the structuring social forms of this society. In order to do so, however, I must first examine the abstract form of time associated with socially necessary labor time and consider the social epistemological implications of my discussion of the temporal dimension of Marx's categories. Abstract time. In discussing the magnitude of value, I have examined the social as well as the necessary aspects of socially necessary labor time. But which sort of time are we dealing with? As is well known, notions of time vary culturally and historically, the most commonly expressed distinction being that between cyclical and linear conceptions of time. For example, G.J. Whitrow points out that time understood as a kind of linear progression measured by the clock and calendar generally superseded cyclical conceptions of time in Europe only within the past several centuries. I shall consider various forms of time, as well as various conceptions of time, and distinguish them in another way, namely whether time is a dependent or an independent variable, in order to investigate the relation of the category of socially necessary labor time to the nature of time in modern capitalist society and to the historically dynamic character of that society. I shall term concrete the various sorts of time that are functions of events they are referred to, and understood through, natural cycles and the periodicities of human life, as well as particular tasks or processes, for example, the time required to cook rice or to say one paternoster. Before the rise and development of modern, capitalist society in Western Europe, dominant conceptions of time were of various forms of concrete time. Time was not an autonomous category, independent of events, hence, it could be determined qualitatively, as good or bad, sacred or profane. Concrete time is a broader category than is cyclical time, for there are linear conceptions of time which are essentially concrete, such as the Jewish notion of history, defined by the Exodus, the exile, and the coming of the Messiah, or the Christian conception in terms of the fall, the crucifixion, and the second coming. Concrete time is characterized less by its direction than the fact that it is a dependent variable. In the traditional Jewish and Christian notions of history, for example, the events mentioned do not occur within time, but structure and determine it. The modes of reckoning associated with concrete time do not depend on a continuous succession of constant temporal units, but either are based on events, for example, repetitive natural events such as days, lunar cycles, or seasons, or on temporal units that vary. The latter mode of time reckoning, which probably was first developed in ancient Egypt, spread widely throughout the ancient world, the Far East, the Islamic world, and was dominant in Europe until the 14th century, used units of variable length to divide day and night into a fixed number of segments. That is, daily periods of daylight and darkness were each divided equally into 12 hours that varied in length with the seasons. Only on the equinoxes was a daylight hour equal to a nocturnal hour. These variable time units are frequently referred to as variable or temporal hours. Such a form of time reckoning seems to be related to modes of social life strongly dominated by agrarian, natural rhythms of life and work that depend on the cycles of the seasons and of day and night. A relationship exists between the measure of time and the sort of time involved. The fact that the time unit is not constant, but itself varies, indicates that this form of time is a dependent variable, a function of events, occurrences, or actions. Abstract time, on the other hand, by which I mean uniform, continuous, homogeneous, empty time, is independent of events. The conception of abstract time, which became increasingly dominant in Western Europe between the 14th and 17th centuries, was expressed most emphatically in Newton's formulation of absolute, true, and mathematical time, which flows equably without relation to anything external. Abstract time is an independent variable. It constitutes an independent framework within which motion, events, and action occur. Such time is divisible into equal, constant, non-qualitative units. The conception of time as an independent variable with phenomena as its function was developed only in modern Western Europe, according to Joseph Needham. Such an understanding, which is related to the idea of motion as a change of place functionally dependent on time, did not exist in ancient Greece, the Islamic world, early medieval Europe, India, or China, although constant time units did exist in the latter. The division of time into commensurable interchangeable segments would have been alien to the world of antiquity and the early Middle Ages. Abstract time, then, is historically unique, but under what conditions did it emerge? The origins of abstract time should be sought in the prehistory of capitalism in the late Middle Ages. It can be related to a determinate, structured form of social practice that entailed a transformation of time's social significance in some spheres of European society in the 14th century and, by the end of the 17th century, was well on its way to becoming socially hegemonic. More specifically, the historical origins of the conception of abstract time should be seen in terms of the constitution of the social reality of such time with the spread of the commodity-determined form of social relations. As noted, in medieval Europe until the 14th century, as in antiquity, time was not conceptualized as continuous. The year was divided qualitatively according to the seasons and the zodiac, whereby each time period was considered to exert its own particular influence, and the day was divided into the variable hours of antiquity, which served as the basis for the hori canonici, the canonical hours of the Church. To the extent that time was kept in medieval Europe, then, it was the Church's time that was kept. This mode of time reckoning was transformed dramatically in the course of the 14th century. According to Gustav Bilfinger, modern, or constant, hours began to appear in European literature in the first half of that century and, by the beginning of the 15th century, generally had displaced the variable hours of classical antiquity and the canonical hours. This historical transition from a mode of time reckoning based on variable hours to one based on constant hours implicitly marks the emergence of abstract time, of time as an independent variable. The transition in time reckoning to a system of commensurable, interchangeable, and invariable hours is very closely related to the development of the mechanical clock in Western Europe in the very late 13th century or the early 14th century. The clock, in Lewis Mumford's words, dissociated time from human events. Nevertheless, the emergence of abstract time cannot be accounted for solely with reference to a technical development such as the invention of the mechanical clock. Rather, the appearance of the mechanical clock itself must be understood with reference to a socio-cultural process that it in turn, strongly reinforced. Many historical examples indicate that the development of a mode of time reckoning based upon such interchangeable and invariable time units must be understood socially and cannot be understood in terms of the effects of technology alone. Until the development of the mechanical clock, and its refinement in the 17th century by Christian Huygens' invention of the pendulum clock, the most sophisticated widely known form of timekeeper was the clepsydra, or water clock. Various kinds of water clocks were used in Hellenistic and in Roman society and were widespread in both Europe and Asia. What is significant for our purposes is the fact that, although water clocks operated on the basis of a roughly uniform process, the flow of water, they were used to indicate variable hours. This generally was effected by constructing those parts of the clock that indicated the time in such a way that, although the rate of the water's flow remained constant, the indicator varied with the seasons. Less frequently, a complicated mechanism was devised that allowed the flow of water itself to be varied seasonally. On this basis, complex water clocks that marked the variable hours with ringing bells were constructed. Such a clock apparently was sent as a gift by Caliph Harun al-Rashid to Charlemagne in 807. In either case, it would have been technically simpler to mark constant uniform hours with water clocks. That variable hours were marked was, therefore, clearly not because of technical constraints. Rather, the ground seems to have been social and cultural. Variable hours apparently were significant, whereas equal hours were not. The example of China clearly indicates that the problem of the emergence of abstract time and the mechanical clock is a social and cultural one, and not merely a matter of technical ability or of the existence of any sort of constant time units. In many respects, the level of technological development in China was higher than that of medieval Europe prior to the 14th century. Indeed, some Chinese innovations such as paper and gunpowder were seized upon by the West, with important consequences. Yet the Chinese did not develop the mechanical clock or any other timekeeping device that both marked equal hours and was used primarily for that purpose in organizing social life. This seems particularly puzzling inasmuch as the older system of variable hours, which had been in use after about 1270 BC in China, had been superseded by a system of constant hours, One system of time reckoning used in China after the 2nd century BC was the Babylonian system of dividing the full day into 12 equal, constant double hours. Moreover, the Chinese developed the technical ability to measure such constant hours. Between AD 1088 and 1094, Susung, a diplomat and administrator, coordinated and planned the construction of a gigantic water-driven astronomical clock tower for the Chinese emperor. His clock was perhaps the most sophisticated of various clockwork drive mechanisms developed in China between the 2nd and the 15th centuries. It was primarily a mechanism for displaying and studying the movements of the heavenly bodies, but it also showed constant hours and quarters, KO. Nevertheless, neither this device nor its marking of equal hours seems to have had much social effect. No such devices, not even smaller and modified versions, were produced on a large scale and used to regulate daily life. Neither a lack of technological sophistication nor ignorance of constant hours, then, can account for the fact that the mechanical clock was not invented in China. What seems more important is that the constant double hours were apparently not significant in terms of the organization of social life. According to David Landis, there was little social need in China for time expressed in constant units, such as hours or minutes. Life in the countryside and in the cities was regulated by the diurnal round of natural events and chores, and the notion of productivity, in the sense of output per unit time, was unknown. Moreover, to the extent that urban timekeeping was regulated from above, it seems to have been with reference to the 5 night watches, which were variable time periods. If this was the case, what was the significance of the constant double hours used in China? Although a full discussion of this problem lies beyond the bounds of this work, it is significant that those time units were not numbered serially, but bore names. This not only meant that there were no unambiguous ways to announce each hour, for example, by drum or gong, but suggests that those time units, although equal, were not abstract, that is, commensurable and interchangeable. This impression is reinforced by the fact that the 12 double hours were linked in a one-to-one correspondence with the astronomical succession of signs of the zodiac, which are certainly not interchangeable units. There was a conscious paralleling of the daily and yearly course of the sun, with the months and the hours bearing the same names. Together, this system of signs designated a harmonious, symmetrical cosmic system. It seems, however, that this cosmic system did not serve to organize what we would regard as the practical realm of everyday life. We have already seen that the Chinese water wheel towers were intended not primarily as clocks but as astronomical devices. Hence, as Landis notes, their accuracy was checked not by comparing the time with the heavens, but a copy of the heavens with the heavens. This apparent separation between that aspect of the cosmic system inscribed in the Chinese clockwork mechanisms and the practical realm is also suggested by the fact that, although the Chinese measured the solar year, they used a lunar calendar to coordinate social life. They also did note the 12 houses of their Babylonian zodiac to locate the position of heavenly bodies, but used a 28-part moon zodiac to that end. Finally, as already said, the constant double hours used in China apparently did not serve to organize everyday social life. That Susung's technical device made no difference in this regard suggests, therefore, that the constant Babylonian time units used in China were not the same sorts of constant time units as those associated with the mechanical clock. They were not really units of abstract time, of time as an independent variable with phenomena as its function, rather, they might best be understood as units of heavenly concrete time. The origin of abstract time, then, seems to be related to the organization of social time. Abstract time, apparently, cannot be understood solely in terms of invariable time units any more than its origins can be attributed to technical devices. Just as the Chinese water wheel towers effected no change in the temporal organization of social life, the introduction of mechanical clocks into China in the late 16th century by the Jesuit missionary Matteo Ricci was without effect in this regard. Large numbers of European clocks were imported into China for members of the imperial court and other high-ranking persons, and inferior copies even were produced there. However, they apparently were regarded and used essentially as toys, they seem not to have acquired practical social significance. Neither life nor work in China had been organized on the basis of constant time units or became so organized because of the introduction of the mechanical clock. The mechanical clock, TN, does not, in and of itself necessarily give rise to abstract time. This conclusion is further reinforced by the example of Japan. There, the older, variable hours were retained after the mechanical clock was adopted from the Europeans in the 16th century. The Japanese even modified the mechanical clock by constructing movable numerals on the dials of their clocks, which were adjusted to indicate the traditional variable hours. When constant hours were adopted in Japan in the latter third of the 19th century, it was not as a result of the introduction of the mechanical clock, but as part of the program of economic, social, and scientific adjustment to the capitalist world which marked the Meiji Restoration. One final example from Europe should suffice to demonstrate that the historical emergence of constant hours of abstract time should be understood in terms of their social significance. The Libros del Saber de Astronomia, a book prepared for King Alfonso X of Castile in 1276, describes a clock that was to be driven by a weight attached to a wheel internally divided into compartments partially filled with mercury, which would act as an inertial brake. Although the mechanism was such that this clock could have shown in variable hours, the dial was to be constructed to indicate variable hours. And although the bells that were to be attached to this clock would, because of the nature of the mechanism, have struck regular hours, the book's author did not see these as meaningful time units. The dual problem of the origins of time understood as an independent variable and of the development of the mechanical clock should, then, be examined in terms of the circumstances under which constant and variable hours became meaningful forms of the organization of social life. Two institutionalized contexts of social life in medieval Europe were characterized by a heightened concern with time and its measurement: monasteries and the urban centers. In the monastic orders in the West, prayer services had been temporally ordered and bound to the variable hours by the Benedictine rule in the 6th century. This ordering of the monastic day became established more firmly, and the importance of time discipline became emphasized more strongly in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. This was particularly true of the Cistercian order, founded at the beginning of the 12th century, which undertook relatively large-scale agricultural, manufacturing, and mining projects, and which emphasized time discipline in the organization of work as much as in the organization of prayer, eating, and sleeping. Time periods were marked off for the monks by bells, which were rung by hand. There seems to have been a relation between this increased emphasis on time and an increased demand for, and improvements in, water clocks in the 12th and 13th centuries. The water clocks presumably were needed in order to ascertain more accurately when the variable hours should be struck. In addition, crude forms of timers, outfitted with bells, which may have been mechanically driven, were used to awaken the monks who rang the bells for the night service. In spite of the monastic emphasis on time discipline and the improvements of timekeeping mechanisms associated with it, however, the transition from a system of variable hours to one of constant hours, and the development of the mechanical clock, apparently did not originate in the monasteries, but in the urban centers of the late Middle Ages. Why was this the case? By the beginning of the 14th century, the urban communes of Western Europe, which had grown and benefited greatly from the economic expansion of the previous centuries, began using a variety of striking bells to regulate their activities. City life was increasingly marked by the pealings of a broad array of bells that signaled the opening and closing of various markets, indicated the beginning and end of the workday, heralded various assemblies, marked the curfew and the time after which alcohol no longer could be served, and warned of fire or danger, and so on. Like the monasteries, the towns, then, had developed a need for greater time regulation. However, the fact that a system of constant hours arose in the towns but not in the monasteries indicates a significant difference. That difference, according to Bilfinger, was rooted in the very different interests involved with regard to maintaining the older system of time reckoning. At issue was the relation of the definition and social control of time to social domination. Billfinger argues that the Church may have been interested in measuring time, but was not at all interested in changing the old system of variable hours, the hori canonici, which had become closely tied to its dominant position in European society. The towns, on the other hand, had no such interest in maintaining that system and, therefore, were able to exploit fully the invention of the mechanical clock in introducing a new system of hours. The development of constant hours, then, was rooted in the transition from a churchly division of time to a secular one, according to Billfinger, and was related to the flowering of the urban bourgeoisie. This argument, in my opinion, is underspecified. Billfinger focuses on the factors that hindered the Church's adoption of a system of constant hours and notes the lack of such constraints among the urban bourgeoisie. This implies that the system of constant hours resulted from a technical innovation in the absence of social constraints. As I have indicated, however, the technical means for measuring constant hours existed long before the 14th century. Moreover, the mere absence of reasons not to adopt constant hours does not seem sufficient to explain why they were adopted. David Landis has suggested that the system of constant hours was rooted in the temporal organization of the man-made day of town dwellers, which differed from that of the natural day of peasants. However, the differences between an urban and a rural environment, and between the sorts of work done in each, are an insufficient explanation. After all, large cities existed in many parts of the world long before the rise of a system of constant hours in Western European cities. Landis himself notes of China, that the pattern of life and work in the cities and the countryside were regulated by the same diurnal round of natural events. Moreover, the urban workday in medieval European towns until the 14th century, which was marked off approximately by the home canonici, was also defined in terms of variable natural time, from sunrise until sunset. The transition from variable to constant time units in the European urban centers in the 14th century cannot, then, be understood adequately in terms of the nature of town life per se. Rather, a more specific reason, one that can ground this transition socially, is needed. The different relationship to time implied by the two systems is not only a matter of whether or not time discipline plays an important role in structuring the daily course of life and work. Such discipline, as we have seen, was very much a feature of monastic life. Rather, the difference between a system of variable hours and one of constant hours also is expressed in two different sorts of time discipline. Although the form of life developed in the medieval monasteries was regulated strictly by time, this regulation was effected in terms of a series of time points, which marked when various activities were to be done. This form of time discipline does not imply, or depend upon constant time units. It is quite distinct from a form of time discipline in which time units serve as the measure of activity. As I shall show, the transition to constant time units should be further specified in terms of a new form of social relations, a new social form that cannot be grasped fully in terms of sociological categories such as peasant life and urban life, and that is bound to abstract time. Jacques Le Goff, in his investigation of this transition, which he describes as the transition from church's time to merchant's time, or from medieval time to modern time, focuses on the proliferation of various sorts of bells in medieval European towns, especially the work bells, which appeared and spread quickly in the cloth-producing towns of the 14th century. On the basis of Le Goff's discussion, I shall briefly suggest how the work bells might have played an important role in the emergence of a system of constant time units and, relatedly, of the mechanical clock. The work bells themselves were an expression of a new social form that had begun to emerge, particularly within the medieval cloth-making industry. This industry did not produce primarily for the local market, like most medieval industries, but, along with the metal industry, was the first that engaged in large-scale production for export. The craftsmen of most other industries sold what they produced, but in the textile industry there was a strict separation between the cloth merchants, who distributed the wool to the workers, collected the finished cloth from them and sold it, and the workers, many of whom were pure wage earners, possessing only their labor power. The work generally was done in small workrooms that belonged to master weavers, fullers, dyers, and shearmen, who owned or rented the equipment, such as the looms, received the raw material as well as the wages from the cloth merchants, and supervised the hired workers. The organizing principle of the medieval cloth industry, in other words, was an early form of the capital wage-labor relationship. It was a form of relatively large-scale, privately controlled production for exchange, that is, for profit, based upon wage labor, and it both presupposed and contributed to the growing monetarization of some sectors of medieval society. Implicit in this form of production is the importance of productivity. The merchant's goal, profit, depended in part on the difference between the worth of the cloth produced and the wages they paid, that is, on the productivity of the labor they had hired. Thus, productivity, which, according to Landis, had been an unknown category in China, as opposed to busyness, was constituted, at least implicitly, as an important social category in the textile industry of medieval Western Europe. The productivity of labor depended, of course, on the degree to which it could be disciplined and coordinated in a regularized fashion. This, according to L. E. Goff, became an increasingly contentious issue between textile workers and employers as a result of the economic crisis of the late 13th century, which strongly affected the cloth-making industry. Because workers were paid by the day, conflict became focused on the length and definition of the workday. It seems that it was the workers who, at the beginning of the 14th century, demanded initially that the workday be lengthened in order to increase their wages, which had declined in real value as a result of the crisis. Very quickly, however, the merchants seized upon the issue of the length of the workday and tried to turn it to their advantage by regulating it more closely. It was in this period, according to L. E. Goff, that work bells, which publicly marked the beginning and end of the workday, as well as the intervals for meals, spread throughout the textile-producing towns of Europe. One of their primary functions was to coordinate the working time of large numbers of workers. The cloth-producing towns of Flanders of the time were like large factories. Their streets were filled in the morning with thousands of workers on their way to the workshops, where they began and ended their work to the stroke of the municipal work bell. Equally important, the work bells marked a time period the work surreptitiously had been determined naturally, by sunrise and sunset. The workers' demands for a longer workday, that is, longer than the daylight period, already implied a loosening of the tie to natural time and the emergence of a different measure of duration. To be sure, this did not mean that a system of standard, equal hours was introduced immediately. There was a transition period during which it is not clear whether the hours of the working day continued to be the older variable hours, which changed with the seasons, or were standardized initially at a summer length and a winter length. Nevertheless, it could be argued that the move toward equal time units was potentially present once a regularized and standardized workday no longer bound directly to the diurnal cycle was constituted historically. The workday had come to be defined in terms of a temporality that was not a dependent variable of the seasonal variations in the length of daylight and darkness. This is the significance of the fact that the focal issue of workers' struggles in the 14th century was the duration of the workday. The length of the workday is not an issue when it is determined naturally, by sunrise and sunset. That it became an issue and was determined by the outcome of struggle rather than by tradition implies a transformation in the social character of temporality. The struggle over the length of the workday not only is, as Anthony Giddens notes, the most direct expression of class conflict in the capitalist economy, but it also expresses and contributes to the social constitution of time as an abstract measure of activity. Temporality as a measure of activity is different from a temporality measured by events. It implicitly is a uniform sort of time. The system of work bells, as we have seen, developed within the context of large-scale production for exchange, based upon wage labor. It expressed the historical emergence of a de facto social relationship between the level of wages and labor output as measured temporally, which, in turn, implied the notion of productivity, of labor output per unit time. In other words, With the rise of early capitalist forms of social relations in the cloth-producing urban communes of Western Europe, form of time emerged that was a measure of, and eventually a compelling norm for activity. Such a time is divisible into constant units, and within a social framework constituted by the emerging commodity form, such units also are socially meaningful. I am suggesting, then, that the emergence of such a new form of time was related to the development of the commodity form of social relations. It was rooted not only in the sphere of commodity production but in that of commodity circulation as well. With the organization of commercial networks in the Mediterranean and the region dominated by the Hanseatic League, increased emphasis was placed on time as a measure. This occurred because of the crucial question of the duration of labor in production, and because factors such as the duration of a commercial voyage or the fluctuation of prices in the course of a commercial transaction became increasingly important objects of measurement. It was within this social context that mechanical clocks were developed in Western Europe. The introduction of striking clocks placed on towers and owned by the municipalities, not the church, occurred shortly after the system of work bells had been introduced, and spread very rapidly throughout the major urbanized areas of Europe in the second quarter of the 14th century. Mechanical clocks certainly did contribute to the spread of a system of constant hours. By the end of the 14th century the 60-minute hour was firmly established in the major urbanized areas of Western Europe, replacing the day as the fundamental unit of labor time. This account has suggested, however, that the origins of such a temporal system and the eventual emergence of a conception of abstract mathematical time cannot be attributed to the invention and spread of the mechanical clock. Rather, this technical invention itself, as well as the conception of abstract time, must be understood in terms of the practical constitution of such time, that is, with reference to an emergent form of social relations that gave rise to constant time units and, hence, abstract time, as socially real and meaningful. As A. C. Crombie notes, by the time Henried-Vic's mechanical clock, divided into 24 equal hours, had been set up on the Palais Royal in Paris in 1370, the time of practical life was on the way becoming abstract mathematical time of units on a scale that belongs to the world of science. Although abstract time arose socially in the late Middle Ages, it did not become generalized until much later. Not only did rural life continue to be governed by the rhythms of the seasons, but even in the towns, abstract time impinged directly upon only the lives of merchants and the relatively small number of wage earners. Moreover, abstract time remained local time for centuries. That large areas share the same time is a very recent development. Even the 0 hour, the beginning of the day, varied widely after the spread of the mechanical clock, until it finally was standardized at midnight, that is, at an abstract time point independent of the perceptible transitions of sunrise and sunset. It was the standardization of this abstract 0 hour which completed the creation of what Billinger calls the bourgeois day. The progress of abstract time as a dominant form of time is closely tied to the progress of capitalism as a form of life. It became increasingly prevalent as the commodity form slowly became the dominant structuring form of social life in the course of the following centuries. It was only in the 17th century that Huygens's invention of the pendulum clock made the mechanical clock into a reliable measuring instrument, and that the notion of abstract mathematical time was formulated explicitly. Nevertheless, the changes in the early 14th century that I have outlined did have important ramifications then. The equality and divisibility of constant time units abstracted from the sensuous reality of light, darkness, and the seasons became a feature of everyday urban life, even if it did not affect all town dwellers equally. As did the related equality and divisibility of value, expressed in the money form, which is abstracted from the sensuous reality of various products. These moments in the growing abstraction and quantification of everyday objects, indeed, of various aspects of everyday life itself, probably played an important role in changing social consciousness. This is suggested, for example, by the new significance accorded time, the increased importance of arithmetic in 14th century Europe, and the beginnings of the modern science of mechanics, with the development of the impetus theory by the Paris school. The abstract form of time associated with the new structure of social relations also expressed a new form of domination. The new time proclaimed by the clock towers, which frequently were erected opposite the church bell towers, was the time associated with a new social order, dominated by the bourgeoisie, who not only controlled the cities politically and socially but also had begun wrest cultural hegemony away from the church. Unlike the concrete time of the church, a form of temporality controlled overtly by a social institution, abstract time, like other aspects of domination in capitalist society, is objective. It would, however, be mistaken to regard this objectivity as no more than a veil that disguises the concrete particularistic interests of the bourgeoisie. As with the other categorical social forms investigated in this work, abstract time is a form that emerged historically with the development of the domination of the bourgeoisie and has served the interests of that class, but it has also helped to constitute those interests historically, indeed, the very category of interests, and it expresses a form of domination beyond that of the dominating class. The temporal social forms, as I shall show, have a life of their own, and are compelling for all members of capitalist society, even if in a way that benefits the bourgeois class materially. Although constituted socially, time in capitalism exerts an abstract form of compulsion. As Aaron Gurevich puts it, the town had become master of its own time, in the sense that time had been wrestled from the control of the church. But it is also true that it was precisely in the town that ceased to be master of time, for time, being now free to pass by independently of man and events, established its tyranny, to which men are constrained to submit. The tyranny of time in capitalist society is a central dimension of the Marxian categorical analysis. In my consideration of the category of socially necessary labor time thus far, I have shown that it does not simply describe the time expended in the production of a particular commodity, rather, it is a category that, by virtue of a process of general social mediation, determines the amount of time that producers must expend if they are to receive the full value of their labor time. In other words, as a result of general social mediation, labor time expenditure is transformed into a temporal norm that not only is abstracted from, but also stands above and determines, individual action. Just as labor is transformed from an action of individuals to the alienated general principle of the totality under which the individuals are subsumed, time expenditure is transformed from a result of activity into a non-native measure for activity. Although, as we shall see, the magnitude of socially necessary labor time is a dependent variable of society as a whole, it is an independent variable with regard to individual activity. This process, whereby a concrete, dependent variable of human activity becomes an abstract, independent variable governing this activity, is real and not illusory. It is intrinsic to the process of alienated social constitution effected by labor. I have suggested that this form of temporal alienation involves a transformation of the nature of time itself. Not only is socially necessary labor time constituted as an objective temporal norm, which exerts an external compulsion on the producers, but time itself has been constituted as absolute and abstract. The amount of time that determines a single commodity's magnitude of value is a dependent variable. The time itself, however, has become independent of activity, whether individual, social, or natural. It has become an independent variable, measured in constant, continuous, commensurable, and interchangeable conventional units, hours, minutes, seconds, which serves as absolute measure of motion and of labor qua expenditure. Events and action in general, labor and production in particular, now take place within and are determined by time, a time that has become abstract, absolute, and homogeneous. The temporal domination constituted by the forms of the commodity and capital is not restricted to the process of production but extends into all areas of life. Giddens writes, "The commodification of time holds the key to the deepest transformations of day-to-day social life that are brought about by the emergence of capitalism. These relate both to the central phenomenon of the organization of production processes, and to the workplace, and also the intimate textures of how daily social life is experienced. L shall not, in the present work, address the effects of this temporal domination on the texture of experience in everyday life. Instead, I shall discuss some of the social epistemological implications of our investigation of temporality thus far. Then, in Part 3, I shall return to the question of the social constitution of time in capitalist society by investigating the temporal dualism of the underlying social forms of capitalism and, on that basis, outlining the conception of history implied by Marx's categorical theory. The opposition between abstract and concrete time overlaps, but is not fully identical, with the opposition between time in capitalist society and time in pre-capitalist societies. The rise of capitalism does, to be sure, entail the supersession of earlier forms of concrete time by abstract time. E. P. Thompson, for example, describes the domination of a task-oriented notation of time in pre-industrial societies, and its supersession by the timing of labor with the development of industrial capitalism. In the former case, time is measured by labor, whereas in the latter it measures labor. I have chosen to speak of concrete and abstract time in order to emphasize that two different sorts of time are involved rather than merely two different modes of measuring time. Moreover, as I shall elaborate in Chapter 8, abstract time is not the only form of time that is constituted in capitalist society. A peculiar form of concrete time is constituted as well. We shall see that the dialectic of capitalist development is, on one level, a dialectic of the two sorts of time constituted in capitalist society and, therefore, cannot be understood adequately in terms of the supersession by abstract time of all forms of concrete time. Forms of social mediation and forms of consciousness. Marx's determination of the magnitude of value, in my interpretation, implies that time as an independent variable, the homogeneous, absolute mathematical time that has come to organize much of social life in our society, has been constituted socially. This attempt to relate abstract mathematical time as well as its concept to the commodity-determined form of social relations is an instance of the socio-historical theory of knowledge and subjectivity presented in this work, which analyzes both social objectivity and social subjectivity as socially constituted by historically specific structured forms of practice. Such a theory transforms the classical epistemological problem of the subject-object relation and entails a reconceptualization and critique of the terms of that problem itself. The notion of the constitution by the subject of the object of knowledge is central to Kant's Copernican turn from examining the object to considering the subjective conditions of knowledge, which he undertakes after elucidating the antinomies generated by the subject-object problematic, as classically conceived. Kant conceives of constitution in terms of the constituting role of the subject. Arguing that reality in itself, the noumenon, is not available to human knowledge, Kant maintains that our knowledge of things is a function of transcendental a priori categories with which perception is organized. That is, to the degree that our knowledge and perception are organized by such subjective categories, we co-constitute the phenomena we perceive. This process of constitution, however, is not a function of action and does not refer to the object, rather, it is a function of the subjective structures of knowing. Time and space, according to Kant, are such transcendental a priori categories. Hegel, criticizing Kant, claims that his epistemology results in a dilemma: it requires knowledge of the cognitive faculties as a precondition of knowledge. Using a different theory of the constitution by the subject of the object of knowledge, Hegel seeks to overcome the subject-object dichotomy by demonstrating their intrinsic connection. I have discussed how he treats all of reality, including nature, as constituted by practice as an externalization, a product and expression, of the world historical subject. The Geist, in its unfolding, constitutes objective reality as a determinate objectification of self, which, in turn, reflexively affects determinate developments in consciousness of self. The Geist, in other words, constitutes itself in the process of constituting objective reality. It is the identical subject-object. Adequate categories, according to Hegel, do not express the subjective forms of finite cognition and the appearances of things, as Kant would have it. They grasp, instead, the identity of subject and object as the structures of absolute knowing. The absolute is the totality of the subjective-objective categories, it expresses itself and prevails in individual consciousness. Hegel's notion of the identical subject-object is central to his attempt to solve the epistemological problem of the possible relation of subject and object, consciousness and reality, with a theory of the constitution of objectivity and subjectivity which would avoid the dilemma of having to know the cognitive faculty before knowing. Marx also seeks to establish the intrinsic connectedness of objectivity and subjectivity by means of a theory of their constitution through practice. The universe so constituted, however, is social. Unlike Hegel, Marx rejects the idea of absolute knowledge and denies that nature as such is constituted. Marx's theory of constitution through practice is social, but not in the sense that it is a theory of the constitution of a world of social objectivity by a human historical subject. Rather, it is a theory of the ways in which humans constitute structures of social mediation which, in turn, constitute forms of social practice. Thus, as we have seen, although Marx does posit the existence in capitalism of what Hegel identified as a historical subject, that is, an identical subject-object, he identifies it as the form of alienated social relations expressed by the category of capital rather than as a human subject, whether individual or collective. He thereby shifts the problem of knowledge from the possible correlation between objective reality and the perception and thought of the individual or superindividual subject, to a consideration of the constitution of social forms. His approach analyzes social objectivity and subjectivity not as two ontologically different spheres that must be related but as intrinsically related dimensions of the forms of social life that are grasped by his categories. By transforming the ways in which constitution and constituting practice are understood, this shift of focus transforms the problem of knowledge into one of social theory. I have shown, for example, that Marx's determination of the magnitude of value implies a socio-historical theory of the emergence of absolute mathematical time as a social reality and as a conception. In other words, this approach implicitly treats as socially constituted the level of structured pre-knowledge that Kant interprets as a transcendental a priori condition of knowledge. Marx's theory of social constitution tries to overcome what Hegel identifies as the circular dilemma of Kant's transcendental epistemology that one must know, the cognitive faculties, as a precondition of knowing without, however, taking recourse to Hegel's notion of absolute knowledge. Marx's theory implicitly analyzes as social the condition of self-knowledge, that is, in order to know explicitly, one already must have known. It grasps this pre-knowledge as a pre-conscious structure of consciousness which is socially formed, and neither posits it as a universal, transcendental a priori nor bases it on an assumed absolute knowledge. This socio-historical theory of knowledge is not restricted to examining the social and historical determinations of the subjective conditions of perception and knowledge. Although Marx's critical theory rejects the possibility of absolute knowledge, it does not imply a sort of socially and historically relativized Kantian epistemology, for it seeks to grasp the constitution of forms of social objectivity along with their related forms of subjectivity. The Marxian critique, then, does not imply a theory of knowledge in the proper sense but, rather, one of the constitution of historically specific social forms that are forms of social objectivity and subjectivity simultaneously. Within the framework of such a theory, categories of apprehending the world and norms of action can be seen as connected inasmuch as both ultimately are rooted in the structure of social relations. This interpretation suggests that epistemology becomes, in Marx's theory, radical as social epistemology. The unfolding of the categorially grasped social forms in Marx's Capital is the full elaboration of the theory of social practice he had only posited earlier, in the Theses on Feuerbach. The chief defect of all previous materialism, is that the object, actuality, sensuousness is conceived only in the form of the object, or of contemplation Anschauung, but not as sensuous human activity, praxis, not subjectively. The question whether objective Gegenstand-like truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. All social life is essentially practical. The mature Marxian critique analyzes the relation of objectivity and subjectivity in terms of structures of social mediation, determinate modes of constituting and constituted social practice. The praxis to which Marx refers, as should be clear, is not only revolutionary practice but practice as socially constituting activity. Labor constitutes the forms of social life grasped by the categories of Marx's critique. However, this socially constituting practice cannot be understood adequately in terms of labor per se, that is, concrete labor in general. It is not concrete labor alone that creates the world Marx analyzes, but the mediating quality of labor, which constitutes alienated social relations characterized by an antinomy of an abstract, general, objective dimension and a concrete, particular dimension, even as it objectifies itself in products. This duality gives rise to a sort of unified field of social being in capitalism. An identical subject-object, capital, exists as a totalizing historical subject and can be unfolded from a single category, according to Marx, because two dimensions of social life, the relations among people and the relations between people and nature, are conflated in capitalism inasmuch as both are mediated by labor. This conflation shapes both the form of production and the form of social relations in capitalism, and it relates them intrinsically. That the categories of Marx's critique of political economy express both dimensions of social life in a single unified form, which is, nevertheless, intrinsically contradictory, stems from this real conflation. Marx's mature theory of social practice in capitalism, then, is a theory of labor's constitution of social forms that mediate people's relations with each other and with nature, and are, at once, forms of being and consciousness. It is a theory of the social and historical constitution of determinate, structured forms of social practice as well as of social knowledge, norms, and needs that shape action. Although the social forms Marx analyzes are constituted by social practice, they cannot be grasped on the level of immediate interaction alone. Marx's theory of practice is a theory of the constitution and possible transformation of forms of social mediation. This interpretation of Marx's theory transforms the traditional problem of the relation between labor and thought by formulating it in terms of the relation between labor-mediated forms of social relations and forms of thought, rather than between concrete labor and thought. I have argued that, just as social constitution is not a function of concrete labor alone, in Marx's analysis the constitution of consciousness by social practice should not be understood solely in terms of the labor-mediated interactions of individual subjects or social groupings with their natural environment. This applies even to conceptions of natural reality. They are not won pragmatically, merely from struggles with and transformations of nature, but, as I have tried to indicate, also are rooted in the character of the determinate social forms that structure these interactions with nature. In other words, labor as productive activity does not, in and of itself, accord meaning. Rather, as I have argued, even labor acquires its meaning from the social relations in which it is embedded. When these social relations are constituted by labor itself, labor exists in secular form and can be analyzed as instrumental action. The notion that labor is socially constitutive is not, then, based on a reduction by Marx of social praxis to labor qua material production, whereby the interaction of humanity with nature becomes the paradigm of interaction. This would, indeed, have been the case if Marx had understood praxis in terms of labor. However, Marx's conception in his mature works of labor as socially constituting practice is linked to his analysis of labor's mediation of dimensions of social life that, in other societies, are not so mediated. This analysis, according to Marx, is the sine qua non of an adequate critical understanding of the specificity of the forms of social relations, production, and consciousness in the capitalist social formation. The above-mentioned conflation of two dimensions of social life in capitalism allows Marx to analyze social constitution in terms of one form of practice, labor, and to investigate the intrinsic relation of social objectivity and subjectivity in terms of a single set of categories of structured practice. It is conceivable that in another society, where production and social relations are not constituted as a totalizing sphere of social objectivity by a single structuring principle, the notion of a single form of constituting practice would have to be modified, and the relationship between forms of consciousness and forms of social being would have to be grasped differently. Jürgen Habermas and Alfred Schmidt have also argued that Marx's analysis entails a theory of the constitution of social objectivity and social subjectivity. Although they evaluate Marx's theory of practical constitution very differently, both consider this process of constitution only in terms of labor, that is, in terms of the transformation of external physical nature and, reflexively, of humans themselves, as a result of concrete labor. The traditional notion, mistakenly attributed to Marx, that labor is socially constituting solely by virtue of its function as productive activity can itself be explained by the Marxian critique in terms of the specificity of the social forms in capitalism. As we have seen, although commodity-determined labor is marked by a peculiar, historically specific dimension, it can seem to both the theorist and the social actor to be labor. This is also true of the epistemological dimension of labor as social practice. I have maintained, for example, that two moments of humans' relation to nature must be distinguished: the transformation of nature, materials, and the environment, as a result of social labor, and people's conceptions of the character of natural reality. The second, I have argued, cannot be explained as a direct consequence of the first alone, that is, of the labor-mediated interactions of humans with nature, but also must be considered with reference to the forms of social relations within which such interactions take place. In capitalism, however, both moments of people's relation to nature area function of labor. The transformation of nature by concrete social labor can therefore seem to condition the notions people have of reality, as though the source of meaning is the labor-mediated interaction with nature alone. Consequently, the undifferentiated notion of labor can be taken to be the principle of constitution, and knowledge of natural reality can be presumed to develop as a direct function of the degree to which humans dominate nature. The fact that this position, which was held by Horkheimer in 1937, has been attributed to Marx stems in part from the affirmation by traditional socialist working class parties of labor, and in part from Marx's immanent mode of presentation. What I have presented as the traditional Marxist theory of social constitution by labor can be understood, on one level, as an attempt to resolve the opposition of objectivity and subjectivity. That is, it remains ultimately within the framework of the terms of the problem as formulated by classical modern philosophy. Marx's approach, as I have presented it, however, is not an attempt to resolve this opposition. Rather, it transforms the terms of the problem by analyzing socially the relation of objectivity and subjectivity so as to ground the presuppositions of the classical problematic itself, the opposition of an external law-like sphere of objectivity and the individual, self-determining subject in the social forms of modern capitalist society. Further differences between these two approaches to the problem of social constitution are expressed in their divergent understandings of the process of alienation and its relation to subjectivity. The understanding commonly associated with the notion of social constitution by labor can be seen in Hilferding's reply to Bohm-Bawerk, which I cited earlier. Hilferding posits labor as the regulatory principle of human society which is veiled in capitalism and which, in socialism, will emerge openly as the causal principle of human life. Inasmuch as labor remains the constant substratum of society, the form in which it appears in capitalism is separable from its content, from labor itself. This conception of social constitution affected by labor implies the existence of a concrete historical subject, and is related to an understanding of alienation as the estrangement of what already exists as a property of the subject. That is, alienation is treated as a process entailing the simple reversal of subject and object. This is also the case regarding perception and consciousness. In describing the mystification of the commodity form, Hilferding writes, "The social characters of persons appear as the objective Gegenstand-like attributes of things, just as the subjective forms of human perception, time and space, appear as objective attributes of things. The analogy Hilferding draws between the social characters of persons and the Kantian transcendental a priori categories, the subjective forms of human perception, indicates that in both cases he presupposes a pre-existing rather than a socially constituted structure of subjectivity. Capitalism's specificity seems, then, to lie in the fact that what already exists as a property of the subjective dimension appears to be a property of the objective dimension. Hilferding thus understands the Marxian theory of alienation as the exchange of the subjective with the objective and vice versa. This position implicitly understands Marx's notion of the fetish of commodities as referring to a sort of illusion, whereby attributes of the subjects appear to be attributes of that which they create. This relates directly to Hilferding's notion that the commodity form is simply a mystified form of labor. When labor in capitalism is analyzed in trans-historical terms as labor, its specificity is understood only extrinsically in terms of the mode of distribution, and alienation is apprehended as a reversal that mystifies what already exists. Overcoming alienation, within such a framework, is seen as a process of demystification and reappropriation, as the re-emergence of that which is socially ontological from behind the veil of its mystified form of appearance. Overcoming alienation, in other words, entails the historical subject's realization of itself. In the interpretation I present here, the categories of Marx's critique do not express the exchange of the subjective with the objective but, rather, the constitution of each of these dimensions. As I argued in the case of abstract time, determinate subjective forms, together with the objectivity they grasp, are constituted with determinate alienated forms of social relations. They are not pre-existent, universal forms that, because they are alienated, appear to be the objective attributes of things. This further reinforces my contention that, with his analysis of the twofold character of labor in capitalism, Marx developed the theory of alienation as one of a historically specific mode of social constitution whereby determinate social forms characterized by the opposition of an abstract universal, objective, law-like dimension and a thingly, particular dimension are constituted by structured forms of practice and, in turn, shape practice and thought in their image. These social forms are contradictory. It is this quality that renders the totality dynamic and gives rise to the possibility of its critique and possible transformation. Integral to this theory of the socially and historically determinate constitution of social objectivity and subjectivity by a process of alienation is a critical analysis of the specificity of the various dimensions of social life in capitalism. This theory does not simply condemn the estrangement from the subject or subjects of what already had existed as their property. Rather, it analyzes the historical constitution of human powers in alienated form. Overcoming alienation, in this view, involves the abolition of the self-grounding, self-moving subject, capital, and of the form of labor that constitutes and is constituted by structures of alienation. This would allow humanity to appropriate what had been constituted in alienated form. Overcoming the historical subject would allow people, for the first time, to become the subjects of their own social practices. Marx's notion of the fetish is centrally related to his theory of alienation as social constitution. This notion does not refer merely to socially constructed illusions, but attempts to socially account for various forms of subjectivity. It is integral to Marx's theory of social constitution, which relates forms of thought worldviews and beliefs to the forms of social relations and the ways in which they appear to immediate experience. In Capital, Marx tries to grasp the constitution of historically specific deep social structures by forms of social practice that, in turn, are guided by beliefs and motivations grounded in the forms of appearance engendered by these structures. The whole, however, is not statically circular and doxic, but dynamic and contradictory. An adequate elaboration of Marx's theory of the constitution of forms of subjectivity and objectivity in capitalism would analyze the interaction of structure and practice in terms of the nature of the contradictory dynamic of the totality. On this basis, one could develop a theory of the historical transformation of subjectivity that would elucidate the social constitution and historical development of needs and perceptions, both those that tend to perpetuate the system and those that call it into question. Such a theory of the constitution of consciousness and social being has little in common with interpretations in which labor or the economy form the base of society and thought is a superstructural element. It is a non-functionalist social theory of subjectivity which, ultimately, is based on an analysis of the forms of social relations, rather than on considerations of social position and social interest, including class position and class interest. The former analysis provides the general, historically changing framework of forms of consciousness within which the latter considerations can be examined. Such an approach assumes that if social meaning and social structure are to be related, the categories that grasp them must be related intrinsically. In other words, that the pervasive theoretical dichotomy of the material and cultural dimensions of social life cannot be overcome extrinsically, on the basis of concepts that already contain within them that opposition. This position distinguishes the social and historical theory of subjectivity presented here from those attempts to relate thought and social conditions which can explain the social function and social consequences of a particular form of thought, but cannot ground socially the specificity of this thought and relate it intrinsically to its context. The Marxian theory attempts to do so. In general, it treats meaning neither in a reductive materialist manner, as an epiphenomenal reflex of a physical material base, nor of course in an idealist manner, as a self-grounded and completely autonomous sphere. Rather, it seeks to grasp social life with categories that allow it to treat the structure of meaning as an intrinsic moment of the constituted and constituting structure of social relations.